Your misfortune and not my own. Yippee-ki-yi-oh, get along, you little donkeys. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim.
Marshal Moran reporting, Sheriff, to take your prisoner, the Danute Kid, back to federal prison. Stand trial for robbing a Wells Fargo.
I reckon I know what he's going back to stand trial for. Reckon everybody in the state knows the history of the Totem Bandits. There ain't nothing they haven't done.
Here's the papers authorizing the transfer.
Well, whoever hung the moniker Granite on you is a good judge of human nature. Say, don't you ever smile?
I'm here to effect the transfer of a prisoner wanted by the federal government.
Don't you even want to know anything about this prisoner?
What do you mean, Sheriff?
Well, I'm plumb sorry we caught him. There ain't another member of that owl hooters gang who doesn't deserve to be hung 7 times over and then boiled in owl for good measure.
I'm in a hurry, Sheriff. There's a long ride ahead of me.
What I'm trying to tell you is that this prisoner of mine's just a kid. Can't be a day more than 18. This must have been his first job. He ain't bad. You can tell that by looking at him.
According to the information furnished the Attorney General, your prisoner was wounded at the time the Totem Band held up the Wells Fargo Express.
Yeah, that's right enough. The rest of the coyotes got away, but this poor kid was left behind.
Keep your sympathy to yourself. The age of the prisoner is no excuse for his offense. Under the law...
Keep your law to yourself, Granite Moran. Come on, if you want your prisoners all fired quick.
Oh, Sheriff. Well, I guess...
There he is, Marshal. A dangerous-looking criminal, ain't he? You reckon you'll need any help getting him back to Austin?
Oh, well, here's where I got to change the scenery. You want to put the handcuffs on me, Marshal?
No, there ain't no need of doing that, Marshal. His right arm's shot bad. Well, I thought you was in a hurry to get started back. What you waiting for?
Come on out, Danute. If that's what you call yourself.
Yeah, Chinook, that's me. The Chinook kid. Oh, so long, Sheriff. Thanks for everything. Gosh, you've been swelling me.
Well, I'm sorry about this, lad. Too bad you had to get in with the wrong outfit.
Hurry up there. There's a long trail ahead of you, and the government don't like to be kept waiting.
But I don't understand, Mr. Attorney General. What happened to Granite Moran and his prisoner?
If I knew that, I wouldn't have to send for you, Lightning. They just disappeared.
Well, maybe you know where they disappeared from.
We don't even know that, Whitey. Moran went to White Sulphur. The sheriff there turned the Chinook kid over to him. The two left immediately, horseback, of course, and they haven't been seen since.
Naturally, you checked all the towns along the way.
Sure. They weren't seen in any of them.
You think maybe King Totem came back to rescue the Chinook kid?
Well, I can't figure King Totem putting his neck in danger for any of his men. But that might have happened.
Granite Moran. A man they say is too hard to let even a diamond scratch him.
Know him, Lightning?
Well, not intimate. Know his record, of course. 15 years he's worked as a marshal. Well, reckon it might make anybody sort of...
I know what you're trying to say, Lightning. That Granite Moran doesn't have a heart, that he never gives a man a break. That all he lives by and for is the law, letter by letter.
I've heard that nobody ain't never even seen him smile.
Maybe I don't approve of his utter heartlessness, but he's never fallen down on an assignment yet. And if anything's happened to him, it won't have been his fault.
I reckon I understand you. If he's alive, he may be needing help. If he ain't alive,
In that case, the United States government will start paying off its debt to Moran.
The history of the United States Marshals of the Old West is a thrilling one. They faced every danger, took every risk incident to the performance of their duty, received small wages, and were usually killed in service. But they were not forgotten. The United States government has not forgotten or will ever forget the debt which it owes to the men who so courageously enlisted for duty. And then, as now, the murder of a government employee unleashed the hounds of the law, hounds which never gave up a scent, never stopped, until the criminal was caught and punished to the full extent of the law. So Lightning Jim and Whitey ride back over the trail to White Sulphur, seeking for some trace, some faint clue, which will enable them to find Granite Moran, United States Marshal, who mysteriously disappeared while bringing a prisoner back to stand trial at Austin.
4 days we spent, Lightning, asking questions and looking for signs of a fresh deal.
yeah, not a trace. Whitey, I'm dead level certain Moran never got farther north than this. Man 6 feet tall, with a head of bushy white hair, one eyebrow wiped out by a bullet wound. He'd have been noticed, all right.
That's almost the right sort and all, Lightning. That's only about 5 miles from here.
Whitey, look over there. Wolf under Wolf City, boy.
Wait, you mean a little Mexican kid? Oh, I see him.
Look what's pinned on the front of his shirt.
Oh, damn it, Lightning. It's a more suspect.
Yeah, it's a marshal's badge, all right. Muchacho, aquí, haga favor. Come on over here, youngster.
What do you want? I do nothing wrong. I good boy.
Sure, I know you're a good boy. Just want to ask you some questions, that's all. We don't want to hurt you.
Dios, what a horse. Qué caballo. Never have I ever seen such a horse. So big, so black.
Well, thunder won't hurt you either. What's your name, muchacho?
Felipe Gonzalez.
Well, Felipe, where'd you get such a beautiful badge?
I did no wrong. I did not steal. It was in the ground. It would get rusty in the ground.
In the ground. Lightning, that means that Moran was stealing. There must be that.
Well, Felipe, how'd you come to find it in the ground? Was you just digging around?
No. I saw the man who put it there. He dig a hole and put a shiny something in and put the dirt back on top. Then he go away. I wait a while. When he no come back, I dig it up.
I see. When did you see the man bury this badge?
I know that too. I went to church that day. It was then that I saw him 8 years ago.
But like 8 years ago, what's the day Moran left White Sulphur?
Yeah, buddy. Reckon it was the end of the trail for him. Right about here. Felipe,
Si, senor?
you sure there wasn't anything else buried at the same place?
Nothing, senor. I look good. But this shiny thing was all.
Would you know the man again? The man who did the digging?
A tall man he was, and straight, with white hair.
White hair?
Here. He had much hair, all white, and one eyebrow was not there at all.
What?
Only a crooked scar.
But Lightning, that was Moran himself. I don't understand now. If I said Moran bury, it's more suspect.
I don't know myself, buddy. It don't make sense. Felipe,
Si, senor?
I'd like to buy that badge from you. How about $5? 5 pesos. Would you sell?
5 pesos?
Mhm.
Madre de Dios, I've never seen so much money. It's yours, senor. It's all yours.
I tell you, Lightning, I think until my head hurts, but I can't find the man.
You need it, buddy. Moran buried his badge, all right. Felipe described him from head to foot.
No, but where was the prisoner, and why would Moran bury him? It's more suspect.
Well, I reckon when we talk to the sheriff here in White Sulphur, we might know a little more about it.
See, Lightning, look at those people in the street. That's something the matter.
Yeah, they run around like jackrabbits. Come on. Whoa, Thunder. Oh, there's Sheriff over there.
Sure.
Sheriff, what's happened?
Those dang murdered and totem bandits snuck up the bank, killed the cashier, got away before we knew what was up. We're just organizing a posse.
Sure it was a totem gang?
Sure, I've seen pictures of all of them. King Totem wasn't in the bunch, and they had a new fella.
No description on him?
No. But, hey, you know what? He sure looked like Granite Moran. I just swore it was him. Only it couldn't have been.
You mean the new man in the band looked like Marshal Moran?
Yes, spitting image of him. Filled hair. Couldn't see his eyebrows. He had his hat pulled down. Sheriff, there's something funny around here.
Yeah, look at this.
And what is it? What's funny about it? I found it sticking up in the bank, and it hadn't been there before the holdup.
Hey, where'd you find it?
On the back of the door, stuck there with a pin.
Yeah, it's just a train schedule. Timetable. It don't mean nothing.
Let me see that,
Sure,
Sheriff.
here it is.
Whitey?
Timetable for the Ozark, Texas Railroad. Got pencil marks on it.
Yeah, what you got in your mind?
There's a circle drawn around the words Red Spring, and in the margin is written March 10th.
So that's tomorrow. You think that means something?
Red Spring is a place where the train stops to take on water, Whitey. About 25 miles from here. It is just about right for a train holdup.
But you don't know like me.
I got a hunch, Whitey. We're going to be on that ONT train tomorrow, and it stops at Red Spring.
Come on, Thunder.
This may be just a wild idea, mine boys, but you railroad men were sure nice about joining me and Whitey.
He and Larry here was glad for the chance. Yes, sir. Marshal. Even he's been going around in circles trying to get some track of these train robbers.
Yeah, you've been going around the circus, man. I think yesterday I ain't even stopped burning. I ain't even got myself a good grip yet.
Reckon I ain't far ahead of you, Whitey. I still don't know where Moran fits into this picture, but I got a hunch. Yesterday, when I saw that railroad timetable, I felt it.
Well, we're just about stopping.
Careful now. Don't show yourself. Stay low. If any shooting starts, give it to him.
No, but what is Moran to do?
You mean someone who looks like Moran. This may just be a trap, Whitey.
Well, we'll soon know.
Oh, you were right, Lightning.
Get that door open. There won't be expecting nothing from a freight car. Now, let him have it.
What's going on, Lightning?
Your hunch was right, Marshal. You saved this train all right. They sure left in a hurry.
Whitey, that was Moran. That was Moran, I tell you. His hat fell off just when he wheeled his horse to make his getaway.
Grand Nick Moran riding the king. Told him, Lightning, that can't be
But it
so.
was. The United States Marshal, throwing his badge away, riding with a bunch of skulking Gila monsters. Whitey, Moran's disgracing the service.
But Lightning, I tell you, a man that is record, Lightning, he hates the cook worse than he hates poison. Oh, I tell you, I can't think anymore. I'm all tossed out.
Here comes Steve, running like he found something. Marshal!
What is it?
Marshal, hey, one Jasper's dead, all right. But I found this hat, and there's a map inside it.
Yeah, give it to me.
Yeah.
Whitey, come here.
Go on, right with you like this.
Get the map, all right. In Mexico. Right across the river from White Sulphur.
Oh, see, there's Contenega. That's the first town after you get across the river.
Yeah, but here, look at this pencil mark. A circle drawn around this spot.
But there ain't any town there. That ain't far from Contenega, though.
About 10 miles, I imagine. Look here, Whitey. Pencil writing's sort of blurred, but S-E-N-T. Whitey, that's Sentry.
Sentry?
Yeah, this must be the hideout of the Totem Gang.
Oh, Lightning, you do the thinking for me. My brain is all scrambled up.
That timetable in the bank was on the level. Took us off to this train pulled up.
That's right, that's it.
Well, I'm going to follow my hunches. This map tells us where King Totem hangs out. It's even got the spot marked where we've got to watch out for the man who guards the trail.
Well, what do you figure on doing, Marshal?
Right in here, going over the river and follow this map, Larry.
What? You two are going to tackle this gang all alone? Well, maybe a trap, you can't be sure. You can't go charging
I
across
ain't sure nothing. I can't figure out what kind of a game Moran's playing, but I'm declaring myself in. Are you with me, Whitey?
Lightning, I'll do anything. Go any place, do anything, just as long as I don't have to figure nothing out. I tell you, I wasn't built for brains first. I think I'm more of the action type.
What will be the outcome of Lightning Jim's and Whitey's trip across the river searching for the totem bandits? And just what part is Granite Moran playing in this puzzle? Part 2 of the Meadow Gold Roundup follows immediately. And now for part 2 of the adventures of Lightning Jim. The following day, Lightning and Whitey have just dismounted from their horses about 8 miles from Concha.
It's warm from here on foot. Reckon the sentry stationed about a mile from here. The map's on the level.
Well, Lightning, we can't be sure about that.
No, we just got to take a chance. It's just about dark when we get there. If we can take them by surprise, well, from there on, we'll have to let the plans make themselves. Come on, let's get started.
All right, Lightning. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm on my way.
While in a ranch house about a mile and a half away, King Totem and 5 of his bandits, including a man named Moran, are talking.
We got about $4,000 out of the bank holdup. If that train job had worked out all right, we'd really have something to celebrate.
What the hell, King? Can't you see they got nothing to celebrate tonight, I reckon? He got plugged square through the head.
You're right there, killer. And he was a good man. Yeah, I wonder how them critters got tipped off.
Yeah.
If I could figure that out.
Not have been a people. There may be men on all the trains now. Maybe we better not include trains in our work for some time.
Since when have you been making plans for this outfit, Max?
Why, I'm making no plans. But I offer the suggestion.
I'll keep your trap shut into their ass. You're awful quiet tonight, Moran. Maybe you know something about that train affair.
Me? What would I know? Reckon I came as near getting shot as you did, King.
Well, I still aim to watch you, Moran. And don't forget that. You did all right on the bank job. You did your part at Red Spring. But I'd still like to know a lot more about your joining up with us.
I told you all that. I just got tired working for the government, walking into bullets and knives for a measly $50 a month. Decided I wanted some real money for a change. Oh, he's all right, King. We all had our eyes on him. But I don't see how he could have given nobody a tip-off.
Maybe not. I ain't accusing him. But, Moran,
I'm listening.
if I find out that you have been working against us, I'll kill you that very minute. You got that straight?
Ain't but one way to get it, King. Yes, I stab you all right.
Yeah, just be sure you do. Curly. Yeah, boss, what do you want? Better go out and relieve Al. You'll stand guard until morning. Red will take your place then.
Bueno. Well, I'm glad I ain't on for tonight. You're going to be in for a wetting, Shirley. You better take some tonic along in case you get cold.
Yeah, I got the tonic right with me, killer. Being so delicate like, I take them regular.
Well, Moran, drag out a couple more bottles and get the cards. Reckon we'll make a night of it.
Lightning, they sure is a beautiful night. When I drink such a full of water, I feel like I'm breathing. I tell you, I never saw so much water come down so quick.
Yeah, this rain came up in a hurry, all right. Wait, Buddy, look right up yonder beside that big rock. You anything?
No, I feel like the water. Yes, we're standing right up there, them shotgun.
Yeah. Up from here on, we got a call for it. Look at those here.
You hear them with my boots just dragging off. But hear them with my stomach is going to be hurt.
Quiet and get going.
Darn weather. For 2 cents, I'd go back and help him to watch his own self. Good. At least a fella can have a drink. I'm having one right now.
Buddy, what are you doing? Buddy, happy with your gun.
Oh.
Tie him up now, quick.
Oh, he's too all right. I just want to see what he feel like. The fella was taking a drink. He didn't even see the kiss.
No, all we got to do is get the rest of them, including Moran. Got a lot of questions I want to ask that hombre. I'm calling you, buddy. I look through the window. 5. One varmint asleep on the bunks in the corner. Other 4 playing cards and drinking plenty. All but Moran.
Well, you sure that's Moran, though?
Dead sure. Man, it's Moran playing cards with King Totem.
The lightning is not everyone to do.
If you'd only get him outside. You'd have an even break that way. Walking in on him ain't going to be easy.
The lightning. I got me an idea.
What is it? What?
They got the fire going in the fire.
Yeah.
Now, if I could get up on the roof,
What you got in your mind, what?
then I could throw some cartridges down the chimney. It starts going off like firecrackers as soon as they get hot.
Yeah?
Well, I reckon some of them polecats would come running out fast.
You've got wrong with your brain, Whitey. Think you could get up there without making any noise?
Well, I can try. You better watch the door just in case somebody comes out to me.
Yeah, but soon as you drop them cartridges down the chimney, better sight off the roof. Because things will start happening fast.
I reckon I'll turn in pretty quick. Where's that bottle, Max? You've been hogging it all evening.
No, I do not like being salty hard the killer.
No?
But for you, I pass the bottle.
I reckon you don't want to pull guns with me, Max. You ain't in my class.
No, I think I have to kill you at some time.
Yeah.
Maybe I do it now. You talk too much.
What are you talking
Shut
about?
up. Both of you. You want to kill each other, go outside to do it.
I'll wait till tomorrow, King. I don't want to get wet.
Tomorrow at night, it makes no difference to make the bomb. I kill you just as dead no matter what time it is.
Yeah.
You don't talk much, do you, Moran?
No.
And you don't drink either.
No.
Maybe you're too good to drink with it. Maybe you're particular about who you drink with. Is that it?
You're doing the talking.
Maybe I'll have to make you drink with it.
What's eating on you, King? Can't a man stay sober if he wants to?
In my bunch, I give orders. I don't have room here for anybody who won't take them.
Hey, what's that? What's them cops? Well, I'm not staying here to be caught in a trap. Don't open that door. Stay here and get shot, then. I'm going down fighting. You fool! Come back.
Hey, you've done this, your ass. You won't live to brag about it.
You're under arrest.
Not while I've got a gun, I won't. Oh, sir, I won't.
You asked for it, King.
Got me. I got this darn law back. Partner first. Oh.
Yeah, Whitey? You.
I got them Indians in the shoulder, but the others out there, they ain't going to never bother nobody no more.
That lightning did.
Moran, you're alive. Good man.
But not for long. I'm going fast, lightning.
Well, there's Jim Moran. I'll fix you up. I'll get some water.
Don't bother. I'm done for. And I'm glad.
Don't try to talk, Moran. Get up that sheet over there, Whitey, and we'll get the blood stopped.
Listen, I've got to talk. I've got to tell you. I'm not in the service any longer.
What do you mean? You've been working to trap these buzzers, haven't you?
Yeah. Listen, that prisoner I was sent to bring back
That's the new kid.
was my son.
Your son?
Yeah. I hadn't seen him for a couple of years. King here got him in the gang. He was just a kid.
So that's the way King got all this men, and then he wouldn't let them fit.
I've lived by the law. Always done what I thought the law said. But I couldn't turn my own son in. I couldn't.
I understand, man. You let him get away.
I sent him away. He's a good kid, and I won't tell you where he is.
Reckon we ain't interested in that.
Then I took off my badge. I couldn't wear it no more. After letting a prisoner get away.
Well, you could have fixed up a story or something.
But I'd have always known myself that I let the law down.
Ran it, Moran. Ran it to the last.
I found out where this hideout was from the boy. Then I come here, and I spun him a story about wanting to make some money.
You left that note for us at the bank hold up so as we could save the train.
I hoped somebody would find it and figure it out. Then at the train hold up, I knocked my own hat off, knowing somebody would find it.
It was good work, Moran, and took nerve. More nerve than I've got.
I'm glad you're here, Lightning.
The game broke up. And that's what I wanted.
I got something for you here, Moran. Your badge.
My badge.
Yeah. A Mex boy saw you buried. And you don't look natural without. Yeah.
My badge. You're pinning it back on me.
You're still in the service, Moran.
My badge. Oh, thank you, Lightning. Now I can die as a lawman should die.
He's dead.
Yeah, Whitey. Marshal Moran. Dead. Whitey, we don't know nothing about the Chinook kid being the son of Moran. Remember that.
No, we don't know nothing about the Lightning. As far as we know, the Chinook kid is dead.
That's right. The Chinook kid is dead. And Marshal Moran died in the discharge of his duty, bringing in the totem band.
And he died smiling. The man who never smiled. He's smiling now.
And so ends another experience in the lives of those two famous marshals of the Old West, Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy, Whitey Lawson.
Your misfortune and not my own. I get along, you little dog. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim. It was a dark, moonless night on the plains as two masked riders rode past along a lonely trail.
Oh, there. Well, this is the trail, Snag.
Yeah. Reckon we ought to be showing up pretty soon, too, Shorty.
Yeah, we was due to leave the last station about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Hold on. Here he comes now.
Yeah, he's sure traveling fast.
We'll keep back of these rocks and won't be seen until we get on top of it.
He's carrying a rifle, too.
Well, he won't get a chance to use it. Ah, hold up there. There he is. All right, let him have it.
Oh, Thunder, oh, boy. Steady, Thunder. There's the court, buddy.
You're like just the poor eagle laying on the ground.
This is bad, buddy.
Is he dead?
Yeah. Bullet right through his head.
Oh, and he's just a young fella, too.
Yeah. This was the shooting we heard coming down the trail.
He like him. That's the bag that was laying on the ground.
Let me look at it.
So?
Whitey, this is a mail pouch.
A mail pouch?
Yeah, this young Jasper's a Pony Express rider.
You believe me?
Back in 1860, the United States government established the famous Pony Express to carry mail swiftly on horseback from St. Joseph, Missouri, over the plains and mountains to the Pacific coast. That was before the railroads and telegraph lines spanned the great American plains. The impending crisis of the Civil War made swift communication between the older states and California a necessity. The Pony Express service was maintained for only 16 months before it was supplanted by a telegraph line. The animals used were, of course, not ponies, but fleet American horses. United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy Whitey Larson were on the trail of outlaws when they heard shots down the trail. They spurred on their horses and found a young Pony Express rider who had been shot and killed. They picked up the body and started for the nearest town.
Well, Lightning, we come out here to find some bandits, and by the looks of things, I don't think they are very far of these.
Yeah, we got our work cut out for us, all right. Killing a Pony Express rider is bad business.
Yo, I suppose they need us to fetch the money.
I reckon so. Anyhow, they cleaned out the mail pouch.
Yo, that young fella's rifle was fired off, so he must have put up a fight.
Yeah, he was carrying out his orders to protect the mail.
Well, I tell you, these Pony Express riders, they don't get much protection.
That's right, buddy. They travel fast and take their chances on outrunning the road agents and hostile Indians. How'd you like to be a Pony Express rider, Whitey?
Well, I think there will be lots of excitement. But I tell you, though, I really think you're being a deputy marshal instead of a galley.
All right, Deputy Larson, look up ahead there.
Well, you're coming into some town.
Yeah, hoot and a steady.
You see what you're stopping for?
Whitey, we ain't been out in this section before.
No, that's so.
So you better let me do the talking.
No, so.
Bringing in this dead rider is going to cause some excitement. You don't know what we'll have us run into.
No, see, what's he driving at, Lightning?
Take off your badge and put it in your pocket.
My Morse Express?
You heard me. I'm doing the same thing.
Oh, I get it. You don't want them to know that you are a marshal, huh?
Yeah. Leastways not right away until we get the lay of the land. Remember, my name will be Jennings.
You're Mr. Yenny.
And your name is Swenson.
No, Sven Swenson. But say, you know something?
No, what?
I bet that you forget when you call me right.
I just take that bet. How about a steak dinner?
By golly, now you're talking my language.
All right, but remember, if you forget and call me Lightning, I get the steak dinner from you.
All right, Mr. Yenny.
Let's go, Thunder. Very hot.
Now he's here, Snag.
Yeah, there's his horse, Scotty.
Well, come in, boy. I've been waiting for you.
Howdy, Colonel.
Yeah.
Did you meet the express rider?
Yeah, we met him all right. And here's what we got.
Ah, the letter. Good.
We had a hard time.
Well, sit down, boy. Sit down. Now, let's see. St. Joseph, William Center, Abilene. Ah, here's one.
Is there cash in that one?
What?
I said, is there cash in that one?
No, it's from Washington. Too bad.
Oh, what's the trouble, Colonel?
Yeah, it's not the one I was expecting. But it'll do.
You mean there ain't no cash in any of them letters?
I'm not after cash.
Well, what's the good of robbing these express riders?
Yeah. We get hard money when we hold up the stagecoaches.
I'm paying you men good money to get this mail. What I want it for is none of your business. You understand?
Oh, sure. No need to get head up, Colonel. As long as you keep paying the price, we'll get the mail for you.
Yeah. Well, it's going to cost him more if we got to drill another rider.
What? Did you all kill that rider?
Sure, he wouldn't stop. Took a shot at us with his rifle.
We drilled him. Any objection?
You fools. When they find that rider, they'll be getting up a posse to cover the whole country.
Oh, that don't scare us, Colonel. We've had parties after us before.
Sure. And besides, there ain't nothing for you to worry about, Colonel. Ever since you come out here, you've been staying at Sam Porter's ranch. And he's the sheriff, ain't he?
Yes, I know all that. Robbing the riders is one thing, but robbing and killing an express rider is likely to interfere with my plans. Did you leave his body on the trail?
Sure. You didn't expect us to bring it back here, did you?
No. But if you all left tracks, they can trail you up here.
Nah. We took the long trail over the ridge and doubled back. They won't be following our trail.
Hey, listen, Colonel, you talk like we don't know nothing. You take care of your side of the business. We'll be taking care of ours. Are you telling me what to do? Yeah.
Why, you... Stop it.
Put that gun back, Colonel. Same goes for you, Snag. One move and I'll let you both have it.
Oh, now. Well, what's the funny? Oh, I'm powerful sorry, Snag. I reckon I got a little too excited and lost my temper. Yeah. Tempers ain't healthy in this country, Colonel. How about the rest of the cash we got coming for this job? Yeah, I was just coming to that. And here's for tonight's work and a little advance on the next job.
All right, Colonel. When's the next job coming up?
I'm going back to Midville now before the sheriff gets suspicious of my being away. I want to be there when they find that rider.
Yeah. What about us?
There's another rider due to come through Midville tonight. And I think he'll be carrying the message I've been waiting for.
Oh. So you want me and Snag to take another mail post?
Yes, that's right, Shorty. I'll go back to town and meet one of you in the cafe tonight. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Then until tonight, good day, gentlemen.
Good day, rat. What's the matter with you, Snag?
He smells bad to me. Couldn't trust him no how.
Well, he pays good.
Wonder what he's looking for in that mail.
I don't know. Seems funny, all right. Except he ain't looking for cash.
Yeah. He's got the cash, and if we're smart, we'll get it. All. Woo, thunder, woo, boy. Well, this looks like the stage station where the riders came off us.
Yeah. See, here comes the fella now. Oh,
Howdy, mister. Is this the Pony Express stage?
No, it is. What can I do for you?
Come over here. Want to show you something.
Sure.
Found this young chap out on the trail a little while ago. Know him?
Holy. No. He's killed.
Yeah. Me and my partner found him on the trail and tied him to his horse and brought him in. Figured you'd know who he is.
God, it's Fred Fisher.
Fred Fisher, huh? Where'd he live?
Willow,
Were you trying to say Willow Banks?
Yeah, just got the job. Oh, that's too bad. Here comes Sam Porter. Sheriff. Yeah. Sam. Hurry up, quick.
What's the trouble, Cal?
Fred, he's killed.
What?
Sure, look.
Suffering snake. Drilled through the head.
Colonel Banks. Oh, this is awful. Worse for head.
What's all excitement, Sheriff? Look for yourself, Colonel. Good Lord. When did this happen? Oh, about an hour ago, I'd say.
Yeah, the fellas brought him in, Sheriff.
Oh. Who are you, mister? Sheriff, my name is Jennings, and this is my partner, Swenson.
Oh, actually,
Where'd you find him? On the trail west of town. Me and my partner heard some shots, and when we got to the spot, we found this young chap on the ground. You all see anyone else? No. We haven't done the shooting made a fast getaway. Did you try to follow him? No, Sheriff. Naturally, we figured we ought to bring in the body and turn it over to you.
Hey, there's a mail pouch on the horse.
Yeah, but it's empty now.
It's cleaned out.
Stranger, where'd you gents come from? Well, we've been up in Nebraska. We're heading down to Kansas. Hunt cattle, Sheriff.
What are you going to do, Sheriff?
Now, what do you suppose? I'm going after the critters that done this killing. I'm getting up a posse right now. We'll be glad to help you, Sheriff. Mister, I ain't saying you and your partner had anything to do with this killing. But you're strangers around here, and I got to be sure you stay till we get this business cleared up. Oh, we'll stay, Sheriff. Well, I ain't taking chances. One of you is coming with a posse, and t'other is going to the jail. I see. All right, Sheriff. I'll go with you, and my partner will wait in jail. That suits you, Swenson?
Oh, you're like Mr. Yen.
This is the spot, Sheriff. Right there by them rocks. Well, I'm going to have a look.
I hear some shots, Sheriff. I might want up the door. They could have went south.
Gentlemen, my name is Banks, Colonel Banks, sir. I'm glad to know you, Colonel. You and your partner are looking for jobs. Reckon so, Colonel. Man's got to live, you know. Of course, yes, sir. That's a mighty handsome piece of horse flesh you got there, sir. Yeah. Would you sell him? I reckon not, Colonel. But you were speaking about a job. All right, boys, let's get moving. Oh, I'll talk to you later, Jennings. And think over what I said about that horse you got. I'll give you a good price.
Come on, Colonel. And you too, Jennings.
Come on, boy.
Will Lightning Jim and Whitey capture the men who killed the Pony Express rider? Who is Colonel Banks? And what about the sheriff and Cal Drake? Are they mixed up in this plot to rob the mails? The answers to these questions will come in part 2 of this thrilling story, which follows immediately. And now for part 2 of the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim in the Pony Express. United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy Whitey Larson found the bullet-riddled body of a Pony Express rider. The murderers had robbed the mail pouch and left the rider's body on the trail near the town of Midville. Lightning Jim and Whitey took the body to the sheriff. They met Colonel Banks and the stage tender, Cal Drake. The marshal and his deputy decided to go under the assumed names of Jennings and Swenson. But since they were strangers in town, the sheriff insisted that Whitey stay in jail while Jim went out with a posse to find the murderers. When the posse got back to town...
That's all for now, boys. I'll call you again if I need you.
Well, Sheriff, I reckon I'll be going back to your ranch.
All right, Colonel. I'm Jennings. You come along with me.
Sure. I reckon you can let my partner go now.
Not so fast, mister. I ain't through with this business by a long shot. Just 'cause we didn't find them critters ain't no reason to give up.
That's right.
So I reckon you better join up with your partner in the jail for a few days more.
But, Sheriff, you don't think Jennings and his partner had anything to do with the killing, do you?
Well, I ain't saying yes, and I ain't saying no. If they're innocent, they hadn't ought to mind seeing a spell with free room and board.
Jeff's right, Colonel. I'm willing to do anything to help catch the jaspers that done the killing. Let's go, Sheriff.
Sure. I'll see you later, Colonel.
Yes.
I'll take care of your horse, Jennings.
Hey, wait a second, Colonel.
What's the trouble, Cal?
Did you find him? The fellow that took the kill, Fred?
No, it didn't, Cal. Whoever it was covered up the tracks.
Maybe it was strangers that done it.
What makes you think that, Cal?
Well, who else could have done it?
Well, most anybody could have done it, Cal. Might have been me or the sheriff or even you.
Me?
Sure.
No. It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what, Cal?
Killed Fred.
Cal wanted to know who might have done the killing. I said maybe it was him. Well, say, maybe it was.
No, sir. No. Hey, I got to get back to the station and send out another mail out.
Sending out another rider?
Exactly. The rider. I just got to take it myself.
When are you leaving?
About an hour. So long.
Oh, poor Cal. Sure has a hard time with his talk.
Yes, sir. Sheriff, while you was inside, I had an idea. That's why I waited for you to come out.
Yes? Well, what's your idea, Colonel?
Well, I was thinking, if you want to find out if those two strangers is guilty, why don't you let them out of jail and keep an eye on them? See where they go and what they do.
But they might try to get away.
Then you'll know they're guilty. You can go after them.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You won't find out anything keeping them in jail. Turn them loose, and if they're guilty, you ought to soon find out.
Well, I can have what you think of this whole business. You got any ideas?
Yes, Whitey, and it looks like we're going to have to tell the sheriff who we are.
No, we can't take the murderer excepting here and there. See, by the way, who is this Colonel?
Well, from what I can gather, came to Midland a few weeks ago. He's been staying at the sheriff's ranch. He told the sheriff he was aiming to buy land for a ranch of his own.
You think him and the sheriff, they are working together?
Don't know, Whitey.
No, and what about the user that takes care of the horses for the ride?
You mean the chap that stutters?
Yeah, poor fellow. He's got a hard time seeing what he thinks.
Yeah, well, why would he want to kill one of his own riders and rob the mail?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Well, there's plenty of questions to be answered in this case, but first, we've got to get out of here.
Here comes somebody now.
All right, if it's the sheriff, I'm going to tell him who we are.
Howdy, boys. Glad you came in, Sheriff.
Want to have a little talk with you.
And plenty of time for talking. I've been thinking things over.
Yeah?
Of course. We're strangers in these parts, and we got to be careful. Especially when there's been a murder.
That's all right, Sheriff. We understand.
Well, what I'm leading to is this. If you'll promise to stay around town a few days, I'll let you out of this jail.
Well, that's mighty decent of you, Sheriff. You'll stay around as long as you say.
Good. You'll find a good boarding house across from the cafe.
Thanks, Sheriff. We'll be around if you need us.
Well, Colonel?
Yes, mister. It's the rich bankers in the east that keep this country poor.
Ryder leaves in an hour.
Ah, you're right, Colonel. Okay. Gotta be moving. Well, good day, sir. I'm glad to talk to you.
Like, why do you think the sheriff changed his mind? He let us out the year like that.
Well, that's what we're aiming to find out, Whitey. We're being watched. You can bet on that.
No, and we got to be careful what we do.
Hey. That Jasper seems to be in an awful hurry.
No, I saw him come out the cafe across the street.
Yeah, here comes our friend the Colonel, too.
Well, good day to you, gentlemen.
Howdy, Colonel.
Hello there.
I just heard the sheriff let you out of jail.
Yeah.
He hasn't got any evidence against you. There's no reason to keep you in jail.
That's right.
Boys, I got a little business to talk over with you all.
That's so. What kind of business, Colonel?
Well, you all interested in making some money?
Sure. What's on your mind, Colonel?
You know that bridge over Midville Creek when you go out the West Trail.
Yeah, that's where we come in on.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll meet you out there in about half an hour, and I can assure you all that what I have in mind will be worth your while.
I see. You figure it's better to talk out there, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Under the present circumstances, I think that would be better, sir.
Well, all right, Colonel, we'll be there.
Good. I'll expect you.
Well, yes, what do you know about that?
Things are beginning to clear up, Whitey.
What do you mean?
There goes Cal taking out the mail pouch.
Oh, I know, but you haven't told me what to think.
Right now, we're getting our horses. Come on, Whitey. Put on your mask, Mag.
Yeah.
Here he comes. I'll shoot over his head. Put up your hands, mister. We got you covered. All right, now hand over that mailbag. Here. Take his rifle.
I got it.
Now go on before we change our minds and throw you.
Yeah, what was it?
Well, come on, let's get up to the cabin.
Oh, boy.
Like, you think the sheriff and his men are following?
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah, but I thought he was going to meet the colonel near the bridge.
Whitey, this is the plan to pin the blame on us.
You mean that he walked into a trap?
Well, we would have if we stayed back there at the bridge.
Don't you? Don't keep going.
Yeah, Cal. Hold on, Cal. Stop. Put your hands down, Cal. What happened to you? The mail pouch. They got it. Who got it?
Two bandits right there. You're right, didn't you? Here comes the party.
Which way's them bandits go, Cal?
No.
North?
Uh-huh.
Up the north. Let's go from there.
Here. Hurry, look. Hey, get away from the party. No, well, the dog. What do you know about that?
Get the meal out, Cal.
You, too.
They're the guilty ones, all right.
Come on, let's get him. Wait. There's the right person. There he is. They have to go wrong fellas. Very good, Leslie.
Yeah, we were lucky to pick up the trail.
You're heading for the shack down in the gulch.
Now we'll circle a bit and come down on them from the north. Let's go from there.
Oh, wonder why the colonel ain't here. Hey, listen, Shorty. When he comes and pays us off for this job, we're going to take all the cash he's got on him, and then we're clearing out of here. I wonder if there's any cash in his mail bag. Open it up. Just a bunch of letters. But we got to play safe, Shorty. What do you mean? I don't trust that colonel no-how. He might get the idea of double-crossing us and setting the law on our trail. We'll get his cash and drill him.
Good day, gentlemen.
What? That's him.
I got you both covered. Now, don't move or I'll let you have it.
So, what's the idea, Colonel?
I left my horse down in the trees below the cabin. I just wanted to hear what you had to say. Oh, you were planning to take my cash and drill me, Too bad I spoiled your plan.
Well, now, wait. Wait a minute. No, don't shoot, Colonel. Wait. We really just kidding.
Kidding, eh? Well, gentlemen, you'd better say your prayers. Quiet, buddy.
Yeah. Get in that cabin.
Yeah. Keep behind these trees and move up on them.
Wait, somebody's coming. We're going now. Reach for the sky, Colonel.
Where'd you come?
Never mind that. Reach for the sky and be quick about it.
No, you don't. No.
Get his gun. I just blasted his arm.
You're like me now. I get it.
Where's his pocket?
I do that.
Oh, my arm. Don't touch me.
Yeah, well, I got to see what you got there. Here. They have some letters.
Let me have him.
Here they are.
Keep your gun on that, Jasper.
I got it. You, give me a minute. Here comes the sheriff and the pastor.
Yeah, and this time we won't be running away from him.
Over here. We've got you covered.
All right, Sheriff. Drop your gun.
Yeah.
Thought you could get away, eh? Arrest those men, Sheriff. Colonel, thanks. What are you doing here? I followed these men and their two partners up here. Two partners? Yes. I got them in the cabin. And then these two come up. They shot my gun away. You two varmints are under arrest. Hold on, Sheriff. You got the wrong men. The man who planned these hold-ups of the express riders is the colonel himself. What are you talking about?
That's a lie. Arrest them, Sheriff.
Sheriff, we just took these letters from the colonel's pocket. Two of them are messages from the War Department in Washington, addressed to Fort Edwards and Fort David. But what's that got to do with the case? The colonel's a spy. A spy? What are you talking about? He worked on your friendship and hospitality to cover up his plans. With the trouble brewing between the North and the South, these messages are valuable information to the South. But I still don't see where you come in. When me and my partner come along, the colonel got you to let us out of jail so we'd get blamed for the hold-up and murder. Now, since this is a government crime, Colonel Banks, you're under arrest. Now, wait a minute. I am the sheriff here. If there's any arrest, then I'll do it. Who do you think you are, anyway?
My sheriff, this is the United States Marshal, Lightning Lim.
What shot you?
Look on! Too bad, Whitey. What's the name?
Remember our bet about giving our real name? Well, you owe me a nice big steak dinner.
You're
And so ends another thrilling chapter in the lives of United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy, Whitey Larson.
It's your misfortune and not my own. Hi-I-O, get along, you little doggies. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the thrilling Lightning Jim adventure, Little Lord Bernard.
Whitey! Whitey! Whitey, wake up!
Oh,
It's me, Lightning.
yeah. Oh, Lightning, I was having the most wonderful dream.
You ain't got no time for dreams now.
Yeah,
Just got a letter for the Attorney General.
Now, that means hurt.
The Everett brothers just held up a bank in Cloverfield.
And I suppose she got orders to get on her trail.
They got orders to get on the trail and stay there until we catch them.
Oh, me, that looks like it'll be a long time before I get to finish that nice dream I was having. I think we've got to get some rest. 2 days and 2 nights without a stop.
Them Everett boys ain't taking no rest neither.
Well, at this rate, we won't be able to see them if we do catch them.
We're going to camp at Buffalo Springs, right on the other side of this hill.
I say, now, that's the first good news I heard in 2 days.
Yeah, there's a spring now. See it round that bend?
Say, Lightning, there's somebody else making camp there. You think that might be?
The Everett boys? They would make camp right out in the open.
And it looks like Big Porky. We looked at all them pack horses and equipment.
We'll have to camp there too, Whitey. It's only water for miles. Good on the wood, boy. Hello, stranger.
Oh, hello there.
Mind if we make camp here?
No, I don't think so. We're leaving now anyhow.
Fine. Strange around here, ain't you?
Yes, nice to meet you. Brent is my name.
Why, you any relation to James Brent, the millionaire?
I am James Brent.
You are the...
That's your little boy, Miss Brent?
Yes, that's Bernard.
Little boy. I'm 16 years old.
I'm sorry, son.
So you are Bernard?
Of course I'm Bernard. Who'd you think I was?
Oh, Bernard.
Well, I thought maybe you was the king of England.
Are these the new servants, Dad?
Sure. Do we look like servants?
Well, no. You are a bit untidy.
Like
Yes, we United States Marshals.
Oh, cop.
Bernard. Well, I don't suppose there's much for an officer of the law to do way out here in the West.
Oh, we managed to keep busy.
So we are after the Everett brothers now. You stopped here to get a few hours rest before we go on.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Mr. Brent, which way you heading?
Well, as soon as we get packed, we're going on toward Luna Vista.
No, East Everett. You can't go there.
Just a minute, Whitey. You see, Mr. Brent, to get to Luna Vista, you've got to go through Rifle Canyon.
So my guide tells me.
And that's the stamping ground for the Everett brothers.
So?
So they are the most genius hombres in the West. Say they'd shoot you at the drop of a hat. 5.
Bernard,
Oh, these fellows out west are all the same. They like to make out that things are dangerous around here.
you have to excuse Bernard for being so outspoken, Marshal. You see, I teach him to a certain step.
You teach him to act like that? Well, I thought he was born that way.
To tell you the truth, however, I think Bernard is right. We also have hold-up men in the East, Marshal. But we know how to treat them.
So how do you teach them?
Why, we just put them in jail, that's all.
Boy, nothing to it, eh? Of course, we've got real cops out there.
Bernard.
Maybe they know how to handle outlaws, but they certainly don't know how to handle kids.
Whitey. Bernard is taught to be uninhibited.
And then, what does that mean?
That means that he does as he pleases.
Well, say, no, that's a lucky thing I ain't uninhabited like that.
Why?
Because Bernard wouldn't sit down for a week, by golly.
Oh, is that so? Well, Mr. Brent, we ain't got no authority to stop you from going through Rifle Canyon, but I want to warn you again that...
Thank you very much, Marshal, but we're going. Just as soon as we get those horses back.
Well, where's the rest of your party?
Rest? Why, this is all. Bernard, myself, the guide, and a valet.
The valley on a camping trip?
You don't think we're going to do our own work, do you?
No, Bernard, I didn't think so. But what's all that equipment for if there's only 4 of you?
Why, we have tents, a stove, cot, a bathtub, extra blankets, and...
A bathtub?
Yes, a portable bathtub. We must have our bath every morning.
You want to take a bath every morning? Golly, mister, you must be awful dirty. Why, you uncouth person.
Or why didn't we be glad to help you break camp, Mr. Brent?
Say no like
We'd be glad to pay you for your help, Marshal.
You don't know much about the West, Mr. Brent. Out there, everybody lends a hand whenever they can, and ain't no talk about pay.
Well, I'm sorry.
Whitey, you go help that fellow over yonder.
That's please. The valet. He could use help.
No, like,
Go ahead, Whitey.
Well, all right, I'll go.
Now we just put this tent here together, and we can get it on this...
Had to be hermit or something.
I say there, you.
Eva?
Yes, you. Come over here.
Are you the wireless?
Yes, I'm the valet.
Well, then I'm supposed to help you.
Oh, you must be the new servant.
Servant? Golly, what is there? What need makes people think I'm servant?
Well, anyway, pack those blankets on that horse.
Say, now, they don't look like they're too heavy for you to do.
I don't want to get my trousers soiled.
Well,
All right, come, my man. I'll pay you for your troubles.
you will pay me.
Yes, I'll give you 10 cents.
10 cents? You will give me 10 cents? Did you know that I am a deputy United States Marshal?
Oh, really? A deputy United States Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, in that case, I'll give you 25 cents.
By you don't...
Mr. Brent, his son Bernard, with their servant and guide, left immediately for Luna Vista. The 2 marshals made camp overnight, and the next morning again took to the trail of the outlaws. That evening, far off the road to Luna Vista, they happen upon the camp of the Brents, where everything seems to be in havoc.
Whitey, look there. Mr. Brent and his camp.
You're like Mr. City. Looks like they're in some kind of trouble, too.
Yeah, let's get over there. Come on, Tommy. Come on, boy.
Well, I don't see young Bernard around any day.
Oh, me neither. Way off the main road here. Something's wrong.
Hello there, Mr. Brent. Hello, Mr. Wiley.
Oh, Thunderwood, boy. Is something wrong?
Yes, about time some officers of the law came.
Sorry, what happened?
What happened? We were held up. That's what happened.
Held up?
3 men wearing black masks. They got away with $500.
Yeah, Everett, brother.
Don't believe me, like, that means you're on the right track.
Yeah, how'd you get so far off the trail?
We were lost.
What's your guide?
We fired the guy.
Fired the guy.
Yes. He talked back to Bernard.
The guy talks back to Bernard, so you fired him?
Bernard must get the respect due him.
Your leg's all bandaged. What's wrong with it?
I fell from a horse. I broke my ankle. And that isn't all. Bernard's lost. Bernard left on his horse 3 hours ago to see if he could find the trail. And he hasn't come back yet.
Mm-hmm. You're in a mess here. Lost, robbed, ankle broken, and Bernard lost.
Well, what's the difference? As long as Bernard gets respect.
Now, I want you to find Bernard for me and then take us to Luna Vista.
You can't do that.
I'll pay you well.
You'll never learn, will you, Mr. Brent?
Never learn what?
That you can buy your way in and out of every place in the world.
Marshal, I order you to find my son and lead us back to the ranch.
You order me?
I have connections in Washington, Marshal. I can see that you lose your job. And furthermore...
Listen to me, Mr. Brent.
Furthermore, if you don't do
Shut
it...
up.
Oh, good heavens. Sir, I've never been talked to that way in all my life.
Well, it's time somebody started.
Now, look here. I'm not going
I said shut up.
Oh, look here.
You ain't talking to one of your secretaries now. I'll give the orders around here.
And I won't...
Mr. Brent, you interrupt me once more, and so help me. We'll leave you here to wander around till the vultures start picking on your bones.
You mean we starve?
No, I don't reckon you'd starve.
No, I didn't think so.
No, you'd probably die of thirst first.
What?
Yo, or maybe run into outlaw Indians.
Indians? Oh, kill.
Yo, and there's always the chance of meeting a grizzly.
Oh, no, don't pray that.
Well,
What do you want us to do?
well, Jake Emerson's ranch ain't far from here. He'll put you up. I'll give you the directions to get there. Me and Whitey will find the boy and bring him to you there.
Go back without my son? I refuse.
All right, then. Find Bernard yourself.
Yo, I never did like the kid anyhow.
No. Wait. I'll do it.
I'll do as you say. We'll get you out of here and find your son on one condition.
What's that?
That you do exactly what I tell you.
All right. I agree.
Fine. Now, why don't you and that Valley Jasper go and patch that portable bathtub there?
Well, Lightning, you ain't going to...
No, I ain't going to take a bath. We're going to rig up that bathtub on two of the horses to carry Mr. Brent to the Emerson Ranch.
Hello, all right, Lightning. Come along, Mr. Riley.
Where are we going?
Have you heard what Lightning said? We're going to take down the bathtub. Here we are.
I see no reason why I should help you.
Well, I got a couple of good reasons.
I refuse to take orders from you.
But I got something for you.
You can be assured that I will most likely report this to... Did you say you've got something for me?
You're something I've been wanting to give you for a long time.
What is it?
Sugar.
Why, that's nothing but your empty hand.
Now what? See, I curl up the fingers and know what I got.
Why, a fish.
That's right. No more screws, Peter. Oh,
My word, you forced me.
I did right. You know, Mr. Riley. Help me take down this bathtub.
I'll see that you're most properly reprimanded.
Oh, should I show you what I got in the other hand?
No, sir. Very good, sir. I'll help you. Sir.
No, everything's under control, Lightning. Me and Mr. Riley is going to get along just fine from now on.
After Mr. Brent and his servant started back to the Emerson Ranch with explicit directions, the marshal set out to find Bernard. Late that evening, just as dusk was beginning to fall, they sighted him, sitting disconsolately beside his horse.
Lightning, look, that's the boy.
Where? Oh, yeah, I see. Hello, Bernard.
Hello.
Come on, buddy. Let's get over there. Come on,
Come on.
Bernard.
That boy was sure to meet you.
Oh, tell you who, boy. Anyhow, well, luckily we found you, Bernard.
Well, it's about time you got here.
About time. But see, now, do you know that we've been looking all
Easy,
over?
Whitey, easy,
Well, let's
boy.
not waste any time. Bring me back to my father.
Your father hurt his leg. We sent him back to the Emerson Ranch.
All right, then. Bring me back there.
Well, we ain't got time, Bernard. We're on the trail of some outlaws. You'll have to come along with us until we finish the job. Then we'll take you home.
I want you to take me back to the ranch immediately. The outlaws can wait.
Well, I'm afraid the outlaws ain't going to wait. They're only too anxious to see you.
You think I'm going to traipse around through the woods looking for some crooks?
Listen, how you young whippersnapper, we are United States Marshals, not the United States Newsmith.
Just a second, Whitey. Son, we're after 3 outlaws, dangerous outlaws. Every day that they're free, there's a danger that some bank might be robbed, some honest man killed.
Well, all right.
Now, I know you'd see it the right way.
I'm very hungry and tired. Prepare something for me to eat and then get my bed ready.
Lightning, let me put you more money and deal some sense into him. This one.
No, Whitey. Bernard, out there ain't no servants. Everybody just pitches in and helps.
You mean you want me to work?
Sure, that's the general idea.
My father will hear of this.
Yeah, I know he's going to get our jobs and all that, but meanwhile, until we get fired, you'll take that axe and get some wood.
I will not.
All right, then. No work, no eat.
You mean that you can start in right now breaking yourself for the habit of eating. This tastes pretty good, eh, Lightning?
Mm-hmm. Have a little more beans, Wiley.
No, thank you. I couldn't eat another bite.
Looks like the last little rest of this food away, huh?
You're not going to throw that away.
Too bad it's like the enter. He certainly likes it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'll pay you for that food.
Just might just well throw away now, Wiley.
You all. Well, there goes.
No, wait a minute. Wait, I'll get the firewood.
Can Lightning and Whitey successfully trail and capture the outlaws with the added handicap of having with them Bernard Brent, the spoiled youngster? In a moment, we will hear part 2 of the Lightning Jim adventure, Little Lord Bernard. And now for part 2 of the Lightning Jim adventure, Little Lord Bernard.
Well, I think the trail is getting more.
Right, Whitey. Them Everett boys is right around here somewhere. My name ain't Jim Whipple. Bernard all right back there?
Oh, he's falling right behind us. He likes to keep himself, that boy does.
Yeah, but he's coming around the last couple of days, Whitey.
Yeah, he don't crumble so much. But I still think he's a brat.
Yeah, he's a spoiled brat. But you know, Whitey, I think that boy's got to make him.
And he can be plenty ornery.
His upbringing, that's what it is. If he'd stay out here on the trail a week, his own father wouldn't know it.
Well, then I hope you don't have to stay out there for a week.
Hey, let's pull up here for a minute, Whitey. I want to take a good look at this trail. Keep word. Hold up for a minute, Bernard. Want to take a look at the trail.
All right. Whoa, boy.
Yeah, you begin to handle that horse like a cowhand, Bernard.
Do you really think so?
Sure do. Been doing right well lately with helping out and all. Maybe later, if we got some time, I'll give you a few pointers on riding.
Will you? Oh, I guess when I get back to Dad, he can hire all the riding and such as I want.
He's still a brat like that.
I'm almost giving up myself, like.
Hey, let's just say we look at that trail.
Yeah, Bernard, me and Whitey's going to hit the scout about now. You wait for us here.
All right.
And listen, Bernard, don't make a fire. Them Everett boys is around you, and fire might give us away.
All right.
Let's go, Whitey. Now, don't forget, Bernard, no fire.
And that's where we left Bernard, right in the little gully there.
Yeah, Whitey. As soon as we get him, we're going to get the Everett.
Oh, that trail looks plenty hot.
Yeah, they don't know we're trailing them. We can just surprise them.
There's no reason why not. We can. Hey, Lightning, look.
Smoke. There's a fire there.
So that's right where we left Bernard. Say, you told
Get
that
over
boy.
there, Whitey. Come on, come on, boy.
Come on.
Something must be wrong. Bernard knows he wasn't to light no fire.
Maybe the Everett found the camp.
We'll find out in just a second.
That's the camp right
Yeah, and there's Bernard, alone.
Oh.
Yeah. Bernard, anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
Yo, but the fire, who lit that?
I did.
You did.
But we told you not to.
Well, I was cold.
Why
Whitey. Put out that fire, Whitey.
But Lightning, I tell you, he needs it so good. Just thank you. All right, I'll put it out.
Bernard, can't you understand that we're on the trail of dangerous outlaws? That if they see the smoke of that fire, it might mean alive?
Well, I wasn't going to freeze just because of some old outlaws.
You might get much more uncomfortable if them Everett boys...
We got you covered.
All right, boys. We got 'em up.
Thanks a lot for leading us here, Lightning. If we hadn't seen the smoke, we wouldn't have known you was trailing us.
Well, don't thank us. Thank little Lord Bernard over there.
Maybe now you wish you stayed cold, Bernard.
Yeah, I wish he would have stayed in New York where I come from.
now we got the marshals and their little mascot all trussed up like Thanksgiving turkey.
Well, you got us dead to rights. What you gonna do now? What do you think? You hombres ain't fool enough to murder us?
And get the hell United States government ever? None of that.
Then what are you gonna do?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's right, nothing. We're going to leave you just the way you are right now and head for the border.
You mean leave us here tied up?
You catch on quick.
You dirty sidewinder. You know that we ain't got a chance to get out there with our hands and legs tied.
No, ain't that too bad. But we can't help it if you starve to death here, can we?
Just as much murder as if you put a bullet through it.
Yeah, but the law can't prove it.
The law is just them.
Now, you wanted to know what we was going to do, and I told you.
Before we let out, Frank, Bill and me's going to do a little scouting.
Yeah, what for?
Yeah, we're going to backtrack these lawmen and see if there's any more hombres looking for us.
They said they was alone.
Since when you think you could trust a lawman?
You stay here and watch them, Frank. We'll be back soon. As soon as we know the coast is clear, we'll pull freight for the border.
All right, Al.
Oh, and Frank,
Yeah, Bill?
while we're gone, you can make a little coffee. It'll feel good when we get back.
All right. You guys always leave the work to me.
That's it, too, Frank.
Don't forget that coffee, Frank.
Yeah, make coffee. Make a fire. I gotta do everything. Hey, here, Bub. You can make a fire, can't you?
Me?
Who'd you think I was talking to?
Sure, I can make a fire, but not when I'm tied up.
Oh, well, I'll soon fix that. Here, I'll untie you. Good.
Good. Easy now.
Bill ties you up like he thinks you're a stamp center.
Ow.
Now you're untied.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I told you what I want you to do. Get some wood, make a fire, and put on coffee.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to sit right by this tree over here and watch you.
Well, you don't
This
think...
45 will be laying right next to me. One false move out of you, and you'll never get to see your pappy again. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Then get going. Oh, it feels good. This ain't such a bad idea.
Hey, Marshal, I'm awful sorry for what I did.
Yeah, it's too late to be sorry now, Bernard.
No, you should have thought of this when you lit the fire.
Thought there was only something I could do.
Well, hey, it's time you learn, Bernard, that you don't...
Look at him. He's sleeping.
Yeah, it looks like he is, Whitey.
Yeah. Do you think maybe we
Call
could...
to him, Bernard. I'm not too loud. Just see if he's sleeping. Careful now.
All right. Your coffee's ready, mister. Hey, mister, your coffee's ready.
He's sleeping, all right. This is our chance. If only Bernard...
What do you want me to do? I'll do it honest, I
All
will.
right. See if he can untie me. If he wakes up like we are going, wait. Bernard, see if he can shoot that gun he's got next to him.
All right, Lightning.
If he wakes up, we gotta take a chance with it. He got it. He got the gun, Lightning.
I got it, Lightning. I got
Not
the gun.
untying me. If he wakes, hold the gun on him.
All right.
Hurry up.
Oh, these knots are tied awfully tight. He's waking up.
Hurry up, Bernard.
I'm getting it.
Hey, where's that coffee, bro? Say, what's going on?
Put the gun on him, Bernard.
Put your hands in the air or I'll shoot.
Where'd you get that gun? Hold it on him, Bernard. I'll have these ropes off in a second.
Keep away from me or I'll fire.
Now, Bub, I ain't going to hurt you.
Look out, Bernard. He's trying something.
I ain't going to try nothing.
Except miss. Hey. Oh, he knocked the gun out of his hand.
I can just get these ropes off.
Well, you ain't going to, because I'm going to tie you up good right now.
Not if I can help it.
Let go of me, you crazy.
Get away, Bernard.
No, hold it for just a second, Bernard. Hold on.
I will.
There.
Oh,
He knocked the kid off there. Got the ropes off.
Well, you won't have him off for long.
We'll see about that. There. And there's one for you. There's one for the kid.
good work, Lightning. Good, you knocked him.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bernard, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Lightning. Lightning, listen. Hoofbeats. They're coming back. The gun. Where's the gun, Bernard?
I don't know. He knocked it off into the
Oh, we ain't
underbrush.
got time to look for it now. Yeah, Bernard. Help me prop this hombre up against the tree. Come on.
Sure.
That's right.
Huh.
There he is.
Yeah, no, he looks like he's still sleeping.
Now, Bernard, when you get in wood, look for that gun at the same time. If you find it, pass it to me.
All right.
Now, buddy, untie you and we'll sit down like we were still tied. at that tail. Frank fell asleep. Yeah, the kid's loose, too. Hey, Bob, what are you doing there?
Well, Frank told me to get some wood for the fire.
Frank looks like he took it plenty easy. Huh. When do I get off on this horse? Lucky them law dogs didn't get away. Hey, Bob, what's that you just picked up?
Well, just a piece of wood.
Hey, give me a... Hey, Al, a gun! It's a gun!
Lightning, the gun, what?
I got the lawman's gun. Got me, Al. Stop that gun, Al. You get the same thing Bill got. All right, don't shoot. My hands are up. Well, there's your horse already, Mr. Brand. That'll be ready to go in a minute.
Well, thanks a lot for everything you've done, Mr. Emerson.
No, it ain't nothing. But I still think you're foolish to go into that Rifle Canyon looking for your boy.
I waited as long as I could. I've got to go after it.
Well, it's like I said, Mr. Brand. If Lightning can't find that boy, our regiment couldn't.
Well, I am going nevertheless, and...
Well, wait, look there. Well, look at yonder. Why, there's 3 horsemen.
Yes. Why, those 2 marshals, all right.
And why, there's a youngster with him.
Yes. But it isn't Bernard. It must be some kid from hereabout. Bernard doesn't ride like that.
Yeah, looks I was wrong, that's all.
Hello, Dad.
Bernard. It is Bernard.
I knew they'd get him. I knew it.
Bernard, are you all right?
Oh, Dad, I had the swellest time.
You're all right, son. You're all right.
Oh, sure I'm all right. The marshal found me, and then the outlaws found us, and then we...
Outlaws?
Mr. Brett, your son captured the 3 Everett brothers practically single-handed.
Yo, we left them in town in the hoot stall.
My son? Outlaws? But
Oh,
how?
I'll tell you all about it, Dad, just as soon as I unsaddle my horse.
But Bernard.
And, Dad, please don't call me Bernard anymore. Call me Buck.
Well, all right. Buck. But wait. I'll have one of the men unsaddle your horse for you.
Oh, no. Dad, it's time you learned that we Westerners always unsaddle our own horses.
And so ends another thrilling chapter in the lives of those 2 famous marshals, Lightning Jim Whipple and Whitey Larson.
It's your misfortune, hi-I-O. Get along, you little doggies. You know that the ferry will be your new home.
And now for the adventures of Lightning Jim.
Come on, get along there. This is a prison, not a kindergarten.
You fellas ready for the break? I'm getting out of here tonight.
Wait a minute. We can't escape tonight. Barty ain't got his bars cut through.
No, I ain't, Davis. What's the rush? I'm telling you, we'll never get such a chance again. Listen to that thunder. It's going to storm before dark, and that'll cover up the getaway in case they miss us before we got them clear.
He's right, Bart. The rain and everything.
All right. I think I can cut my bars through by tonight.
Stow it. Listen, that wall guard's had his glimmers on us ever since we started talking. Come on, break it up.
Smitty's right about that wall guard. Remember, by the east turret tonight.
Sure. We got it straight, Davis. Come on, let's mix it. Hey, Butch, how about that tobacco you was going to trade with me? There they go! Over by the river! Where? Oh, blast this venture, they can't see nothing. There! See, down there for the east. I see them. Let them have it, men! I think we got them. Sure, Dad got them. Quick! Time the run! We gotta get them bodies before they sink.
Yes, they got their men. 2 of them, dead. But when the excitement died down and the cells were checked, it was discovered that Lester Davis had made a clean break. A general alarm was sounded, but days passed during which the authorities received no word of the escaped convict. Finally, Attorney General R.B. Fusen summoned United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy, Whitey Larson.
Well, boys, I've got a job for you two, and it's important. It's in connection with that prison break.
Yo, Mr. Fusen. Right, Gallus, we heard they lost something up there, and we kind of figured you might be calling us in to help find it.
God blast it, Lightning. We haven't had a sign of this fellow, Les Davis, so far. Not even a good lead to go on. You must get this man for us and get him quick. He's a murderer.
Hold on, Mr. Fusen. That jailbreak was a week ago. That trail's cold. Suppose you give us the facts in the case so as we can get started.
You're right. There's no time to waste. Now, here are the records right in front of me.
Good.
You can take them with you, and then if there are any points you want to check, you'll have these to go over. I tell you the more outstanding features so we can save time.
That sounds reasonable. Shoot.
Well, it seems that this fellow, Les Davis, had a good-sized ranch just west of Red Gulch in Cheyenne County. He was a hot-tempered Jasper from all accounts, and he and his neighbor, Cy Walliser, had had a boundary feud for 2 days or more before killing...
Come on, you fellas. Let's shoot a little pool before supper.
Yeah, count me out, boys. You know I always get home in time to eat with my kid. Besides, I want to look over that there north boundary of mine before dark. And if a that low-down Burman, Cy Wallace, has broke down my fence, he's going to...
You two sure have a heap of trouble over that there boundary, Les.
You mean I've had a heap of trouble, Hank? And I ain't aiming to have no more, neither. If that thieving coyote busts down my fence again, I'm going to fill his yellow hide so full of lead he won't trouble me no more.
Oh, come on. Let's play pool. Les will go till sundown if we let him get started.
Oh, so it's funny, huh? It's funny. Well, Cy Wallacer ain't going to find nothing to laugh at if he busts down my fence again.
Well, sir, them there rails of his is down again, and Les Davis don't cool off none. There's going to be fireworks out at the old bar up there before long.
Oh, forget it, Red. You know, Les, why he's been yapping about that boundary of his inside for 2 years.
So the stage was set, eh, Fusen?
Yes, for a cold-blooded killing, Lightning. Well, 2 days later, Jed Hansen, who owned the property adjoining Cy Wallacer on the other side, was riding across Cy's land on his way to town, and he found the old man, dead as a doornail, shot twice in the back, lying near the border of his and Les Davis's ranges.
And the fence. It was busted, I suppose.
Busted, I should say it was. Why, even the post had been chopped down for 100 yards or more. Well, this man, Jed Hansen, went straight to Matt Beasling's house. He's the sheriff in these parts. And Matt and a group of the townsmen rode over to Les's place as soon as they'd taken a look at the body and seen the broken fence. Les was at home with his little girl when they arrived.
There's the girl, honey. Now, try another bite.
Oh, Papa, look. One of my curls got in the dish.
So it did. Eating in bed's kind of hard work, ain't it, honey girl?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here's a piece of string. We'll fix them bad curls so they won't get my baby soup. There, see, I'll tie them up on top. This way. Yeah. There. How's that?
Oh, that's fine, Papa. Thanks.
Now we can finish the soup.
Papa,
What, baby?
Papa, I don't want any more. It hurts when I swallow.
Oh, can't you eat just another big spoonful? You won't never get well and strong if you don't try to eat, honey girl. Sounds like we got visitors, honey. I wonder who it is.
Hey, Les Davis.
Who is it, Papa?
Well, it sounds like Matt Beasing and some of the boys.
Hey, Les, you in there?
Yeah, I guess I'll have to go out and see what they want, baby. Now, you lie back and rest like a good girl. Papa will be right back. Howdy, boys. What's up?
There's plenty up, Davis. There sure is.
We want you, Les Davis.
Now, hold on, fellas. I'm the sheriff around here, and I'll do the talking.
What in tarnation's wrong with you, Jasper?
Well, there's this wrong, Les. Guy Wallace is lying out near your boundary with a couple of bullets in his back.
Say, Wallace here. Shot?
Yeah.
Well, Who done it, man?
That's what we come out here to ask you, Les.
Cut that jawing, Matt. He done it, you know it as well as that. He always said he was going to let daylight into the old duffer.
Why, sure, I know he's done it. Come on, Davis.
I didn't shoot Cy Wallace, you men. I swear I didn't.
Well, he's laying out there full of lead.
When was he shot, Matt?
And they don't nobody know. Jed Hanson found him on his way into town about an hour ago. From the looks of things, he was killed sometime during the night.
Oh, quit the stalling, Les. He done it, Matt. There's no use of us standing around here all morning jawing.
I wasn't out of the house last night, men. Honey was took bad long about sundown, and I was with her all... All right, honey, I'll be right there. My kid's sick. I gotta go see what she wants. I'll be right back.
I know you don't, David. Come on, boys, we'll go with him. He might try to run for it.
Well, come on in then, but don't say nothing before the kid.
What, Papa?
Why, they just came over to talk about some cattle, honey. We was talking it over out there. Wasn't we, man?
Come on, Davis. We ain't gonna fall for no soft stuff.
You'd better come on into town, Les, and talk this over there. That is, if you don't want the kid to hear.
What's he talking about, Papa?
Well, there's been a little trouble over at Cy's place, baby, and the boys here want me to go into town and kind of help them get it straightened out. Now, you just stay right here in bed, and I'll stop by and get Aunt Myra to come over and stay with him till I can get back.
All right. Only please hurry back.
I'll be home before you know it, honey girl. And I'll bring you something nice, too.
That's about all there was to it, Lightning. Les Davis was taken down to the county seat for trial and was convicted. Got 20 years. He'd served less than one of them when he escaped.
What became of the kid?
What happened to that poor little girl?
Oh, she was taken care of all right. I understand her mother died when she was a baby. But Davis got a friend of his, Hank Klinger, to go out and run the ranch on shares while he was in prison. Hank and his wife, Myra, are looking after Honey.
They got him, Mr. Fusen. They got him.
Got who?
Davis, Les Davis.
Davis?
Yeah, the wire just came through. They're bringing him in this afternoon.
Well, Lightning, I guess that solves our problem.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Certainly takes a big load off of my mind anyway. And I surely appreciate the way you men got here so quickly. And I know you need some sleep after riding so hard.
Boy, oh boy, I'd certainly like to shake the hand of the Jaeger that caught this Davis fella. Say, when I get the sleep, I won't wake up for a week, I bet you.
Hey, wake up, Whitey, wake up.
Whitey, wake up. Somebody at the door.
Yo, and from the sound of him, he wants something pretty bad, too.
Yeah, I'll go.
Hey, Lightman, the Attorney General wants you over to his office right away.
What's trouble?
Yo, he said we could sleep until tomorrow.
Well, it's about that convict. They got the wrong man. He's still loose. Davis, I mean.
Well, I'll be a cross-eyed mule if that ain't good. Got the wrong man.
Well, here we are again, Lightning. They caught the wrong man, dog blast it. And still no trace of the real Davis.
That means we'll have to hump it, Mr. Fusen. We've lost some valuable time already. Did you give us all the facts in our talk this morning?
Just about all we have, Lightning. You can get the details from the prison break.
We'll be on our way then, Mr. Fusen. Come on, Whitey.
But where did you go? We haven't been able to dig up a single clue as to which direction Davis took.
Well, we'll be heading up toward Red Gulch, I reckon.
Red Gulch? Why, he wouldn't dare go back there. Every man in town knows him.
Well, I guess Lightning figures the murder always comes back to the scene of his crime.
Something like that, Whitey. Goodbye, Mr. Fusen. You'll be hearing from us before long. And this time we'll see that you don't get the wrong man.
Lightning Jim and Whitey had been in Red Gulch for almost a week. The famous marshal figured that Davis would eventually try to see his small daughter, whom he loved very dearly. So they bided their time, paying frequent visits to the Davis home and gaining the friendship of Davis's small daughter. And then one day at the Davis ranch.
Land sakes, look at the time, will you? Here, honey, you finish these breakfast dishes for me.
Hey, Ma. Well, you better poke up the fire so the water will get hot. I'll need another pan full for these towels.
I'll tend to that when I get back. I'm going to run down to the stables to see how old Bess is this morning. That horse is getting awful old, and she gets rheumatics when it's cold like this. Ooh, I declare it's downright bitter out. Guess you better stir up that fire right away, honey, or it'll go out before I get back. Guess I'll tend the hogs, too, while I'm at it.
Fire's almost out now. guess I better put some kerosene on it. I got the hint of when it starts in the morning. Oh, my hair! Help me, Amari! Help me!
Here, my coat. My coat, honey. Here, right around you. There. Oh, there. You know, you're all right, honey. Everything's all right, baby. Yes. Now, here, I'll take this coat from around your head. You see. Oh, thank heavens. It was only your hair, honey.
What? Why, Papa? It's Papa. Oh, Papa, I'm so glad. You've come home to me. Oh.
And I'm glad to be home, honey girl.
I'm so happy.
Here, sit down in this chair while I close the door.
Papa, that's so funny. Your face, it's so rough and dirty. And those clothes, Papa. They look like they come off a scarecrow.
Well, they didn't come off a scarecrow, honey, but I reckon they do look like it.
Well, where'd you get that funny looking...
Never mind about me now. Let's have a look at that head of yours.
Oh, but you don't hurt any, Papa.
Why, it ain't burned at all, honey girl. Just a hair thin, seems like. Just that there kerosene just made a big puff and didn't do any harm.
But it might have if you hadn't been here to put it out, Papa.
Well, old Beth seems to...
Oh, Aunt Murray, it's Papa. My Papa. Yes, he's come back to me. Oh, you was wrong, Aunt Murray. He's come back.
Oh, Les, you shouldn't have come here. They're looking for you. The marshals. They've been here several times already.
Yeah?
Oh, Aunt Murray. Of course he'd come home to me. I told you he'd come home.
Good gracious, honey. Your hair. Whatever's happened to your hair?
Oh, my hair caught fire and Papa put it down, Aunt Mara. I was just pouring a little kerosene on the fire.
Kerosene. Oh, honey, Davis, you know better.
There, Myra. I think our little girl's learned her lesson. She doesn't need a scold. Get up a minute, will you, honey? You're getting to be such a big girl, and Papa has a cut on his arm.
Oh, look, Papa. It's blood, Aunt Mara. Look, it's blood. Look at it.
Why, Les, what on earth happened to you? Here, I'll get them dirty rags off you and wash it up. Hey, you, honey, you go tear me some cloth off that old sheet you'll find in the chest in the front room. Mind you close the door after you. Terrible cold in there. Oh, these dirty rags.
Yes. In the point of my convict uniform, I tore up for bandages when I managed to steal these clothes from a wash line.
Why, this ain't no cut. It's a bullet wound.
Yes. They winged me when I was swimming the river outside the prison, but I don't want the kid to know nothing about it, Mom. You did what I said, didn't you? You never told her about me being sent up?
No. We only said you're going to be away for a long, long time. Oh, why'd you let the child see you, Les? She's so young. She's bound to let out that you've been here.
Well, I didn't mean to let her know, Azra, and I just wanted to kind of peek in the window and see her for a minute, and then them flames shot up around her head. Oh, it was awful. I thought I'd never get around to the door in time. What if I hadn't been here, Myra?
I guess you was meant to be there, Les.
Where's the clothes, Aunt Mara? Oh, gee, Papa. Does your arm hurt bad?
No. Not hardly at all, honey gal. It's just a scratch. Almost well.
Here, honey. Put these soiled rags I took off him over in the corner back to the wood pile. I'll burn them up soon as I get through fixing his arm.
Well, I'll put him in the stove now, Aunt Mara.
No, honey. You do as Myra says. We can't have you fooling around with that stove until you get a little older.
Well, that's better. Here, you sit over in this chair near the stove. I got some more nice soft rainwater in a barrel on by the shed. I'll get some of that and heat it so you can get yourself cleaned up a little.
I'll get it. Where's the bucket?
Oh, no, you don't, Miss Davis. Someone might see you if you used to go outside.
My, how Papa's girl has grown. Come over here, honey.
Les has been marshaled.
Marshaled?
Hide quick.
Where?
Oh, they're still more than a half a mile off, but I could tell that big black horse we was 10 miles off.
Oh, you mean Sunday, Aunt Mara?
Oh, yes, honey. Les, you better get up in that attic over the front room and hide till they leave. They're coming slow, but they'd see you for sure if you tried to make a run for it.
All right, Myra. Now, honey, listen to Papa. You mustn't let them marshals nor anyone know I'm here. It's very important.
Well, why do you have to hide from Mr. Lightning and Mr. Whitey, Papa? They're good men. Ask Aunt Mara.
Of course they're good men, honey, but some bad men are after your pa, so it's best that no one shouldn't know he's here.
Now, don't forget, honey. No one must know that Papa's here.
All right, Papa. I won't tell. Honest, I won't. Close my eyes.
Come on, Les. You ain't got no more time to talk. Hurry up.
Yes.
Grab a quilt off one of the beds to take up there with you. No telling how long they'll stay. Now remember, honey, you gotta act as though nothing had happened.
Well, will Lightning Tim and Whitey discover their quarry in the attic of the old ranch house?
Will Les Davis's small daughter be able to keep the important secret of her father's presence in the house? We shall find out in part 2 of The Adventures of Lightning Jim, which follows immediately. And now for part 2 of The Adventures of Lightning Jim. Les Davis, hearing the 2 marshals approaching the house for another checkup, hides in an attic over the front room just as Lightning Jim and Whitey ride up.
Well, land sakes, it's you again, is it, Marshal?
Couldn't stay away.
Oh, well, come right in and warm yourself. I declare it's right bitter out today.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lightning and Mr. Whitey.
Hello there, honey. Well, how's my best girl this morning?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Whitey.
Well, Whitey, look at them singed curls. Say, what you been doing, young lady? Sticking your head in the stove?
Oh, no, Mr. Lightning,
She was pouring kerosene, Marshal, and it kind of flared up.
Oh, that's
no
bad.
harm done, no. Sit down, you two, and I'll make you a cup of coffee.
Oh, that sounds good.
Here, I was just fixing to get it on the stove when you knocked.
Thank you, Mrs. Klinger.
Well, by the way, Mrs. Klinger, I was wondering if you and the heirs to the Cy Wallace's property might still be having trouble.
Oh, you mean count of them surveying fellows you seen near our north boundary?
Yeah, I noticed them working there the last time I was out this way.
Well, they're surveying for the railroad. There weren't no heirs to Cy's land, and one of our neighbors bought it cheap and sold it high to the railroad. I hear they're going to start laying the roadbed before long.
And Uncle Jim Hansen says if I get sick again, I have to go down to Wade County to the doctor's like I did before. I can get there in less than 4 hours by riding on the train.
Speaking of traveling, I knew I wouldn't be around here so long. So, honey, I brought you a present to remember me by.
Why, Mr. Whitey, I couldn't forget you and Mr. Lightning. Why, Mr. Lightning let me sit up on Thunder's back, and, well, you've both been awful nice to me.
Well, anyway, so here's the present.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Whitey. Gee, it's all tied up fancy. Oh, come on, tell me, what is it? What is it?
Suppose you open it up and see.
Open it up. Oh, look at Laura. Look, Mr. Lightning. It's a doll. A doll with real hair.
The only trouble is she don't have any clothes on.
Yeah, Whitey ain't so good with a needle right now, honey, but I think when he takes up sewing next year, he'll be making us some right pretty things.
Oh, is that so, Lightning? Well, let me...
Oh, I think so. Can I, Aunt Mara? Well, I'll make her some dresses and coats and hats. Oh, she's just beautiful.
Well, suppose you run in the front room and find some scraps right now, honey. They're in that big chest.
Oh, goody, goody, goody.
Yeah, she sure looks fine for being as sick as Jed Hansen said she was.
Oh, Jed Hansen's just a regular old woman. Well, that child never was very sick, if you ask me.
Hmm?
Yeah, come over the night Les was arrested, he did. Wouldn't have it but that he'd take her right down to Wade County where Doc Bentley could see her every day. Well, he paid for it all out of his own pocket, room and board, doctor bills and all. So I reckon I got no cause to be carrying on about it.
I can't find any colored scraps, Aunt Mara.
You just didn't look in the right drawer, honey. Here, you two just help yourself to this coffee while it's hot. I'll slip in there and find us some scraps to be working on.
Go right ahead, Miss Klinger. We'll help ourselves.
Oh, so you like the dolly, huh?
Like her? Oh, I love her, Mr. Whitey. Oh, I know where a piece of striped cloth is. Yes, sir. It's back of the stove in the wood pile. There it is. Of course, it's awful dirty now, but I can wash it and...
Don't bring him any Lightning. Look, that's a piece of prisoner's uniform.
Yeah, so it is. Where's your father, honey?
I don't know. He... Oh, I don't
Here they are, honey. They were... Why, you're crying, child. Oh, good heavens.
Yes, Mrs. Klinger. We found this piece of Les Davis's prison uniform. Where is it?
He's gone now. He worked here last night, but he's gone now. He went away.
Where?
I don't know. Back in the hills, maybe.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Klinger, but we've got to do our duty. Come on, Whitey. We'll search the house first. Yeah, you stand with the door, Whitey. I'll start at the front of the house and work back.
Sure, then he'll have to come on.
I'm coming down. You found me anyway.
Oh, Les, I know you shouldn't have come. I told you, honey, to give you away.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't, Papa. I didn't tell. Honest, I didn't. It was that drag you had around your arm. I didn't know.
No, that's all right, honey. Don't cry, baby. Oh, I see. The bandage I made from a prison uniform. Well, of course, you couldn't know, honey girl. There. Now, don't cry, honey.
Well, Lightning, sending that telegram to the Attorney General. Well, I just ain't going to be such good sport as I thought.
Yeah. Sometimes it ain't much fun catching the right man.
But you ain't. You ain't got the right man. I didn't kill Cy Walliser. I swear I didn't. Listen, Marshal, your name's known all over this part of the country to stand for square play. I didn't kill Cy Walliser. I was convicted on circumstantial evidence. Will you listen to my story before you take me to prison?
Yes, Davis, I'll listen. But I can't promise no more than that.
Jed Hansen. It's me, Jed. Les Davis.
Davis?
Yes. I was caught by the marshals and just escaped. Let me in, Jed. It's colder than the devil out here.
Go on away, I tell you. The marshals find you here, they'll arrest me for harboring a criminal.
They ain't going to come around here tonight, Jed. They went down to Wade County.
What's that? Wade County, you say?
Yes.
What did they go down to Wade County for?
Pick him up, Jed. Move back in that room.
Why, sure. Sure, Les, but what you got that gun for?
For you, Jed Hansen. But first, I got a little talking to do. Sit down.
All right. Yeah, I'll sit down, but...
Jed Hansen, you killed Cy Walliser.
I didn't. It's a lie. I didn't.
You killed Cy Walliser because he wouldn't sell you his land.
It's a lie.
You knew the railroad wanted that property and had bid high for it. So you killed Cy and framed me.
I didn't, Les. I swear.
Shut up, I said. You even took Honey down to Wade County so she couldn't testify to me being home with her the night of the killing. When I was waiting to be tried, you kept telling me she was getting worse and worse. And it was a lie. A dirty lie, but you better not lie to me now, Jed. If you do, I'll give you just what you'd give Cy.
Don't shoot me, Les. I didn't do that thing. Don't shoot me.
No, I don't reckon I will, Jed. Shooting's too good for a yellow-livered coyote like you. There. I ain't got the gun on you anymore, Jed. But I'm going to choke you. I'm going to choke you till you're gasping for air. Till your eyes pop out of your head. I'm going to choke you.
Oh, no, you ain't. I got the gun now, Les. You shouldn't have been so careless. Yeah, sure I killed Cy Walliser, but I shot him in the back. You're going to get it in the stomach, you sneaking, meddling fool. What's the... Why, this gun ain't loaded. Why, you... Straight for the sky, Hanson. The marshal.
Don't let him get away, Martin.
Oh, my foot. Oh.
Yet I just couldn't have you getting away after all the trouble Les went to put on this little show for us.
Show?
Sure, Jed, sure. Lightning Jim believed me when I told him about me being with Honey the night of the killing. So him and Whitey here have done a little detective work. And they found out about you buying Cy's land and...
Yeah, but we didn't have no real evidence. So Leslie put on this little act to get it for us.
Then there was a trick? You marshals was outside all the time?
Sure we was, Jed. Les thought you'd confess at the point of a gun, but when you held out, well, I guess he figured maybe you was the kind of a coward that talks more with a gun in his hand.
You mean he fixed it so that I could get that gun?
That's just what he did, Jed. Put the cuffs on him, buddy, and let's get going.
Sure.
There's one more thing we got to do tonight. Take this wire, mister.
Sure. Who's it going to?
Mr. R.B. Fusen, Attorney General.
And the message?
Have caught the murderer of Cy Walliser. We'll get him sometime Monday. This time you can be sure you're getting the right man. Just sign it, Lightning.
Oh, by golly, Lightning. When he sees who we bring in, he'll think we got the wrong man again.
And so ends another thrilling chapter in the lives of United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy, Whitey Larson.
It's your misfortune and not my own. Yippee-ki-yi-o, get along, you little doggy. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
Close on the heels of the gold rush in 1849 followed crime and lawlessness. Bandits and outlaws murdered honest miners for their gold. Years later, mining companies organized, but to some extent the evil still persisted, until finally the ever-reliable United States Marshals were asked to enlist in the miners' war on crime. We move now to a mining town in New Mexico and join Lightning Jim Whipple and Whitey Larson in the office of the Aztec Mining Company. Lane Prentice, the company's express manager, is reading a letter Lightning has given him from the Attorney General in Washington.
Now, it says in this letter that you boys have been assigned to track down the vermin that's been murdering our guards and stealing our gold. When you figuring to start, Marshal?
Just as soon as Whitey here can water the horses while I get the lowdown on these thieving coyotes.
Here, wait a minute, Lightning. Ain't we going to put on the feedback first? You wish my stomach is crawling worse than a starved street child.
I got some bread and cheese in my pack. We'll eat it on the trail.
Oh, that's good.
What about it, Prentice? Can you give us any clue to the hombres that's been doing this dirty work?
I'm afraid not, Marshal. All I know is that the gold shipments ain't coming through from the mine in Hernandez. Of course, I've got my suspicions.
What kind of suspicion?
Well, I don't like to gab about a man behind his back, Marshal, but this new fella up to the mines, Jeff Allen, has been acting mighty suspicious lately.
Yeah? What's his business?
He's the new field boss at Hernandez in charge of shipping the gold.
I see. You kind of figure Allen's responsible for seeing to it that the gold don't get here, huh?
Well, I ain't sure. But all I know is them shipments were never held up till Jeff Allen was appointed field boss. What's more, Allen and me are the only ones who know when the gold's coming through.
Well, guess me and Whitey better hop along and take a gander at Mr. Allen. What trail do we take?
Well, there's only one trail you can take, Marshal, and that's through the mountains.
I see.
And take a guide with you, and when you get to Hernandez, keep your eye peeled. My hunch is that Jeff Allen knows more about them murders and the stolen gold than he's admitting.
Well, I reckon we must be halfway to Hernandez by now. That is, providing Pedro, the guide up ahead there, sure he knows the trail.
Early Pedro knows the trail all right, Lightning. He tell me he used to ride it for the mining company before the gold was stolen.
That's so.
Say, you got an idea who's doing it, Lightning?
No, Whitey, I ain't. Our friend Prentice wasn't much help.
Senores,
What is it, Pedro?
this is place, senores, where El Bandito kill guard and steal gold.
Well, I want to give this place a look-see. Maybe there's a clue to the Jasper that's been doing all this killing and stealing. What you got there, Whitey?
Doggone if I know, Lightning. Just a piece of silver, I reckon.
Let me look at it. Well, you old polecat. That's a bullet. Silver bullet.
Silver bullet?
I don't blame you, though, for not recognizing it. Ain't a shooting iron manufactured nowadays that'll fire a slug like this. Innocent-looking plaything, ain't it?
The silver bullet, senor. It is the same bullet El Bandito used to kill El Capitan of the gold train.
Yeah? So, that's the story, eh? First time I heard of a killer using a silver bullet. But it puts a mighty interesting light on...
Down,
thunder!
Don't get down there.
Get the cover, quick! That's where the shooting's coming from, Whitey. Over there behind that rock. See the smoke?
Oh, I see it, the sneaking skunk. I show him something. Oh, missed him by golly.
There he goes. Look at him hightail it out of there.
Well, I get him for sure this
Too
time.
late, Whitey. He's ducked out of sight. I'd give a week's pay to get a peek at that Jasper's face. Steady, thunder. Come on. Let's hit the trail. We got some tall riding to do.
Come on, boy. You think the fella knows who we are, Lightning?
That's just what I'm thinking. There's only one hombre knows we have taken the trail to Hernandez today. Unless my guess is plumb local, Whitey. The snake that's been aiming to kill us is our friend Prentice.
Arriving in Hernandez, Jim and Whitey went immediately to the office of Jeff Allen.
I'm mighty glad you've come, Marshal. If anybody can get at these murdering yellow bellies, you're the one.
Thanks, Mr. Allen. After providing target practice for one of them this afternoon, I'm just itching to lay hands on that gang.
You're that cool.
You ever seen the likes of this before?
I sure have, Marshal.
Yeah?
It's a silver bullet. The same kind of slug that's been used to murder the leader of the pack train every time the gold is stolen. And there's always located clean through the heart.
Jumping him, and if that Jasper must be a dead shot, all right.
I tell you, Marshal, the Jasper that's the brains of this gang ain't no ordinary killer. Every time a shipment is held up, them Mexicans of mine hightail it out of the mountain, a blabbering about evil spirits dressed like ghosts with grinning skulls on their chests.
Yeah?
Yeah. And by the time I heard 'em back, the gang's vamoosed with the gold.
I see. You never met up with these gun-toting ghosts yourself, did you, Mr. Allen?
No, Marshal, I didn't. My job is to stay here and supervise the camp. But if we can't get the gold through to Youngsville, there ain't no sense in mining it. I'm taking the next shipment through myself.
Yeah? When you're planning your next shipment?
Thursday.
Thursday, eh? That's 2 days away.
Huh?
Does Prentice know about it?
What? Well, sure. He knows every time I ship the gold.
Tell me, Mr. Allen, has there ever been any bad blood between you and Prentice?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that, Marshal. He was just a mite put out because I was appointed field boss up here instead of him, that's all.
I see.
Hey, you ain't suspecting Prentice?
No, I ain't suspecting nobody yet. One last question, Mr. Allen.
Huh?
Do you know of an hombre in this part of the country that collects Spanish antiques?
You mean family heirlooms and stuff like that?
That's it, jewels, old furniture. Maybe even guns that was used a couple of centuries ago.
Matter of fact, I do, Marshal.
Yeah?
Yeah. Don Felipe Ramirez, his name is. And to hear him talk, he's got the finest collection of Spanish antiques in the country.
Where does this Don Felipe hang out, Miss Allen?
He lives in that big rancho up there on the hill. But you can generally locate him at the Cafe La Casa Ora.
Thanks. Come on, Whitey. Let's pay a little visit to La Casa Ora. See that dark, sinister-looking Spaniard at that table over there, Whitey?
You mean the Jaeger with the long sideburns and the black mustache?
Yeah, that's one. That's Don Felipe Ramirez. I had the bartender point him out. Come on, we'll go over and introduce ourselves. I got me an idea, Whitey. Good evening, Senor Ramirez. My name is Jim. This is my assistant, Ben Olson.
Pleased to meet you.
Senores, what can I do for you?
Senor Ramirez, I'm the purchasing agent for a wealthy antique collector in San Francisco. His name I'm not at liberty to disclose.
My client has heard of your excellent collection of Spanish antiques, and he sent me down here to make you an offer.
Your client is a wise man, senor. My collection is famous all over the West.
Yeah.
Many of my pieces have been bequeathed to me by my ancestors.
Well, that's so. Then you'll show us your collection, Don Felipe?
Oh, mis amigos, it is such a pity you have traveled so far for nothing. My collection, it is not for sale.
Oh, that's too bad.
However, maybe you like I show it to you, eh?
Sure would.
Sure, come, senor. We go to my rancho. I show you something you will not forget.
Will Don Felipe's collection of antiques betray the identity of the mysterious bandit killer? We'll follow the two marshals on their adventures in just a moment. And now for part 2 of the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim and the Silver Bullet. Masquerading as purchasing agents for a wealthy antique collector, Lightning Jim and Whitey have been invited by Don Felipe Ramirez to see his collection of Spanish heirlooms. We join them now at Don Felipe's rancho.
Well, senores, what do you think of Don Felipe's collection, eh?
Well, sir, that's the most complete collection of Spanish antiques I've ever seen.
Oh, that's so.
That's a mighty interesting pair of silver-mounted pistols hanging over the fireplace, Don Felipe. Mind if I take a look at them?
Do not touch them, senor.
Huh?
Do not touch. Why, I am so sorry. I do not mean to be rude, senor, but these pistols, they are my most prized possession. Very old and brittle. If you touch them, they fall apart.
Oh, well, they look strong enough to shoot.
Nevertheless, senor, you will not take them from the wall.
Senor.
You wish to see me, Pancho?
Si, Senor Ramirez.
Pardon, senores.
The Senor Princess, he waits for you in the office.
Gracias. You will excuse me, senores. There is a matter I must attend.
That's all right, Don Felipe.
Hey, take your time.
Big Whitey, we gotta act fast.
Hey, what you going to do, Lightning?
We're gonna have a look at them pistols the Don's so anxious about. I got a hunch the gun that fired this silver bullet you picked up on the trail is right in this here.
Did I not say you to come to the rancho only when I sent for you?
Now, don't worry, boss. Nobody saw me. I sneaked in through the secret passage. Sergeant had to come to warn you.
To warn me?
Yeah. Had a visit this morning from 2 United States Marshals. Lightning Jim Whipple and Whitey Larson. They're in Hernandez right now. Investigate them holdups we pulled off.
Why you not come tell me this morning?
Because I was following Whipple as far as the divide. Tried to slug him, but he...
What do these Lightning Jim look like?
Well, he's a two-fisted buckaroo. Tall, rangy. They say he can pull a gun faster than a rattler can strike. Whitey the Swede is a...
Swede? One of those is a Swede?
Yeah. Well, what's wrong, boss?
Wait. Come here. Now, look. Look through those cracks in the door and tell me what you see.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. That's Lightning Jim Whipple and Whitey Larson, the two marshals I've been telling you about.
So, they think to make those fools of Don Felipe, eh? We will see.
You suppose they suspect you of stealing the golden coconut guards?
Of course they suspect you, fool. Come with me while I get a gun. I will show these Senor Weepers what it means to make the joke with Don Felipe.
Look, Whitey.
How wild and shiny these pistols are. They've been in the Don family for hundreds of years, all right. But I'm wagering they've been fired as recently as last week. Hand me that silver bullet.
You hear this, like if the silver bullet fits in the pistol, why, that proves that Don Felipe killed the Lord and stole the gold in that.
It would prove the bullet was fired from the Don's pistol, Whitey. But it wouldn't prove the Don pulled the trigger. That's what we've got to prove. Yeah. Yeah, the gun's all right. Now, smuggling the silver bullet to them pals.
No. See, I found something, too. Look here in this pistol box in the mantel.
You sure have, partner. A sharpshooter's medal. According to Jeff Allen, each of them guards died with a silver bullet clean through his heart. Only a super marksman handling these irons could have done that. And this medal testifies that Don Felipe is just the kind of a sharpshooter that we've been looking for.
You are very smart, Senor Weevil. Keep your hands up, Senor.
Look out for him, boss. He's freeze lightning on the draw.
It's about time you hoisted your true colors, Prentice. Next time you aim to kill me, I hope your shooting's a powerful lot sharper than it was back there on the trail.
There ain't gonna be no next time for you, Whipple. Your number's up right now.
That is talk enough. You will be so kind to give me those pistols and the silver bullets, Senor Weevil. Gracias. Senor Prentice, you will take away the guns of the prisoner.
You bet I will, boy.
That is good. Now, amigos, you will go as I direct. The Senor Weevil is a lover of rare antiques, Senor Prentice. Maybe in my underground chamber of horrors, we will find some little instrument of torture with which to amuse him, eh?
Late that night, Lane Prentice and Don Felipe hold a conference in the Spaniard's private office.
You seem nervous.
Well, I am. They're United States government men, and when they're missed...
You underestimate Don Felipe, Senor. Our friends, the marshal, will be gone pronto like the wind. I have the way of making men disappear. The way of been bequeathed to me by my ancestors. When will the gold be shipped again?
Thursday. That's 2 nights from now. Jeff Allen's aiming to take the shipment through himself.
I think you do not like those, Senor Allen, huh?
You're thinking straight, boss. I've been aching to get even with that double-crossing polecat ever since he had himself appointed field boss instead of me. It'll be a pleasure to see you put that silver bullet in his heart, Thursday.
Maybe, Senor, you like it better if the gold is shipped tomorrow, huh? Then, though, Senor Allen, you have 1 day less to live.
Hey, that'll be great. How are you going to fix it?
I myself can do nothing, Senor. But I think maybe we persuade the Senor Weevil to arrange it for us, huh? Listen closely, amigo.
Whitey, wake up. Take the sleep out of your eyes, partner. We got work to do.
Where are they, like, then?
Judging from the wicked-looking irons hanging from the rafters, I'd say we was in Don Felipe's private torture chamber.
Jump in here, many sets get out there.
You ain't forgetting the Don chained us to the wall last night, are you, partner?
Yo, I think I forget, all right, like.
What's the matter?
I've been sleeping on some kind of an old weapon. It looks like a short iron spear.
Better hang on to it, Whitey. If we can trick Prentice or the Spaniard into coming close enough to us, might come in handy.
Yo, I use the trick if he gets the chance, I tell you.
Say, Whitey, take a gander at that rope hanging on the wall over there.
Yo, I see. That's marked with skull and bones on the front.
Yeah, a death's head. Just like Jeff Allen said, scared the fight out of his Mexicans. It made them desert the gold they were supposed to be guarding.
Well, I guess that proves that Don is the thief, all right.
Yeah, but it still don't prove that Don killed the guards. Somebody's coming. Probably the Spaniard apprentice. Sit on that iron thing you got and be ready. I got a hunch we can use it to make a break. If you see an opening, give me a nod.
You sleep well, huh?
Sure. Personally, I like sleeping in irons better than on a feather mattress.
Our friend has the sense of humor, Senor Prentice.
He'll laugh out of the other side of his mouth before we're through with him, boss.
Oh, si, senor. Now we make the better joke, eh? Si. Give those pen and paper to the Senor Weeple.
Sure, boss.
Now, senor, you will write what I tell you.
Well, you'll have to unlock these irons first. Man can't write with his hands tied.
Oh, si, bueno. Unlock the chains from the senor's wrist, Senor Prentice.
You better watch him. He's greased lightning.
You will address the letter to the Senor Jeff Allen. Write the following, amigo. Young Tiptoff, you plan to ship gold tomorrow. Ship gold tonight. And trick them. I will join you later. Now, Senor Weeple, you will sign it.
No, Ramirez. Jeff Allen's taking the gold through himself. If I send him this note, it'll be the same as sending him to his death.
That is the joke, amigo. You are not amused, eh? If you do not sign the note, senor, I make you to laugh with the torture my ancestors used.
I'm not a fool, Don Felipe. You're just ornery enough to do it. All right. I'll sign.
You are one smart man, senor. I give this note with your silver bullet to Pancho to take to those Senor Allen. Then he will be positive it come from you. Senor Prentice, you lock him up while I go send the message.
I'll do that with pleasure.
Hasta luego, amigo. I will wait for you tonight at Limestone Rock. Let us hope for much gold, eh? Adios, senores.
Well, Marshal, what do you suppose the Attorney General will say when you tell him you've been spending your valuable time trussed up in chains like a hound dog, if you live? Here, let me lock up them hands of yours. And don't make no wrong moves, mister. You'll get a slug out of this shooting iron.
Good work, Jeff. You came just in time.
What? Where is he?
Nice work, Whitey.
You're late.
Tossing that iron bar on the floor. Made him turn around just long enough for me to crack him on the hip with these handcuffs.
By Jiminy, you are greased lightning, all right.
We got to work fast. Here's the key for your cage.
Yo.
Now, Whitey, slip into this polecat's clothes and get him into yours.
Yo.
I'll explain my plans while you're changing.
All right, you're the boss, like.
When you get into Prentice Duds, hightail it as fast as you can to Jeff Allen.
Yo.
Tell him the note I wrote's a frame-up, but to ship the gold tonight just like the note says.
Yo, I get you.
And tell him to be sure to wear this under his shirt when he takes the shipment through.
What is that, Lightning?
It's an antique chain breastplate found on the floor. When you get to Jeff Allen, ask him to round up a posse for you and surround Limestone Rock. But instruct your men not to open fire on the gang till Don Felipe lets loose with that silver bullet at Jeff.
Yo. See, I finish into close now, Lightning.
Good. You just lift this coyote and lock him in your chain.
See, what are you going to do, Lightning?
I'm gagging this polecat and then laying him on his belly so Don Felipe will think he's asleep face down.
Yo, but I mean, what you going to do while I'm going?
I'm staying here and checking the evidence, Whitey. You can expect me tonight at Limestone Rock.
Yo, but suppose Don Felipe come back?
That's just why you got to stay here, Whitey. If Don Felipe came back and found us gone, he'd hightail it out of here. We wouldn't have no proof that he was the Jasper who done the killing. We got to let him go through with the holdup and catch him in the act of trying to kill Jeff Allen.
Yo, sure, I see, no.
But get going. You ain't got no time to lose.
Lightning Jim, pretending to be chained and handcuffed, awaits the coming of Don Felipe.
Oh, I see my two brave law eagles are still in their nest.
Yes, Don. We know when we're licked. But if we ever get out of here...
That you will never do, Marshal. When I return with the gold from this holdup, I have plans for you and your deputy. My ancestors have bequeathed me Not only a heritage of fine weapons, but a knowledge of how to dispose of those who, shall we say, annoy us.
Yeah, we take a lot of killing, Don. And if you do torture us to death, just remember there's more United States Marshals where I come from, and they'll get...
You gringos, you're not clever enough to catch me, senor. No, I shall see that the chains of you and your deputy are good and secure.
Now, look here, Don. Now, have a little mercy, can't you? My deputy's worn out worrying about what you're going to do to us. He just fell asleep. Now, let him sleep, won't you?
Muy bien. I am sure Senor Francis trained you both well. He's very afraid of your reputation, Marshal. Bueno, I go now to gather a little more gold for my storeroom, which, as you all already know to your sorrow, is filled with the gold shipments which also mysteriously disappeared. Just like you will too when I return.
So the masquerade was successful, and unaware of the trap that Lightning Jim had set for him at Limestone Rock, the Spaniard donned his weird white robe with a grinning death's head and rode to meet the gold train. Releasing himself from his chains, Lightning Jim trailed him and joined Whitey in concealment behind a huge boulder.
Men all primed for the fight, Whitey. Your Lightning, they got the Don and his thieving coyotes surrounded, and they're just itching for me to give them the word.
Listen.
By golly, Lightning, here comes the pack train now.
It's the gold train, all right. There's Allen riding around the bend. Look, Whitey, the Spaniard. See him standing on that rock.
No, believe me, Lightning. He's aiming to kill Mr. Allen with the silver bullet.
Hold your fire, Whitey. Allen's got on the chain armor. We got to give the Spaniard the first shot. There it is. Turn your wolves loose, Whitey.
All right, boys. Start firing.
Put down that pistol, Ramirez.
I can see with us. Oh, you're more clever than I thought. You escape my chains, but you will not escape my silver bullet.
Look out like this.
My compliment and your weapon. Oh, never have I seen a caballero so light and fast on the draw. Oh, we got him.
I surrendered. You all right, my son? Sure thing, Mr. Allen. Don's bullet didn't even nick me. And now I can prove that Don Felipe is the man who's been killing your guard.
Well, that, Senor Marshal, is one thing you cannot prove.
Oh, yes, I can, Don Felipe. And that's why I only wounded you and didn't shoot you through your black heart. I'm saving you for a little rope trick used by Uncle Sam. Not so bad as torture, but just as effectively disposed of those who annoy you. Hope you're set, Allen. Let me see that chain breastplate you're wearing.
Yes, a chain armor. You are clever, Senor Marshal.
There you are, Marshal. What's that you're doing? I'm looking for the silver bullet that was fired at you just a few minutes ago. There it is. Like all the other fancy shooting, this one's embedded right over the heart. If Whitey hadn't brought you this armor to wear, you'd be pushing up daisies now. Dead burned if I wouldn't.
And so ends another thrilling adventure in the lives of United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy Whitey Larson.
It's your misfortune and none of my own. Yippee-ki-yi-o, get along, you little doggies. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the adventures of Lightning Jim. It was midwinter, and the icy winds from the north were sweeping across the plains as two riders pressed on through the drifting snow.
Oh. What are you stopping for, Ned? Listen, Scar. Are you sure this is the right trail? Yeah. There's the Trappers Trading Post up ahead. We'll stop in there long enough to warm up a mite. Oh, blast that wind. Say, do you think them log badges is still following us? Don't reckon they is. Not with this storm blowing up. Hey, come on. We gotta move before we freeze up. Get up there.
Oh, thunder, good boy.
Oh, by Jiminy Lightning, that wind is plenty cold.
Yeah, Whitey. Look, there's fresh tracks in the snow.
Yo, I see them. See, but if that starts to snow again, it'll cover up this tree. Huh?
Yeah, I know. Say, Whitey, the Indians told us there's a trading post up this way.
You think maybe we catch up with them at the trading post?
Maybe. Come on. We failed them Jaspers this far. Can't afford to lose them now.
Yo, that's so. Well, I hope to get a nice warm stove at the post.
Come on, Thunder, old boy.
Yes, Lightning Jim and Whitey were on the trail of two outlaws on the frozen trails of the western plains. Fearlessly and relentlessly, the marshal and his deputy tracked down and brought to justice the desperados and criminals of the old frontier. The adventures of Lightning Jim bring back to us the courage and daring of the men who brought law and order to the West. On the sloping bank of Moccasin Creek stood an old trapper's cabin.
Annie,
What?
I'm going in the trading post.
Well, you better get some more tea. We're nearly plumb out.
Yeah. Hey, got some nice pelts this time, Fanny. Ought to get a good price for them.
You won't get good money for 'em as long as you have to do business with that old skinflint Pop Drew.
Well, Pop runs the trading post. I got to do business with him. Ain't nobody else buying pelts around here.
Of course they ain't. Nobody else would live in this godforsaken country. All it's fit for is redskins and bandits and outlaws.
Now, hold on, Fanny. There ain't no use talking like that. We've been over this 100 times or more.
Well, I'll keep saying it 1,000 times. Nobody to talk to. Nobody to see. All us being afraid the law might find us. It's a living death. I hate it. Oh, you gotta take me out of here. I can't stand it.
Fanny, please don't take on so. I know how hard it's been for you, and I'm aiming to get you out of here.
Oh, Steve, you don't mean that. You know we can't go nowhere.
Yes, we can, Fanny.
Where? Where can we go without running into the law?
Fanny, I've made up my mind. As soon as the snow clears, it's back to Fort Anderson.
Fort Anderson?
Yep.
Steve, you gone crazy?
No, Fanny, I've just come to my senses. Fort Anderson is your home, and that's where you belong.
But, Steve, if you go back to Fort Anderson, they'll hang you sure.
No, they won't. 'Cause I ain't going with you.
You ain't? Steve Slocum, what are you talking
Fanny,
about?
You know I didn't kill Mort Maxson.
Of course you didn't. But everybody knew you had it in for Mort. And when he was shot down, it was you that blamed.
Sure, I know. I had to clear out, but I had no right to bring you with me.
Is that so? You're my husband, ain't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you don't think I'd stand by and see him hang you for something you didn't do?
Yes, but that ain't the point.
Oh, yes, it is. We run away from Fort Anderson and come up here, and I ain't going back to Fort Anderson without you.
Fanny, you just got through saying you hated it and couldn't stand it no more.
Never mind what I said. That infernal wind outside that got on my nerves, that's all. Get along to the post with your pill.
And you better think it over, Fanny.
I've done all the thinking right now. I'm sticking with you to the end.
Fanny, you're all right.
Oh, never mind. Maybe we can go someplace else. Out west, to California. Hey, why didn't we think of that before?
Yes, maybe we can do that. You know, Fanny, I got my trap set to catch animals.
Somehow I got the feeling that someday I'll be trapping the skunk that killed Mort and got us into all this trouble. Well, yeah, I'll be getting on down to the trading post.
Well, look what the wind blew in. Howdy, Steve.
Howdy. Hey, I got some pelts for you.
Got some pelts for me? Oh, sure. Well, come on over here by the stove and thaw out.
Yeah. Yeah, she's blowing up hard, Pop, so I'll have to be getting back soon.
Yes.
Well, any strangers come through here lately, Pop?
No, there ain't been nobody around. Oh, gosh, kind of lonesome, too. Ain't been nobody through here for a week. Yes, it was last Monday when the troopers came by.
What? Troopers?
Yes, they was going up to Fort Edward.
Oh. And nobody else, eh?
No, man. Expecting somebody?
No.
Well, of course, it ain't none of my
Say,
business.
who tacked up that reward sign?
Well, one of the boys left it here about a month ago.
Who's it for?
2 bandits, and both of them killers.
Oh.
The one on the right there. Take a look at them.
Yeah.
Boy, he is sure a tough-looking customer. The one named Scar.
Yeah. This other one ain't no angel for looks.
Here's the Oklahoma Kid.
He's the Oklahoma Kid. I'm Buffalo Bill.
You mean he ain't the Oklahoma Kid?
Yeah. Well, leastwise, I don't think so, Pop.
Steve, you know the Oklahoma Kid?
No. Say, here's a list of grub I want popping. And take a look at them pelts, will you?
Oh, sure. Well, looks like we got visitors. Howdy, strangers.
Howdy. You're the boss of this outfit?
Yes, sir. Sure am. Bob Drew's my name.
Hey, mind if we use your stove to warm up a bit?
Sure. Make yourself at home, boys. Come on, Steve. Let's go outside. I'll look at them skins you got. Come on.
All right. Come on, Nat. Get up close to the stove. Did you see that Jasper that just went out? Yeah, what about him? That's Steve Slocum. Used to live down at Fort Anderson. Hey, Nat. Look at this reward sign. What sign? Right here on the wall. Read it. $1,000 reward for information leading to the capture of the Oklahoma Kid and Scar. Well, now, who do you suppose that could be? So they got a reward sign for us even up here, huh? Looks like the law badges have been here. Yeah, well, here's one sign that ain't going to stay up. Here, throw it in the fire. Yeah. Ain't no use taking no chances. Well, even with them pictures, nobody'd know us with these beards we growed. Yeah.
Come inside, Steve.
Yeah, here they come back.
Gosh almighty, that wind's kind of chill out there. You getting thawed out, boys?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be with you as soon as take care of Steve. Steve, over here. Got my money over here in that little box now. I'll get right out for you now. Let's see, here's 20, 30, 40, and 2. 42. That right, Steve?
Yeah.
It's all right. It's a good deal, I think. Well, give my best to your wife, Steve. Yeah, funny fella, Steve. He never has much to say.
Hey, where does he live?
Down on Moccasin Creek. He lives in a trapper's cabin with his wife.
Uh-huh. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's one thing you never ask a man in this country, partner.
Yeah. How long's he been up here?
Oh, about a year, I guess. Yes, here this month. He's peculiar, but, well, he's got it on his face. You can always tell a man by his face, I said.
Yeah?
Sure. Now, you take the pictures of them 2 bandits there on the wall. Say, what's that doing?
Hey, what's the trouble, mister? Huh?
Well, there was a reward sign on the wall.
Reward sign?
Sure.
Who for?
2 outlaws. The Oklahoma Kid and a fella called the Scar.
What are you looking at?
Nothing, partner. Nothing at
Yeah,
all.
that's funny. I didn't see no sign. No, I didn't see any sign either.
Yeah, maybe I put it here on the shelf.
Hey, drop that gun, mister. I got you covered. Now drop it.
Now, don't shoot.
Get his gun, partner. Give it.
Now, look out.
You turn around and get your hands in the air, mister.
All right, but just
Get the money in that cash box, partner.
Get away from that box there.
Now we'll take care of this hombre. Grab that rope over there by the window and we'll tie him up.
Now, wait a minute. You don't need to tie me. I won't try to follow you.
Yeah, well, we're aiming to see that you don't. Two riders coming down the mountain trail.
What?
Just seen them through the window. Well, all right. Get moving. We're clearing out.
Oh, boy.
Hold it.
Steady now. Come on, Whitey. Let's go inside the trading post.
Sure, that's a good idea, like. I could stand some heat, I tell you that. Hey, look, there's nobody here.
Oh, you're right.
Put up your hands. Hey, look out, Jim. Don't you move now. I'll drill you.
All right, mister. Put him up, Whitey.
Oh, sure.
No. No, I thought you was the other two hombres.
You mean the two riders we saw heading down the river trail?
Yes, Durham. Who are you, Jasper?
I'm Jim Whipple, United States Marshal.
Lightning Jim?
That's right, mister. This is my deputy, Whitey Larson.
Oh, dear, but I can't shake your hands with my hands up in the air, you know.
Yeah, take him down, boys.
All right.
You know, my name's Pop Drew, and I just had a run-in with two outlaws. They robbed me and tied me up. And I just got loose just you come up.
Any idea who they are?
I'm darn certain who they are. It's the Oklahoma Kid and a fella called the Scar.
I see it, them stingers we are looking for.
Yeah. How do you know there was the Oklahoma Kid and the Scar?
I had a reward sign with the pictures. They got heavy beards now, but I'm sure it was them. One was tall, and he kind of walked with a limp.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. And the other had a scar on his right cheek, right near his eye, right about there.
Yo, see, that's him, all
Come on,
right.
Whitey. We got no time to lose.
Hey, Scar. All right? My horse is gone lame. He can't make it in this snow. Holy smoke. You'll have to ride on my horse.
Put up your hands, horses.
Who's that? He come out from back of the boulder.
Get down off of them horses. I'll get you covered.
Sure, mister.
Say, Nat, that hombre we see at the trading post.
Yeah. If you get a chance, shoot. Well, what do you want, mister? Out! Good work, Scar. You got him. Yeah, that blast of wind blinded him. Get his gun. Yeah. And there's his two horses over yonder. Good. Good, we can use them. Come on, let's get.
Oh, thunder. Hey, Whitey.
Yo, what you want, Lightning?
The wind's blowing drifts over the trail.
Yo, see, Lightning, look up there by those trees.
Yeah. Looks like a man lying in the snow. Come on. Careful, Whitey. Careful, take it easy now. Take it easy. Steady, boy. Steady now. Oh, thunder, boo. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Come here, Whitey.
Yo, I can hardly stand up in this wind.
Look here, Whitey.
Jumping Jiminy, that is the man. See, I wonder if he's dead.
No. There will be. You don't get him out of this wind and cold.
Oh, see, I wonder who he is.
No. Wait. Say, I can't believe it.
And what's the matter, Lightning?
This Jasper's Steve Slocum.
Slocum?
Yeah.
Jumping Jiminy, that's the fella they want to put Anderson for the murder of Mort Maxson.
Yeah.
Will Lightning Jim and Whitey take Steve back to Fort Anderson? And what about the two outlaws Jim and Whitey were trailing? The surprising climax of this thrilling story will come in part 2, which follows immediately. And now for part 2 of the thrilling story of Lightning Jim and the Trapper's Trap. Lightning Jim Whipple, United States Marshal, and his deputy Whitey Lawson were trailing 2 outlaws, the Oklahoma Kid and his partner, known as the Scar. Their trail took them into the wild Indian country to the north. On the snow-covered trail, they find the body of Steve Slocum, a trapper who had lived in Fort Anderson. Steve had been accused of murdering a man and fled north to escape the law. After finding Steve's body, Lightning Jim and Whitey locate a cave and take shelter out of the cold and wind.
Well, there you are, Whitey. I got his shoulder all bandaged up.
You're Lightning, as a doctor, you make a swell morsel.
Never mind trying to be funny. Poke up that fire, will you?
All right. See, that was lucky we found this cave and this dry wood, though.
Yeah. Oh, good. He's coming too.
Yo, look, he's opening up his eyes.
Oh. Hello, Steve.
Who are you?
Look at me, Steve. Can you see me?
Yes, I can. Lightning Jim.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't kill Mort. You gotta believe me, Lightning.
Take it easy, Steve. We got lots of time to talk.
Yeah, but you can't take me back to Fort Anderson. They'll hang me. They think I done it.
Never mind what they think.
Please, Lightning, I can't go back. Let me die. Tell Fanny she can go home now.
You ain't gonna die, Steve. That bullet went through your shoulder and it's all fixed up.
Yo, and just as soon as you feel a little better, old man, we can take you home.
Who's that?
That's Whitey Lawson, the deputy. You remember him.
Sure.
Tell me, who shot you, Steve?
There was 2 of them.
Yeah?
I saw them come in the trading post. Come on, Scar. I can't, Ned. I can't go on. I want to lay down. Listen, you can't do that, Scar. You got to keep walking, or you'll freeze to death. I want to ride my horse. Scar, listen to me. Listen to me. Scar, can you hear me? Listen, you can't ride. You'll freeze if you don't keep walking. No. I can't walk. No more. Oh, wait. I can't. Wait, Scar. Wait. I see a light. Look, there's the cabin by the creek. I wanna sleep. Well, howdy, ma'am. Me and my partner got lost in the storm.
Well, come inside, quick. Here, bring him in here and put him on the bed.
Yeah.
I was expecting Steve.
Steve?
Yeah, he's my husband. Hey, put your friend down on the bed.
Yeah. Sure.
Careful. There, that's fine. I'll heat up some water and fix some tea.
Well, now, he'll be all right as soon as he gets thawed out, ma'am.
Steve ought to be here pretty soon.
Steve, your story about Mort's killing sounds reasonable.
It's gospel truth, Lightning. I swear to it on a stack of Bibles.
Steve, you know me well enough to know that I'll do everything I can to help you.
Sure, I know you will, Lightning.
But if we can't find the evidence up here, well, I got to take you back to Fort Anderson to stand trial. And it'll be a fair trial, I guarantee you that.
All right, Lightning.
Good. Now, if you're strong enough, I reckon we better head for your cabin, Steve.
Sure. It ain't far from here.
Hey, Lightning.
Yeah, Whitey?
The storm is letting up and the wind is dying down a little bit.
All right. Let's get going.
How you feeling now, Scar? Well, all right, I guess. This fire sure feels good. Yeah. Say, Nat, where's the old lady? She went out back. Hey, listen, she's been waiting for her old man to come home. Yeah? Where'd he go? To the trading post. But I got a hunch he ain't coming back. What do you mean? She said his name was Steve. Well, that was the name of the Jasper you drilled on the trail. Same fellow we saw on the trading post. You sure? Yeah. Here she comes now. Seems like the wind's dying down, ma'am.
Yeah, it is. Would you like something to eat now?
Well, now we don't want to put you to no bother, ma'am. Well, I can eat. I ain't bashful, ma'am.
Put up your hands, both of you. I got a loaded gun and I know how to use
Well,
it.
now, hold on, ma'am. What's the idea?
Keep your hands in the air or I'll let you have it. Turn around and face the wall. Come on. You may not think much of women handling shooting irons, but I reckon I know a few of the tricks. I'll take your gun.
Listen.
Keep your hands up and turn around.
Well, now, be reasonable, ma'am.
Reasonable? Maybe you can explain how you come to have Steve's horses.
Steve's horses?
You heard me. Them horses outside are Steve's. Where did you get them?
Hey, somebody's coming. Grab her, Scar.
Oh, there goes my arm. Oh, you're breaking it.
Don't move her, I'll drill you. I'll see who's coming. Well, who is it? 3 riders. Well, get over by the wall so you'll be behind the door when it opens. And pick up the gun. Sure. I got him. All right. I'll let him come.
Always think about born inside by then.
Put up your hands, all of you. And be quick about it. He ain't dead, Nat. Shut up. Well, looks like we got our party all together.
Yeah, Nat, you got the drop on us now. But the law will get you sooner or later.
You're good at making speeches, Lightning Jim. But when I get through with you, well, you'll be wishing you was back in Fort Anderson. Get their guns, Scar. Sure. Give me that.
All right.
Come on.
All right.
And who'd have thought I'd have run into you, Steve Slocum? And the marshal. You almost got yourself a murder if you hadn't have got caught yourself. Marshal, the man killed a fellow named Mort Max.
That's a lie. You was the one that killed Morton, you know it.
Yeah, you'd have a hard time proving that, Steve. The law said you done it. That's why you come up here.
You killed Mort Max.
The marshal says the law is going to catch up with me sooner or later. Well, maybe so. But I got a way of fixing law badgers. What are you aiming to do with them, Nat? Kill them all. The marshal and his deputy come up here to get Steve. They had a gunfight. And nobody lived to tell what really happened. How's that for a story, Lightning?
That won't help you none, Nat. You're wanted for robbery, rustling, horse thieving, and murder. Killing us won't stop the law from staying on your trail.
Maybe not. But I'll have the satisfaction of drilling the famous Lightning Jim. And since I ain't got nothing to lose, I might just as well have some fun. Where's your cash, Steve?
My cash?
Yeah. I kind of figure you got some cash hidden around here. Now, where is it? Come on, speak up or I'll start billing and I'll take your wife first.
No, wait. If I tell you where the cash is, will you promise not to kill her?
I ain't promising nothing. I'll think it over.
It's in a box under that trapdoor in the floor.
All right. Keep 'em covered, Scar. I'll get it. Sure. Get your hands up, Lightning Jim. I don't see no box, Steve.
Reach down under the floor.
Well, I don't feel nothing. Oh, my arm. What's the matter, Nat? What's it? Oh,
Reach for the sky.
Are you?
Don't move,
You?
Scar. Good work, and I think that was the quickest gun grabbing I ever seen.
Oh, let me get out of here. Oh, my arm.
You won't get out of there, Nat. Now I've got you right where I want you.
Steve, what's holding him?
Take a look. When Nat went after the cash box, he stuck his arm in a bear trap.
Bear trap? You've been yimbing.
Oh, get me out of this trap. It's killing me.
No, not until you confess that you was the one that killed Mort Maxon.
No, blast you.
Mort Maxon hired you to steal government horses. You had a fight with Mort and killed him. Then you told me Mort wanted to see me, and when I went over to his house, he was dead. Folks knowed I didn't like Mort, and I was blamed for it. There's Nat. You killed him.
Oh.
Now, are you confessing that? Or do you want to die in that bear trap?
Oh, yes. I killed him.
You see, Lightning, when Nat and the Scar came in the trading post, I recognized them, even with their beards.
And when they drilled me on the trail and took my horses, well, seems like they kind of got lost in the storm, and the horses led them to my cabin.
Yeah, the horses were going home.
And thanks to you, Lightning and Whitey, me and Steve are going back home, too. Back to Fort Anderson again.
Funny how these things work out, Steve. Whitey and me was trailing Nat in the Scar. Running into you was kind of accidental.
Accidental?
Yeah.
I'd say it was providential. When I set that trap to guard my cash box, I didn't figure a bear trap would help me catch two bandits and set me straight with the law.
Yo, I say, that's the first time I ever heard of catching two polecats in a bear trap.
And so ends another thrilling adventure in the lives of United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy, Whitey Larson.
It's your misfortune and none of my own. Yippee-ki-yi-o, get along, you little doggies. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim. For over 3 years, the Black Baron has led his band of cutthroats and gunmen, leaving behind a trail of destruction and death. But at last, he's finally established a hideout for himself in the Cumber Mountains. And into that region come Lightning Jim and Whitey. Their instructions are to work from undercover, but to get the Black Baron and break up his gang. They have arrived at the town of Cumberville, sprawling on the foot of the Cumber Range, and are just about to stable their horses when...
See, Lightning, what's that bell for?
Well, they usually ring the church bell in case of fire or something serious. Reckon we'll mosey along down that way, Whitey.
Look, Lightning, there's two dead fellas tied under horses over there.
I see all right, Whitey. Reckon things are happening thick and fast around here.
2 more of my deputies killed and tied on their horses, and another note pinned on them.
What does it say this time, Sheriff?
Well, it says, take a tip from us, Sheriff, and resign. The Black Baron makes his own law. All right, now quiet, men. So I reckon you know what this means. I need a couple of new deputies. Well, how about it?
Flint, there ain't no use bucking that gang, and you know it.
Yeah, you've had 6 deputies brought back to your dead. What do you think we can do about it?
And none of us will volunteer. We ain't trading.
Yeah.
And if you got good sense, you'll resign too. There ain't no sense walking right into a trap.
Here, Fred, her answer. Can't I get one of you to help me out on this? Are you going to let the Black Baron dictate to you?
You know me, Flint. I've been running the spread here for a long time. I ain't playing with the Black Baron, but I sure ain't playing against him. Hey, why don't you quit while you got a chance?
Now, wait a minute, man. Maybe you don't travel so good. I was elected sheriff about 2 months ago. I ain't hardly got started on my term of office yet, and I ain't quitting. If it don't get me some deputies, well, I reckon I'll have to go it alone.
Whitey, here's where we get in the game.
What you going to do right now?
We was told to play the cards the way they was dealt. As long as we didn't let on that we was marshals. Just follow my lead, Whitey. Hey there, mister.
Yes, 21.
I understand you're right. You're looking for a couple of deputy sheriffs?
Huh? Sure. You know where I can find a couple sort of handy like?
Well, we get paid for it. Here's one. I reckon my partner here might join up, too. I'll say, Whitey.
Oh, sure. I had never been a deputy sheriff before, but guess I try anything once. How much does this job pay?
50 a month and found.
Yeah, and the county pays your funeral expenses.
Hey, Flint Carson, if you hire these 2 greenhorns and get them killed too like the other 6, you're a cockeyed, stubborn mule. That's my sentiment.
Is that so? Yeah. If you 2 want the job, you're hired. Come on down to the office with me. I'll tell you just what kind of buzzsaw you run into. You want to run the other way? Well, there's still time. So there you are. Ranches burned, cattle run off, and anybody that gets in the way gets killed.
You must be a pretty brave man, Sheriff. You still hang on.
You ain't afraid of this Black Baron, maybe?
Yeah, I'm afraid, all right. Ain't nothing brave about me. I'm just mad. I had a ranch, too, about 3 months ago. Some of the prettiest cows you ever laid eyes on.
The Black Baron took 'em?
That's it. I woke up one morning to find myself all alone. My cows all gone. My 2 cowhands dead. You know why? I got real lonesome out that ranch without my cows. Didn't have nothing else to do, so, well, took this job here.
What happened to the last sheriff?
Black Baron got him.
Yeah?
One of these days, he'll probably get me, too, but then I'm going down fighting. I ain't giving up.
Well, see, won't nobody else around here help you, any?
Oh, they ain't exactly quitters. They just got scruples against getting killed. Me? Well, I ain't got no scruples. Reckon I'm too mad to have any too much sense.
Well, maybe the 3 of us. My name is Jim Jennings, and Whitey here, he ain't got no other name but Whitey.
Yo, I ain't so fancy. You just call me Whitey.
Well, I think the 3 of us might bother the Black Baron a mite. What's your sentiment, Whitey?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm beginning to get mad, too. Maybe by and by I work myself up a good temper. Well, then I tell you things will begin to happen.
Well, you made your own choice, but I'm glad to have you with me. Come on. I'll take you out and show you the devil's dishpan. That's where the Barons get out like.
Oh, well, maybe we have to scour the dishpan for him.
There, you see? You see it's shaped just like a dishpan. And as far as I'm concerned, the Baron's the devil, all right.
Yeah, it's a deep valley with steep hills all around it.
Here, you can see good from here.
You.
Oh, boy, oh, now, hold it. Yo, there goes the river. Look, Jim, there's a little rocky ridge along one side. Up high there. See that?
Yeah, I see it. Reckon that's the way in.
That's the only way in. And that's guarded all the time. 2 men and a couple of rifles could hold off an army there.
That river's got to go someplace. Where's it come out on the other side?
It doesn't come out.
What you mean that you just can't go no place?
Well, it goes underground at the far side of the valley. Runs clear under the mountains, I reckon. At least I never heard nobody who really knew where it went.
Underground river flowing through the valley, then disappearing down under the ground.
Well, it's one of them natural phenomenons. You know, like they get read up in books. 1 minute you see it, and the next minute you don't.
Well, I surely don't see how Posse could get in through that ritchie if the Black Baron didn't want to let them in.
You're right there, Whitey. They're safe enough, all right. As long as they stay behind that death path.
Get easy, boy. Easy now.
See, I saw the smoke from that shot.
Yeah, I see it now.
Just a little warning not to come no closer. Burn their hides. Let's get going. The more I look at that darn dishpan, the more I think of my cows. And the more I think of my cows, the madder I get.
That night, the sheriff, Lightning Jim, and Whitey have just finished supper and are walking down the street talking about that all-engrossing subject, the Black Baron.
Well, I tell you, I still think there ought to be some way we can smoke them poor cats out there. There was this pen.
Well, I reckon we'll have to put our heads to it, Whitey. Maybe we can figure out something.
Come on in here, boys. I'm going to send a telegram.
Howdy, Sheriff. We're just getting ready to lock up the office.
Say, Lou, this here's Jim Jennings and t'other fellow's named Whitey. They hired on as deputies today. This is Lou Benson, our telegrapher.
Howdy, Jim. Whitey.
How do you do?
You two got more nerve than I got, but reckon I'll live longer.
Well, Lou, I wouldn't mind betting on that if I was a betting man. Which I ain't.
Why, see, all my family lives a long time. But my grandfather, he's still going strong.
Yeah. And I wrote out a telegram wants to send for me, Lou. I want it to go off tonight, sure.
Sure. It says, to Sam Ogilvy, Attorney General, State of Arizona, Capital, Phoenix.
Yeah, you reckon that address will get him all right, Lou?
Oh, sure thing. Let me see now. Dear Sam, I'm well and hope you are the same.
Yes,
I've been having a little trouble down here lately. All my cows got stole, so they elected me sheriff so as I could catch the Black Baron who's been doing all the stealing.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the matter with you, Jenny?
I reckon I caught a little cold, something in the throat.
A cold and so? Yeah, turpentine's good for that. Turpentine, the wolf's rock. Yep, but go on, Lou, with the rest of it.
Yeah, it says, I got me a couple new deputies today. The other 6 got killed. These 2 new ones don't scare easy, but the 3 of us ain't enough, so will you please ask the governor to send the troops down here?
I guess getting some of that cold, too.
Yeah, I can't understand it. Weather's been grand lately. Yeah, I know.
Well, you're going to say, the Black Baron is an ornery, low-down, bad-smelling, hairy-legged tarantula, and I think the governor ought to help me get my cows back. Your old friend, Flint Carson. Yes, the cows was black with white spots.
Yes, and that'll get some results, and quick. I ain't gonna fool around no longer.
Sheriff!
Yeah?
The Black Baron, about 30 of his gang just held up the bank.
What?
Well, they headed this way on the road out of town.
Yeah, so I'm right into town, Willie. Come on.
Listen, Sheriff. Ain't no sense in our going out there. Just 3 of us. We can't stop 30 men.
You getting scared, Jim?
No, just careful. I'm hankering to get the Black Baron personal, and I can't do it if I'm dead.
Wait, I'll lock the door.
Yeah. Well, I ain't hiding here like I was wearing petticoats.
Now, I don't want to shoot around here, Sheriff, and that's final. You're a lunch-headed old fool if you think you can stop the Baron and 30 of his men.
Here they're coming. I can see them. Get down, all of you, so they don't see us through the window.
Get down, Sheriff. We don't want no trouble. We don't start ourselves.
Well, I'm aiming to start some if I can just get one man.
Sheriff, don't!
That one!
Great gun.
Right through the window.
Now you've done it. The whole mob will be down on us.
Put that light out, Lou. Hurry. Yeah, I'm putting it out right now. Well, I reckon the Baron can't take it, Joe.
We got to get out of here. We can't hold them off. Any place around here to take cover, Lou?
There's a bunch of empty barrels here, and I'm pulling one over my head right now.
You're me, too. Good idea. Come on, hurry up.
Oh, I'd rather shoot us out with them.
There's an awful quiet out there. Ready for something. Give me one of them barrels.
Get out, Sheriff, quick. We'll open this window in the back. If we got out that way, maybe.
Well, they'll know we couldn't get out without them seeing us.
Well, maybe they won't stop to think. Keep still now.
Yeah.
Quiet.
Come on out. Listen, you want us to drag you out, you skulking varmint?
Yeah. Come on.
All right, men. Come on. Let's get it. I can't see nobody.
Oh, there's a light in there a few minutes ago. It ain't there now.
Hey, look. The window's open. Yeah, probably just took one lucky shot and... Oh, on that barrel. Oh, dang, you busted my toe off. Yeah, window's open. I reckon him or them or whoever it was got out here all right. Yeah. Hey,
There seems to be a lot of barrels around here. Huh? Maybe we better light a light and make a good search.
Yeah, let me see. Can't budge this barrel. He's full, all right. Molasses. Got a leak in it. Molasses all over the floor here. Well, I guess they must have skipped out, boys. Come on. There ain't nothing here. Let's get going.
Wait a minute. Yeah. You can come out now. I was in the barrel that one Jasper stumbled over. My heart went all the way down on my boot.
I never breathed once the whole time they was in here.
Whitey, you all right, boys? Come on out. They've gone now.
Molasses! Molasses! You feel me once, like. The pair of us half full of molasses. I don't think I'll ever get myself unstuck again.
Will the Attorney General send troops down in response to Flint's request? Just how could the Black Baron be driven out of his devil's dishpan? We shall see in part 2 of the adventures of Lightning Jim, which follows immediately. And now for part 2 of the adventures of Lightning Jim in The Devil's Dishpan. Now it's morning, following the bank robbery at Cumberville.
Was the bank plumb cleaned out, Flint?
No, yes, nothing left but the furniture. And that's all right. Afraid they just powerful worked up, too, because, the station don't look so good either this morning.
Well, we ain't exactly in favor around here.
Jiminy whiskers, I've scrubbed myself until I am raw in places. But whenever I get through scrubbing, I find some more molasses.
Well, I reckon, Whitey, you're going to be quite a favorite with the flies.
See, I don't think that's so funny.
Hey, listen, Flint.
Yes?
I got a plan for getting into the Devil's Dishpan and for getting the Baron out.
Oh, you're loco. There can't be such a...
Yeah, well, I think I got one that might work.
Well, if you've got a plan for getting in there, you're wasting your time being deputy sheriff. You ought to go on the stage and saw a woman in half.
Sheriff, I've been looking at a map of this country showing the Devil's Dishpan in detail.
And I could draw you a picture of that. I used to spend lots of time up there when I was a young sprout.
Well, it's true, ain't it, that a man can ride up the side of the mountain and be directly over the river at the opposite end of the pass?
You mean get around on the other side?
Yeah.
Why, sure, that's easy done. But what good does it do you? You'll still be miles up in the air, and the Black Baron is miles down below. Can't hurt him none that way.
No, well, I think I can, and hurt him plenty.
But you got up your sleeve, Jim.
Me and you's going up the side of the mountain till we locate the spot where the river goes down underneath. When we got that done, we're going to watch a chance, and I'm going down on a rope.
You mean by yourself?
Yeah.
Well, never before in my life did I ever hear of a man so anxious to get to Hades that he was willing to crawl down.
Well, it won't be expecting nothing from that end. Why didn't we ought to be able to work it out all right?
Yeah, but what we going to do when we get there, Jim?
Well, I'll take along some dynamite. And if I got it figured right, once that dynamite goes to work, there won't be no place for that river to go through, and the valley will flood and flood quick.
Yeah, it would. That's a powerful river. It'd flood that valley as easy as, well, as filling the everyday dishpan.
You mean that you are going to dynamite the rocks around the river, dam it up, and flood out them skulking weasels?
That's it. Of course, the rocks won't keep the river back forever, but they ought to hold it back long enough to drive out the Black Baron.
Unless he wants to get drowned in his own trap.
Well, hold on here. Where'd I come in the picture if you and Whitey's going to do all the dirty work?
Reckon you could get a few men lined up who'd take a chance on capturing them critters when they get flooded out?
Sure, like I told you. All the folks around here want is a 50-50 chance.
Sheriff, you get some dynamite lined up for me. And organize your posse for tonight.
Yeah?
Come on, buddy. We got riding to do and plenty of it. We're going to scrub out the dishpan for the devil. Whoa, thunder. Ooh, boy. Ooh. Buddy, look down there.
Oh, boy, yo. Yo, I see it all right, Lightning. There's where the river goes under the mountain, all right.
Yeah, see that ledge down there? A little
Yo.
to the right?
Yo.
Well, we wait until it begins to get dark. And we both make it down to that ledge. From there, I go on alone.
Well, I don't see why you don't let me do that, Lightning.
I'll
After
go
all.
down. You manage the rope from up above.
Oh, I wish this was tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to like tonight.
Well, we better take a little rest. We can't start climbing down until it gets dark.
Lightning,
What? What's trouble, Whitey?
I just found some more molasses.
That evening, when darkness came, Whitey and Jim started their dangerous climb down the side of the mountain. They had fastened strong ropes at the top to steady them, but any slip would have been fatal.
Well, here we are, Lightning. We made the ledge all right.
Yeah, from here down, it's just about 30 feet. Got the rest of the rope all right?
Yo, that's wrapped around my waist. Wait not till I get that unwrapped.
Well, we're fastening it you on the rock, and I'll slide down. If I have to get back in a hurry...
Oh, you won't be waiting around anyway with that fuse lit and the dynamite.
I reckon you're right. Anyway, be ready to pull up in a hurry.
What do you think I'm going to be doing?
Now, Whitey, now, don't get worried. I'll be all right. Well, got that rope fast?
You're all right around this rock here, and I'm fastening 2 ropes.
I don't need to.
Well, 2 ropes is better than 1. I'm fastening both.
All right. Suit yourself, Whitey.
Well, here I go. Be careful, Lightning. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed till you get back.
And while Whitey was letting Lightning Jim down the steep mountainside on the rope, below in the Devil's Dishpan, the Black Baron and 2 of his men were talking. To one side, the river rushed along to its underground channel.
I tell you, boys, I don't like the idea of those 2 hombres we saw going up the side of the mountain today.
Yeah, but we got lots to worry about, boss. They left Toronto. We watched them go.
Yeah, they can't hurt us none from up there. No, nor even if they could get down here. Well, you 2 go on back to camp. I'm just gonna mosey around here a spell. I got the creeps tonight for some reason.
Well, if you want anything, just shout.
Hey, better come on back with us. Sit in the poker game, boss. I'm feeling lucky tonight.
Reach for the sky, Baron.
What?
If you make one wrong move, I'll let daylight through you.
Hey, what you doing with that dynamite? You ain't gonna blow me.
Shut him up. Going to... Don't go for your gun.
Curse you. Oh!
I warned you not to go for your gun.
Whitey,
Hurry up with that other rope.
He's gonna leave me here to get blown up.
Shut up. I'm trying to get this rope round you. Help yourself a little.
Can't. I think I'm dying.
You'll die if you don't help yourself a little.
All
right, Whitey. I'll climb up the other rope.
Hurry up, that dynamite.
If you don't want to be blowed up, you'd better help yourself a little.
Hurry up.
I am, Whitey. This is the king.
What's wrong, boy?
Be quiet, Baron. I'll cut the rope and let you fall right on top of that dynamite.
All right. Hey, what's that burning, huh? Hey, look. Somebody's climbing up the side of the mountain there. Hurry up, Nathan! Hurry up! Keep shooting, Matt! Keep shooting now!
While all of this has been going on, Flint Carson, with a posse of 15 men, has been waiting close to the Cumber Pass leading into the Devil's Dishpan.
Well, I don't know if them two heron-scarons don't get back. I'm gonna miss them more than the Dome of Cows. I never seen two men alike more.
That won't work, Flint. I told you before, it just won't work. They can't get down those mountains, and if they could, they wouldn't.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. They might be able to do it because... Hey, hear it? He made it. They let the dynamite off. How do you like that?
If it works, it will take long for that valley to fill. That river carries a lot of water.
Well, I'd feel a heap better if I knew Jim and Whitey got out of there all right.
Just what do you know about those two hombres, Flint? Seems funny they'd mosey into town this way and sort of take charge of things.
I don't need to know nothing about them. As far as I'm concerned, they can have anything they want. And if I ain't got it, then I'll help them to get it.
What do we do now, Flint?
Nothing. We just wait until we see if the rats come out. Then we make them throw down their guns or we shoot them down one by one. They could keep us from going in through the pass, but now we
now we can keep them from coming out, unless they do as we say.
You'll shred it.
When daylight began to break over the mountain, Lightning Jim and Whitey joined the sheriff and his posse, bringing their prisoner Black Baron with them.
Jim, Whitey, you got back safe. Hooray!
Any excitement around here, Sheriff?
Sure. Did you get the men? Did they come off? These village babies. They come out running, threw down the guns, and we gathered them up. Well, just like picking daisies. Rest of the boys started back to town. Hey, who you got there?
Well, this here's the Baron, prisoner number 1 in the collection.
The Baron? But they told us he got blowed up along with 2 more of the men. Leastwise, nobody could find them.
Well, the other 2 got blowed up, but the Baron here decided to come along with us.
I still think you can take rabbits out of a hat, Jim. You are a natural-born magician.
Well, Sheriff, now we got a few minutes of quiet with all the prisoners behind bars. I got a kind of a little confession to do.
That's right. We was kind of fooling you there, Sheriff. We wasn't what we was supposed to be at all.
Man, I don't understand this. What was you supposed to be?
Well, we was supposed to be deputy sheriffs, but we couldn't be no deputy sheriffs because we was something else all the time.
You was...
Telegram for you, Sheriff. Came yesterday, but I couldn't find you no place to give to you.
Here. Excuse me.
Go right
I
ahead.
read this telegram here. Says, from Sam Ogilvy, Attorney General. Let me see now. Dear Flint, it says here. I'm reading now, it says here.
Yeah.
Dear Flint, I talked to the governor about sending a troop out to get the Black Baron, but the governor says it isn't necessary because Lightning Jim Whipple, a United States Marshal, and Whitey Larson, his deputy, have already been... What? You two fellas?
No. That's what they meant. I meant that we wasn't what we was supposed to be.
Go on with your telegram.
Will you ornery, deceitful country Mustang?
No. What else does your friend see there, Mr. Flint?
Yeah, wait till find place here. Well, if I see. Yeah, he says they've already sent. And the governor says to tell you there was enough reward money on the Black Baron to buy all the cows in Arizona, Texas, and Colorado. Your friend Slam.
No, what are you going to do there? Stop being sheriff and start ranching again?
I don't think I'd ever like any cows as well as I did them first ones. Reckon I'll just keep on being a sheriff.
And so ends another thrilling episode in the lives of those two famous marshals, Lightning Jim Whipple and Whitey Larson.
Your misfortune and not my own. Hi-I-O, get along, you little goat. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim.
I won't stay back here. Let me out at once, do you hear? Let me out, I tell you.
Quiet down, Belle.
I won't stay back here with these yowling pack of coyotes, I tell you. I won't. Let me out of here.
Oh, for heaven's sake, pipe down, Belle. This is the Fort Anderson jail you're in, not that fancy reformatory you was at last time.
Yeah, they ain't got no special ladies department here, Belle.
Why, you dirty, skulking sidewinder, you. Take that. Come on.
The spur in one of them boots of yours done near took me ear off.
You're just lucky I wasn't inside those boots, slinging them into your face, Jake Leader, instead of just throwing them. It was your loose, running, double-crossing tongue that got us all behind bars. And if you don't watch out, I'll do some talking that'll get you measured for a hemp necktie. Yeah, and a 6-foot spread on boot here.
Yeah, it was Jake that cold got us all into the marshal's trap.
Shut up, all of you. You're all tied with the same brush as Jake. The only difference between you and a pack of cold cats is a stripe down your back of yellow instead of white. All yellow and a yard wide. Shut up! Shut up! Let me out of here! Let me out, I tell you!
Lightning Jim and Whitey have just returned to their headquarters at Fort Anderson following a successful adventure down in Indian Territory where they managed to capture the notorious woman bandit Belle Starr and 8 of the outlaws riding under her leadership. And now we find Whitey reclining in the comfortable depths of an armchair, shoes off, feet resting on a convenient table, chuckling over a bit of gossip in the local newspaper.
Storm coming up, Whitey. Better close them windows.
Oh, you're a coasting.
Yeah, sure load off my mind knowing Belle Starr's locked up good and tight, I can tell you that.
Good Lightning, you don't mean to tell me that you was worried over what the Belle said about the sleeping, do you?
Well, I reckon it is kind of foolish, Whitey, to let her brag and bother me. But you know her record for luck. And all the time she's had been sentenced to jail, the only time that woman ever left the prison by the front door was when her and Sam did that trick at the Detroit Reformatory last year. You remember that?
Oh, I know all that, Lightning. But don't you forget that she has never been our prisoner before.
Yeah, I reckon you're right, Whitey. We've got a long record of good luck ourselves. You're good to be home, dear. Everything's so quiet and peaceful. Hey, Whitey. You gotta take a look at this sky, will you?
Sure. Hey, them thoughts, they look just like my divorce.
Sure do.
My God, it's like that's the way the sky looks the time we was in that tornado up in Iowa.
Yeah. Hey, look, Whitey, off there in the distance. That wailing dust. It is a tornado, by God.
So, it's coming straight this way. See, we better get down in the shed.
I'll tell you, Head. Come on, hurry up.
Look out for the ship, sir. Open up. Look, buddy. Get down on the floor, buddy. All right, look there. Listen, can't you move off of me? Instead, no shit. Have the horse fall on me. Without you, you big. Listen, answer me. Listen. Yeah. You're not all right. Don't walk me like that.
You all right, Whitey?
No, I'm all right. Your head is bleeding.
I saw that Joyce was going to hit you, Whitey. Thought I could catch it and break the blow with my shoulder, but wasn't fast enough, I reckon. Stopped it with my head instead. Oh.
So that's why you threw yourself on top of me. Why did you do that, Lassen? Why did you risk yourself for me? Why, ain't nothing but a dumb gift, and you're the greatest man in the world. Why did you do that, Lassen? Lassen, answer me, please.
Upon emerging from the cellar, Whitey discovered that it was hopeless to seek help for Lightning Jim close at hand. All about him lay a scene of havoc and confusion. Cries of distress rent the darkness. Pinning his hope upon the slim chance that the garrison might have escaped destruction, he started out. Half blinded by the heavy downpour, tumbling and groping in an uncertain passage among the wreckage strewn in the wake of the savage tornado, he pushed doggedly toward the army post. At the gate, he was accosted by the sentry.
Hi there. Half a mile, my lad. What's the matter? Oh, let me catch you crazy foot. I come for help. Lightning Jim, it's in. Lightning Jim, eh? Oh. Never heard of him. I've got the orders not to. Oh, you guys there.
I don't see it, Corporal.
Here, Colonel, still make this pint size cost me half a ticket of peanut out of my ribs, will you?
Oh, what is it? Why, yes, sniveling, square-headed.
Hold on, Corporal. This man's the U.S. Deputy Marshal.
Sorry, sir. Please knew at the house. I didn't know, sir.
Colonel, still I come for help. Lightning clean back in the cellar of the headquarters all alone. He's been hurt.
Lightning Jim injured?
Is
it serious?
He's bleeding bad from he's got a big cut on his head. He saved my life, Colonel, still and know him. He might be dying.
The army post of Fort Anderson had lain outside the direct path of the tornado, and thus had escaped to some extent the destruction which had claimed almost every home and building in the town. A portion of the barracks had been swept away by the wind, but enough had been left standing to provide shelter for the more seriously wounded of the townspeople who were being brought in by the dozens for medical attention. Into this crowded confusion, stretcher bearers carried the unconscious form of Lightning Jim, and Major Bowman, the grave and kindly old army surgeon, deserted his other patients to give the famous marshal immediate care. Weakened by exposure and loss of blood, Lightning Jim's condition was critical, and the conscientious surgeon was able to say no more than that the next few hours would tell the story.
Whitey, are you here?
Oh, I'm here, Lightning. How you feeling now?
Oh, my head. Where are we, Whitey? Well, what happened?
Yeah, don't you know, Lightning. We're at the garrison. We was hurt here in the tornado.
Yeah. Now I remember. Whitey, what about thunder?
Oh, thunder's all right, Lightning. She didn't get a scratch.
Oh, thank God. I've eaten a heap of that animal.
Yeah, I know.
How you feeling, Lightning? I don't know, Colonel Steele. Just come to, I reckon. Oh, Whitey, can I speak to you in a minute? Oh, sure. Let's go in my office. We'll be right back, Lightning. I'll have Major... hold on, Colonel. What's up? Why, nothing at all, Lightning. I just wanted to see Whitey. You ain't fooling me, Colonel. What is it? Now, listen, Lightning, you're a sick man, and Whitey can take care of what I want. Yeah, well, I'll be sicker yet if you don't satisfy my curiosity. I know something's up. Well, you can't do anything about it, so you might as well know. The jail was partially destroyed by the tornado, and two of the Star gang escaped during the confusion. Did Belle Star get away? No. She was slightly injured, and one of the gang was killed. The Jake leader and Russ Sims stole a couple of horses and was seen heading for the border. Whitey, you gotta go after them.
Lightning, I ain't going to leave you till the doctor says you're all right.
Thanks, partner. But I'm hard to kill. I'll be all right. You're a marshal, Whitey. Duty comes first.
Oh, I know. But I hate to leave you, Lightning. Say, Colonel, could you spare a man to go with me?
Yes. Get your horse and come back to the post. I'll have a man waiting at the north gate. Listen, Whitey. Them hombres got a good head start on you. Better take thunder.
Thunder? Lightning, you mean that I can ride thunder?
Yeah. But don't let nothing happen to him, Whitey. And go on. Get going.
Hold on there, Marshal. Well, so that's you again, eh, Corporal? Well, what you stopping me for this time? I ain't stopping you, sir. I'm going with you. You are going with me? You mean that you're the man that Colonel Steele said to work the job with me? Yes, sir. Corporal Hawkins, at your service, sir. Well, for the rotten lot. Hold on, sir. You ain't got no call to feel that way. I was only carrying out orders when I stopped you a while ago. Oh, well, that's forced. You say your name was Hawkins? Yes, sir. Hawkins it is, Marshal Larson. Well, right, Mr. Man. No, come on, we got the time to waste. Come on, Thunder.
Well, Whitey seems to have no premonition of the danger into which he so gallantly rides. What happens when he meets those murderous bandits, Jake Leader and Russ Sims? And what of the notorious Belle Star, whose threat to escape has caused Lightning Jim such concern? The story unfolds in part 2 of the adventures of Lightning Jim, which follows immediately. And now for part 2 of the adventures of Lightning Jim. It's the morning following the tornado, and Whitey and Corporal Hawkins are following the trail of the escaped outlaws, while back at the Army barracks where the injured were brought for treatment, Lightning Jim is talking to Belle Star, who occupies a neighboring cot.
Well, Lightning, a man whose life was in the balance less than 8 hours ago, you seem pretty chipper.
Yeah, Belle. An old saying that says keep a good man down.
Nor a good woman either, Marshal. Don't forget that.
Another threat to escape, eh, Belle?
Take it any way you like, Lightning.
By the way, since we've got to lie here with nothing to do, I'd like to know how you got into this your business of horse stealing and bank robbing.
Well, your interest is flattering, Lightning, so I must say your description of my career is somewhat lacking in delicacy.
I heard you was a Confederate spy during the war. That right, Belle?
Yes, Lightning. Oh, it was wonderful. Thrilling, exciting, utterly different than anything I'd known in my stupid, dull, small-town existence. It gave me a taste of what real living could be.
Same old story, eh? Like the James and Younger boys. You just couldn't settle down to decent living after they war was over,
That's just about the size of it, Lightning. And like Jeff James and Cole Younger, I served under Mr. Quantrell.
You know, come to think of it, I did hear you were the Quantrell spy. Colonel McDougal over at Fort Benton was telling me he had a run-in with you when he was just a non-com. Served under Major Enos down in southern Missouri.
Yes, and it was the first day of that encounter with my sweetheart, but I had my first ride with Beth as a saddle companion.
That's so, Belle?
You see, Lightning, Quantrell was in pretty desperate straits at that time.
Mm-hmm.
He was operating a pitiful little company of 50 men in a territory that literally teemed with Union soldiers and militiamen. And he was badly in need of supplies and ammunition with which to carry on.
I see, and it was up to you to find out where he could get his hands on them things, huh?
Yes, Lightning, that was my job. Well, Major Enos was stationed in the town of Antonia. So I went up there, traded with one of his soldiers, and got the information I was after.
Well, to get him sounds simple enough, but what about passing that information on to Quantrell?
That was the hard part, Lightning. I knew Quantrell was trying to get a man through the federal lines, and that if successful, that man would be waiting just outside of the town of Carthage for me to bring him the information.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning, as I was starting for Carthage, my Hugo, who was a sergeant at that time, stopped me. Easy, Colonel, easy.
Well, no. This is very early in the morning for a last day riding out.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant McCuver. I'm just on my way to Carthage, and it's a long ride, so I hope you'll excuse me if I don't stand around and talk.
Well, I'm sorry to have to detain you, Miss Bell, but the fact of the matter is, Major Enos wishes a word with you.
You'll have to tell the Major I just couldn't stop today, Sergeant. Tell him I'll see him the next time I come to Natonia. Now, if you'll kindly take your hand off my bridle, I'll be on the way.
Can I do it, Miss Bell? The orders are to bring you to the Major, and bring me I must.
Why, you impudent Highland Beast. Shut up. Don't sit down like that. There. Take that. And back. Let go, I say.
Didn't do that.
Yeah, I heard a lot about that trigger temper of yours, Bill.
Well, it didn't do me any good that day, Lightning. I was taken to Judge Richter's home, where Major Enos questioned me a bit about my brother Ed, who was the captain under contract. And then he left me locked in the parlor. Oh, so it's you again, is it, Sir Walter Scott? Well, what do you want now?
Them rebel tunes you've been banging out for an hour past. The Major said to tell you they were fair driving him mad.
That old Yankee fool doesn't have enough brains to go mad with. But I'm glad to know my music's annoying him. And you can count for me that it'll stop as soon as he gets me free, and not a minute before.
Well, that don't sound much like the official arrest of a war spy to me.
Oh, I hadn't been arrested as a spy, Lightning.
No?
Major Enos hadn't found out about my spying operations at that point.
Oh, I see.
I was being held for another reason. I found out about an hour later. At once. At once, do you hear?
No, there was a fine musical duel we were having.
Musical duel? You call that screeching bagpipe caterwauling music?
Well, it's like a player's going to song. A man had arrested to pay himself. His look the Major are denied. Okay, where did he go? It's the Major calling me. I'm calling for it.
What now?
The Major says you're to go the new.
You mean I'm free? I'm free to go to Carthage?
Hey, you'll be free to go to Carthage, lass. But should you meet a detachment of Union cavalry on the way, be certain to take a good look at their prisoner. I'll bet you a Yankee dollar to a rebel once will be Captain Ed Shirley, he said.
Oh, your brother Ed was the man that Quantrell had sent through the federal lines, eh, Belle?
Yes, and I was simply frantic, Lightning. He'd been seen somewhere along the route and recognized. But by some miracle, he escaped capture and made it through the Carthage. Learning this, Major Enos had dispatched the cavalry troops to surround his hiding place and take him prisoner, dead or alive.
Yeah, but that cavalry troop had a good 2 hour start on you, Belle, and Carthage must be 40 miles from Newtonia. Surely you couldn't do nothing to save your brother's life.
Carthage was 35 miles by road map, Lightning, and that was the route the troops took. I knew a shortcut across the hills, and though there were federal pickets at intervals all along the countryside, I determined to get to the Carthage ahead of that troop at that time. Come on, Queenie, old girl. They spotted us there. That's the place. Close call, Lightning. One of the bullets creased Coon's flank, but I kept on. Mile after mile we rode. Poor little mare. But she didn't already know about cherry switches I taught her that day. But I made it, Lightning. I got through in time to warn Ed. When that cavalry troop rode into Carthage, my brother was well on his way back to Quantrell's camp with information that made possible one of the most successful and daring raids of his career. A raid that cost the Federals thousands of dollars and the lives of over 100 men.
Well, Belle, all I got to say is that it's a shame you didn't turn that kind of courage to a good cause when the war was over. Face a ride in the plains with a band of murder and cutthroats.
Trying to convert me to the side of law and order, Lightning?
Well, maybe so.
Well, how about you making the first gesture and having these handcuffs taken off me? They annoy me.
Well, sorry, Belle, but you'll have to stay on till the jail's repaired. You're safe behind bars again. You might take it into your head to try to escape, you know.
When I get ready to escape, Lightning, you may be sure a little thing like a pair of handcuffs won't stop me.
In the meantime, many miles south of Fort Anderson, Whitey and Hawkins forced their weary horses along a rocky trail.
Two thunder. Two boy. Say, Hawkins, take a look at this track. He ain't more than an hour old, by golly. Whoa, boy. What you say, Whitey? I say this track just like this, Hawkins. That means we ought to spot those jaspers as soon as we get out to this fort. Hope you're right, Whitey. Last day of blimey eyes for leading us such a place. I think his blooming saddle is right onto the seat of his pants. Oh, I reckon it ain't so much fun to spend 60 north in the saddle than you're used to it. But you got to keep on riding just to see him get up thunder. Come on, Hawkins. We'll take a kind of stroll going out to this fort. We'll go as fast as you can. As soon as we meet up with them bloody flying fish, the happy it all be. Pretty much now, baby. And don't find no funny business either. Steady, thunder. Easy, boy. Why, here's them blight as we do find. You're one to get the drop on it.
You kind of outblew your britches, Steve, when you started up to take leader. You ain't Lightning Jim, you know.
Yo, and that's a lucky thing for you, I hope, Dick. That gives you a couple more weeks to live.
Get the guns right. Yeah. Feel good for any hideout weapon, too. You're taking no chances. Yeah, leave it to me, Dick. It's the end of the trail for you two, King Stars. We're taking you back in them caves and drilling you. It'll save us the trouble of burying you.
Yeah, they're done, Dick.
All right. Now get down off them horses, you two. We have a couple of stalks of that there sandalwood. It'll do for torture.
So we can see our targets better, eh, Dick? Rather than torches, Dick. I always thought that polecat could see in the door.
Turn up, Swede, and do as you're told, before I lose my patience and decide to kill you the hard way.
I'm saying nobody ought to give you a blooming tickle, Whitey. Yeah, let's all look like it, old man. We got to keep our eyes peeled for us against the yumpsies to polecat.
Hey, I didn't tell you to pull out the whole desert. Get back here and get quick.
Hold your horses, will you? I got no guns, Whitey. Look, got into this. Here's the candlewood, Dick.
Yeah, it's about time. Now start walking. Don't make a false move or I'll let you have it in the back. Come on, Rex.
Yeah, Dick.
Jelly talking. I never thought I'd be walking at the head of my own funeral procession.
Blimey, it's dark in this cave, Whitey. I don't see why the sniveling laddie who didn't kill us out there in the open. It ain't Christian to walk a man into his own tomb, it ain't.
That's fair enough. I like them torches and turn around now, baby. Hey, what's that? Some kind of animal.
Look at that, Whitey. Yo, you can see the right.
Light them torches, you fool.
You do it, Whitey. My hands are shaking.
Oh, that's a mess.
Who just like that here? Look at the whole tree got into a den of mountain lions. Yo.
Oh, quit leaving that torch, please. You're bringing an hour. There, those devils take a lot of
Get off his arm. Lonesome Hawkins. Oh, that's you, yes, sir.
Get through up, and I'll get you. Oh, not this time like this, you know.
No, Hawkins, I can help you. I don't need help. And there's something locked in.
Oh, that's not some good work, old man. No, come on and help me drag this sleeping juicy saucer here. They've got the Deacon Fort Anderson, the Prince Storming, the hangman.
Whitey, old man.
Yo, that's me, Leslie. How you feeling, no?
Never mind me. You get them.
Yo, we got them all.
Good work, Whitey. Well, now we got all the prisoners together again, huh?
Yo, they're all over the jail, all except Bell.
Bell? Bell's Star into the jail?
No, the rest of them said she was still here at the army post, had sprained ankle or something.
He was there, Whitey. But as soon as they told me the jail had been repaired, I told the turnkey to take Bell back and put her behind bars. But that was 2 hours ago.
The turnkey? Yeah. Well, see, that reminds me. I have a note for you. The turnkey left it with the Leary stableman, and they told him not to send it over for a couple hours.
Well, I'll be doggone. You've done it, buddy. Bell Star's escaped. Yeah. Listen to this. Dear sir, I hope you will excuse me for what I am about to do. Bell Star is a real lady, and she tells me she is a widow, too. She wants me to settle down to a new life and joy and happiness. So we are eloping in place of me taking her back to jail. Truly yours, John Harder, turnkey, Fort Anderson jail.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. They'll start eloped with a turnkey.
Yeah.
Whitey, look what happened. Bell Star is asleep.
Yeah, so we just found out. Eloped with a turnkey.
Eloped, eh?
Yeah.
Well, all I've got to say is that it was sure a short honeymoon for him.
Well, what's that? Has the turnkey been taken in already?
Taken in is right. Taken in by Bell Star.
How?
He was just found lying on the ground about 10 miles out of town, clubbed over the head.
And so ends another chapter in the lives of Lightning Jim and his faithful deputy, Whitey Larson.
It's your misfortune and not my own. Hi-I-O, get along, you little doggies. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the adventures of Lightning Jim. Late one night, Hubert Butler, owner of the Parmalee gold mine, was weighing the bullion which was to be packed for shipment the following day.
20 pounds and 4, 5, 6 ounces. Hey, who's that?
What the?
Do not reach for that gun, Senor Butler.
Boy, you can't get away with this. There's 3 guards standing outside of here.
But I managed to get in here, Senor. Perhaps I shall be able to get out as well.
If you try to get out carrying the gold, it's sure to get you.
I do not want your filthy gold, Senor.
You ain't after the gold? Well, what do you want?
You see what I hold in my hand, Senor Butler?
Yeah, sure, I see. The knife, silver knife.
You're right. It is a silver knife. And on the handle is carved a word. Muerto.
Muerto? Why, that's Spanish for death.
Si, senor. Muerto. Death. And the blade. Can you see the blade, senor?
Yeah, I see it.
This blade also has carving, Senor Butler. Would you like to know what name is written on this blade?
No. What do I care what name is carved on your fancy knife? Keep away from me.
The name that is engraved on this blade, senor, is your own. Hubert Butler.
My name? You got my name on that knife. You ain't going to kill me, are you? Here, take the gold. I'll order the guards off. I'll fix it so you can take it all. Oh, don't kill me.
And late in that same month, in the valley below the Parmalee lode, Ernest Livingston, judge of the district court, sits up late reviewing the records of the day's hearing.
Greatest notice, Judge Livingston. Well, what in tarnation? Who? Stay where you are, senor. All right. You got me covered. But you're wasting your time, Nick. I haven't any cash in the house. I'm not interested in your cash, Senor Livingston. Not interested in cash? Well, what are you here for, then? Who are you? Since the death of Senor Butler, I am called El Muerto. You're the lobo that nice Butler? Si, senor. Muerto. Yes. Hey, what's that? A knife. A silver knife. Yeah. You ain't going to kill me. What? Your name, Judge Livingston. I have engraved it on his blade. It would be pity to waste so much hard work, know it, would I? No. Don't tell me. I'll get your money. I'll get it tomorrow. 10,000. 20,000. No!
2 weeks later, in his room at district headquarters, United States Marshal Herman Trudy tosses restlessly in his sleep.
Wake up, Marshal Trudy.
What? Who was it? El Muerto.
You were expecting me, were you not, Senor Marshal?
Yes. I mean, no. Of course I wasn't expecting you. Why should I be expecting you?
You lie, Marshal Trudy. You knew I would kill you as I have killed Senor Butler and Judge Livingston.
No.
As I will kill others after you are gone.
No.
A gift.
A knife. Silver knife. No, don't do it. Don't kill it. I'll get your money.
Hideous, sardonic laughter. The quick thrust of a silver knife deep into her throat. El Muerto has claimed another victim. 3 lives have been forfeited to the rapacious vengeance of the unknown killer. The last, that of the United States Marshal. And Lightning Jim is sent down to Southern Territory to bring to justice this fiend of the borderline.
We are still 15 miles from Ayamonte. And me so doggone hungry I could eat the boiled feathers and all, by golly.
Sure is mysterious, Whitey.
Mysterious? Well, let me tell you right now, Lightning Jim, I don't see nothing mysterious about being hungry except to talk in the night time.
Hungry? Oh, yeah, you was talking about being hungry, wasn't you, Whitey?
Well, I've always... Even wasn't listening to a thing I said.
I'm sorry, Wade, but I was just trying to figure out what possible connection there could be to the murder of a rich mine owner, a United States Marshal, and the judge of the district.
Well, maybe this El Muerto yesterday is a madman, that's right. Maybe there is no connection to the killing.
If El Muerto was just a mad killer, why would he bother to go through the victim's papers every time? No, sorry, I'd bet my bottom dollar that he was the same as you or me. And what's more, I think that the things he finds out after each murder lead him to his next killer.
Then maybe you must think he's going to stick a knife into somebody else. Since we know he went through Marshal Trudy's private people.
That's just what I think, Whitey. And the only link between these three men, Butler, Judge Livingston, and Marshal Trudy, that we've been able to discover is the purchase of the Palm Leaf gold mine property.
Well, let's see now. Butler got that land.
Glendale Tower to Pan American Trip 7. Wind east 7. Altimeter setting 29.92. You're clear to land on runway number 2.
Pan American Trip 7 to Glendale Tower. Wilco.
The controls of an airplane are elementary. When you push the stick forward, the nose drops. When you pull the stick back, the nose comes up.
Company, attention. Cadet Allen, Archibald, present. Archibald,
Wings for defense, wings for commerce. The symbol of our world of today. September 7th, 1941. It's a pathetically contradictory world of streamlined speed and heartbreaking strife, of achievement and destructive war. But the symbol for both war and achievement is the airplane. And the airplane is also a symbol for the great modern city of Glendale, California, one of the aviation centers for the globe-circling airlines, for training flyers for the Army and Navy, for Canada and the RAF. Yet, only 100 years ago, this great area of factories and homes was undreamed of. Where Flint Ridge, Eagle Rock, Highland Park, Occidental College, Garvanza now lie, the lofty mountains stood silent sentinel over vast solitudes of waving grain fields and pasture lands. It was the Rancho San Rafael. Let's go back through the years and relive the romance of the ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the romance and adventure connected with the growth of this great state. Each week at this time, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another fascinating story of events and people who built the land we know today as Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is one I know you will enjoy, selected from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. You see, it's the business of this company to know the history of our Southland.
Yes, the vast historical files of this company of necessity contain detailed records, available nowhere else in such accessible form, of California's glamorous past, back to the earliest Spanish land grants, one of the first of which was Rancho San Rafael. Each week, for your enjoyment, we recreate from these records a true story, replete with the drama, gaiety, and tragedy, romance and hatred, triumph and disaster, that so filled the colorful transition period from the days of the Dones and the gold rushes to the present time.
Our story tonight is a fascinating one, set in the fertile section of Southern California, which became one of the first of the great ranchos, Rancho San Rafael. Years drop away as we go back, searching. 1930, 1920, 1910, 1905. Wait. Let us stop here just a moment. 1904. 1904 was a big year for Glendale, even though the town had not become a city as yet. For it was that year.
Here it comes now. Here comes the first car.
Yep, that's right. Here it is. It's rounding the bend.
And just think, man, that car will take us into Los Angeles in less than an hour.
Yes, and it takes 3 at least in the spring wagons. Well, I guess it's time to start proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, folks, quiet, please. I'm going to ask the man who is chiefly responsible for this great event to drive the last spike in the rails. So step up here, Mr. L.C. Brand.
Well, thank you. Thank you, folks. This is a great day for Glendale, and no one will be any happier than I will to see that car roll up here.
Here you are, sir. Now, pound her in.
All right, boys. Stand back.
Stand back, yes. That's it. That's it, Mr. Brand.
Well, there it is. You can give the car the signal now.
All right, boys. Bring her in.
There she is. The Pacific Electric is here.
Dr. James. Dr. James.
Yes, what is it, Dora?
Come quickly. It's Father. He's dying.
You mean Verdugo? Yes, of course. I'll come.
Hurry, hurry.
As the people of Glendale welcomed the future, the past was slipping away from them. For on his deathbed lay Teodoro Verdugo, respected citizen, one of the last of the Dons. And with him, time wrote the final chapter in the story of the great Rancho San Rafael.
Doctor, can't anything be done?
I'm sorry, my dear.
Oh, Papacito.
Oh, my child, you must not cry. I leave you the good name of Verdugo. If I left you nothing else, you would be rich. Honor it, keep it high, where it has always been. And this land, the Rancho San Rafael, even though it belongs to others now, do what you can to make it a fine place for people to live. That is what my grandfather, Don Jose Maria, would have wished. He loved the Rancho San Rafael. As I...
Papacito.
Yes, Teodoro Verdugo loved the Rancho San Rafael, as had his father and his grandfather before him. It was from that love of the land that burned in the heart of Jose Maria Verdugo that the Rancho San Rafael was first formed. But we must go back farther through the years to find that story. It was on one lovely sun-filled day in the 1770s that Corporal Jose Maria Verdugo, in the service of His Majesty the King of Spain, rode over the land across which ran the old road to Monterey, a portion of which is still called Monterey Road. With him was another young soldier, and they were returning to the mission San Gabriel, where they were stationed.
Well, Jose, now maybe you don't like being a soldier so much.
How do I not, Carlos?
Sending us out into this wilderness, this desert. What are we to do?
It isn't so bad at the mission. We are busy keeping the Indians in order, and we have adventure.
But why do we have to leave San Diego? Think of the times we could have had there, the fiestas and the senoritas. The senoritas. There are no senoritas in San Gabriel.
Yeah, what you should do is get married and settle down.
See, the fine chance I have here.
Too bad.
You should get married and settle down, too.
Oh, not me. I'm a soldier, and I like it. I stay a soldier.
But one of these days, a lovely senorita, and you'll be tired of this life.
Never. But I tell you, Carlos, if I ever did decide to settle down somewhere and get married, I do not think I could find a better spot than right here. Stop a minute. Look out there. Here, Chapo. Oh, just look at the vista. The mountains and the green valley and the trees.
See, it's very pretty.
Yeah, very pretty. It's beautiful.
See. Here, what's this? Jose, a party of travelers coming down the road.
Yeah, it's good land, too, Carlos. We'll make a very fine rancho. See, near the mountains are streams. There will be fish. And there, over there, you could raise corn and grapes and pumpkins for food.
And there in the distance is pasture land for cattle. Jose, look, there's a senorita. A senorita? Yes, see, riding with the party. Look. See, so it is. Accompanied by two gentlemen and a padre. See, and she is... Madre mia, she is beautiful. See. Buenos dias, senorita.
Buenos dias, Senor Corporal.
May we be of service?
No, gracias, Senor. Our journey is almost over. I'm quite safe, gracias. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Ah, what a lovely face, and such a smile she gave me. I thought that the sun had just come up. Ah, perhaps this desert does have at least one oasis in it, eh, Jose?
She was lovely.
You noticed it too, huh? Then I know she was truly beautiful.
I wonder what could her name be?
Huh? Oh. Jose, you old soldier. So you could never be charmed by a senorita, huh? Well, my friend, perhaps you were wrong. Perhaps that look in your eye is love, no? Perhaps the great Jose Maria Verdugo has been struck at last.
And Jose Maria Verdugo was struck at last. He wooed and won for his bride the beautiful young daughter of Ignacio Lopez, Maria de la Encarnacion. And they were married to San Gabriel Mission. And now Jose had definite ideas about his future. One day, as he returned from his duties, his wife, Maria, called.
Jose, a writer brought a message for you.
A message for me?
See? And it's from the governor, Don Pedro Pages.
The governor? Oh, then it's come. It's here.
What's come? What is it, Jose?
It is news I've been waiting for. Give it to me.
No. Jose Verdugo, before another minute, you must tell me what you have to do with the governor. You've been keeping something from me.
See, Maria, I have. But it's just because I wanted to surprise you. My little dog. Come here. There. Now, what would you like best to have?
You, Jose?
No. I mean, besides my ugly face.
Well, perhaps a little one and a home of our own.
See, that is it. I, too, want a home for you and the little ones that will soon be. And so I have laid my plans.
Plans? What plans, Jose?
Do you remember the day you first saw me? Riding on El Camino Viejo?
See, I was with the padre and you with Carlos.
See? And do you remember the land, the beautiful valley, which we could see from there?
See?
That is where I want our home to be.
Oh, Jose, it would be paradise.
Oh, see, paradise. And so I've asked the governor to let me keep some cattle on that land. If he says yes, then I can send my brother to build a house and start a rancho. And then later, when it is established, the governor cannot help but allow us to make our home there. It will be ours. So you see, already our home is started.
But, Jose, suppose the governor refused.
Oh, no, he could not do it. I don't think he could. Maria, give me the letter.
See, here.
I'd better open it, huh?
See, go ahead.
See, I will open it.
Read it. What does it say?
It says, I concede to the petitioner the permission he solicits to keep his cattle and horses.
Oh, Jose.
Maria, do you hear? It says, I concede to the petitioner the permission he solicits. It's ours, Maria. It's ours.
And so in 1784, the Rancho San Rafael was started, even though it still belonged to the King of Spain. But Jose Verdugo had his heart set on owning the rancho. And so, 15 years later, in 1799, he took his second step.
Corporal Verdugo.
Si, senor. I'm coming. I'm coming as fast as I can. You wanted me, senor?
See? How do you feel, Corporal?
Oh, not very well, senor. My back, it aches. And the dropsy, you know, of course, how I suffer from the dropsy.
I know. You haven't ridden out on any patrols for a long time, Corporal.
Oh, no, I cannot ride. That is well known. Oh, I suffer terribly on a horse. But I keep busy around the mission, senor. I am not useless, you understand?
Perhaps not, Verdugo, but you have petitioned the governor to be released.
See, so that I may retire to my rancho, San Rafael.
Well, Corporal Verdugo, I'm pleased to tell you that the governor has granted your petition. You're free to go to live on your rancho anytime.
What? Senor, you mean that... Madre Dios. It's wonderful news.
Wonderful. I must go and tell Maria. I must go and tell her right
But
away.
Verdugo, wait, Verdugo, what are you doing? That's a horse you're climbing on.
I must carry, senor. I must carry.
But you can't ride anymore. You have dropsy.
Yes, senor.
But, senor, come back. That's my horse you're riding off with. Hasta luego, senor. Hasta
And so, 157 years ago was established the beginning of the first valid title to Rancho San Rafael. At that point start the records of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. Each time Rancho San Rafael or any part of it changed hands, one or more legal recordings were filed. Similar mountains of documents loom in the background of every piece of land bought or sold in California today. The reason title company records must go back to the very beginning and include every transaction up to the present day is that land titles are like a chain. They're only as strong as their weakest link. If any title is defective, all subsequent ones may be faulty too. It is the task of the Title Insurance Company to seek out each of these records, establish beyond reasonable doubt its authenticity, assemble them where they're always available, to the end that when you buy property, you will really become its owner, and to ensure your interest in the land against another's claim based on some undetected forgery, forgotten mortgage loan, undisclosed heirs, or other ghosts from the past.
The early California years rolled on. Jose grew old, and his sons and daughters grew up on Rancho San Rafael. 36,000 acres of fertile plain, rolling woodland, and magnificent mountains. This was his domain, the Rancho San Rafael. He built its houses, farmed its lands, dammed its streams, raised its cattle, turned it into the paradise he dreamed of. And then suddenly one day, while Jose was riding, he came upon a scene that struck his heart with horror.
After them! Chase them off! After them!
Julio! Julio, my son! Julio, my son! What is this? What has happened?
These Indians are invading our rancho. They have already built huts and corrals.
Oh, but Julio, you're burning them.
See, of course. We're chasing them off our land, back across Arroyo
Oh,
Hondo.
but you must not do that. They might be hurt.
Stop, vaquero, stop! It is I, Don Jose. Stop this at once.
But, Papa, they do not belong here. This is our land.
We thought it was our land. But that is no reason for killing and destroying.
But if we do not chase them off, they might take all our land piece by piece. Others would come.
Then I would rather give them the land, all the land I own, than have this happen. Julio, I am disappointed, distressed that you, a Verdugo, should do such a thing.
Well, I'm sorry, Papa. I only thought I was doing the right thing. That we should show them that this is ours. We mean business.
My son, the boundaries have never been very clear, and we cannot even be sure that this is our land. If these Indians are from San Gabriel, the new padre told them to settle here, and we must go to the padre and apologize.
No, these are renegade Indians from the hills who rob us, and they mission too.
Even so, Julio, we must defend what is ours peacefully. We must hold our neighbor's respect and not his hatred. The law will take care of us, my boy.
Law? There is no law, except our own.
I shall go to the governor. He has always been my friend. He will uphold our claims. And when he does, no one shall ever again try to trespass on Rancho San Rafael.
When the governor of California upheld Jose's petition and ordered the padres off the land, the Verdugo claim to the Rancho San Rafael was clear. And a few years later, when the old soldier, Jose Maria Verdugo, passed on to his other paradise, the great rancho was left to his son, Julio, his daughter, Catalina. Life was rich and peaceful at San Rafael, but soon the faint reverberations of great events penetrated the solitude. Armies were on the march. The American armies of Commodore Stockton and Captain Fremont marched through the ranch lands from the mountains to the sea. Battles were fought, and the Americans swept on. Finally, the defenders knew their cause was lost. In 1847, Stockton occupied Los Angeles in the south. Fremont's forces were closing in from the north. The last little band of caballeros, under the command of Andres Pico, made their camp in the shadows of the Verdugos on Rancho San Rafael. They were well aware that Fremont's forces had reached Cahuenga Pass,
and were prepared to do battle with him the next day. But that night, a prisoner was marched in and placed before General Carrillo.
Buenos dias, General Carrillo.
Padre de Dios. Jesus Pico. You are the prisoner.
I am not a prisoner. I came here of my own free will. Tell this man to release me.
Release him. You may go. Come in. There are men here who will be glad to see you.
I shall be glad to see them.
After you, senor.
Gracias, General.
Sus, my brother.
See, you brother. Deliver himself up. He has realized his mistake at last.
It is not I who have made the mistake. It is you.
By heaven, you shall learn.
Please. General Prisoner has to say.
I am not the prisoner, Andre. You are the prisoners. You are surrounded. Your men deserted. You cannot fight any longer.
We shall die fight.
See, a noble sentiment, General Carrillo, but so useless. There is no need to die. There has been enough of that already. Senores, your cause is hopeless.
See? What he says is all too true.
Senores, forget that I am what you call a traitor. Remember that I love this land as much as you. That is why I can ask you now. Give up. Surrender.
Give up? That is all very well. But then what happens to us?
That is what I have been sent to tell you. Nothing.
Nothing. You call Stockton's terms nothing.
I care nothing about Stockton's terms. I bring terms from Fremont.
Fremont?
And what are they?
Simply that you surrender. Give up fighting.
Give up fighting, the idea.
After that, we can all return to our homes. Everything will be as before.
You mean none of us will be arrested? Our lands confiscated?
No, nothing. You can go home just as before.
This is not a trick.
I swear it. Why should they want to trick us? They need our help in building this great country. They need us as much as we need them.
We need them.
Oh, see, we have been backward here. The world has moved on ahead of us. The Americanos go with it. They even lead it. They can make California a great part of the world instead of a backward corner. If you love your country, then you will welcome the Americanos.
See, I believe he's right.
Say it, Verdugo.
I'm sorry. I should not have spoken.
But you must, my friend. This is for all of us to decide.
Well, I'm not fighting with you, but I love California just as much as my father, Jose, did. Just as you do. And I believe we owe it to this land to make it the great country it can be. And besides, strife and bitterness never build anything. They only tear down. We must keep ourselves respectable and honorable. We cannot do that by violence.
There is much wisdom there.
See, then you will send men to Cahuenga Pass to talk to Fremont.
See, I think so. Carrillo, you, Senor Alvero, and I will go, and perhaps this will be the beginning and not the end of California.
And so California became a part of the United States. Once again, all of the Southland was as peaceful as the Rancho San Rafael. Don Julio's title to the land was recognized by the United States. But there were new problems for the Rancho San Rafael. 36,000 acres of ranch land too fertile, of acreage too invitingly close to the growing metropolis. Its days were numbered. One day, Julio Verdugo received a visitor.
See, come in.
Senor Verdugo.
See, come in.
Senor, I'm the sheriff.
See, I know. Won't you sit down? May I get a glass of wine?
No, thanks. Gracias. I'd rather get this over with.
Of course.
Senor, you borrowed money. Mortgage this place.
See, I have for $3,445. But that was a long time ago.
Almost 9 years ago, to be exact. You agreed to pay 3% interest a month. Long ago, the interest was foreclosed, and the judgment returned against you for almost $16,000. That is still unpaid.
I know. I am sorry.
But do you realize how much you owe now with that interest rate?
It is much, isn't it?
It's almost $59,000.
But I can hardly think of so much money.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's nothing left to do but show you this.
Gracias, senor. What is it?
It's my order to put up for public sale your Rancho San Rafael.
The first of the great ranchos, the land that Jose Maria Verdugo saw and loved, the beautiful domain that dazzled the traveler's eye, was no more. On the sheriff's auction block, its acres were chopped into 100 parcels, and the way was clear for the growth of towns and villages, of factories and homes. Taking shape were Glendale, Highland Park, Eagle Rock, Garvanza, and Flint Ridge. Business sprang up overnight. The boom was on. The Pacific Electric connected Glendale with Los Angeles, and the population grew.
1910.
2,700.
1920.
13,500.
1930.
62,700.
1940.
81,700.
Glendale, the fastest growing city in the United States.
Glendale, thriving metropolis, aviation center, hub of activity for the surrounding valley. And on the spot where today is heard
Pan American Trip 7, all aboard for Mexico City, Canal Zone, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, and Santiago.
on the spot where Britain's RAF is being trained.
Dive straight to the target. 200 feet, ship your bomb release.
Over all this land, where factories hum, traffic roars, and the business of the streamlined modern world is conducted, just 100 years ago, stood the great Rancho San Rafael. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
Our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, has narrated another of the fascinating stories of the romance of the ranchos, taken from the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. When you sell a lot, a home, or a ranch, or when you borrow money on such property, your purchaser or your bank or other financial institution requires the protection of title insurance. The purpose of this insurance, of course, is to protect both you and the buyer or the lender, to ensure the validity of the ownership which you are transferring. Your deed, which you execute or receive, does not provide such insurance. But every day in Los Angeles County alone, an average of 1,500 legal documents are recorded which can affect the validity of titles to real estate. These documents include death certificates, divorce decrees, wills filed for probate, mortgages, trust deeds, and scores of others. Forged signatures or signatures by minors or incompetents are among still other risks to land titles. To insure a title, your title company must check the files of more than 50 different public offices to locate and examine all these recordings. It then ensures the completeness and accuracy of this work. So when you pay for a policy of title insurance, remember first that it's your protection against loss, and second, that it represents a great volume of detailed work by experts. Title insurance can be priced so low only because of the large organization and vast files which the Title Insurance and Trust Company has built up through the years. Well, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Under the earth lay a great pool of liquid gold, oil. But long before it was discovered, this land around Santa Fe Springs was a place of romance and glamour, and it has a story packed with drama. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is brought to you each week at the same time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Romance of the Ranchos.
Here she blows! Get going, boys! Get out of here fast! It's a gusher! Look at it! A mile high! Look, the target's caught right off that area.
Well, the sky's black with oil!
Millions of barrels of oil!
Millions of barrels of oil, liquid gold. Beneath the surface of the earth of Southern California lie huge lakes of precious petroleum. At Santa Fe Springs, forests of gaunt steel derricks pencil the horizon as far as the eye can see. From those depths have come millions of barrels of oil and millions of dollars of wealth for Southern California. And yet, long before those derricks mushroomed into the sky, long before that dark pool brought Santa Fe Springs to the attention of the world, long before the towns of Downey, Santa Fe Springs, Los Nietos, and Rivera came into being, this was a land of romance, of achievement and drama. For this was once the great Rancho Santa Gertrudis, the domain of the Dones, scene for the romance of the Ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the march of events in the Southland from the romantic days of the ranchos to the streamlined age of today. Tonight, our wandering vaquero Frank Graham uncovers another fascinating story of events and people who helped to build Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to relive the story of the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, a story of romance and achievement selected from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles.
Yes, Frank, it's the business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company to know the facts about land ownership. And since the story of the ownership of most of the land you and I and our listeners own and live on dates back more than a century and a half to the first grants made by the King of Spain, the title company's records must go back that far, too. They include the essential information about every one of the many different transfers of title to every square foot of land in this entire county, including, of course, the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, whose story you're going to tell us tonight.
Our story of the Rancho Santa Gertrudis takes us back through time to the year 1859. It was in that year that a crowd gathered on the steps of the Los Angeles courthouse to listen to the call of the auctioneer.
The bid is 55. Anybody want to raise it?
60.
Mr. Downey says 60. Who'll give me 65? Come, gentlemen. 17,602 acres, the most fertile land in California. Why, it's worth twice as much.
Maybe so, Sheriff, but I bid 60. Anybody want to raise that?
The bid is 60. Nobody wants to raise it. It's going for 60. Sold. Mr. John G. Downey and Mr. James P. McFarland for $60,000. Well, you got a real bargain there, Mr. Downey.
Yeah, perhaps you're right, Sheriff. What's it figure to?
Oh, roughly about $3.40 an acre, I guess.
Hey, that's not cheap.
Oh, it's the best farming land around here. You've got water from the San Gabriel River.
Yeah, poor Carpenter didn't find it so profitable. Look, see those people walking down the street?
You mean the ones all in black?
Yes. They're in mourning. They're friends of Carpenter. And they're on their way to his funeral.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Lovingly his friends returned Lemuel Carpenter to the soil which he loved. Lemuel Carpenter, one of the first Americans to set foot in California, one of the earliest of the California pioneers, was dead. And with him passed the first great era of achievement that made California what it is today. Let's go back still farther into history and allow Lemuel Carpenter's life to come before us from Rancho Santa Gertrudis. rancho of Los Nietos, granted to Manuel Nieto in 1784, had been partitioned among his children after his death. Now, in the early 1830s, Santa Gertrudis was the domain of his son's widow, Doña Josefa Cota. It was she who, each year at the Christmas season, was hostess to the countryside at a joyous siesta.
Ah, Maria, it is so good to hear them having a good time. Laughing, singing, dancing.
See, fiesta time is so wonderful.
If we could only be as happy always.
Dear Josefa, that is no way to talk. What will your guests think of your long face? Come, be gay.
My little Maria, to think my sister should have a child as lovely as you. Ah, you're a great tonic for this old heart of mine.
I am glad, dear Josefa, for you must be happier and gayer, and I shall help you to be.
If I could only have you near me all of the time, my child.
That too might be arranged.
Huh? You are not going back to Santa Barbara?
See, but I would not. If you could find a suitable husband for me here.
Uh-huh. You little fox. Thinking of that already, eh? You are too young and far too beautiful for any man.
You sound like Mamacita when you say that. I am not too young, and what good is my beauty if it does not get me a husband?
I suppose you have your eyes on some caballero?
No, not exactly.
Not exactly, huh? Come. What do you mean by that?
Well, Don Juan Temple has a young Americano staying with him. He's very handsome.
Americano? Uh-huh, yes, I have heard of him. So, you have met him?
No, but I saw him riding one day.
So, and?
See.
Just like that. You love him?
Goodness, I do not know.
Well, you shall have a better chance to know very soon. Here is Don Juan now, and with him...
The Americano?
Si.
Oh, dear Josefa, I'm frightened.
Frightened? But I thought you wanted to meet him.
Si, but not yet, not now.
Stop acting like a schoolgirl. Of course you shall meet him and charm him with your beauty. If you are to have a husband, you are a woman now. Act like one. Now stop blushing. Here he comes.
Doña Josefa, Senorita Maria, buenas noches. It is a pleasure to be here.
We are happy to have our good neighbors, Don Juan, and their friends.
Si, may I present Senor Lemuel Carpenter, who has just arrived from New Mexico. Doña Josefa Cota.
It's a pleasure, ma'am.
He is charming, eh, Maria? You are a welcome guest in my home, Senor Carpenter. And this is my niece, Maria de Los Angeles de Dominguez. Senor Carpenter.
Buenas noches, senor.
I'm mighty glad to know you, miss. I've seen you riding.
Eh? You too?
I beg pardon, ma'am?
I say, you enjoy riding too, senor?
Oh, of course.
Well, you two will have much in common. You should get on well together. Very well, I'm sure.
I should like nothing better. Might I presume to... Oh, that is... Well, I'd be mighty happy if you'd allow Senorita Maria to join me in the dancing, Doña Josefa. That is, if she would do me the honor of accepting.
Well, speak up, child. What do you say?
Gracias, senor. I would be most happy.
Well, then, of course, go right ahead. Young people should be dancing.
You'll excuse us then, Doña Josefa.
But, of course, run along. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
He's a nice young man.
Very fine young fellow.
You think he will stay?
No, I cannot say. That depends.
I think he will stay. Perhaps Tia Josefa can arrange it.
You are always the matchmaker, senora. Well, you have my wish for success. I would feel safer with Senor Carpenter here. He's the kind of strong man we need.
You have news?
Si. Juan Perez is building a house on Arroyo Hondo.
On Arroyo Hondo?
Si. Not 500 varas from your land.
But that means he still claims title to my land.
Si, he does not give up easily.
We must do something. We must drive him off.
What can we do, amiga mia? He's building on mission land. He has perfect right. We can only watch and wait and try to protect what is ours.
Si. I suppose you are right.
That is why I'm glad Senor Carpenter has come. Fine, strong man on our side would be a protection.
See, perhaps he can help. See, I believe he will.
The romance of young Carpenter and Maria de Los Angeles progressed slowly, urged on by interested bystanders, especially Doña Josefa. But time passed quickly, and presently the day arrived when Maria was to start home to Santa Barbara. That morning she sat alone in the garden.
Senorita Maria? Senorita Maria?
Oh, Senor Carpenter.
Senorita, I've been looking for you. I wanted to see you before you left.
I am here.
Oh, you've been crying.
See, I have been crying.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Is it not my privilege to cry if I wish?
Of course, but...
Did not you ever see a girl cry before?
Yes, but...
But am I so different from other girls?
I know. I mean... Oh, yes, of course you are.
Oh.
Don't be offended. I can understand your crying. Naturally, you hate to leave this beautiful place where you...
Oh, you men are so stupid.
I beg your pardon?
I am not different from other girls. Why must you men always think that?
Senorita, I've never seen you like this before.
Then it's time you did. Now you know that I can be hateful and mean and human, too. And now that you see, you are free to go.
Without hasta la vista?
Hasta la vista. Go ahead, laugh. I am a stupid, silly girl. You have had your joke. Now go away.
Maria.
See?
Stop crying a minute. I want to tell you, I'm glad you're human. I'm glad you can cry and get angry, because I can dare hope that you could love a nobody like me.
Dare to hope? Well, what do you suppose I was crying for? If you hadn't been so blind, you could have seen.
Maria, you're wonderful.
I am not wonderful. I don't want to be wonderful. I just want to be taken in your arms and loved.
Maria, you know I love you.
But you will let me go home today, never to see you again.
No. I want you to be my wife. I probably shouldn't ask.
Shouldn't ask. For 2 whole months I've been waiting. Doña Josefa's been waiting. The whole valley has been waiting for you to ask.
But I suppose I've been pretty stupid.
Yes, you have, Lemuel. And you needn't ask me to stay and be your wife. Not unless you kiss me before another minute goes by.
Oh, Maria, you are wonderful. Come here.
That's it.
What is going on here, eh?
Oh, Doña Josefa.
I am interrupting something?
See, Tia Josefa, you are.
Doña Josefa, don't be angry. I will explain.
Angry? Who's angry? I'm delighted. It has taken you long enough. When is the wedding to be?
Well, we haven't decided.
Soon, Tia Josefa. As soon as possible.
Good. And now I shall have a fine, strong nephew to come live on my rancho and protect it for me. You will like that, eh?
Well, I hadn't thought...
It is settled, then. You shall have some land and build a home. But I hope you move faster in taking care of the rancho than you did in courting my little Maria.
Marriage took place post-haste, with the new ranchero settled on Santa Gertrudis. The American trait of building for a better life was strong in Lemuel Carpenter, and ambition and ingenuity carried him far. One day, Maria found him working in a small hut near the river.
Lemuel?
I'm here, Maria. Come in.
Will you never leave this smelly place and come to the hacienda to eat?
Leave now? Oh, but Maria, I have my first order. Doña Rafaela has ordered 20 cakes of soap. I must tend to it.
Doña Rafaela can wait until tomorrow. You come inside and eat.
Oh, but Maria...
Lemuel Carpenter?
Uh-oh. Ma'am, when you get that tone of voice, I know it's time to give in. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Phew, what ugly-looking stuff.
Ugly? It's just boiling tallow and wild root and oak wood ashlie. It's going to be soap, Maria.
But why do you want to make these smelly soap?
Why? To sell, of course. We'll make money. We'll sell soap to the whole country. We'll be rich. Do you realize this is the first factory in California?
Factory? What's that?
It's a place where you make things.
Soap?
See, soap. This is a soap factory.
Ah, La Jaboneria.
That's what we'll call it. And believe me, people will look up to us. I'm the first manufacturer in California. Next, I'm going to start making brooms. You didn't realize you were marrying a big man, did you?
Big or little, you had better eat your supper on time after this, or I'll...
What'll you do?
I won't let you kiss me.
You ought to.
No,
Come here.
no.
There, young lady. That'll teach you that Lemuel Carpenter is one tough hombre when he wants to be.
Lemuel Carpenter's fortune rose with his habaneria, and later his broom factory. But life on Santa Gertrudis was not all serene. Doña Josefa's fortune declined more and more as the years rolled on. And finally, she made appeal to the alcalde of nearby Los Angeles.
Doña Josefa Cota,
Si, Your Honor.
you still wish to sell your land to Senor Carpenter?
I see. I have been waiting for your word from the governor. Senor Carpenter's money is ready, and I need it badly. I cannot go on.
Well, I am happy to give you good news, Senora.
Oh?
The governor has sent word for me to disregard the clause in your land which forbids you to sell the land. And I am authorized as notary to make the transfer to Senor Carpenter for you.
Ay, gracias. Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Lemuel, do you hear? Santa Gertrudis will be ours.
See, I hear, Maria.
Dear Josefa, how can we thank you for this?
Well, see, Doña Josefa, it's what we've dreamed about, owning Santa Gertrudis. We're both very happy.
I hope that you will remain that way. Perhaps you will not understand when I say, I hope that this land will not cause you the sorrow it has me. I hope that it will not drag you down into poverty and misery.
That deed to Rancho Santa Gertrudis by Senora Cota to Lemuel Carpenter was recorded, and details of that record are today in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company in Los Angeles. So also are filed there details of other transfers both before and after, from the first grant of Rancho Los Nietos, of which Santa Gertrudis was a part, to the last transfer of a 50-foot lot in Downey, which might have been yesterday or today. You see, if you were purchaser of that lot, and if the title insurance company did not maintain all these records, it would not be in a position to issue a policy of title insurance to protect your ownership. And without that insurance, there would exist the possibility that someday that property might be taken away from you without any recompense whatever, because of some defect in the title which existed at the time you acquired the lot. A deed might have been forged or signed by a minor or a person legally incompetent. Or some previous owner might have borrowed money with the property as security, and the claim of the lender or his heirs would be upheld in court tomorrow. And now back to our story and Frank Graham.
Doña Josefa's warning to Carpenter began to take on new meaning in the days that followed. Drought spoiled the young rancher's crops. Competition hurt his soap and broom business. And then darker events made their appearance on the horizon. Late one night, the young couple were aroused from sleep.
Lemuel, is that a knock at the door?
Huh?
Someone is knocking at the door.
Oh, see, I'll go.
Lemuel, be careful. It is late. Who could it be?
Don't worry. It's all right. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Lemuel, may we come in?
Don Juan, Ramon.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but this man needs attention.
Well, who is it?
Don Manuel.
What's happened?
He was shot. In the back.
By whom?
One of Mitchell Terreno's soldiers.
Mitchell Terreno? Here?
See, they're coming this way. You know what that means? Senor, they'll steal our cattle, rob and loot.
Oh, come, we must tend this wound. Put him here. Oh, Maria, some water.
See you right away, Lemuel.
This will do as a bandage. Lost a lot of blood. Mitchell Terreno, huh?
We must stop them, Lemuel. The rancheros are organizing all over the valley. They're gathering.
You mean?
See, we must fight.
But that's revolution. He's the governor.
Many of his men are thieving, murdering scoundrels.
See, they take what they want. They know no law.
Here's the water, Lemuel.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
We must fight. This cannot go on. Mitchell Terreno must go.
Other Americanos have joined us. Are you with us?
Lemuel.
I must do my part, Maria. I'm with you, senores.
Lemuel Carpenter fought with the California Volunteers as they successfully defended their rights against the governor during those days of 1846. Santa Gertrudis became a meeting place and a refuge for them. Then, a year later, the ranch was to shelter a different army. And once again, Lemuel Carpenter faced a difficult decision.
Lemuel Carpenter?
Yes?
Captain Strong of the United States Army. I'll have to ask you to peacefully surrender your arms.
Yes.
You'll have no objections if our scouts use your rancho as a base.
But, Captain, these people are my friends.
Well, you're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am an American.
Well, I sympathize, Mr. Carpenter. Perhaps you'll realize this may be best for your friends, that California becomes a part of the United States.
Yes, I suppose so.
Then you'll have no objections?
No, I have no objections.
Thank you. Good day.
What does it mean, Lemuel?
It means that California will become part of a great nation, Maria. It will grow and prosper.
But what?
People will come. Towns, cities will spring up. Land will be broken up. This rancher we love will go too, Maria. It is the beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end of Rancho Santa Gertrudis. Carpenter saw it. All through the years, it had become harder and harder to hold the land. New problems arose every day. Drought. Water was scarce. Carpenter needed more water for his parched land. So he decided to divert part of the river. One day, as he worked on the project...
All right, men. More dirt over here.
Carpenter!
Oh, good day. What brings you here?
Carpenter, you realize what you're doing? You're ruining my land. You're trying to ruin me. Well, I've come to put a stop to it.
What are you talking about? I'm doing nothing of the kind.
You're turning the water into your land. Turn the course of the river. What'll I do for water? My land will be ruined.
Oh, you're wrong, sir. I'm not diverting the river, just part of it. I need water for irrigation. I'm just building the ditches. There'll be plenty for all of us.
No, sir. Already the river is dry. My land is drying up. You're not even finished.
But that's the point. When we finish the work, we won't have to divert so much of the water, and you'll have plenty.
I won't listen to you. I'll have you stopped, sir.
But I can't.
I'll have the law on you. I'll go to court. I'll have you.
Oh, but look. All right, then. Go ahead. I'll fight you. I'll fight you if it takes every cent I have. Mr. Downey, I'll have to borrow more money.
You better be careful, Lem. You're in pretty deep.
I can't help it. My land is gone if I don't get money.
Well, it may be gone anyway with this mortgage.
Will you give me the money, Mr. Downey?
Well, if you want it, I suppose I can, Lem, but I can't be responsible for what may happen.
Howdy, Mr. Downey.
Howdy.
What brings you out here to Santa Gertrudis?
Well, Lem, I have to talk to you about that money. I sure hate to worry you, but...
Bad news?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Looks like I'll have to foreclose. It's getting worse and worse, you know, and has been for years. Looks like now my partner McFarland and I have more money tied up here than the place is worth.
But if only the drought would...
Yeah, that's what we hoped for last year, but... No, Lem, it's no good.
Yes, I know you're right. Well, thanks for telling me beforehand anyway.
I'm sorry, Lem.
I know. It's all right.
You'll be all right. You can get a fresh start now and get out from under. And as for living here, you and your wife, well, I'm pretty sure that can be arranged.
Thanks, Mr. Downey. But it wouldn't be the same. This place has meant a lot to us. And I've lost it. I made a failure of my life.
Oh, now, Lem, don't take it so hard. It's not your fault.
How can I face Maria? How can I ever face her?
Lem, come back here. Lem!
The shock of losing the Rancho Santa Gertrudis was too much for Lemuel Carpenter, and he ended the life he believed to be a failure. With the death of Lemuel Carpenter came the end of an era in the growth of the land which was Rancho Santa Gertrudis. Now it began to have its part in the march of progress and achievement that swept through the Southland. Its owner, John G. Downey, took a prominent part in the great events that followed. With his partner, James P. McFarland, he founded the first drugstore in Los Angeles, and later, its first bank. Then, as the Civil War broke over the nation, word came to Los Angeles.
Governor Latham has resigned. Lieutenant Governor Downey takes office. Well, what do you know? John G. Downey is governor of California.
Back from serving a term as governor of the new state, Downey subdivided the Rancho Santa Gertrudis, and soon the land boom swept the Southland.
Going for $10 an acre.
I'll pay 12.
15.
20.
Just as Lemuel Carpenter had predicted, people began to pour into Southern California. But now, the steaming iron horses multiplied their number 1,000-fold.
They're coming here by the trainloads.
No wonder. The railroads are cutting rates to nothing.
Fare from Chicago to Los Angeles, $1.
Including everything.
Towns sprang up, villages expanded, fertile farmlands were cut up for town sites. Nothing was too good for the great country that was to be. The town of Downey was laid out on Rancho Santa Gertrudis, and
Over 100 families here already.
Yes, and 5 stores.
Why, it won't be long before Downey's the size of Los Angeles.
Bigger. Well, we'll make that sleepy village look sick in no time.
Yeah, maybe sooner.
And so the land, which had once echoed with the fiestas of Doña Josefa and slumbered lazily under the warm southern sun, Rancho Santa Gertrudis became the center of a thriving community. And as the years passed, it grew. But another great change was still in store for it. It was twilight one day in 1919 as two men walked through the orange groves near the health resort of Fulton Wells.
This is a great place you have here, Doctor. Great place.
Oh, yes, sir. Fulton Wells is known all over the country. Why, I've had people from New York come here, just take my iron sulfur bath. Mm-hmm.
By the way, what are those men doing over there?
Oh, they're digging for oil, they say.
Oil, huh? Well, I didn't know you had any around here.
No, not does anyone else, except those geologists. Well, they've been digging, scraping around here for years. Yes, sir. They first started in 1865. Some company took a lease and tried it.
And they didn't find any?
Nary a drop. Then last few years, these fellas came along, they tried. Still no success. They've dug 3 wells already. You think they give it up, what?
Well, that's certainly persistent.
Yeah, they sure are.
What's that?
I don't know. Those men are running away from that well.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat, look at that! Oh, there's mud and water shooting 100 feet in the air.
Mud and water? Well, man, that's oil! I knew it. I told you there was oil here. Why, we're rich. We'll all be rich. Oil.
Oil, an immense reservoir of liquid black gold. Now, Fulton Wells was no longer a mecca for those seeking its healing powers. Frantically, wells were bored, one after another brought in. Soon, 300 derricks laced the sky. Then another deeper pool was found, and within 30 days, 78 new wells were drilling. Today, the land which was once Lemuel Carpenter's Rancho Santa Gertrudez supports one of the world's great oil fields, Santa Fe Springs. And from this land have come almost 500 million barrels of petroleum, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you a little about next week's story. Perhaps it's the story of the rancho in which your home is now located. For almost 50 years, Title Insurance and Trust Company has served the people of Southern California. Through those years, at the expenditure of millions of dollars, it has compiled complete title records which enable it to offer a title protection and service not surpassed anywhere. To owner, buyer, lender, or borrower on real estate, Title Insurance and Trust Company offers protection against loss through defective titles. Because its title examiners can find necessary information in this great plant with a minimum of delay, it can provide this service quickly and at rates substantially lower than prevail in almost every other part of the United States. The Title Insurance and Trust Company presents Romance of the Ranchos for your enjoyment, to acquaint you with the history and romance of the land where you may now live, and as a means of acquainting you with the facts behind the title insurance policy which protects you as either purchaser or lender. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Well, one of the big events of every year in Southern California is the great Los Angeles County Fair at Pomona, now in progress. So next week, we're going to relive the fascinating story of the Pomona Valley and Rancho San Jose. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each Sunday night at the same time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Romance of the Ranchos.
What beautiful preserves. They should win a prize.
There's a fine hog, but it ain't as good as the ones I got back on the farm.
Don't you just love county fairs? I do. I just love county fairs.
There sure is a lot to see. It's like a three-ring circus.
Want some ice cream? Can I have some ice cream?
Hey, folks, step right up. It's only one $10.
Oh, I just love the Ferris wheel. One night I got stuck up at the top and it was wonderful.
Hey, just watch this, sugar. I'll get you one of them Cupid dolls to take home. Stand aside, folks.
For 14 days each year, thousands of Southern Californians find entertainment and education and visiting the great Los Angeles County Fair now in progress. Host of this great event is Pomona, a great city in the heart of a vast farming and fruit-growing area. Yet, only a few decades ago, this fertile valley, where Pomona, Claremont, Spadra, San Dimas, Cucamonga now stand, was peopled only by migratory Indians and a handful of hardy settlers. It was the Rancho San Jose, one of the early Mexican grants, the history of which is rich in the romance of the ranchos.
The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a half-hour dramatization recreating the glamorous atmosphere of the adventurous early days of Southern California. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Before we get into our story for tonight, I'd like to call your attention to a change in time. Starting next week, The Romance of the Ranchos will be heard at a new time, Wednesday evening at 7:30. That's next week. We'll be with you Wednesday instead of Sunday. So be sure to listen a week from Wednesday, October 1st, for the next chapter in our history of the Southland. Tonight, our story is full of drama and adventure, uncovered in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, which are full of interesting facts and fascinating tales.
Yes, there is not one square foot of land in Los Angeles County on which the Title Insurance and Trust Company does not have records of every change of ownership, every mortgage, lien, trust deed, every transfer by inheritance, sale, trade, foreclosure, or conveyance of any kind. When you realize that the few vast ranchos of a century and a half ago have been divided into more than 1.5 million separate parcels of real estate listed in today's county tax rolls, you realize the magnitude of the Title Insurance Company's work.
We must go back to the year 1837 for the beginning of our story of Rancho San Jose. The petition for this land by Ignacio Palomares and Ricardo Vejar, outstanding citizens of Los Angeles, had been favorably received by Governor Alvarado. And so, one day in August, the two friends, with Jose Sepulveda, alcalde of Los Angeles, rode out to take formal possession of their great estate.
Don Jose, look across that vista, the beautiful green valley stretching from those hills we're riding across, clear to the mountains of the north.
See, can you think of a finer place to live, Don Jose?
Sí, the Pueblo de Los Angeles.
The Pueblo. Who will want to stay cooped up in the Pueblo when he could have land like this for his home?
I would.
You do not think it is good land?
Good land, see. You can raise many head of cattle here. You may get rich. Then again, you may not. I would rather not take the chance.
But what in the name of saints is wrong with San Jose? There is no finer rancho in all Alta California.
That may be, senores, but I should not like it.
Well, senor, we like it, and we shall be most happy here.
Perhaps.
I do not like the way he say perhaps, Don Ignacio. What is he talking about?
See, what are you talking about, Don Jose?
Nothing. Except that perhaps I value my safety more than you, senores.
Safety?
See, safety.
Don Ignacio, what does he mean by that?
He means perhaps the Indians.
That is right. Have you thought about the Indians, senores?
Have we thought about them, Don Ignacio?
We are not afraid of the Indians.
Oh? Well, that is...
Remember, senores, you are 6 leagues from the mission, and more than that from the Pueblo. You are out here all by yourselves with no protection. Not even any other rancheros close by. No, I would not like it.
but the Indians, they are friendly, yes?
They are friendly, no. Oh, these wandering bands you see camping along the streams, they are harmless. But those mountains across there, they are full of Mojave Indians. They delight in raiding the outlying ranchos. They rob and steal and burn and kill.
Oh. Don Ricardo, there is no need to be frightened.
Yeah, but
Don Jose must have his little joke. He is exaggerating. There will be no danger.
Perhaps yes, and perhaps no.
At any rate, we are not frightened, are we? No. We shall move in as soon as possible.
But perhaps we should, that is, our wives and our families.
Of course, they shall come too. Am I right?
See, of course. I suppose.
You are brave men, senores. I shall think of you often and hope that you are safe. And now I think somewhere here in these hills of Santa Ana, we should start. In fact, I should say that that hill should about mark the corner of your rancho.
See, according to our map, that is right.
Then we shall dismount and make ready the court.
See, perhaps that black willow tree right over there might furnish us a landmark for the start.
A good suggestion, Don Ignacio. We shall mark.
See, that will be easy to find.
Have you any special mark you wish to put on it, Don Ignacio?
See, I have brought one especially for that purpose. Here it is, a wooden cross. We shall place it in the limb of the tree. So, the cross has been blessed, senores, and may it stand forever as a symbol of our faith. God in his mercy has given us this bountiful gift. May his protecting hand be over us and this land as long as we may live.
Amen.
And may he keep you and yours from any harm here, so far from civilization.
Amen.
Very well, Don Jose. We are ready. What do we do now?
We must measure off the rancho before I can give you formal possession.
I have a kills. Come.
Hey, easy call, ready? Very well. You know what to do. Let us start.
But what do they do?
They have a cord 100 varas long with a stake at each end. One drives his stake in at the starting place. The other gallops down the rancho line until the cord is stretched tight, and then he pounds in his stake. And the other one gallops on ahead until the cord is stretched tight again, and so on. Sabe?
Oh, and they keep that up all the way around the whole rancho?
See, until they have measured it all.
But that will take all day.
More than that, perhaps. Never mind. I have some food, and we can sleep in our blankets.
But what about the Indians?
You may as well get used to them now, Don Ricardo.
See? If they're going to kill you, mi amigo, it may as well be now and have it over with.
Oh, senor!
Don Jose had his little joke, but he might have been less caustic had he realized the very real danger of which he spoke. For the new rancheros had hardly moved in with their families and cattle when early one morning at dawn, Don Ignacio was awakened.
Ignacio, wake up.
What is it? What's the matter?
But I heard something.
Heard something? What?
There it is.
That's strange. The horses sound frightened.
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I go see.
Ignacio, come back. Don't leave me.
Don Ignacio! Don Ignacio!
Each one of my vaqueros.
Don Ignacio!
See, I'm coming.
Don Ignacio! Don Ignacio! The cattle are restless. Something is wrong. Those beasts sense something is going to happen.
See, but what? What is wrong?
I don't know, but I think it's...
Juan!
Indians,
Juan! The vaqueros, up! After them! Stop them! They're trying to steal the horses! Stop them!
Ignacio, my husband. Wait, be careful.
Get back in the house, Maria. It's eating us. You may be hurt.
Ignacio, look. The green field. It's on fire. It's burning.
Stop them, Stop
Amid smoldering ruins, the early rancheros counted their losses to the Indians. Horses stolen, buildings destroyed, vaqueros killed. But Don Ignacio Palomares and Don Ricardo Vejar withstood all pleas to abandon their holdings. They stuck through all hardships. And in 1837, they were joined by another, Luis Arenas, former alcalde of Los Angeles and brother-in-law of Don Ignacio. But no sooner had they successfully petitioned Governor Alvarado for more land to accommodate the new partner than Don Luis placed himself in a peculiar position by taking sides against the governor who had granted his land and becoming one of the leaders of a serious agitation among the rancheros and townspeople of Southern California.
Senores! Senores! Yeah, you all know why we are here. Governor Alvarado has defied us. Is this not supposed to be a republic? And are we not supposed to have some voice in the government? Yeah, then I say it is time to act. If Governor Alvarado will not move the capital to Los Angeles, then we shall move it for him. Yeah, are you with me? Will you take up arms to enforce the will of the people? Then we march today.
The revolution was quashed before it had much of a chance. And before long, Luis Arenas was back in the good graces of the tolerant Mexican government of the time. Soon after, the fiery Don Luis sold his interest in San Jose to Senor Henry Dalton, who was to become one of the early Southland's biggest landowners. Under the new arrangement, the three partners partitioned their Rancho San Jose into three sections. It was a great cattle empire. When they butchered, 200 heads at a time were slaughtered. Pounds of tallow were melted into bags of skin. Huge strips of beef were hung up to dry in long rows. Butter and cheese was made from the milk of 40 cows. Food for the hundreds of persons connected with the vast Rancho San Jose. Fiestas brought out hundreds of guests from the entire valley, and gay Latin music echoed over the rancho. Guests from the growing Pueblo found lavish welcome awaiting them on this rich domain of San Jose. But disaster was to strike quickly, at least for one partner in the rancho. Once the land had been partitioned so that each man knew what was his, Ricardo Vejar had been able to mortgage his share for needed cash. His son Chico had been robbed of some money, and drought had further hurt Don Ricardo's fortune. And so it was that one day, Don Ricardo went to Los Angeles.
Ricardo, this is Mr. Tischler.
How do you do, Senor Vejar?
Buenos dias. Senor Schlesinger? Senor Tischler, you know what I come for?
Oh, yes, of course. The money is all ready, and here are the papers for you to sign.
These drought years have been pretty hard on you ranchers, haven't they, Vejar?
Si, senor. Otherwise, I should not be forced to this.
Come, gentlemen, let's not have any hard feelings. This is just a friendly little business arrangement. I'm sure Don Ricardo will be able to repay us with interest very soon.
But Don Ricardo could not pay. The interest rate, though legal and customary then, sent the debt soaring. And one day the news swept through the valley.
Don Ignacio!
What is it?
I've just heard the news. Don Ricardo, he has sold his rancho.
Sold?
Si. He had deeded the land over to those Americanos.
Senores Schlesinger and Tischler?
Si, for $28,000.
He didn't sell the land, Ramon. He gave it to them to satisfy the debt he owes them.
No matter. He was robbed.
No. It was a perfectly legal business transaction. Don Ricardo was just foolish to borrow so much money.
You are not angry with him?
Oh, why should I be?
But you will have them as neighbors. Don Ricardo will have to move out.
See? I suppose somebody cannot be helped.
I am not sure, Don Ignacio. The people of San Jose Valley will not be so understanding as you. Perhaps they will feel quite different about these Americanos. See, quite different.
Schlesinger and Tischler were destined never to be able to take possession of their rancho. For the news that an old and respected family was to be dispossessed of the land that had been their support spread like wildfire through the ranchos. And faster still spread the flame of resentment against the Americans who were thought to have swindled Don Ricardo. Nothing could be done to save the land, but something could be done about the Americanos.
Are you sure the Senor Tischler will ride his way?
Positive. I overhear him talking in the Pueblo.
Huh? And this must be him riding up the trail now. Look.
He looks like him.
All right, man. Take him. Wait a minute until he gets up opposite the willow tree. He's almost in range. And when I give the signal, shoot. To kill.
See.
All right. Fire! Got him. He's down.
Come on, let's go.
Here he is.
Pull him over.
See? He's dead, all right.
Wait a minute. That is not Tischler.
No?
We shoot the wrong man. We make a mistake.
Well, no matter. Let this serve as a warning.
It was not until 1868 that the United States Land Commissioner's Office finally issued a patent on Rancho San Jose to Henry Dalton, Y. Palomares, and R. Vejar. The patent was accompanied by a hand-drawn map, an accurate copy of which is today in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. The map shows that Rancho San Jose was an irregular-shaped property, with no less than 10 different corners marked by landmarks of various kinds. One of these corners of the rancho is described on the map as gray granite rock in the Arroyo San Antonio at a point 9,700 varas, in a direct line from the place designated as a large rock in the center of the water pool, agreed upon as the place where the Black Willow once existed. Other corners were identified as springs of water, elder post and mound, sycamore tree, redwood post and stake placed where the black walnut once stood. Such landmarks as these were typical in the descriptions of the early ranchos. With the passage of time, many of these old monuments disappeared. Some had actually disappeared by the time the patent maps were submitted for confirmation. And one of the chief difficulties of the Title Insurance and Trust Company has been to locate definitely the boundaries of the ranchos in order to ensure your ownership in any land you may buy.
The Americanos had made their first invasion into the patriarchal lands of Rancho San Jose. And soon the rich acreage was to start the inevitable disintegration which came to every great rancho. Ignacio Palomares was destined to live only a little while longer. But in the meantime, he continued his quietly prosperous ways. His cattle had grown to number thousands, his family and relatives hundreds, and he made a practice of giving away a great deal of his land. In one case, when he attempted to give away a tract to a friend.
You say, Don Ignacio, this land is 1,800 varas square?
See? You know it. You have seen it many times. I want you to have it.
See? Perhaps it is good land, no?
See, of course it is good land. Why should I give it to you if it was not?
That is what I want to know. Why should you give it to me if it is good land? I do not understand that.
I give it to you as a friend, as a gift. Because I like you, you stupid ox. I like to have you come and live near me.
Your friendship I appreciate. But tell me, why should I give up my comfortable home in the Pueblo and come out here to nothing? Nothing but empty land. How would I live? How would my family live?
You could get some cattle and...
Cattle cost money. I have no money for them.
Well, but...
You see, it would not be profitable.
I'll give you some cattle.
How many?
500 head of large cattle.
It is not much. It would be hard.
Very well, then. You shall have all the small cattle you may find on the premises, too.
Good. In that case, perhaps I can make a profitable change. And so, we may as well settle it, huh?
What in the name of the saints do you mean settle it? It's settled. I said take it.
Oh, but how do I know the land belongs to you? How can I give up what I already have until I can be sure that I will receive the true title to the tract?
You do not know it is my land?
Oh, see. But you must go to the judge in the Pueblo and swear that you have not already sold or given it away, that you will really grant the land legally, that you will stand good for any legal quarrels which may arise over it, and that you will not take back this gift.
You really mean it is necessary for me, an old man, to journey to the Pueblo, to see a judge, to swear all these things before you can accept my gift?
Oh, see, we must be businesslike. We must do everything legally, you know.
Bah, I have lived too long. This I cannot understand. I will do it, but then I am content to lie down and die.
Old Ignacio Palomares had lived long enough. And one day in November 1866, he quietly passed on. And with him passed much that had survived of those colorful early days on the Rancho San Jose. Now a new element was coming in, a progressive, hard-hitting, fast-moving element that characterized the American spirit. Its first representative was a young man of German ancestry, Louis Phillips, who was to play a big part in the growth of the valley. One day in Los Angeles, he turned up for an appointment with Mr. Tischler.
Well, Mr. Phillips, I'm glad you've come. Are you interested in my proposition?
Yeah, maybe. You want me to run your ranch, San Jose, is that right?
That's right. I'll pay you $100 a month and half the increase in cattle, sheep, and coals.
You think I can run it right?
Well, I trust you to run it just as well as I could myself.
Tell me why you don't run it yourself.
Well, you see, it isn't very healthy country for me, you understand. My health.
Yeah, I see, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll like it. Yeah, I'm sure of it. And so we might as well get everything settled up. That is, if you will go.
Will I go? Yeah, I think maybe I will.
So Louis Phillips took over the ticklish job of running the lower third of Rancho San Jose for the unpopular new owners. At first he encountered nothing but suspicious resentment. Gradually, his attempts to cultivate the goodwill of his neighbors bore fruit. That is, they seemed to stop being suspicious and came merely to ignore him. Then one day, he rode up to Uncle Billy Rubottom's tavern near his house.
Good morning, senores. A lovely morning, don't you think? Ah, Herr Rubottom. Good morning.
Morning, Miss Phillips. Welcome to Rubottom's tavern. Come in. What can you get you?
And I just stopped by to say hello.
Sure, you're welcome anytime. These birds are still not speaking to you, huh?
Nine. But I think they will.
Well, I don't know. They don't forget things very easy. They'll probably hold it against you till you die.
Maybe, but let's try it out anyway.
Try what out?
You will see. Oh, by the way, Herr Rubottom, I'm giving a barbecue at my rancho tonight. Everybody around is invited. It's a big celebration.
Yeah? Celebrating what?
Oh, didn't you know? Today I get the deed to the rancho. I just bought it.
Well, what do you think of that? Well, now, Mr. Phillips, I'm right glad to hear that.
Pardon, senor. Did I hear you say you bought the rancho you are living on?
Yeah, senor. That is right. I own it now.
Those moneylenders do not have anything to do with it anymore?
Not a thing.
Then you have nothing to do with them anymore?
I probably never see them again. Nor will any of you.
But, senor, this is wonderful. I am so happy for you. You hear that, senor? You hear? Senor Phillips, we like you. You are a nice fellow, but those others are no good. And now that you have nothing more to do with them, we apologize for not being friends before, huh? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you all as friends. We forget the past and get along fine together. And you all come to the barbecue tonight, yeah?
Louis Phillips overcame the distrust of the rancheros and began to lead the march of progress which followed. In 1873, Louis Phillips gave the Southern Pacific Railroad a right-of-way through his land, and a year later, the first train ran into Spadra Station from Los Angeles. With a railroad in sight, the whole San Jose Valley began to think in terms of a town, and soon an association was formed to lay out the site on Louis Phillips Rancho. The project aroused great enthusiasm, especially when...
Hey, have you heard? They're having a contest to pick the name of the new town.
A free lot for the name they pick as the winner.
Boy, am I going to get in on that.
Can you think of a good one?
How about Palomar?
I like Phillips.
San Jose.
They are.
Well, I don't know. I sort of like Pomona. You know, she was the goddess of fruit.
Pomona?
Pomona. Sure, let's make it Pomona.
Pomona, goddess of fruit. An appropriate name for the center of a great fruit-growing area. The name won a free city lot for Solomon Gates, a nurseryman. And the new city to be became Pomona. Plans were rushed. Great campaigns of advertising swept over the Southland, promoting the new town. The trains ran excursions. The whole country turned out to see the opening auction on Washington's birthday, 1876. The occasion was a brilliant success. Lots were sold. It looked like the town of Pomona was to be definitely on the map. Then, one night, several months after the sale...
Evening, Harvey. Ain't you up pretty late?
Can't sleep, Elmer. Don't know what's the matter. I got kind of a funny feeling like something's going to happen.
Oh, you know better than that. Ain't nothing ever happens here, except the dark, and more people coming to live.
Well, darn if I know what it is, but I got a feeling.
Yeah. Trouble with you, it's just warm tonight in spite of the breeze. That's why you can't sleep.
It is mighty warm, but... Say, do you smell smoke?
Seems slightly I do. Probably imagination, though.
And listen, don't you hear nothing? Sort of a crackling like?
Say, I believe you're right. I wonder what, Harvey. Look here, the hotel, she's afire.
Holy mackerel, she's burning like a bonfire. She'll go up in no time.
And with that wind, it'll take the whole town. We gotta do something quick. Oh, Pomona with the White House.
A disastrous fire, combined with drought and lack of money, almost ruined the little town before it got a start. But a few people stuck, and in 1887, when Pomona was incorporated, 3,500 people called it their home. There were schools, banks, churches, newspapers, factories, and hotels. Then came the great boom which raged through California, and the land which had once sheltered the herds of Don Ignacio Palomares and Don Ricardo Bejar now took its place in the great modern world of achievement. Today, many thousands of people live within the boundaries of Rancho San Jose, the people of Pomona, Claremont, San Dimas, Spadra, Cucamonga. They have built beautiful cities of streets and homes, founded colleges of distinction, raised crops and stock of superior quality. And each year at this time, they've held a great modern fiesta, the County Fair, devoted to Southern California's wealth of agriculture, livestock, the arts and crafts, and dedicated in the spirit of Pomona, goddess of fruit. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in just a moment. But first, I want to say that it's the hope of the Title Insurance and Trust Company that hearing tonight the colorful story of Rancho San Jose will make your trip to the fair at Pomona through the beautiful valley so loved in Rancho days by the characters in tonight's drama even more interesting and significant than it would otherwise be. And the contrast presented between that day and this, in peoples and population, in sports and customs and means of travel and communication, will sharpen your picture of the Southland's growth. The information from which was taken the historical framework of tonight's drama is the same information by means of which the Title Insurance and Trust Company is able to trace from the beginning the title to any land you buy, to verify the title of every previous owner, and to ensure the validity of your ownership. It is wise to insist upon this protection whenever you invest in real estate. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we have a story about the section of Southern California where now are located the cities of Inglewood, Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, and El Segundo, but which was once part of two romantic ranchos, Ajuaje de la Centinela and Sausal Redondo. But remember, next week, Romance of the Ranchos will come to you at a new time, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Be sure to listen, won't you? Until a week from Wednesday, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, returns at a new time, Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Listen again a week from Wednesday, October 1st, for another thrilling dramatization of the Romance of the Ranchos. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Of the Ranchos.
April 4th, 1845.
Inglewood traded for 2 barrels of brandy.
November 16th, 1860.
Scotch nobleman buys Rancho Centinela.
May 23rd, 1941.
Celebrities throng opener at Hollywood Park. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the thrilling adventure which signalized the growth of Southern California from the days of the Dons to the present. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another tale of the early days of the Southland, recreated from the pages of history. It is the business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company to know the facts about land ownership in Southern California. And believe me, that means a lot of facts to know when you consider that the early day ranchos, comprising what is now Los Angeles County, have been split up into more than 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate. That means thousands and thousands of changes of ownership of these parcels through the years. Keeping track of all these and of the milestones in the lives of the myriads of owners, deaths, wills, divorces, deeds, mortgages, foreclosures, judgments, and so on, is the big job of the Title Insurance and Trust Company. It's a job that never ends and one that gets harder rather than easier as time goes on. Our story tonight, however, presents the romantic and adventurous background of all this activity, and it's one of the most interesting of the series. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with the land we know as the modern cities of Inglewood, Hawthorne, El Segundo, and Redondo, Hermosa, and Manhattan beaches, steeped in the romance of the ranchos. Back through time, our story takes us from the Hollywood Park of today to another kind of horse race, which took place in the year 1822. Stop! Hold! Hey, he dismounted, hidden that pile of rocks. We have him surrounded. Dismount. We'll close in on him. Julio, you stay with the horses. All right, men, spread out. Ah, howdy, our men. Be careful. These men are desperate. Slowly now.
There he is,
Hold
running
your
down the
fire.
ravine.
Hold your fire. Get him, fire! He's down. Hurry, after him.
There he is.
See, there he is.
It's a fair trade. He ruined my sombrero, but he will not need a sombrero anymore, huh?
No, he will not steal any more horses either. Let that be a lesson to all horse thieves.
Hi there, Antonio. Did you catch the horse thief?
See, that's him riding with Julio.
Riding with Julio. Oh, I see. He's dead.
Better he is than we, huh?
See, good work. I've been waiting for you. I have news.
News, huh? Well, wait a minute. I must rest a moment before I get excited again. Juan, see to this fellow, will you?
See, Don Antonio, I fix him up. One wooden box.
And see that the news is spread, huh? So that all horse thieves will know that I, Don Antonio Ignacio Avila, will personally see to it they do not escape from the law.
See, I will.
Oh, you're a good catcher of horse thieves, Don Antonio.
It is my duty as consul of the Pueblo.
You do your duty so well that Capitan Noriega, military commander of Santa Barbara, has decided to reward you.
Reward for me?
See, that is the news I have for you. He has sent you permission to use the place called Sassual Redondo to build the corral and keep your stock.
You mean the land by the round clump of willows?
See, it is yours.
This is wonderful news, wonderful. Oh, Madre de Dios, I'm so happy. I will make it my rancho. Rancho Sassual Redondo, the property of Don Antonio Ignacio Avila.
Councilman of the Pueblo and horse thief catcher extraordinary.
And so in 1822, the year after Mexico obtained its independence from Spain, Don Antonio Ignacio Avila became the holder of a great rancho. He'd only been given permission to live there and keep his cattle, and actual ownership of the land was not given him for 15 years. Then, too, the boundaries of his domain were not clearly fixed. The way was open for other settlers to contest his claim to the great 25,000-acre parcel of land. Thus, when another prominent and respected citizen of the early Southland moved in on what Don Antonio considered his tract, he made no protest at first. Then, one day came the news.
Don Antonio! Don Antonio!
See, what is it, Diego? What's the matter?
I've just come from the Pueblo. Don Ignacio Machado is at the prefect's office. He's filing a claim to the land of Centinela Creek where he's been living.
What? You mean he really intends to claim ownership?
See, that is what he's doing right now.
Caramba. I must get there at once. I must protest. This is my land. Here, your horse. I must hurry. See, I must hurry. But, Senor Prefect, I protest. This is my land.
Well, Don Antonio, that is what is not quite clear. The boundaries of your land have never been very clear. I hardly know what to say.
Everyone knows that the land of the round clump of willows called Sassual Redondo is mine.
That's just it, Don Antonio. I claim the land called the Springs of the Sentinel, not your Sassual Redondo.
No, Don Ignacio. That you should do such a thing to me. It's the same thing. It is part of my land.
I disagree, senor. If it is your land, why have you not used it, cultivated it?
Because I was being gracious, letting you use it. But I didn't think you'd do this to me.
You were being gracious. Senor, Why have you not said something before? Why have you not protested before? For 3 years I have lived here, built houses, a corral, planted a vineyard.
See, Don Antonio. He even built a reservoir and ditches for irrigation.
Ah, no matter. It was not his land. That is a matter for the ayuntamiento to decide, not you, senor.
And
I say no, senor.
Senores, please. This is an office of the law. You will have to call somewhere else.
Pardon, senor. I do not mean to lose my temper, senor Perfect. Only this fellow is so irritating. It is not that I am irritating. It's that you are so stubborn, Don Antonio. If there is any justice, I shall have my land. If there is any justice,
Senores, please.
But Don Antonio didn't secure what he called justice. The Ayuntamiento, or City Council of Los Angeles, decided that Machado had valid claim to the land called Aguaje de la Centinela, or Springs of the Sentinel. And so the neighbors were forced to bury their quarrel. A few years later, in 1837, Governor Alvarado granted Don Antonio title to his land. And Machado received his grant in 1844 from the later governor, Michel Torrena. Then, a year later, Don Ignacio Machado finally tired of the country and decided to move into Los Angeles. At last, Don Antonio Avila saw a chance to regain possession of all the land for his family. And so he called in his brother, Bruno.
You see, I've just had word that Don Ignacio has decided to move into the Pueblo. He wishes to leave his rancho Aguaje de la Centinela.
See, but where do I come in?
Why, Don Ignacio is looking for a house in the Pueblo.
See, but...
Well, my brother, you have a house in the Pueblo?
See, I have, but I do not understand.
Well, if you could persuade Don Ignacio to trade...
You mean I give up my house for his little rancho?
Oh, but Bruno, it is a fine rancho, very valuable. His vineyards grow fine grapes for vino.
No,
Vino? See, it is rich land, huh? You will enjoy the country life.
That I will not. I am happy in the Pueblo. My house there, it is worth much more than this rancho. No, I think I stay.
But Bruno, for me, for our family, think of it. This great rancho, once again ours, all ours. It will keep our children's children rich and respected, great rancheros. You must think of them.
But, well, I don't know. I'll think about it.
So you come before me to transfer your property.
See, that is right, Senor Sanchez. Don Bruno Avila here has a house in the Pueblo. I have the rancho Aguaje de la Centinela. We wish to trade.
See, I will draw up the necessary paper. Let me see now. Ignacio Machado and Bruno Avila, April 4, 1845. Ignacio Machado give to Bruno Avila.
Don Ignacio.
Right.
See, Don Bruno.
I have been thinking. I do not think I want to live in the country.
Hmm? This is a fine time to be thinking of that. The business is all settled. In a moment, Senor Sanchez will have the papers already.
But I think my house in the Pueblo is worth more than your rancho, and I do not like this.
But, mi amigo, you came to me and offered...
I know, but I have thought it over. It is not enough.
Not enough. What more can I give? I do not own any more land. I have no gold.
Perhaps you have aguardiente, brandy?
Si, plenty. Made from my own vineyards. It's just like you will be able to make.
Well, suppose you had a couple of barrels of brandy. Then perhaps your rancho would be worth as much as my house. Almost 2 barrels?
There's a lot of worth much less.
See, that is what I mean.
Very well, I shall do it, Senor Sanchez. Add to what I shall give Don Bruno 2 barrels of aguardiente.
But the best aguardiente?
Si.
Of course, senores. Just a moment.
Senor, you see, you still get the best of the bargain.
Not at all, senor. I am foolish to make such a bad trade.
Senor, you evidently do not know the value of a house in the Pueblo.
You evidently do not realize the value of a great rancho in the country.
Here you are, senores. It is all ready.
Good. Then it is settled.
Not exactly. You must sign the paper first.
Sign the paper?
See, put your name to it.
But, senor, I do not know how to write.
You cannot even sign your name?
No.
He cannot even sign his name.
Then I will sign for you, Don Bruno.
Gracias, senor.
You're there. Now, Don Ignacio.
Eh?
Will you sign now?
You mean I must sign it too?
But of course.
Oh. But that is, it will be impossible. Sore hands, you know.
But a minute ago, your hand wasn't sore. You shook hands with me.
Very sudden, you know, rheumatism.
Would you like for me to sign for you too, Don Ignacio?
Gracias, senor.
So, you laugh because I cannot write, eh? And all the time, you cannot sign your name either, eh? So, caught you this time, Don Ignacio.
Once again, the two great ranchos were merged into ownership of the same family. In 1851, the new rulers of California, the United States government, appointed a land commission to pass upon the validity of Spanish and Mexican land grants. And finally, patents were issued to the Avila brothers. But a few years later, disaster was to strike for Bruno. He needed money worse than land. And so we went first to John G. Downey and James P. McFarland, Los Angeles' first bankers, and later to Hilliard P. Dorsey, from whom he borrowed money.
Mr. Dorsey, I want $1,400.
Well, that's a lot of money, Avila. I'll have to have some security.
See, I've thought of that. I'll give you a mortgage on the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela.
Don Bruno?
Si, Senor Sheriff.
Bad news for you. This is a summons for your appearance in court. Your land is to be foreclosed.
Don Bruno was able successfully to contest the foreclosure suit by Downey and McFarland. But when the debtor came into court to contest Dorsey's suit...
And so it seems to me, Don Bruno, from reading of the agreement between you and Mr. Dorsey, he has a valid claim against you.
But, Senor, before you said...
In the case of Downey and McFarland, your wife did not sign the mortgage on your homestead. According to the law, she must. But this time, she did sign.
But, Senor Judge, I speak only Spanish. It was written in English. I did not know what I was signing. I suppose that the rancho had been reserved for us.
I'm sorry, Senora. Afraid the law can't recognize that claim. My decision is that Captain Hilliard B. Dorsey is entitled to a judgment of $3,359 and a decree of foreclosure.
Details of the records of Captain Hilliard's judgment and decree of foreclosure against Don Bruno's land are posted in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company, along with those of thousands of other transactions behind which lie real-life stories of drama, tragedy, triumph, happiness, and woe. One of the many sources of land title information which the Title Insurance Company must check daily is the county's record of Superior Court filings. During 1940 alone, these included 56,565 separate actions affecting land titles, and the figure for the last 10 years is 515,294. Among these were 125,875 divorces, 97,257 probates, 50,512 involving juveniles, and 32,555 classified as psychopathics, which include cases of incompetency and commitments to insane asylums. Each and every one of these filings can affect the validity of land titles. So each and every one was noted and posted in the Title Insurance Company records the same day it was filed in Superior Court.
Once again, the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela was split from Sao Redondo in ownership. For in 1856, Hilliard P. Dorsey stood in front of the county courthouse.
1,900. Who'll make it 2,000?
2,000?
I have 2,000. Do I hear more? It's going for 2,000. Once, twice. Sold to Captain Hilliard P. Dorsey for the sum of $2,000.
But Captain Dorsey, a veteran of the Mexican War and a real Westerner, was not to enjoy ownership of his rancho very long. For he had married Civility Rubottom, daughter of Uncle Billy Rubottom, who was one of the Southland's best-loved characters. And the captain and his wife, and his wife's relatives, had their disagreements. One day, Dorsey returned home.
Civility! Civility, I brought company. That's funny.
Perhaps your wife has gone outside.
I didn't see her. Perhaps she's in here. That's Lily.
Perhaps she has left you, senor.
What'd you say?
Oh, perdóneme. I did not mean anything by it.
That's all right, Ramon. What's this? A note.
Oh, probably telling you she has gone to the neighbors.
No, Ramon. You were right the first time. She's run away from me. She's gone to her father's house in El Monte and taken our baby with her.
Oh, senor, I am sorry, but surely her father... That does not mean anything.
You don't know her father, senor. He doesn't care very much for me.
Oh, that is too bad.
Yeah, too bad for him. This is the last time I'll stand for his meddling. I'm going out there to his place in El Monte and bring her back. I'd like to see him try to stop me.
Senor, you must be careful.
Yeah? Let him be careful, senor.
Father, I have a feeling like...
Now, Civility, don't you get excited. Nothing's going to happen. Hilliard and you had these quarrels before.
Yeah.
It's high time you taught him a lesson.
But he's not likely to sit back and do nothing. He's the kind of man who doesn't like to be crossed.
Well, stop fretting. If he comes here, he'll just be wasting his time. That is, unless he comes to apologize.
Apologize, not Hilliard. That's what I'm afraid of. He might...
Now, Civility, just forget such things. Ain't nothing going to happen.
What was that?
Oh, probably nothing at all. Just a wind.
Sounded like somebody coming in the gate.
Your imagination's working overtime, Civility. If it'll make you feel any better, I'll go see.
Father, don't. I'm afraid.
Now, child, just be calm. Ain't nothing to worry about. Take my old shotgun with me. I'll be all right.
Father.
Hello there. Anybody out there? Hello. That you, Dorsey?
Yeah, that's me. I'm coming in, Rhubarb. Get out of my way.
Now, just a minute, son. Just calm down a bit.
I said get out of my way. I've come to get my wife, and you ain't going to stop me.
Now, look here, Dorsey. You better get control of yourself.
You're asking for it.
Father, look out. He's got a gun.
Dorsey, don't.
Don't. Father, are you hurt?
I'm all right, Civility.
Hilliard.
I'm awful sorry, Civility. It's either him or me. I guess I had the best aim.
Hilliard P. Dorsey was dead, and his widow, Civility, had no taste for running the complicated affairs of the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela. Among her many other troubles was the cause of a certain Frenchman, the son-in-law of the former owner, Bruno Avila. He'd built his home on the land.
But this is no longer Don Bruno's land. I own it now, and you have no right here.
Mademoiselle, this is my home. I built it with my own hands. My wife, she and I live here, and you want that we should go.
I do. This is my land. I need it for my own cattle.
But where am I supposed to go?
I don't care where you go. We've let you stay here this long, and I can't let it go on any longer.
Senor, I shall run him off, no?
No, I want no violence. I'm sure the gentleman will see my position and leave of his own accord.
That I will not do. This is my home, and here I stay.
The widow Dorsey could not cope with the situation, and shortly afterward she sold the rancho with great relief. The next owner was Francis J. Carpenter, who turned the property over to Joseph Lancaster Brent, the attorney and land title expert, almost immediately. Brent quickly settled the matter of the Frenchman by paying him $300 for any further claim to the land. Then a stranger came to town, and shortly afterward he stopped in to see me.
Mr. Brent, I hear you'll be interested to sell your share of this land called Rancho Centinela.
Yes, I've been thinking of it, sir. You see, I'm a Southerner, and there's some talk of war between my countrymen and them Yankees. If that's the case, I want to be free to go back and offer my services. But tell me, you're a Scotch nobleman, aren't you? Why would you want to be buying land here?
Well, I don't want to seem disloyal, but the climate here satisfies my wife and me. It's quite a bit different than our cold, dreary highlands.
Well, sir, I'll warrant it is. So you decided you'd like to live here?
Well, I think so. That is, if I can get the land I want.
And that is Centinela?
To start with, yes.
Well, perhaps I can accommodate you, sir. That is...
Well, don't worry about that, Mr. Brent. The price is no object.
Well, then, I'm sure we can make a deal.
Joseph Lancaster Brent went off to become a great Confederate general. And Sir Robert Burnett of Craig's Castle, Scotland, took up his abode in Bruno Avila Adobe, which stands today. Shortly afterward, he bought the Rancho Sao Sal Redondo from the heirs of Antonio Ignacio Avila. And once more, these two tracts were combined into one great rancho. For 12 years, Sir Robert directed operations of sheep and cattle raising on his vast acreage. But finally, in 1873, it became necessary for him to return to Scotland. And with regret, he turned his domain over to another.
How did you happen to come here, sir, all the way from Canada?
Well, we were going to Jamaica for my wife's health, but I read a book called California for Health, Pleasure, and Residence, so I came here instead.
So we have people advertising our land, huh? And now you've decided to stay?
Yes. I've looked over a number of ranchos, but I don't mind telling you I like yours best. The cool sea air will be very beneficial for my wife's health, too.
But you see, Mr. Freeman, I don't want to sell. I only want to lease.
I'll even do that. I'll take a lease if you'll give me the first option to buy.
It's a deal, Mr. Freeman.
And so Daniel Freeman, the father of Inglewood, came into possession of the great rancho. A few years after, he stocked its acres with new herds of cattle and fine horses and planted thousands of fruit and eucalyptus trees. He was able to exercise his option to buy, and the march of progress was begun. Up until 1875, it had been thought that this land was best for cattle and sheep raising. But in 1875 and 76, the great drought parched the land, and sheep and cattle died like flies. Daniel Freeman fought to save his herds.
Round up those strays, Ben, and keep them moving. Don't let them stop.
Oh, Dan, it's no use. The poor creatures can't stand it.
If I can only get them to the hills, they may find enough green foliage to save them.
Ah, but you'll never get them to the hills. Not many, anyway. They're dropping like flies. You lost thousands of heads of sheep.
I'll save the others if I can.
No, it's not much use, Dan. You better do what some of the other ranchers are doing, driving them over the cliffs into the sea, pulling them out of their misery.
Maybe, but I'm going to try the hills first. And, Joe, one thing I know. This country is going to grow and become a big shipping and industrial community. They'll need lots of farmland to supply them. And I'm going ahead with the times. This is going to be a barley farm next year.
Daniel Freeman envisioned the great land that was to be, and he helped to build it, not just with his vast acres of barley, which found markets in New York and London, but as an active participant in the birth of a new city. In 1887, the directors of the Centinela Inglewood Land Company gathered.
I'm pleased to sell you this great tract of land for development into the town of Inglewood.
Mr. Freeman, we're going to build a real town. We're all set to buy and sell lots. Build a hotel, put in water and gas works, everything. Inglewood's going to be metropolis before you know it.
Hey, look at this in the Inglewood Star. 1,500,000 feet of lumber will be delivered to Inglewood at once. 4,500,000 feet more coming. Lumber will be sold at cost to all who will build. 50 new buildings going up inside of 30 days.
Railroad to Redondo Beach is in. Goes right through Inglewood. Why, there's nothing to stop us now.
Why, we got grocery stores, hotels, livery stables, a brickyard, and we're even going to have a college. Yes, sir, the Freeman College of Applied Sciences.
Sure, town lots and farms in Inglewood can be bought cheap today, but they'll never be cheaper. Inglewood's not a town on paper.
No, sir. She's a real town. She's going to grow into a big, beautiful, and prosperous city. You bet.
And Inglewood did grow into just that. Today, it's a prosperous community of over 30,000 people. Its tree-shaded streets of homes and gardens, watered by the same springs of the Sentinel, which attracted Antonio Ignacio Avila. Around it, on the 25,000 acres of the Rancho Aguaje de la Centinela and Rancho Sao Sal Redondo, have sprung up other prosperous communities. Hawthorne, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, and El Segundo. On the romantic domain of the Avilas stands the Douglas Aircraft Company's El Segundo Division and the North American plant furnishing wings for the defense of our nation. One of the country's greatest airports is fast taking shape. It's the Los Angeles Municipal Port at Mines Field. And true to the traditions of Don Antonio Avila, that great horseman and catcher of horse thieves, and to the spirit of Daniel Freeman, breeder of fine horses. It is still intimately associated with the sound of running hooves, for it is the home of that modern mecca of horse lovers, Hollywood Park. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
Few people realize that title insurance service comparable to that provided by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is not available anywhere else in the United States at rates so low as prevail here. One reason such low rates are possible is that this company writes more policies of a title insurance than any other company in the United States. But the principal reason is the efficiency of its methods and personnel and the completeness of its files, the same files that contain the facts on which are based these authentic stories of Southern California's adventurous past. The Title Insurance and Trust Company sincerely hopes that you find these programs entertaining, that by exploring for you the colorful history of our Southland, they add something to your enjoyment in living here. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, our story deals with the home of movie stars, Beverly Hills, which was once the great Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. It's the story of a lonely but valiant widow who weathered trouble with neighbors and the Indians and single-handed raised her great family. And so, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the Wandering Vaquero, is brought to you each Wednesday night at this time by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos. Beverly Hills, 1852. Indians besiege widow at Rancho. Beverly Hills, 1919. Douglas Fairbanks buys hilltop land for home. Beverly Hills, 1941. Beverly Hills, one of the world's wealthiest cities. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the romance and adventure of the history of our Southland. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, uncovers another fascinating story of events and people that make up the romance of the Ranchos. The interesting historical facts which form the background for our drama tonight were obtained from the vast files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And those files are growing at the rate of approximately 1,500 documents every business day. For the essential facts affecting land ownership must be gathered from these recordings and from the records of some 50 different public offices and transferred to the Title Insurance Company records daily in order that the company can ensure your ownership of property against any other's claims. However, it is from the older records that the facts forming the basis of these radio stories are taken. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with a part of the Southland we know as Beverly Hills, but which was once the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas, or the gathering place of the waters. Let's relive the romance of this rancho. It was about the time of the end of Spanish control of California, 1821, that Maria Rita Valdez and her soldier husband came to live on the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. They built a home near the present location of Sunset and Alpine in Beverly Hills. For a few years, their life was peaceful. Then, one day in 1828, Jose Antonio Carrillo, alcalde of Los Angeles, visited the rancho.
Doña Maria Rita, buenos dias.
Don Jose Antonio Carrillo, welcome to my home.
Gracias, gracias.
Oh, this is an honor. The alcalde of the pueblo calling on me. What brings you so far?
I had to journey this way on a boundary dispute, so I thought I would pay my respects to you. Express my sorrow at the loss of your late esteemed husband, Sargento Villa.
Thank you, senor.
I would have been here before, but my duties kept me so busy.
I know, senor. It is quite all right.
Is there anything I can do to assist you?
No, I do not think so, senor. Unless you could help me to get a grant for this land. You see, I have no real title to it, although we have made it our home for these 20 years.
See, of course. I shall be glad to do whatever I can.
Oh, gracias, Don Jose. I should feel safer.
You are alone here?
No. My kinsman, Luciano Valdez, he lives on the land, too.
But here in this house.
Oh, no, senor, you forget. I have children.
See. 9, is it not?
It is not, senor. It is 11.
The widow finally received her first title to the land of Rodeo de las Aguas in 1831, when citizen Vicente Sanchez, who was the alcalde of Los Angeles, granted the land jointly to Maria and her kinsman Luciano. But this arrangement could not last very long, for Luciano was a hard neighbor to get along with.
And over there, Mariano, we shall plant a long line of vines. Oh, this cañada will be our vineyard, and you shall help me care for it.
Oh, see, Mama, it will be very fine.
Here, Maria. What is going on here?
Buenos dias, Luciano. What do you mean, what is going on here?
Are you planning to plant vines in my cañada?
Your cañada? I don't know what you mean. This is my land as much as yours. I have spent 3 months clearing this cañada so that I may plant my vines.
You shall plant no vines here. This is my cañada, and I mean to keep it for my own use.
Luciano, oh, how can you do these things to me? I say nothing when you move your house near mine, obstructing the front of mine. I even let it go when you run my cattle off the only watering place on the land, and they wander off onto my neighbor's ranchos. But this is too much.
Too much? See, it is too much. When I find you trying to use up my land...
It is not your land. And if it were, you did not try to stop me from clearing it. Oh, no. For 3 months you have watched me and my family working on it. Only now, when I want to plant the vines, I make a place for it. Do you object?
You wish to complain about me, huh? Well, go ahead. I dare you to. Who would listen to you? A foolish woman. Why, you cannot even read or write.
Just because you can read and write. Just because you were once schoolmaster of the pueblo. Is that any reason for you to lord it over everybody else?
I am a man of culture. It is beneath me to associate with persons of such little education. You will kindly remove yourself from this cañada. I have told you it is mine, and that is enough.
Madre de Dios, what am I to do?
Oh, Maria, don't cry. I'll fix him. You leave Madre alone, Diablo. You leave her
No,
alone.
Mariano, no, Mariano,
don't. Here, stop that young rat.
Mariano, you must not, stop.
You leave Madre here. You leave my Madre alone.
Oh, my head. Stop
Adelante,
moving, Madre.
vaya.
Stop.
Oh.
He won't come back for a while, Madre.
Mariano, you should not have.
No, Madre. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Unless he comes back.
Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa finally took up Luciano's dare and registered a complaint with the governor. It was subsequently turned over to the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento. One day, Maria heard their verdict.
And so, in view of the complaint against him, also in view of the fact that he does not own enough cattle to receive ownership of land anyway, the said Luciano Valdez is ordered to vacate the property of the widow Dona Maria Rita Valdez de Villa, called San Antonio, or Rodeo de las Aguas.
Oh, gracias. Gracias, Your Honor.
However, Maria Valdez must pay Luciano Valdez for the property which he'll give up. Therefore, the council has appointed two appraisers, Jesus Diaz and Tomas Talamantes, to place a value on said property. The appraisal of the property shall be carried on at the earliest possible moment.
And besides, senor, this peach tree, that is mine. See, and here are two poles I use for farming purposes. They must be counted, too.
What do you say, Jesus?
Oh, very well, Tomas. 2 pesos for the tree and 50 centavos for the poles.
Very well. 15 pesos for the house. That makes total of 17 pesos and 50 centavos. That's satisfactory.
See?
Luciano?
Not much, but very well. See, I take.
For $17.50, the dispute was settled. And now, Dona Maria Rita Valdez was sole possessor of Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. But her only title was from the Los Angeles City Council, and she wished the legal protection of a grant from the governor. And so it was that she talked with Francisco Villa, major domo of the Mission San Gabriel.
But, senor, the governor, he will not make a grant to me unless there are 150 head of cattle grazing on the rancho.
And there are not, senora?
No. I have little over 100, and I have no money to buy more. Do you think the governor might overlook the cattle?
I hardly think so, senora. It is the law. However, there may be another way to arrange it.
But how?
Suppose I arrange for you to borrow enough cattle to make up the difference.
Oh, senor, is it possible?
I think so, senora. I shall take up the matter immediately. And, too, I have another idea. We shall send your kinsman, Captain Villa, straight to Governor Alvarado to present your petition, and that should help your case.
Ah, senor, I do not know how to thank you.
You needn't, senora. I am happy to help you. You have spent many years on this land. You have put much work and toil into it. It is only right that it should be yours. And I shall see that it is.
Capitan Villa journeyed northward toward Monterey, armed with Dona Maria Rita's precious petition. On the way, he stopped at San Juan Bautista to see General Jose Castro, prefect of the district.
So you see, Jose, I go to present the petition of the widow Valdez to Governor Alvarado.
Oh, the widow Valdez. Why, I know her well. When I was south with my troops, I was guest at her home. Oh, she's a fine woman. I like her. Capitan, I tell you what I will do. I go with you. I shall speak to Alvarado myself. Perhaps I can help and repay her kindness to me.
With such powerful friends helping her, the grant for Maria Valdez was assured. Soon, Capitan Villa brought the precious title papers back to Los Angeles. The future looked brighter for Maria Valdez, but more misfortune came quickly. In 1846, news came that the American armies were closing in on Los Angeles. At the time, Maria Valdez was staying in a house she owned on Main Street in Los Angeles. Late one evening, her son rushed to her.
Mama, we must fly. The Americanos, they're coming. We must flee as fast as we can.
Oh, but Mariano, they will not hurt us.
There may be a battle, Mama. Guns, cannon, the city may be destroyed.
Oh.
We must flee for our lives, Mama. Hurry, there is no time to lose. I have an ox cart waiting.
Oh, but Mariano, my clothes, my belongings.
No, Mama. There is no time for that. Leave everything. Take only what you will need to keep you warm. Hurry, Mama.
Wildly, many Los Angeles residents fled before the American army. With them, Dona Maria Rita Valdez. Behind her, she left everything she had, including the title papers to the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. As soon as she saw there was no danger, she came back. It was to find her house had been broken into by looters. It had been robbed, pillaged.
Mariano, They have taken everything. Oh, but no. No, they have not taken my papers. The papers for the rancho.
Where did you give them, Madre?
In the trunk. The big trunk in the corner.
Oh, here is the trunk.
Oh, see. Are the papers?
No. I'm sorry, Mama. The trunk is empty.
Title papers was gone. Victim of wartime looters. California, Indian, or American, no one knew which. Their loss was felt deeply. When, after California became a state in the Union, the Board of Land Commissioners met to pass on all land titles in California. Maria Valdez had no proof of ownership. But once again, loyal friends came to the support of the aging widow. One by one, they testified on her behalf. Jose Antonio Carrillo.
See, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas has belonged to Doña Maria Rita for many years, at least since 1828, for it was in that year that I visited her. Her soldier husband had just died, and there she was with her 11 children.
Francisco Villa.
It was in 1839, some years after her relative Luciano had moved from the rancho, that Doña Maria Rita wished to obtain a grant from Governor Alvarado. I had already obtained for her enough cattle to make up the necessary 150 head.
Jose Castro.
See, Capitan Villa and I went to see the governor in Monterey, and he graciously acceded to our request. He gave me the title papers, granting to Doña Maria Rita about 1 league of land.
One by one, friends and relatives offered their help. And finally, after many weary days of waiting, the board announced the decision.
Doña Maria Rita Valdez de Villa, it is the decision of the United States Board of Land Commissioners that your claim to the title of the land known as the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas is confirmed. The land is yours, madam.
Yes, Doña Maria's loss of her title papers almost cost her her rancho. Her title was in doubt for years until the Land Commission finally determined that it was valid. This was not an uncommon situation in those early days. There were no public offices in which title transfers could be recorded. In fact, ownership of land frequently passed by a mere transfer of possession without any written document. When California was admitted to the Union in 1850, one of the first acts of the state legislature was to set up public offices in which records of title transfers might be kept, and to require that all transfers must be by deed or other written instruments. The theory was that an intending purchaser of property could then examine the public records and determine that the seller actually owned clear title to the land. Unfortunately, it is often impossible to establish true ownership of property from these public records. Deeds and other title documents are sometimes lost or destroyed, sometimes never placed on record, sometimes defectively acknowledged or executed, sometimes forged or executed by minors or incompetents, so that even though they have the appearance of valid legal documents, actually they are not. For these reasons, some further assurance of ownership is required by persons dealing in land today. The policy of title insurance meets that need. It stabilizes land titles, makes them marketable, enables you to know that you really own the title you pay for.
Now, the Rancho Rodeo de Aguas, which she called San Antonio, really belonged to Doña Maria Rita, and she settled down with a great army of relatives to raise her cattle and cultivate her garden. But trouble still pursued her. Early one day in 1852, the workers in the garden were startled by...
Indian! Indian! Run for the house, run!
Hurry inside. Get inside. Pedro, call everybody into the house. Now lock all the doors, barricade the windows, get down the guns. See? Inside, quickly. The guns are in the racks, powder in the cask in the corner. Hurry. Here, close the door. Now there, put that table across the window. Leave enough room to sight the rifle. Hurry.
There they are, behind the sycamores.
Oh, be careful.
Oh, you want to fight, do you, you heathen? All right, our bullets are as good as yours. Stop, will you? I get you next time.
Pedro, A rifle for me, and keep bringing up the ammunition.
Si, senora.
Look out. Here they come out in the open. They've blocked.
Ah, we have driven them back to cover, but they will try again. Hurry, Pedro, more ammunition. Pedro, more ammunition.
We've held them off for 3 hours, but I don't.
The ammunition is running low.
We cannot hold them off much longer, senor.
We must. You know what it will mean if we do not.
But that ammunition won't last much longer.
Then save it. Don't waste a shot. Hold your fire until they try to attack again.
What with our help?
Senora, I'll go for help.
No, Pedro, you cannot.
I can do it, senora. If I can sneak out without them seeing me, I can crawl down the beach to the swamp and get away to the nearest rancho.
No.
Perhaps you could, senora.
No, I will not listen. They will kill you, and he is just a boy, a young boy.
They will not see me, senora, because I am just very small.
It may be our only chance, senora. I try myself.
No. No one shall go. Perhaps our shots will attract attention and help will come, but no one will go. It will be suicide.
Here they come again.
Back to your post quickly. Pedro, more ammunition.
We've driven them back into Grove again. Thank heavens there are only 3 of them.
We must be prepared for their next assault. Pedro, bring more powder. Pedro.
Pedro.
Oh, where is he? Pedro. Oh, senor.
He is gone. He has slipped out the door while we were busy fighting. Look, there he goes, creeping down the trench.
Madre de Dios, do they see him?
I don't know. They haven't made any move yet.
Oh,
They're shooting at us.
he's almost to the swamp.
They can't see him from there. He's hidden by the trees now.
He's getting up. He's running.
They haven't seen him. They haven't seen him, senor. Now we have a chance. We have driven him back again.
Senor, have you any ammunition left?
Yours one shot. Here, somebody bring up more ammunition.
There is no more, senor.
What? No more? Then when they attacked again...
See. Oh, what has happened to Pedro?
He has only been gone an hour. It might take him that long to get to the nearest rancho.
No, he is a fast runner. He should be back by now.
But he is not. Senora, this one shot. If you wish, I can spare you any...
I am not afraid, senor. I have not lived here all these years without being used to facing death.
You are a brave woman, senor. I salute you.
They're creeping up again, senor.
We cannot fight them now. This is the end, senor.
No, listen. What is that?
The Indians have stopped. They're running the other way. They're making for the hills.
Look, our horses. The camp coming. Pedro got through. Pedro got through.
Look at them. The rancheros charging at full speed.
We're saved. We're saved.
This was the last of such harrowing experiences for the owners of Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas. But even so, the courageous Doña Maria Rita Valdez found managing a great rancho too much for her declining health. And so, in 1854, she sold her land to 2 neighbors, Benjamin D. Wilson, famous in early California as Don Benito, and Henry Hancock. The full price for the site of what is now Beverly Hills was roughly about $1,300. And now, at last, the Americans took over its development. They planted 2,000 acres of wheat, and the first year reaped a golden harvest. Then came drought, 2 years without water.
Oh, just look at it, Bill. A withered plain. The swamp's dried up. No flowers, nothing.
Yeah, Ben's pretty sad. Your wheat crop's ruined.
Ruined? Well, there isn't any wheat crop. I'm afraid this ranch is going to be a white elephant.
Don Benito,
Yes,
senor.
yes.
I've been looking for you.
Well, yes, what is it, Jose?
Two senores from Los Angeles. They're at the house to see you.
Yeah, well, what do they want?
They're from the Pioneer Oil Company. They want to see you about this land. They think there might be oil here.
Oil?
Man, oil here? Why, Ben, you'd be rich.
Holy smokes. Oil.
Where are they?
But the oil bubble burst quickly. Wells were drilled, but nothing of any consequence was found. And then, slowly, newcomers came to live on the ranch. New names appeared to be associated with Rodeo de las Aguas. Workman, Whitworth, Edison A. Benedict, who acquired Benedict Canyon, Edward A. Pruce, Luland, Bume, Eberly, Francis Temple. Finally, in 1869,
Prus and Temple sold their land to the De Las Aguas Land Association. Ambitious plans for a town called Santa Maria were never realized. The association gasped for life for a short time and then peacefully expired. The rancho went to Hamel and Denker, two Los Angeles businessmen who prospered for a while by raising lima beans on their land. With the coming of the railroad, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas was flooded with eager lot buyers. Little towns mushroomed around the railroad stations. Morocco, Cahuenga, Sunset. More ambitious plans were made. The boom of the 80s, however, collapsed, and the towns faded back into obscurity. It was not until 1906 that the heirs and successors of Henry Hamel and Andrew Denker handed over their rancho to another group whose plans were to prove successful.
Here's the Rodeo Land Water Company, Mr. Clark. There's a map of the town laid out. Beverly Hills.
Uh-huh. Well, looks well laid out, Mr. Green.
Thanks. Ought to be. Got the best man we could for the job. Wilbur Cook, landscape architect from New York, planned it. Dan Halliday, engineer, did the actual laying out.
Pretty name, too, Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I had something to do with that myself. See, I read a newspaper account of President Taft's visit to Beverly Farms in Massachusetts. Well, I liked the name so much, I just rushed right down here and persuaded my associates to name our town Beverly Hills. Since this was Hurley land we were subdividing.
Well, yes, it's fine. I'll tell you. I like your new town. I'll take 2 lots I looked on. Let's see, it's Crescent Drive, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So, well, I guess I'll be your first customer. I'll buy 'em.
Henry C. Clark became the first homeowner of the new town of Beverly Hills in 1907. Rapidly, the subdivision grew. Then, one day, a real estate man and his potential customer walked up a hill overlooking Doña Maria Rita Valdez's old land.
Let's just climb up there a little further to the crest. Must be a wonderful view.
Okay. I don't see how you do it. You take these hills like they're nothing. Wish I was in your condition. I must be getting old.
You should be in the moving picture business. That's strenuous enough to keep you in trim.
Well, it must be. The kind of pictures you do.
Here, let me lend you a hand.
Thanks.
There.
We're up. Yep. Thank goodness. Well, what do you think of that view?
Just look at that. I've never seen anything like it. It's perfect. Why, think of having a home here.
It's just what I hope you're thinking of. Just imagine how it'd look landscape. A home right over there, overlooking the entire valley. That's a real bargain.
You don't have to sell me. I'm sold. Just make out the papers to Douglas Fairbanks.
When Douglas Fairbanks brought the site for pick fair on April 22nd, 1919, he started the great movie star invasion, which has made Beverly Hills one of the most celebrated residential communities in the world. Quickly, more and more famous people made it their home. The population grew by leaps and bounds. In 1924, the population was 5,000. Quickly, the Rancho Rodeo de las Aguas blossomed into hundreds of mansions, villas, homes. The building boom finally reached such proportions that it prompted one prominent resident of Beverly Hills to say,
Well, lots are sold so quickly and often out here that they're put through escrow made out to the 12th owner. Now, they couldn't possibly make out a deed for each purchaser. Besides, he wouldn't have time to read it. In 10 minutes, he owned the lot. You're having no money, don't worry agents. If they can just get a couple of dollars down or an old overcoat or a shotgun or anything to act as first payment, second-hand Fords are considered A1 collateral, too.
Will Rogers may have been spoofing a little, but the boom brought almost 30,000 residents to live in this, one of the most beautiful and one of the wealthiest of residential communities. Today, the land which was once the domain of the widow Valdez and her 11 children is the pride of the Southland, the home of many of its famous people, the distinguished city of Beverly Hills. Such is the romance of the ranchos. Frank Graham will be heard in just a moment, but first here's something to think about. In these days of rising costs and taxes, every dollar counts to all of us. Doubly interesting, then, is the fact that the rates at which Title Insurance and Trust Company is able to offer you necessary title protection are very considerably lower than those prevailing almost anywhere else in the United States. There are 2 factors that make these low rates possible. First, the size and completeness of Title Insurance and Trust Company's record files and the efficiency of its hundreds of trained workers. Second, the fact that this company writes a greater volume of title insurance than any other title company in the world. Whatever the value of the property you're interested in or the type of policy you require,
The rate you pay for title insurance is less than it would be elsewhere because of these considerations. And the protection it brings you is not surpassed by comparable policies issued anywhere. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to take you for a visit to the ranchos San Pedro and Palos Verdes, where a dispute between two of the great families of early California blazed for many years. It's a story I know you'll want to hear. So be with us again next Wednesday night. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos is a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Pedro, 1800.
Smugglers captured in attempt to land in harbor.
San Pedro, 1846.
Americans killed in Battle of Dominguez Ranch.
San Pedro, 1940.
18 million tons of shipping passed through Los Angeles harbor. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, recreating for you the vividly colorful yesterdays in the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, takes us back to the days of the Dons to reveal another fascinating story. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles believes that some knowledge of the historical background of the land we live in, of the hardships and heroism of the pioneers whose efforts have given us our great heritage, not only will make of us better citizens, but will also add to our appreciation and enjoyment of the advantages of living where we do. The records of the Title Insurance and Trust Company contain verification of the historical facts that provide the framework for our story tonight. But to most of us, facts and dates that are buried in files or history books are dull. It is to make those dry records live and breathe, to recreate for you the true interest, adventure, excitement, and romance that actually attended the events themselves, that these programs are presented. And here with tonight's story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is concerned with one of the first and perhaps greatest of the early California ranchos, the Rancho San Pedro. And two, it deals with the beautiful Rancho Palos Verdes and the prolonged dispute over it, which split two distinguished families. Let's go back through the years and relive the romance of the ranchos. It was in 1784 that Juan Jose Dominguez, soldier of Spain, received permission from his bluff old commander, Governor Pedro Fajes, to settle with his stock on a piece of land overlooking San Pedro Bay, first called the Bay of Smokes by Cabrillo in 1542. And so, one day, the soldiers of the Presidio gathered to watch a strange procession.
Come, vaqueros, keep them moving. We've a long journey ahead of us. There's no time to waste.
Hola, Juan! This is a job for a soldier. Since when have you been a tender of cows?
See, Juan, is this what you have come to?
You are just jealous.
Jealous. Jealous, he says. Tending cows is a job for those timid ones.
We have no stomach for a man's work fighting.
Oh, you are behind the times, mi amigo. Where would Spain be today if she did not have builders as well as soldiers?
Eh? So you are building something now, eh?
See, I'm a pioneer. I'm going to help build a great new land for our king.
Oh, we shall be pleased to hear it, I'm sure.
Oh, stupid oaf. This is no joking matter. You do not seem to realize that now I'm a man of importance.
See, but you have always been a man of importance, mi amigo.
Oh, I don't know why I bother with you. Adios, senor.
Wait, Juan, mi amigo.
See, Juan, we were just having a joke.
A bad joke, senores.
Sí, but you forgive us, no?
Well, see, of course.
Bueno, we are really proud of you, a great landowner now.
Oh, no, I do not own this land. I've just been given permission by Don Pedro to settle here.
Yeah, but you will own it and have a great rancho.
See, I hope so. Senores, you must come and visit me, huh?
In that wilderness?
God forbid that we are ever sent there.
Senores, it's no wilderness. It's good fertile land. There is the Pueblo of Los Angeles.
Wilderness, nevertheless. But perhaps we shall visit you after all, when you have built a new country for our king.
Oh, you are impossible. You keep me from my journey with such nonsense, eh? I must go, senores, and drive my cattle to the river San Gabriel. And someday you shall find that I'm the one who's at the last laugh. Adios, senores. Adios.
Hasta la vista, don Juan. Hasta la vista, mi amigo.
Vaya con Dios, mi amigo. Hasta la vista.
Adios.
And Don Juan Jose Dominguez was a pioneer. At the age of 65, the old soldier retired to the rancho called San Pedro, bounded by the old course of the San Gabriel River on the east, by the ocean on the west and south. For 20 years, he tended the busy routine of running his peaceful domain. But there were occasional brief moments of excitement on the Dominguez property. For many years, Spain had a law forbidding trading with any foreigners, but it didn't stop some citizens of Los Angeles from engaging in unlawful commerce. And so, once in a while, in the dead of night,
I will feel better when we are safely anchored. This harbor is full of sandbars.
We are almost in far enough. I can see the outline of the land.
Gopher, put out that light. We do not want to be seen by the watch. That is enough. Drop anchor. Wait, are the boats ready?
Oui, the goods are loaded.
Very well, lower away. I will stay aboard, monsieur. You take charge of the landing party.
Lower away, men.
And quiet. They hang smugglers in these parts.
What hour is it, Pedro?
I cannot say. The moon is hidden. Perhaps 2 hours to dawn.
Such a life. I should be glad to get back to the barracks.
Ramon,
See?
is that the ship in the harbor?
Where?
There. I can just make out the outlines through the mist.
See? It is a ship, all right.
Can you make out what kind?
By her lines, I cannot tell what ship it is, except that it is not Spanish.
Smugglers?
See? Look, 3 small boats nearing the shore. Hurry, Pedro. Warn the guard. Run.
There they are. The signal. Putting at a small landing. Quiet now, men. We are right under the noses of the guards.
Ah, senores. You're here at last, huh? I expect you last week.
We had unfavorable winds. Has anyone seen us?
There's been no alarm. You have the goods, hmm?
Oui. 3 boatloads. Silks, shawls, shoes. Are your skins ready?
Oh, si, senor. Pile there on the shore.
Good. I shall inspect them in a moment. All right, men. Start unloading.
Surrender if you value your life.
Soldiers, into the boats, men, hurry!
I have to surrender.
foreign smugglers conducted a thriving business for many years. Sea otter skins, worth 100 cattle hides, were the usual cargo. But life on Rancho San Pedro was largely serene and peaceful, until, in 1805, misfortune came to Don Juan Jose Dominguez. One day, he called his friend Manuel Gutierrez to him.
Buenos dias, Don Juan. You wish to see me?
Buenos dias, Manuel. I want you to see this, please.
A document?
Si, read it.
For his friendship and faithful service, I, Juan Jose Dominguez, concede to Manuel Gutierrez a life estate in Rancho San Pedro, as long as he shall... Senor.
Si, that is what I want.
Don Juan, what can I say? How can I thank you?
Never mind that, Manuel. The rancho is in good hands. I know that you will keep it well for my nephew, Cristobal, who is to be my heir.
Keep it well, but senor, you're the one who manages Rancho San Pedro.
No more, mi amigo. Tomorrow I leave for San Juan Capistrano to spend the rest of my days with Cristobal. He's stationed there now, eh?
I do not understand, Don Juan. You're leaving?
I'm an old man, Manuel. I cannot hope for much more time.
Nonsense.
No, mi amigo. I wish it were. Besides, Manuel, where is my tobacco?
Your tobacco? Why, it is right in front of you on the table.
Oh, I cannot seem to... Will you please hand it to me?
But Don Juan, it is right here under your nose. Here it is.
Gracias, mi amigo.
But Don Juan, you can't.
No, mi amigo. I can't see. I'm blind.
Juan Jose Dominguez, blind and aged, retired to spend his last days quietly at the Mission San Juan Capistrano. In 1809, the old soldier died, leaving Rancho San Pedro to his nephew Cristobal, who was to share possession with Manuel Gutierrez as long as Juan's friend lived. For a time, all went well. Then, in 1821, Mexico gained her independence, and a young lieutenant was sent north from San Diego to command the troops at the Pueblo de Los Angeles. One day, the soldier approached Manuel Gutierrez.
Oh, Juan de Lares Sepulveda. You're the new commander at Los Angeles?
Si, Don Manuel.
And you're going to stay?
I hope so. I like this land. I would like to settle here.
You brought your horses and cattle?
See? That is why I've come to see you. I must find some place to keep them. I thought perhaps you might help me.
See, of course, I know just the place. Part of our land is not used. You can keep them there.
Where is this land?
Above La Cañada de Palos Verdes, the hills above the bay.
Ah, that is wonderful land. The hills overlooking the sea.
Perhaps not as fertile as the rest of Rancho San Pedro. That is why we have not used it. But fine pasture land nevertheless.
And I have your permission to move my cattle in?
See, of course. Do so right away.
So Juan Dolores Sepulveda settled his 800 head of cattle on Rancho Palos Verdes, and thereby started the dispute which was to continue for a quarter of a century. Very quickly, Cristobal Dominguez protested.
Señor Sepulveda.
Si, Don Cristobal Dominguez, is it not?
Si.
Welcome, senor.
I regret I did not come here for a social call, senor. I come to make a protest.
Protest? About my using the land of Palos Verdes?
Si, senor. There ought to be but 2 branding irons for the cattle of this rancho.
Yours and Senor Gutierrez, huh?
Exactly, senor. Therefore, I ask you to withdraw your herds from my land.
But, senor, I have been looking into this question. Is it your land?
But of course. This is the Rancho San Pedro.
Is it? Many years ago, the governor gave you permission to live on Rancho San Pedro. But nothing was said of these hills. The river San Gabriel was mentioned, the ocean, sea. But it would seem to me that these hills are outside of the boundaries of what was given to you.
Senor, in all these years, no one has ever questioned the Dominguez family's rights to these lands. It's well known that they are ours.
On the contrary, I believe it is high time somebody did question your rights. Where are your title papers? Show me the title papers to the hills of Palos Verdes.
Papers? I do not need title papers.
But you do. I shall see that you do. You do not, and you never have used this land. You have plenty elsewhere.
That does not matter. I demand that you remove your herds from my land.
And I will not. Even if it is your land. Don Manuel has given me permission to stay.
Senor, I shall petition the governor to run you off.
I, too, can petition the governor, and I shall ask him to grant me title to this land, the hills of Palos Verdes.
Both Dominguez and Sepulveda kept their promises. The governor did nothing about Cristobal's plea to remove Sepulveda, and the dispute flared on. Sepulveda, in an effort to speed action on his claim, journeyed to the capital at Monterrey to talk with the governor. On the return trip, a tragic destiny took him to the Mission de la Purísima Concepcion, where he planned to stop for a rest.
This is very strange. There's not a soul in sight.
Perhaps some service is going on inside the mission, and all the Indians are there.
Perhaps, see. But perhaps there is something wrong. Perhaps we should not go in.
Nonsense, Don Juan. What could be wrong? I would not think of going on. We need rest. The horses need water. Come, we're almost to the gate. Once inside, you shall see that nothing is wrong.
Perhaps. But I somehow have a feeling I do not like this.
Life on that lonely rancho of yours has made you jumpy.
Whoa. Whoa. Senor, look at those people lying on the ground. And the blood. Indians. Indians on the warpath. John, run for it. They're coming at us. Look out!
Senor! You killed him, you heathens. You killed Juan Sepulveda. You...
Don't. Juan Dolores Sepulveda had the misfortune to stop at the Mission de la Purísima Concepcion the day in 1824 on which the neophytes were in revolt, and he was one of those who lost their lives in the massacre. Behind him, he left 5 children to continue the fight for the Rancho Palos Verdes: Juan, Ignacio, Diego, Jose, and Maria Teresa. Death came a year later to Cristobal Dominguez, too, and his sons, Manuel and Nazario, carried on the Dominguez side of the quarrel. It was Manuel who received a messenger one day in 1827.
You have a message for me?
Si, it's from Don Juan Sepulveda.
Sepulveda? What could you wish to tell me?
That he has received word from Monterrey, from Governor H. Juan Diaz.
So, at last he has been told, eh? At last he must vacate our land.
No, senor. The governor has given a Sepulveda's a provisional grant to Rancho Los Palos Verdes.
According to a hand-drawn map dated some 32 years later, 1859, when this first provisional grant was confirmed to Jose Loreto Sepulveda, final surveys set the area of Rancho Los Palos Verdes at 31,629 and 43/100 acres. Its eastern boundary was approximately the line of the present Figueroa Street, from the ocean between San Pedro and Wilmington to the intersection of Figueroa and Sepulveda Boulevard, where the map shows a dry lake to have existed. From there, the boundary, following such markings as 4 rocks, 3 rocks, a pile of stones, ran roughly westward to strike the ocean a few miles south of the present city of Redondo Beach. Rancho Los Palos Verdes was completely surrounded on both north and east by Rancho San Pedro, granted by Manuel Dominguez. Early-day maps of both ranchos are in the files of Title Insurance and Trust Company, together with volumes of data and title records extending right up to the close of business today. These records enable Title Insurance and Trust Company to issue policies of title insurance for your protection. It is such protection that makes real estate so readily marketable and so acceptable as security for loans.
Governor H. Juan Diaz's provisional grant did not settle the quarrel between the Dominguez and Sepulveda families. Even after Governor Figueroa in 1834 settled the matter by arbitration and fully granted Palos Verdes to the Sepulvedas, there was bitter feeling still. But life went on. And San Pedro began to gain its reputation as a great seaport. Tall-masted sailing ships from Boston and New York sailed around the Horn to drop their cargoes and to fill their holds with great stacks of hides and heavy barrels of tallow. Sailors called it the Hell of California because in loading and unloading their cargoes...
How much farther is it? Another 100 yards. Straight up. I can't make it. I tell you, I can't make it. Wait a minute. Oh, man. Rest for a minute. Rest and we'll try it again.
Where are we taking this?
See that little adobe warehouse on top of the cliff? Yeah, that's it.
How can they expect any human being to carry these heavy boxes straight up the face of a cliff?
I don't know. It's not the steepness I mind. It's these slippery rocks. It's 100 feet straight down.
Hey, you men! What do you think you're doing? Having a tea party? Come on, get that box up.
Hurry up, you'll be asking for the land.
Aye, aye, sir, right away. Come on, Tommy. We'll make it this time.
I can't do it. I can't. My hands are bleeding now.
Come on. It's better than the lash. Remember that.
All right, I'll try it.
Boy. Here we go. Yep. Watch your step. These rocks are slippery.
Joey, I'm slipping. I can't get my balance.
Look out! Hold on, Tommy! Look out!
Sharp cliffs of San Pedro took their toll on sailors, but the port continued to grow. And the hills of the Rancho Los Palos Verdes grew in importance. And because the boundaries had not been measured off and formal possession given by the authorities, many regarded Sepulveda's grant as little more than a scrap of paper. Some of them, eyeing the valuable property, began an attempt to move in on it. And so Juan and Jose Sepulveda again sent a petition to the capital. One day in May 1846, a rider raced into the Rancho Los Palos Verdes.
Oh, senor! I bring news from mi pueblo.
Where's you, senor? News?
Si. A letter for Don Juan Sepulveda.
Pedro, bring Don Juan. And tell Don Jose to come too. They shall both want to see this. It's news from Monterey, from Governor Pio Pico. Senor, have you any other news, eh?
Any other news? Oh, si.
What is it?
Well, nothing very much. The governor had a ball.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, see, there was something else. I almost forget. The Americanos have declared war on Mexico.
So, when was this?
Last month, I think.
Well, and they always seem so friendly. But I don't suppose that will be much to us way up here.
I don't suppose so.
Oh, here comes someone now. I will give him the letter.
I must be on my way, senor. Adios.
Adios.
Ramon, the letter. It is from the governor.
Si, Don Juan. Here it is.
At last. Have you called Don Jose?
Si, I told Pedro to call him. Senor, is it good news?
Si, Ramon. Very good news. Pio Pico has confirmed our grant to the Rancho Los Palos Verdes.
A few days later, Mayor Cota of the Pueblo de Los Angeles conducted a colorful ceremony at the rancho, ending with Don Jose and Don Juan stepping across the imaginary line which marked their precious land. Each picked up a branch from a shrub and broke it.
Don Juan Sepulveda.
Senor, Don Manuel Dominguez, you here?
Si, Don Juan. And not for any reasons you might think. Governor Pico has confirmed your grant to this land. And so, our quarrel is finished. It's not right that our two families should be enemies. It has lasted too long already.
You are right, Don Manuel. I harbor no ill will for you and yours.
No right for you. Let us forget the past.
See, there is no reason why we should not from now on live peaceably together as neighbors.
More than that, as friends. And here is my hand on it.
Senor, this makes me very happy.
No more than I, mi amigo.
The dispute was forgotten at last. Now the Sepulveda and the Dominguez families were destined to live peacefully together, to work together, and to fight together. For the war with the Americanos was not the isolated quarrel many Californians imagined. It came home to them when the forces of Stockton and Fremont began the occupation of their province. They fought a losing battle, but they fought hard. Manuel Dominguez was one of those who stood on Rancho San Pedro to confront the American Captain Gillespie's troops as they retreated from Los Angeles.
Senores, pronto! There, bring her around to cover the road. There she is, the old woman! She'll stop the Americanos! Good. Ready? Fire! There, Americanos, stop the old woman! Maybe you don't like it so well, huh?
Many Americanos were mowed down by the Browns 4-pounder called the Old Woman in the Battle of the Dominguez Ranch. And later, some were buried on Dead Man's Island in the San Pedro Harbor. But the Americanos eventually conquered, and once more California was a land of peace and industry. Both Sepulveda's and Dominguez land grants were confirmed by the United States Board of Land Commissioners. Both families prospered with the growing prosperity of Los Angeles. Sepulveda stages carried passengers from the harbor to the growing metropolis.
Do they always drive like this? Sure. Most always have a race to the Pueblo. Come on, boys. I got $10 bet on our stage. Let her rip.
And Manuel Dominguez rose in public affairs to become a member of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento, first alcalde and judge, territorial representative, and captain of a military company. And part of the Rancho San Pedro he sold, a part which quickly became San Pedro Newtown, and later Wilmington.
Why, sure, this town's going to grow. This is going to be the new seaport for Los Angeles. We cut 6 miles off the stage lines from San Pedro, and with this new breakwater from Rattlesnake Island to Dead Man's Island, we'll have a real harbor.
The rivalry between San Pedro and Wilmington continued for a time until Civil War trade sent the new port speeding far ahead of the older town. Camp Drum was established there, and all supplies for the troops stationed there went through Wilmington. Prosperity brought rising prices on the waterfront.
What? $1.50 to go out into the harbor to my boat? Why, that's ridiculous.
All right, then, mister. Maybe you'd rather swim.
Many famous in early California annals were to be found among the pioneers of the new port. J.G. Downey, W.T.B. Sanford, B.D. Wilson, and Phineas Banning, whose hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, furnished the new name for the new San Pedro town. With their help, the port grew steadily until in 1869...
There she is, the first steam train into Wilmington from Los Angeles. Boy, we got a real city here now.
When the railroad was extended to San Pedro, it was the older town's turn to grow. In 1882, the present city was laid out, and in 1888, it was incorporated. For the next 20 years, the two towns grew with the steadily progressing metropolis of Los Angeles. And then, in 1909, a group of Los Angeles men stood on the bluff overlooking the harbor.
Gentlemen, this is the harbor of Los Angeles, whether we own it or not. This is where our shipping must come.
Well, we couldn't ask for a better one.
Couldn't we? Now look down there, gentlemen. Does that look like the harbor of one of the nation's greatest cities? Will those docks and warehouses be able to accommodate the goods that this country of ours is going to produce? Will that harbor hold the ships of the world that'll be coming here?
Well, that's right. We're going to grow, gentlemen. And our growth will be stunted unless our harbor grows with us.
In my mind, I see miles of docks with facilities for the biggest ships the world can build. And by Jupiter, I'm going to do my best to see that they're put there.
A few men of vision saw the Los Angeles harbor that could be, and largely through their efforts, it has come into its full realization. The first step was the incorporation of San Pedro and Wilmington into Los Angeles. Then, funds were appropriated for harbor development, channels were dredged, breakwaters constructed. Docks and warehouses were built on Rattlesnake Island, now called Terminal Island, and historic Dead Man's Island was leveled beneath the waves. Rancho San Pedro became the thriving cities of Wilmington, Lomita, Torrance, Gardena, and Compton. Rancho Los Palos Verdes became San Pedro and the beautiful Palos Verdes estates. And high on the hills, which caused the dispute between the Sepulveda and Dominguez families, you may today look out over one of the greatest harbors in the Western Hemisphere. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos. In just a moment, Frank Graham will tell us about next week's story. Between 1900 and 1940, the number of separate assessed parcels of real estate in Los Angeles County increased from 91,000 to 1,512,000. This is an increase of 1,421,000 in the number of land ownerships the Title Insurance and Trust Company must keep track of daily. The company has taken this never-ending expansion of work into account. Its policy, through nearly 50 years of service, has been to maintain an organization system of records at all times adequate to offer complete title service and genuine title protection to anyone who buys, sells, lends, or borrows on real estate within the territory it serves. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week? The land on which stands the present city of Whittier was once called the Rancho Paso de Bartola, and it was the home of a famous governor of California, Don Pio Pico. His story and that of the happenings on this land form an exciting chapter in the romance of the ranchos. So until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each Wednesday at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KN.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Whittier, 1847.
Americans break opposition in Battle of San Gabriel.
Whittier, 1867.
Great flood menaces home of Governor Pio Pico.
Whittier, 1941.
Whittier, the center of a great fruit-growing area. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the highlights of history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero Frank Graham unfolds another tale of the romantic, adventurous early days of some particular section of our Southland. Practically all of our stories of early California contain a good many incidents having to do with ownership of land, the original grants, transfers by sale or foreclosure, boundary disputes, and so on. This is because land ownership is a fundamental element in the shaping of all history, the motivating factor behind many of its most important events. The urge to own land is a basic human desire as old as civilization. Through the ages, land has been coveted, stolen, fought over, defended, even at the cost of life itself. Today, force of arms and physical combat are seldom required for the defense of private land ownership. The common risks are those that arise from forged instruments, forgotten mortgages or other liens, improperly or fraudulently executed documents, claims of undisclosed heirs, and similar title defects. The modern system of title insurance provides protection against these and other risks. And here to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, we're going to trace the history of the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, the favorite rancho of Don Pio Pico, part of which has become the present city of Whittier. Many of you may have visited Pio Pico's ranch house, which is still standing as a national monument near Whittier. But whether you have or not, I'm sure you'll find in its story much of the romance of the rancho. For the beginning of our story, we must go back to the year 1771, the year in which the Padres of New Spain first established the Mission San Gabriel. A few miles from the new establishment, nestled in the foothills near the San Gabriel River, then called River San Miguel of the earthquakes, was an Indian village, and the elders of the council were agog with the news.
My brothers, the crow has spoken truly. I have seen with my own eyes. Strangers come. Men with white skin build a great hut of brush. They have great animals bigger than the deer. They come to stay.
But already there are too many here. In this village there are too many. We cannot live. We cannot find food enough.
Perhaps these white men have food. Perhaps they can help us.
No. I have seen them scraping the ground looking for acorns under the ground.
They do not even know where to look for acorns.
Perhaps they do not search for acorns. Perhaps they know how to find food in the ground.
No, these men, they cannot help us.
Let us follow the paths of our brothers and find the fertile valleys to the south. There we will find better hunting grounds for the rabbit. We have heard our brothers tell it.
Yes, brothers. We must leave this place of the wild bees. and travel to the Valley of Much Water.
You may go. I stay behind. White men have strange ways, but perhaps they can help us find food. I will stay and speak with white men.
Many Indians left the dry little village of Sejat, but others stayed behind to become the neophytes of the Padres at Mission San Gabriel.
You see, my children, there is ample food for all. The great Padre, in his mercy and kindness, has provided bountiful gifts, if only we will take them. For him who is wise enough to spend his day in the planting seed and caring for the cattle, his harvest shall be great, and he shall not want. And in his spirit he shall be content. So for these great gifts of earth and water and air, and the life which flows in our bodies, we must give pious thanksgiving. It is right that we gather at the evening bell and sing praises to him.
For years, the Padres of San Gabriel taught the newly converted Indians of the land around Lomas Muertas, or Dead Hills, known now as Puente Hills. Everywhere, the product of their great work was apparent in the tilled fields, the orchards and vineyards, the irrigation ditches. The Indians who stayed behind in the village of Sejat were happy and prosperous. But presently, a controversy arose. One day in 1784, word came to the mission.
Padre, I bring news from Santa Barbara.
See, what is it, my son?
This land to the east and south, across El Camino Real along the San Gabriel River, it has been given to a soldier for his rancho.
But this is mission land. It cannot be given away.
That may be, but the military governor, Don Pedro Pajes, has granted a certain soldier of his, one Manuel Nieto, the right to live and keep his cattle there.
But that land is the property of the mission, held in trust for its rightful owners, the native Indians. In a few years, when they are able to govern themselves, we must give it back to them.
But the governor has already acted. The land south of the Las Lomas Muertas are no longer the missions, but Manuel Nieto's.
For the first time, the secular power had infringed on what was considered the domain of the church, but it was not to be the last. It was the start of a long series of controversies which left missions shrunken to nothing, and missions themselves abandoned to decay. But in this case, the Padres of San Gabriel won at least a point. At their request, the 300,000-acre grant to Manuel Nieto was cut, and its northern boundary made the El Camino Real and the San Gabriel River, thus returning the land which became Whittier to the control of the mission. But it was along this same El Camino Real, the main road from San Diego to the Pueblo de Los Angeles, that the first word came of events that sounded the death knell of the missions. It was in the year 1822 that a horseman sped up to the banks of the river San Gabriel.
Hola, senor.
Hola. You have ridden far, mi amigo.
Sí, from San Diego. Is there water for my horse near here?
Sí. I can get it for you at my hacienda, or you can go on to Mission San Gabriel, a few leagues more.
If I may trouble you, senor, I'd rather not go on. I had expected to find water in the river.
Not this time of year, but if you'll come with me.
See, may we hurry? I have important news to deliver at the Pueblo, Los Angeles.
Important news? About what?
This, senor, is now a part of an independent republic. What? Mexico has declared her independence from the King of Spain.
Now the missions were cut off from the paternal hand of the Spanish king, and the new Mexican government soon passed laws providing for the secularization of all mission lands. Soon the government was distributing this land for private ranchos all over the Southland. In September of 1833, Juan Crispin Perez petitioned the governor for a grant of his own. A few months later, he appeared before members of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento who were investigating the claim. The alcalde of the Pueblo called the council to order.
The case of Juan Crispin Perez.
Si, senores, I am here.
You have petitioned the governor for a grant of land.
Si, I wish it for my rancho.
Senores, you have all seen Don Juan's claim to the land. This rancho you wish is located north of El Camino Real and extending from the hills, sometimes called Lomas Muertas, to the river San Gabriel.
Si, that is it. It is called Paso de Bartola Viejo. I have lived there with my cattle for the space of some 30 years, more or less.
Who owns the land when you first settled there?
Manuel Nieto. Later it was returned to public land, and I served as mayordomo for the Mission San Gabriel. But now this land is open to private ownership. I feel that it should be mine, as I have cultivated it these many years.
Oh, and the Mission San Gabriel has no objections?
As long as the law is as it is, they have none.
Very well, Don Juan. We shall pass our recommendation on to the governor. I think we are all agreed, are we not, senores, that this land should rightfully be granted to Don Juan Christ in Paris?
Gracias, senores, gracias.
Governor Figueroa followed the recommendation of the Los Angeles Ayuntamiento and in 1835 granted to Juan Crispin Perez the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, or the Ford of the Elder Bartholomew. The next 10 years were unsettled ones for California, culminating in the news in 1846 that Mexico was at war with the United States. Many of the Californians had more sympathy for the Americans than for their own bungling government. Nevertheless, they determined to defend their homes because of the uncertainty as to what might develop. But Commodore Stockton and General Kearney were at San Diego, and one day news reached Los Angeles.
The Americanos have gone, marching north from San Diego.
Feverishly, preparations were started. The call went out to the citizenry, and soon an ill-equipped band of militia swelled the ranks of the insurgent forces under General Jose Maria Flores. Then, on January 7th, scouts brought the information.
You see, General Flores, they number about 600 men, dragoon sailors from the frigates anchored at San Diego, and some of our own Californians.
Californianos fighting with the Americanos?
Yes, they have joined them, about 30, I should say.
Madre de Dios. Our own brothers.
You say they are camped at Rancho Los Coyotes?
Si, for the night. Only a few miles from the pueblo. And they will continue the march tomorrow.
Then tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow we must meet them and stop them. If we don't, Los Angeles is lost.
But, General, where can we make a stand?
At the river San Gabriel. They are following El Camino Real. They will probably try to cross the river at Curung, near the Puente Hills.
Si, the Rancho Juan Perez.
But we will be there to stop them.
Shall I give the orders?
Si, we will move before daybreak.
The morning of January 8, 1847, the Americans, 600 strong, marched along El Camino Real. The Californians drew up their lines at Paso de Bartolo Viejo from the banks of the San Gabriel, which is today called Rio Hondo. Across the land, which is now Whittier, came the Americans. At the Indian village, they stopped.
Oh, Ben! General Kearney, we're almost to the San Gabriel.
Yes, they'll probably make their stand there.
If they make a stand.
I think they will. Everything our scouts have told us would seem to indicate that they have force enough.
We can still see their scouts all around us.
And have you noticed there are many more than before?
Yes, their main body's probably near, at the river.
Then we better form in line of battle, men.
Right. We can probably expect their attack any time now.
All right, men, take your battle positions. The volunteer riflemen will lead the scouts. Then I'll bring up the dragoons. Martin, your musketeers will follow with the Marines and sailors bringing up the artillery. Baggage in the center. Rear guard with the cattle and 2 field guns. All right, men, give the orders.
And look sharp, men. If we get through here, our fight's won. Forward!
There they are, Commodore. Drawn up on the opposite bank of the river.
Must be 400 of them. Thank goodness the river's almost dry. We'd have a hard fight crossing water. As it is,
we may have a hard fight anyway. They have a cannon on the bluff.
Look, here come some of them crossing the river.
Must be about 100. They're trying to threaten our advance. All right, men, hold your fire. But advance steadily. Just move ahead. We're going over.
They've gone back on the other side.
They thought they could pile us up.
Now they're shooting.
Well, they can't do any damage. They're too far away. Their grape is falling short.
It looks like they have a couple of cannon.
Yes. That may give us some trouble. Keep moving, men. Right ahead to the first bank of the river.
At least we can take this in 2 jumps. The river first, the bluff afterward.
Yes, if we can get across to the opposite bank, we should be able to make a stand there for a while.
I will soon know. We're almost to the bank.
We're almost in range now. All right, men, return their fire and keep going. We're going to take the first bank opposite.
Down the first bank, across the dry stream bed, advancing steadily, came the Americans. Up the opposite bank, the enemy only a few yards ahead, and...
There they go. They're retreating. Charge, men. We've dislodged them. Drive them out the way.
The Californians were driven from the first bank of the stream bed. Quickly, they formed another line on the bluff as the Americans prepared to storm the height.
That one was close. Those cannon of theirs must be stopped.
All right, boys. Bring up that 9-pounder. We'll put him out of commission in no time. We can hit a sombrero at 1,000 yards with this cannon. Let's take out that first gun over there at 300. Is she all set, boys? Ready to fire, Commodore. Well, let me get the sight on her, boys, and we'll show the Army what marksmanship is, eh? Look out!
Say, that was close. Hurry up, Commodore. Put that gun out of commission before it does some damage.
A hand here, men. A little twist to the right. There. Hold it. All right, boys. There's the aim. Let her go.
Got it! Got it!
High G-Haw for that, Commodore. You knocked it sky high. You weren't fooling about marksmanship, sir. Congratulations.
No time for that. Now's the time for a charge.
Ready, men. We're going on over. Be careful. We're under full fire. Let's see end this battle right now. All right. Charge! All right, men, hold your fire. No use wasting grape. The way they're riding, they're out of range already.
Well, General, we made it. Here we are on the heights.
Yes, we should have no trouble at all from here on in.
How about casualties, Captain?
Bring them up now, sir. There's several wounded, and Fred Strauss...
Dead?
Yes, sir.
We can be thankful there weren't more. But even one.
His name will be long remembered, for he died in the service of his country on the battlefield that won California for the United States.
Yes, the Battle of San Gabriel marked the winning of California for the United States. And after California's admission into the Union in 1850, an early decision by the newly formed United States Land Commission changed the boundaries of Rancho Paso de Batola, as Frank Graham will tell you in just a moment. Admission to the Union also led very soon to the passage of laws providing for the public recording and preservation of all written instruments having to do with the transfer of land titles. And those laws really started something. Today, there are more than 2 million deeds on file in the Los Angeles County Recorder's Office, more than 750,000 mortgages, and scores of thousands of other written instruments of various kinds. Since 1907, an accurate count of the numbers of documents recorded in the county has been kept. From that year to the end of 1940, a grand total of almost 10.5 million documents were recorded. All facts contained in these millions of documents which pertain to the ownership of land are transcribed and segregated according to the particular properties they affect in the offices of the Title, Insurance, and Trust Company of Los Angeles. That is why, for so little cost and with so little delay, you may obtain from this company a policy of title insurance for your protection when you buy, sell, lend, or borrow on real estate.
The Battle of the San Gabriel at Paso de Bartolo Viejo was one of the last battles of the war, and was the last time the Californians put up a stiff resistance to the Americans. Shortly after, a distinguished Californian returned to Los Angeles from Mexico.
We're glad to have you back, Don Pio. See, we are all hoping for your return, Governor Pico.
Please, senores, not governor. I'm no longer governor of this department. In fact, it is no longer a department of Mexico, but a territory of the United States.
See, but if things have been different.
No, mi amigo. Things couldn't have been different. I don't think I should have cared to have them different. I felt that, even when I left to go to Mexico.
I said then that resistance was useless.
Then why did you go?
Because I felt it was my duty as governor to see what could be done. And I found only indifference at the Capitol. And they cared nothing for Alta California. And they were willing that the Americanos should have it.
And they do have it now.
See, and that is for the best. The Americanos want California. Mexico did not. The Americanos will build up this great country of ours. And I, for one, will give them every ounce of my support.
Don Pio Pico, the last Mexican governor of California, came back to become a loyal and distinguished American. And in 1850, he added to his already enormous land holdings the Rancho Paso de Bartolo Viejo, which he bought from the heirs of Juan Perez. On the banks of San Jose Creek, which is now known as the San Gabriel River, he built an adobe mansion, and his reputation for the most lavish hospitality grew.
Don Pio, I've never seen such a wonderful ball.
You like it, senor? I am glad. I want everybody to have a good time when they come to El Ranchito.
El Ranchito? Why do you call it that?
Why? Because it is so small.
Small? I'd say this was quite a mansion for this country.
You see, the house, it is comfortable. But the rancho, it is very small. Not a rancho at all, just a ranchito.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose compared to your other ranchos, like Rancho Santa Margarita to the south, this is pretty small.
Oh, see, Santa Margarita, 133,000 acres. Paso de Bartolo, 9,000. You see, a ranchito.
It's beautiful, nevertheless.
Oh, see, I like it better than the others. I live here. Let my mayordomos take care of the rest.
Well, I don't blame you. It's practically perfect. The courtyard looking out over the Puente Hills, and the ballroom looking out over the creek.
See, any fine place to race the horse. Senor, you have never seen a California horse race, have you?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, just you wait until tomorrow. You shall see a real horse race. Between my Azulejo, some no good horse of Diego Sepulveda.
Is it going to be run tomorrow?
See, for 1,000 yards at 2 o'clock sharp.
I wouldn't miss that for anything.
And, senor, if you don't want to lose your money, be sure to bet on my Azulejo.
Oh, betting, too, eh? Well, maybe I might put up a $5.
$5, senor? You mean $5,000, of course.
What? Oh, no, I meant $5.
Oh, but, senor, I doubt if you can find anyone willing to bet so little.
Well, how much is bet on this race?
Oh, I should say about $40,000. That is, of course, not counting the cattle and the horses, the sheep, the ranch lands, and...
Holy smokes. Maybe I'd better just watch this one.
The lavish, splendid extravagance of the Dones manifested itself in horse racing with terrific stakes involved, as well as in great fiestas and entertainments. But a new era was about to dawn, and slowly the noose of debts tightened about the necks of the old Californians. As Pio Pico's debts mounted, his land shrunk. But before his beloved El Ranchito was gone, two things added to his woes. The first was the great flood of 1867.
Don Pio, the water is still rising. It is almost washing against the foundations of your house.
Oh, my orchards, my beautiful orchards. They are ruined. Look at them. Water rushing through them, tearing out the trees, carrying away the fertile land.
I'm not so worried about them as I am about us. The water may keep on rising. It may crumble the walls of this adobe. We better get out of here.
Look, here comes a man.
It's Ramon. Ramon! Ramon!
Don Pico, I was coming to warn you to get out of here, but I was afraid it's too late.
Too late?
See, the water back there is worse. My horse lost his footing trying to cross the irrigation ditch. I was thrown to the bank. The horse swept away. We couldn't get through the hills now.
Then we'll just have to stay here and hope for the best.
If the roof doesn't come down on us...
I've never seen such a flood.
There never has been such a flood. I've been up on the hills from there. You can see water sweeping through the entire valley. It looks to me like this flood is changing the course of the San Gabriel River. In fact, the whole river is coming right down San Jose Creek and your big irrigation ditch.
Madre de Dios, and here we are. May God have mercy on us.
The San Gabriel River did change its course to the channel we know today. Its old course is known today as the Rio Hondo. Don Pio Pico escaped the water's wrath, but another blow had come to him. The United States Land Commission, in determining the boundaries of the original grant of the Rancho Paso de Bartolo, had excluded that section of the land which was to become Whittier. The rest of the land Don Pio kept until 1892, when creditors finally dispossessed him. But in the meantime, the land which had been returned to the government was sold to various individuals. And finally, In 1881, an Indiana farmer, John M. Thomas, bought it up and built a house. In 1887, it was the scene of a conference between two men.
You say your name's Pickering?
Yes, A.H. Pickering of Chicago. My wife and I are out here in California looking for a place to buy.
Oh, you're planning to settle down here then?
Well, not exactly. I want to buy land as a site for a town. You see, I represent the Society of Friends.
Oh, Quakers, you mean?
Yes. My wife and I have been from Sacramento to Ensenada, and this is the finest spot we have found. And since I understand it's for sale...
Why, sure. Come right on in. I'm sure we can make a deal, all right.
The deal was made, and the Quaker colony was started. The leader, Jonathan Bailey, moved into the old Thomas house, and on its porch the next Sunday, services were held.
And thank thee, O Lord, for this great bountiful country which thou hast provided for us. Bless it and this new town of Whittier, which we have founded in thy name.
Whittier, named for the great Quaker poet James Greenleaf Whittier, was founded. In May 1887, the first lots were sold. The new town was established just in time to get in on the boom of the 80s, and land prices soared. Quakers poured in from every part of the country, and a new city was on its way. Today, Whittier is the center of a market area of homes and industry with 32,000 happy citizens devoted to pleasant and productive living. And on this place of the wild bees, where stood an Indian village, and where a great battle was fought, this land is today covered with miles of fertile orchards, yielding valuable harvests of California's crop of gold. Such is the story of progress and the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you a little about next week's exciting story. The purpose of the Title Insurance and Trust Company in sponsoring these broadcasts is twofold. First, to enable you to share the thrills and inspiration that come from knowledge of our community's romantic and adventurous past. To be familiar with the people who lived here and the things they did long before our time makes living in Southern California actually more fun, makes names and places twice as interesting. Second, by means of these programs, the Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes to acquaint you with the nature and the value of title insurance and the work that must precede the writing of a policy, so that you will not hesitate to avail yourself of this necessary protection whenever you deal in real estate. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll have a story about a famous battle of Southern California in which the total casualties were 2 horses and 1 mule. It took place in San Fernando Valley on the Rancho Ex Mission de San Fernando, and it's a story you'll want to hear. So until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as your wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Fernando, 1845.
Armies prepare for Battle of Cahuenga Pass.
San Fernando, 1874.
Senator buys Garden of Eden in Valley.
San Fernando, 1941.
Movie star buys ranch in beautiful Valley of Home. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization around the colorful history of Southern California. Each week, there's a new story narrated in all its excitement and drama by our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham. The historical accuracy of tonight's story, like that of all these presentations, is assured by the records in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. These records contain the detailed history of land ownership in Los Angeles County from the days of the first grants by the King of Spain. The older ones are handwritten, of course, and many of them are in Spanish. Since many of our early-day leading citizens and landowners were unable to read or write, signatures consisting of a mark attested by witnesses are rather common. In many ways, the records themselves are as interesting as the stories they tell. And here to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with the lovely valley we call San Fernando, but which was once Encino, the Valley of the Oaks. And from the days of the romantic mission of San Fernando and the days of the Dones to the great valley of today, it is a story rich in the romance of the rancho. Our story of the Rancho of San Fernando starts about the year 1790. For several years, the Franciscan friars who had founded the missions of San Gabriel and San Buenaventura had traveled many weary miles through the broad green valley they called El Encino, the Valley of the Oaks. Another mission was needed, a halfway stop between San Buenaventura and San Gabriel. To break the tedious journey and to complete the chain of missions that stretched away to the north, a party set out in 1795 to search for the site of a new mission. Into the broad Valley of the Oaks they came. Then...
Padre, this is about the point where it should be, see? But we have left El Camino Real. We are distant from perhaps 2 leagues.
See, I know. This is all right, my brother. Here in this upper end of the valley, we will find the spot we want. For it is here that the springs come down from the mountain. It is good land, with plenty of water. Many Indian rancherias.
But the mission should be constructed on El Camino Real.
You forget we do not found the mission for our own comfort, but for the good we can do for these poor Indians. He will be the better, my brother.
See, I had forgotten. You are right.
There is a pasture land and firewood not far away, and rock for the foundation. Everything we need. But also, from here we'll be able to easily reach all of the Indians of the valley and furnish them with a central place for teaching and worship. See, my brother, this is the place. Here we shall found the 17th mission.
And so it was that on September 8, 1797, Father Lasuen stood before a great gathering of curious Indians.
Here, my children, we have planted a great cross, a symbol of our Christian faith. May it stand through the years in veneration, and may the blessings of our Lord fall upon this land, its fields and streams, and bring this new venture a long, prosperous life of service. And so we dedicate this mission, San Fernando Rey de España, in love of God and the name of our glorious King, San Fernando III. O Heavenly Father, as we are gathered here, we thank you.
After the ceremony, many Indians were given baptism, and work was started on building a temporary church, granaries, and storerooms. Crops were put in, and the land stocked with cattle. The docile Indians of the valley quickly became converts to the new religion of the White Fathers, and soon hundreds of them were learning the arts of farming and building. In most cases, they readily took to the new ways of the white man. But once in a while, the Padres had a little trouble.
Tomas! Tomas! Come here.
I come, Padre. I come. You want?
Tomas,
Where are your clothes?
I ride horse. No want other skin. Make hot.
How many times have I told you? You must not go around like this without your clothes. It is not decent.
Never wear other skin before white man come. Good then.
You did not know any better then. Now you do.
Can ride horse more better without skin.
No matter. You must go get your clothes.
No want.
But why? Why don't you want to wear them? Come, tell me.
Squaw, she laughed. Me, man, dress in other skin like woman. Women laugh. Me no like. Me, man. Me no woman. No life. No life.
In spite of such inconveniences as the new clothing, the Indians of San Fernando Valley learned the civilized arts. And as the years rolled peacefully by, the valley sprang to life under their care. By 1822, there were 1,000 Indians living at the mission itself, with many hundreds more scattered throughout the valley. And an accounting of the great herds owned by the mission showed rich gain.
Cattle, 7,000 head. Sheep, 6,500 head. Horses, 1,300. And that is all? No, there are 40 goats, 50 pigs, 80 mules. Quite an animal community, isn't it, brother?
The missions prospered, but it was not to last for long. Already the settlers of the pueblos were forming a movement against them. Many a debate went on between church and secular powers.
But, senor, you are an official of the pueblo. We have always gotten along well together. What have you against the mission?
Nothing personal, you understand, Padre. Nothing at all, in fact, except that they own all of the good land in Alta California.
But we do not own all of it, senor. We hold it in trust for the Indians who were here before we came.
That's just it, Padre. That's where the mission system breaks down. In the beginning, you thought you could teach the Indians to govern themselves. The missions were supposed to turn the land back to them after 10 years.
See, that is right. But they are so backward.
Exactly. They are too backward to ever make anything of this land. And in the meantime, many fine settlers have come from Sonora, from Spain. They are eager to build a new land here, to make this a new empire. But they cannot, for they can get no land.
But there is land.
Oh, see, land, but not good land. You hold all of that, and you have grown richer and richer by it.
Senor, we only serve.
Oh, see, I know. I did not mean you padres personally.
We have done much good. We have turned this desert into a garden.
See, I acknowledge that. But your good has been done. Your era has passed. It is time now to go on, to progress. I'm afraid that very soon something will be done about it.
And something was done. The Secularization Act of 1833 sounded the death knell of the missions. Their lands were taken over by the government and granted to private owners little by little. But San Fernando suffered less than most others, and it prospered for many years more. It was widely famous for its fiestas, especially the one on May 30th, when San Fernando Day was celebrated. People came from miles around to taste the first fruits of the year and to celebrate a mass of Thanksgiving. Following a great banquet in the afternoon, horse races were held, and the main event was a big bullfight. The Indian tribes from all over Southern California gathered to join in festivities of their own. A great ceremonial dance was held around the huge image of an Indian chief, with a great ceremonial fire lighting the event, and cries of the dancers furnishing the music. But the great days of the mission were slipping away. Each year, more Indians left the confines of the church to work as vaqueros for the newly founded ranchos. Others merely planted field crops on a patch of what had been mission land. California, under the Mexican government, was rapidly falling into anarchy and confusion. Governments changed quickly and dramatically. The differences between the Californians and Mexico mounted until in 1844, word came to Los Angeles.
General Castro! General Castro! I have news from Mexico.
See, what is it? What's the trouble?
They have appointed a new governor for Alta California, General Michel Torrena. He's on his way here right now.
What?
See, and he's bringing with him an army.
An army? He brings an army to grind us under his heel, eh? So,
He is to be our governor.
And this army, it is ragged and dirty. And most of the men have been taken from the jails in Mexico City.
Send for Senor Alvarado, Andres Pico. Spread the word. We must prepare for this.
It took time to organize an opposition to the new governor, and in the meantime, he'd occupied the capital and ruled the land. But resentment against him grew, for his ragged army knew no law. Constant stories of their brigandry poured in.
Senores, I did not know what to do. Here we were, my wife and I, confronted by the guns of two savage, ragged soldados. They had no shirts, no pantalones, nothing to hide their nakedness and fib for the greasy blanket. They demanded clothes, food, a horse, at the price of my life. I gave it to them. How could I do otherwise? I was helpless before the governor's troops.
These things must stop. We, Jose Castro and Juan Alvarado, proclaim that Governor Michel Terrena's troops must be disbanded and sent back to Mexico.
The proclamation of Castro and Alvarado bore fruit, at least on the surface. Michel Torrena agreed to send his ragged followers away. But as the months wore on, it became apparent that he had no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he used the time gained to enlist new support. Soon, he started a military campaign against the Californians. In February of 1845, his army pursued the followers of Castro and Alvarado into San Fernando Valley. It was there that a young American approached General Castro.
General Castro.
Si, buenos dias, senor.
I'm William Workman of Los Angeles.
Si?
You need men, do you not?
Of course. Otherwise, we should not have had to retreat before those ruffians.
There are Americans fighting with Michel Torrena.
Si, 100 mercenaries hired by Sutter. They think if we win, we'll close down Americano immigration. You are an Americano, are you not, senor?
See, but don't worry. Not all Americans favor the governor. In fact, most of us here are behind you to a man. I've come to offer you our services. James McKinley and I have enlisted a good many rifles for you.
Excelente. Bueno. Your men will be ready to fight when those ruffians get here.
See, we're ready to march right now.
Bueno. Then we'll give them a real battle, senor. Let them come.
Jose!
See, what is it?
I have news from the Pueblo. The authorities of Los Angeles have issued a proclamation deposing Michel Torreno and appointing Don Pio Pico to act as governor.
Then they are behind us.
Si, and the whole Pueblo, too.
And the Americans, senor.
Then our cause is already won. We shall ride out to meet Michel Terrena and defeat him.
Across San Fernando Valley came the ragged army of the governor. Out through Cahuenga Pass marched 300 Californians under Castro and Alvarado. Soon the two armies were within sight of each other, and they lined up for battle on the banks of the Los Angeles River.
What do you see, Juan?
They are bringing up their small cannon.
Bombardment, eh?
Oh,
then we shall bring up our cannon.
Senor Workman, you have never seen our artillery in action, no?
No, I haven't. Pretty accurate?
Accurate. Senor, our fire will devastate their ranks. The field shall run with blood. Oh, did you see, senores? Their first shot did not even come near us. Now, watch what we shall do to them. Here, has anybody got a cigarette?
See, I have, but what do you...
How can I light the cannon fuse without a cigarette? Give it to me. Now watch. There.
General,
Never mind. Our next one will be much closer. Hurry, reload, and make sure it's pointed the right way this time.
Well, they've been at this since noon. Yeah, and it's 3 o'clock now. When's the fight begin? The way it looks to me, they're going to keep popping away at each other with those pint-sized cannons all day. Hey, take a look over there on the hill. Yeah, they got the right idea. Lying in the shade. I wouldn't mind some shade myself right now. They look like Americans, too. Yeah, but they're on the other side. What difference does that make? They don't look like they were in any more of a fighting mood than we are. Let's go over and join them. Maybe you're right. Looks like they're taking a siesta. Looks cool and comfortable, too. Yeah, one of them's got a jug or something. Vino, maybe. Might be. Come on, let's go. What have we got to lose? It's almost sundown. The battle will be over soon.
Looks like we are getting the better of them.
Yes, our shots are coming closer anyway.
Sergeant, what are our casualties so far?
2 dead, General Castro.
Caramba! They shall pay for killing 2 of my men.
No, General, not men. 2 horses.
The Battle of Cahuenga Pass lasted half a day, until after sundown, that 20th of February, 1845. The Americans on both sides took no part, but preferred to fraternize among themselves. Total casualties of the battle, 2 horses killed, 1 mule injured. The next day, the 2 armies continued on to the Verdugo Rancho, where they fought another brief skirmish.
It's like a lot of their men have deserted them, General Castro. Have there any casualties yet?
Oh, not on our side.
Probably not on theirs either.
Look! They're running. They're retreating.
See, the battle is over. We have won.
Is that a white flag I see?
See the white flag. Michel Serena surrenders. California is ours. And Pio Pico is governor.
The huge system of records in which the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles accumulates and classifies the information it requires for the issuance of title insurance policies is called its title plant. Operating this title plant is much like operating a large bank with more than 1.5 million depositors, for there are over 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate in Los Angeles County. And the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles maintains a separate account on each one of them. Even though the company may never be called upon to insure the title on a particular piece of property, the account on that property must be kept always up to date. In this county, there are some 1,500 legal recordings filed daily that affect the ownership of real estate. Each of these must be entered in the account of the particular property it affects, and the entry must be made the same day the instrument is recorded. All this record keeping entails a great deal of hard work by a large number of trained personnel. But its net result is that when you want title insurance on property anywhere in the county, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can serve you without delay. And the rate you pay is very much lower than similar service and protection would cost you almost anywhere else in the United States.
The same year which witnessed Michel Torena's surrender saw the Valley of San Fernando pass into private hands for the first time. Andres Pico, brother of Governor Pio Pico, joined with Juan Manso to lease the land. But California was not to know peace for some time yet, and in June of the next year, 1846, Don Eulogio de Salas stood before Pio Pico.
You are a native of Spain, senor?
Si. I come here straight in 1836.
And you want to buy this Rancho Exmisión de San Fernando?
Si, that is why I'm here.
Well, you understand that ranchos are not usually sold, but granted upon application to the government.
Si, I know, but I heard that this one was to be. I do not know why.
I will tell you. You know, of course, that there is talk of war between Mexico and the United States.
Si. Seems certain.
The armies of the United States will probably try to occupy California.
Si, and many people, Californians as well as Americanos, will welcome them.
That may be. But I have orders from the Minister of War and Marine to raise the necessary funds for our defense in any way that I can. This is one way.
Si, and my money will help.
The price is agreed.
14,000 pesos for 13 square leagues of land.
Very well. I shall give you the deed, but only on one condition.
What is that?
That you shall agree to care for the old Indians living there and respect their right to plant crops.
Oh, see, I agree. There's plenty of land for that.
Also, the church and its grounds are to be reserved, together with sustenance and lodgings for the Father Minister.
That too.
Then, the Rancho Exmisión de San Fernando is yours, Senor Salas. And may these sales help us to do what we must.
Fight the Americanos?
See, whether it is the right thing to do or not, I do not know. But as governor of this province, I cannot fail to do my duty to the Constitution. We must prepare to fight.
War broke out. In January of 1847, Stockton and Kearny again took Los Angeles after the battles of San Gabriel and La Mesa. The Californians camped on Julio Verdugo's Rancho San Rafael to the east and debated what to do. It was there that word came of Colonel Fremont's arrival at the mission of San Fernando.
We Fremont at San Fernando and the others at Los Angeles. We are trapped, General Pico. See, General Castro. It looks like our course is open.
You do not propose to surrender.
And accept Commodore Stockton's terms? No.
But our men are deserting us. They say it is no use. And the Americanos, there are too many of them.
See, I do not know what to do. I can only hope that somehow, somewhere, we will find a way out.
And the way out for the defeated Californians was being prepared at Mission San Fernando, where Colonel Fremont spoke with a young Californian, Jesus Pico.
Do you intend to push on after you have arrested Colonel Fremont?
No, Don Jesus. I see no need for further fighting. Looks to me like it's all over.
I'm glad to hear that, but my countrymen are still in arms. They expect to be attacked.
I know. They know they're beaten, but they don't know what to do about it. There's something pretty gallant about their holding out to the bitter end.
Oh, see, they are fine people, Colonel Fremont, not rebels.
I know that, senor. I want to avoid any more trouble for them if I can. I want to give them a chance for an honorable surrender.
Commodore Stockton has given them terms of surrender.
I know.
How can they ask them to deliver up their leader? To be tried and sentenced like common criminal.
I know how you feel, Don Jesus. I think I have the answer. I think that I'll offer them terms, too. My terms.
Colonel Fremont, your terms?
They won't be the same as Stockton's, senor. I want to see this thing ended with as little bad feeling as possible. I know that you Californians and we Americans can get together and make something of this country. I want to see that.
See, Colonel Fremont, you are a good man.
Would you do something for me, Don Jesus?
Oh, anything. You have saved my life. I will do anything.
Thank you. I believe you are the man to talk to your country. I do not like to ask it. I know that they may harbor ill feelings toward you because of your friendship with me.
It does not matter. If I can help you, and too, I shall be helping them and my country.
That is right. And I ask you to carry my terms to General Pico. There shall be an armistice ending the war in California. Then everybody may return to their homes as before. No one shall be arrested. Quarrel will be forgotten.
Oh, senor, my countrymen will listen to me, for I bring them peace with honor.
The Californians did listen, and on the 13th of January, 1847, Colonel Fremont and Andres Pico met at the old Cahuenga Ranch House, now a park opposite Universal Studios. There, the Cahuenga capitulation was signed.
General Pico, now your signature here.
Gracias, Colonel. Is that all?
Yes, accept my hand, General.
Gracias.
May this be the beginning of friendship and prosperity for all of us together in California.
Peace and prosperity did come to the Southland, and to Rancho ex-Mission of San Fernando. Its original owner, Don Eulogio de Salas, returned to Spain, where he died. But from his estate in 1854, Andres Pico bought a half-interest in the great tract. Gradually, the title to the lands of San Fernando Valley went through many hands, and the huge area was broken up into different tracts. The southern half came under the control of Isaac Lancashire and Isaac Newton Van Nuys. And in April of 1874, Senator Charles Maclay of Santa Clara rode out to look over the northern half.
Your idea was to buy this land, Senator?
Yes, Governor Leland Stanford recommended I look it over.
Well, now that you've seen it, what do you think?
All I can say is, this is the Garden of Eden.
With George K. Porter, Senator Maclay bought his Garden of Eden, and within a few months, he paid a visit to the county recorder's office in Los Angeles to record a subdivision. Its name was the City of San Fernando. Town lots were offered at $10 to $25. A hotel sprang up. 7 saloons came to life. Senator Maclay opened a store, and residents flocked to the new town. Then, on September 5th, 1876,
today at Lang Station, the Golden Spike was driven in the tracks of the Southern Pacific Railroad north to San Francisco. Now Los Angeles has a direct rail link with the rest of the United States.
the land was petitioned, and the valley grew. Towns sprang up. Toluca, later called Lancashire, and today known as North Hollywood, Chatsworth Park, Owens Mount, now Canoga Park, and many others. Then, in 1903,
the Pacific Electric came to San Fernando today, linking the whole valley with Los Angeles.
And more settlers flocked to the Green Plain. L.C. Brand led the race to subdivide the land into more lots, more home sites. Brand Park was established opposite the old mission buildings. Then, in 1913.
Today, the people of San Fernando saw mountains of water brought from 250 miles away cascade into their valley as the Los Angeles Aqueduct, one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, was completed.
Water and transportation had come to San Fernando Valley, and nothing could stop its growth. Steadily, thousands more poured in to fill its towns and cities. In 1915, the greater part of the valley was annexed to Los Angeles, and the lands of the Franciscan Fathers had now become part of one of the world's great cities. Today, almost 120,000 of Southlanders call it home and find all the necessities of good living in the towns of San Fernando, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, Studio City, Universal City, Canoga Park, Reseda, Sherman Oaks, Chatsworth Park, Northridge, Tarzana, Granada, Pacoima, and Roscoe. Such is the romance of the rancho.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you the subject of next week's story. Officials and staff of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles take a great deal of pleasure in presenting these true stories of early California. They sincerely hope that you are finding equal pleasure in listening to them. Their company's primary job, of course, its most important service to you and to the community, is providing protection against loss due to title defects when you buy or lend on real estate. Land, usually considered the soundest of all investments, cannot be picked up and carried away. But ownership of land can be lost or its value depreciated through forgery or falsification of records, or by prior claims due to mortgages, trust deeds, liens, judgments, property rights determined in divorce cases. When Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles issues a policy of title insurance, it stands between you and possible loss of your property due to such causes. Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
One of the greatest cities of our Southland, Long Beach, stands on land which was once part of the first and largest rancho in Southern California. Its fascinating story will be told next week. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at this same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Long Beach, 1840.
American marries beautiful daughter of Spanish Don.
Long Beach, 1864.
Great drought ruins ranchos.
Long Beach, 1921.
Oil discovered on Signal Hill. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero and dramatizing the romantic and colorful historical events which characterize the growth of some particular section of Southern California. Life in California in the early days was always colorful and romantic and usually adventurous and exciting. Things that really happened right here where we live today were so full of interest that it is not necessary to depart from the true history in constructing these programs. In presenting Romance of the Ranchos, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is, by the very nature of its business, exceptionally fortunate. For the same records by which the company is able to verify land titles by tracing ownership all the way back to the earliest Spanish land grants, also provide a convenient and accurate source of authentic historical facts. Title Insurance and Trust Company is very happy to be able to share this treasure chest of fascinating information with the citizens of the community it serves. And here, ladies and gentlemen, to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we take you to the city of Long Beach, a great modern city which a century ago was a vast pasture land, part of two ranchos, the Ranchos Los Cerritos, the Little Hills, and Los Alamitos, the Little Cottonwoods. Let us relive the romance of the ranchos. In 1784, one of the first ranchos to be granted by Governor Pedro Fages was a vast tract conceded to the old soldier Manuel Nieto and called Los Nietos. The rancho stretched from what is now Rio Hondo and the Los Angeles River to the Santa Ana River, and from the ocean to El Camino Real and the Montebello and Puente Hills. In 1834, many years after the death of the old soldier, the great tract was partitioned among his 4 children by Governor Figueroa. The land which was to become Long Beach was split into 2 ranchos, Los Cerritos, going to Doña Manuela Nieto de Cota, and Los Alamitos, going to Don Juan Jose Nieto. But shortly afterward, Juan Jose was called to see the governor in Los Angeles.
You wish to see me, Your Excellency?
Si, Senor Nieto. You are the owner of a rancho called Los Alamitos.
But of course, Your Excellency. You granted it to me only a few weeks ago.
So I did.
You're not going to take it away from me, are you?
In a way, yes.
But Your Excellency...
I wish to buy it.
Oh, well, that's different.
You already have 2 other ranchos. You would not mind selling this one?
Well, perhaps. That is the price.
I will give you 500 pesos.
500 pesos? For 6 square leagues of land?
See? 500 pesos.
It is not much.
It is enough for the bare land. You have no stock on it. I must go to the expense of stocking it.
See, that's true.
You have little use for it. You have enough land on your other ranchos.
Well,
500 pesos in cash is no paltry sum. It will buy many cattle. Properly invested, it can make you rich. Come, what do you say, Senor Nieto?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to think it over.
Oh, well, then perhaps I'll have to buy land up north. There I can get a bigger rancho for less money. I shall save some of my 500 pesos.
Well, as a favor to you, Your Excellency. But only because of that, I will take the 500 pesos. Los Alamitos is yours.
Because of the ridiculously low price paid for the 26,000-acre rancho, many questioned the validity of a grant made by a governor who immediately bought it for himself. But the sale was not disputed. Figueroa formed the Compañía Agricultura to stock the ranch with cattle and horses. A few years later, he died, leaving his brother to administer the rancho. But some years before, an adventurous American had come to California and established a thriving business in the Pueblo de Los Angeles. One day, he paid a visit to his good friend, Don Juan Bandini, a prosperous ranchero of the Southland.
Ah, Don Abel Stearns, mi amigo. It is good to see you again.
Si, Don Juan. It seems a long time.
It is a long time. Months since you have paid us a call.
Well, you should be happy not to have to see my ugly old face.
Nonsense. Why do you not come more often?
Oh, business, you know. For an old bachelor like me, there's not much of interest except making el dinero.
You Americanos. That's all you think about. Why do you not just live, enjoy yourselves?
I guess we're just born with a cussed streak that won't let us take things easy.
Sometimes, mi amigo, I think so, too. When even you, who are more like us than most Americanos, cannot rest. Oh, well, I like you in spite of your energy.
Gracias, mi amigo. The feeling's mutual.
And I must tell someone you're here. You have an admirer, senor. You have completely won the heart of a certain young lady. She has been pining her heart away for you.
What's this? A young lady? Well, since when have you had a young lady here?
Oh, you shall see. Arcadia! Arcadia!
Si, Papacito.
Come here, my dear. We have a guest. One whom you will be most happy to see.
A guest, Papa? Who could it be? Maria Lugo? Tio Manuela? Oh, el Senor Don Abel.
Si, Don Abel himself. You are happy to see him?
Si. Buenos dias, Don Abel.
But this is unbelievable. Surely this can't be little Arcadia.
Si, senor.
Now, you see how long it has been since you were here last?
Well, she's grown up. A real young lady. And my child, you are beautiful.
See, she is.
Gracias, Don Abel. You have stayed away a long time.
Had I known such a vision of loveliness awaited me here, I should not have done so.
Papa?
Oh, you Americanos are very quick at turning a pretty phrase. You know how to compliment a young lady.
But I mean it, mi amigo. She is truly lovely.
Well, I must tell you that your admiration is returned. She has counted the days since you were last here.
Oh, Papa.
Oh, you have completely won her with your Americano charm. And perhaps with those little trinkets you bring her every time you come.
Papa, that is not true.
Oh, see, I have something right here in my bag. I shall get it.
You see, my little dove, he never forgets you.
Oh, but I've made a mistake.
Huh?
That is, I didn't realize.
What is it? What's the trouble, mi amigo?
Well, you see, it's been so long, I didn't realize it. And I brought the...
See? What did you bring?
Well, this.
Oh, well?
Senor, it's a doll.
Si, senorita. A doll.
Oh, gracias, senor. It is beautiful.
Oh, but no, you shall not have it. I have a better idea. Here's something I was going to take to my store in the Pueblo. But now it shall crown one of the loveliest heads in all Alta California. Senorita, will you accept this slight gift from your sincere admirer?
A shawl. Oh, Papa, a silken shawl. Oh, it is lovely.
Oh, senor, it is too much. It must be worth 20 pesos. It is most elaborate. You must not for this silly girl.
Senor, I insist. It is less than a fitting gift for so lovely a young lady.
Oh, Senor Don Abel, dear Don Abel. I cannot say how much I like it. Gracias, senora.
Here, senorita. What are you doing?
Oh, there. That is how happy I am.
Mi amigo, now you have made the conquest. Look at her, running away.
Don Juan, she...
See? She kissed you. You have truly won her heart now.
She actually kissed me. Senor, it's been years since this ugly bachelor face has known the touch of a woman's lips.
Oh, senor, I am sorry. The silly child was impetuous. I hope you are not offended.
Offended? Senor, I'm delighted. Well, I hardly know how to express it, but she's wonderful, senor. Wonderful. Don Juan, here we go. I want to thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, Don Abel, it is a delight to have you come here more often than you used to. You are enjoying the fiesta?
See, it's wonderful. Everybody always enjoys your fiesta.
See, except my little Arcadia here. She has been looking sad all evening.
Oh, senorita, you must not mar the loveliness with such a doleful look. Why are you sad?
Perhaps because you have not danced with me for so long, senor.
But Don Abel has already danced with you 3 times, Arcadia. Are you sure it is not because he has also danced with the other senoritas?
Of course not.
She's jealous of you, mi amiga. Oh, such a silly girl.
Senorita, will you dance with me now?
I do not think so. I am tired.
Now she is going to punish you, senor.
Senorita, Arcadia, don't you think I've been punished enough? Having to dance with all those other old crows when I might have been with the loveliest senorita in all Alta California?
Senor, I shall not listen to your flattery.
Perhaps not, but you cannot stop blushing, little dove.
Papa.
Will you dance with me, senorita?
Well...
Come, have pity on your most humble admirer.
All right, but do not think it is because of your flattery. I can see through that, senor.
Very well, then, just to please an old bachelor.
Gracias. If it will please you.
And now I am deserted again. Oh, well, enjoy the dance.
You dance well, Don Abel.
Oh, I'm not so bad for an old fellow, I guess.
Oh, senor, you must not say that. You are not old.
I wish it were not so, senorita.
Then it is not. I say it is not. To me, you are young.
Oh, senorita Arcadia. No, you're wrong.
But I am not. Don Abel, I am tired of dancing.
Shall we sit down?
See, perhaps in the garden.
Won't you be cold?
No. Come.
Very well. My arm, senorita.
Gracias. Ah, it is lovely here. The cool breeze, the moon, the music of the night.
See. But not as lovely as you, senorita.
Please do not flatter me now, senor.
I assure you I've never flattered you. To me, you're the loveliest thing that ever lived.
Don
Wait.
Abel,
Don't move. With the moon in your face, you're an angel.
mi amigo, you must not say those things. Not tonight. Already I have dreamed too much.
Dreamed?
See, for a young girl's heart, senor, there is no accounting. It is easily overthrown.
See. So is an old man.
Please do not say that ever again. You are not old.
I'm over 40.
And what does that mean? Nothing. I am very young. But somewhere, somehow, our hearts reach out into space to meet. Age makes no difference.
My dear, you can't mean that.
I do, Don Abel. See, I do.
Senorita Arcadia. You're wearing the shawl. My shawl as your mantilla.
See, it is my treasure.
Perhaps you'd accept another gift from me. A different kind of gift.
What, Don Abel?
This. I've carried it with me for days now, hoping to find courage to ask you.
Don Abel, mi corazón. It is a necklace of pearls. But that means marriage.
See, I got it in Mexico, just for such a time. It's for you, if you'll accept it.
You want me to be your wife?
If you will have me.
Accept you? Oh, mi querido. This is what I have dreamed. And now it comes true. Mi amado, I shall be most happy to be your wife.
See, Your Worship. Don Juan Bandini has given me permission for the marriage of his daughter, Arcadia. So it remains for you to help us. You see, although I am a naturalized citizen of Mexico, I was born an American.
See? You wish the church to give you a special dispensation for the performance of the marriage?
See, that is it.
Well, Senor Stearns, since you are an outstanding citizen of our community and an upright, righteous man, I see no reason why such permission should not be granted you.
Oh, gracias, Your Worship.
I shall arrange it immediately so that the banns may be published.
Your Worship, I have one more request to make.
See?
As you no doubt know, there's some disparity between the ages of Senorita Arcadia and myself, and I should like to avoid any ridicule which might be directed toward us by some thoughtless young people of the Pueblo.
I understand, Senor.
So perhaps we could dispense with the banns and be married right away. If it could be arranged, I should be most happy to contribute to any charity which you might indicate.
Senor, that will not be necessary unless you wish. But I feel sure that under these unusual circumstances, the marriage can be arranged as you request. And may I offer my blessings on your union and my hope that you shall live a long and happy life together.
And so 100 years ago, in May 1841, Don Abel Stearns and Maria Arcadia Bandini were married in the little church of Our Lady of the Angels, still standing in the Los Angeles Plaza. And now Don Abel must have a fitting home for his beautiful bride. And so, on the corner of what became Main and Arcadia Streets in Los Angeles, he built the showplace of the town, El Palacio. It quickly became the center of the social life of the growing city. It was there that the most lavish parties and fiestas were held. And it was there that Don Abel brought home news a few months after the marriage.
Arcadia? Arcadia?
See, Abel, what is it?
Oh, my dear, I have news. Great news.
What is it? Tell me quickly. You're so excited.
See, I have a right to be. I've bought my first rancho.
No.
See, I've just settled matters with Francisco Figueroa, brother of the late governor, to buy his rancho Los Alamitos.
Oh, mi querido, that is wonderful. I am so happy for you.
See, my dear, now I'm a real California ranchero. But this is only the start. I shall buy more ranchos and more cattle. I shall build my holdings up until I'm the biggest ranchero in all Alta California. See.
Oh, mi querido, you are so funny.
Funny? What's funny about it? Don't you think I can do it?
See, of course you can do it. And you will be a ranchero,
But what?
but you will always be the ranchero americano. For you must be the biggest, the most successful in all Alta California.
Well.
I do not want you to change. And I am sure that you will be the greatest ranchero in all Alta California.
Frequently, we have referred to Title Insurance and Trust Company's huge system of records called its title plant. The importance of these records leads naturally to speculation as to the consequences of their possible destruction by fire, earthquake, or other cause. In the Great Chicago Fire in 1871, all records except those of one title company were destroyed. In the Great Fire in San Francisco in 1906, practically all of San Francisco County's records were totally destroyed, and the result was chaotic. Only by means of a special act of legislature, the McInerney Act, and frequently at a cost of lengthy and expensive court action, were landowners enabled to reestablish their titles to property in the absence of the county's records. To protect this community against such a contingency, Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a duplicate set of records, including priceless maps and essential data contained in all the vitally important county records, in a special archives building away from the downtown area on Eastern Avenue. Constructed of steel and concrete, its foundations sunk to bedrock, this building is as completely fireproof, quake-proof, and generally disaster-proof as is possible to construct. It is set on the crown of a small hill, safe from floodwaters, and centered in an 11-acre piece of ground, protecting it from the encroachment of neighboring buildings. A caretaker is on duty day and night. The existence of this archives building and its priceless contents is important to you, for no matter what disaster may strike and destroy the Title Insurance and Trust Company's downtown title plant or the county's own public records, this community will not face a situation such as confronted San Francisco 35 years ago. All records necessary for the verification of land ownership will have been preserved.
Don Abel Stearns vowed that he would become the greatest ranchero of all Alta California, and he kept his word. One after another, he acquired ranchos until he owned a vast acreage spread out over all of Southern California. At the Rancho Los Alamitos, he acquired a new neighbor, another American, Don Juan Temple, who married the daughter of Doña Manuela Nieto de Cota and bought the ranchos Los Cerritos from her and her brothers and sisters. So now all the land that was to become Long Beach was owned by the two Americans. Don Abel and Don Juan were friendly rivals in business, but close friends socially. Sometimes the work was shared, and sometimes a visitor was amazed to be taken on an interesting excursion called a run through the mustard.
See, my friend, here they come. Those are Don Juan Temple's men coming up.
I see him. Here are all your vaqueros, huh? Well, now, what is it you and I are going to do?
We're going for a run through the mustard.
Sounds crazy to me. What do we do?
Well, you see the mustard?
Oh, where's any mustard?
There in the field, right in front of you.
You mean those tall weeds or trees or whatever they are?
They're mustard plants.
I never even knew mustard grew in plants. Thought it was something that came out of a can.
This is wild mustard growing here in these plains.
Well, as you can see, it's taller than a man on horseback.
See, and that's the trouble. One can get lost in it very easily.
I can imagine. Well, then, why are we going for a run through it?
Because many head of cattle stray into it and get lost. We can't see them. They're hidden. So we gather all the men and ride through, keeping a certain distance apart, and drive all the cattle out the other side.
Well.
Hi there, Don Juan. Are we ready?
He's ready. You take that in, Don Abel.
See? All right, men, you know what to do. Into it. Come on, my friend. Now you shall see what a run through the mustard is like. Adelante!
Every year, the two rancheros looked forward to a great event. Both were great horse lovers, as were most of the early Californians. And each year, the owner of Los Alamitos pitted his best racer against the favorite of Rancho Los Cerritos. On the appointed day, the entire populations of both ranchos assembled on the course, which ran straight from Signal Hill to the beach. The wagering was fast and furious, and each owner was vehement in behalf of his horse.
Dona Bell, that Palomino of yours could not beat a very slow cow.
She doesn't have to race a cow, but she can very easily beat that Pinto of yours.
I'll bet another 100 that she doesn't.
Make it 500 and I'll take it.
Very well, it's a bet. Mark it up, senor.
Are you ready, Dona Bell? Can I give you a signal?
See, wave the flag. We shall show this gentleman what the horses of Los Alamitos look like.
And here it goes.
Here they come.
Come on, Diablo!
Come on, Estrella!
It's Diablo leading.
Oh, you can't see straight. It's Estrella.
Diablo's still leading. They're coming close.
No, it's Estrella.
It's Diablo!
Here they come.
It's Diablo! Diablo!
Estrella. It must be Estrella.
El ganador, Estrella. Dona Bell stands, Estrella.
Well, Don Juan, whatever you say now. My horse even came from behind to beat yours.
I was wrong. Your horse could beat a cow, and did. Wait until next year, senor. Just wait until next year.
Next year won't be any different, Don Juan. I can't lose, that's all. I can't lose.
But Dona Bell could lose, and did. Satisfied that he was the greatest ranchero of the land, he started a new venture. He built a building in Los Angeles and called it the Arcadia Building. But now, California belonged to the United States. There were taxes, and costs had gone up. He had to borrow money, mortgage his land. And slowly, things began to go against him.
We'll need more money to finish the building. You're in too deep now to pull out. You'll just have to borrow more.
You'll have to go before the court and prove your claim to the land. Means lawyers and fees.
It's cattle thieves, Dona Bell. They've raided Los Alamitos again. It's 500 head this time.
Business is bad, Dona Bell. I can't get the price for your hides you used to.
We need more money, Dona Bell.
More lawyers, senor.
500 heads more stolen. Dona Bell, it's drought. It has not rained for months. There's no water. The cattle are dying like flies.
2 years, drought, parched earth, dried up pastures, emaciated cattle moaning in agony, staggering, dropping, helpless. Nothing can be done. There is no water. In 2 years of drought.
We have finished our count today, Dona Bell. We've lost 20,000 head of cattle. You're ruined.
So, in the case of Michael Reese versus Abel Stearns, I issue a decree of sale against the defendants Rancho Los Alamitos to meet the debt.
Los Alamitos passed from the hands of the energetic American, and a short time later, Don Juan Temple on Los Cerritos was to give up his vast land, too. Between 1866 and 1881, the two great ranchos gradually came into the possession of one family, a family still closely associated with the land which became Long Beach, the Bixby family. And then, one day in 1882, a man stood on the spot near what is now the corner of American and Anaheim Streets.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the spot where I've dreamed of starting my American colony. And now the dream is to become a reality. Mr. Bixby has given me an option on this land. The maps are drawn up, streets are laid out, and we're ready to sell lots in the new town of Wilmore, California.
William Irwin Wilmore's ambitious plans for a city collapsed. But the start he gave it was taken up by a new group of men who organized the Long Beach Land and Water Company and renamed the settlement Long Beach. In 1887, the town was officially established, just in time to be caught up in the wild boom of the 80s, which brought thousands of settlers streaming to California. The Terminal Railroad and then the Pacific Electric offered new, easy access to Long Beach, and the seaside resort grew by leaps and bounds.
1900.
2,252.
1910.
17,800.
1920.
55,600.
1930.
142,000.
1940.
163,000 people. Partially responsible for such phenomenal growth had been the great discovery which took place one day in 1921 when...
Here she comes! Look out, boys! I got her! I got her!
On that same Signal Hill where once Don Abel Stearns and Don Juan Temple raced their thoroughbred horses, the liquid gold of petroleum was brought up from the depths, and the land of the ranchos Los Cerritos and Los Alamitos became the great metropolis of industry, commerce, pleasure, and good living That is the Long Beach of today. Such is progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
Before Frank Graham returns to tell you about next week's story, here's another interesting word about the Archives building we spoke about a few minutes ago. The building we described is the one that is now being used. After the San Francisco fire, the management of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles saw the necessity for protection against a similar loss of public records. So it was then that the Title Insurance and Trust Company's first Archives building was built in 1911 on a 3.5-acre tract at Melrose and Van Ness Avenues in Hollywood. At that time, the company had great difficulty in obtaining a caretaker for two reasons that are interesting today. The first was that the location was so far away from the city, a caretaker living on the property, it was said, would have no opportunity for any social life whatever. The second objection was that the howling of coyotes at night made it impossible to sleep. Remember now, that was at Melrose and Van Ness Avenues in Hollywood only 30 years ago. It illustrates the speed of this community's growth, a growth that quickly cured those particular objections to the location. However, the building finally became too small, was abandoned to the march of progress in 1939, when the present Archives building on Eastern Avenue was completed. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
The story next week is not about a rancho, but a man. In the early 1870s, the entire Southland trembled at the name of Vasquez. The terror spread by this famous bandit furnishes an exciting chapter in the romance of the ranchos. Don't miss it. And so until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1870.
Bandits terrorize surrounding ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1873.
Sheriff's posse forms to combat outlaws.
Los Angeles, 1874.
Authorities close in on Tiburcio Vasquez. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, an historically accurate dramatization of the colorful events which make up the background of our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to give us a picture of the exciting California of yesterday. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents these stories because the authentic early history of Southern California is directly related to the service the company renders to the community. Its work is to examine into and verify the ownership of land to the end that when you buy real estate, you know it's yours. To be able to do this, the company must examine the ownership of the land all the way back to the earliest grants, checking on every transfer of its title and on every recorded instrument and legal proceeding that might affect it. By means of its records, the company is able to do this work far more quickly than you as an individual could, and at vastly less cost to you. And by taking extreme care to do the work accurately and completely, the company is able to ensure to you the validity of the title you acquire. Now, here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to bring us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores.
Tonight, our story is concerned with one of the most notorious of the bad men of early California. A man whose name has gone down in the annals of California for the one-man war he conducted against the March of Progress. Here, then, is an exciting chapter in the romance of the Ranchos. For several years, in the early 1870s, the name of Tiburcio Vasquez was synonymous with villainy in Southern California. Operating from his hideout of Vasquez Rocks in Mint Canyon, he conducted a reign of terror over the countryside, robbing and looting. He was wanted for murder in the north, and his special hatred was for Americans, said to have stemmed from an incident in which a gringo stole his sweetheart. It was in the spring of 1874, when, late one evening, a group of men approached the house of an Italian, Alessandro Repetto, on Rancho Repetto, near the present site of Montebello.
I hope you know what you're doing, Tiburcio.
It's not necessary for you to hope, Chavez. You just do as I tell you, and all will be well.
See, I suppose so, but I don't like it. These clothes, they smell like the sheep.
Tonight, you are a sheep herder, and you had better be convinced, or you will answer to me, Tiburcio Vasquez. You know what that means?
Caramba, mi jefe, I did not mean anything. Of course I will do what you say. I just do not like the smell.
You had better learn to like it pretty quick, eh?
See, I feel fine already.
Good, quiet. Near the hacienda. Nobody say anything, just me. I do the talking, and everybody do as I say, huh?
See, we are with you, jefe.
This, senores, is going to be the neatest trick of my career. See, very neat. All right, hombre, quiet.
See, what is it?
Senor Repetto, is it not?
See, who are you?
Oh, but the poor sheep herder, Senor Antonio, they call me. These are my friends, and we go to our sheep at the rancho of Diego Sepulveda. Finding that such a long way, we are unable to make it in one day, and we should like a place to sleep for the night, perhaps in your barn, if it would not trouble you, Senor. Otherwise, we shall be obliged to sleep on the ground.
Very well, go ahead. But mind you, don't strew hay all over the barn. And be on your way in the morning.
Pues sí, gracias, Senor.
Jefe, what is this? What are we doing?
You had ears, didn't you? We are going to spend the night in Senor Repetto's barn.
But why? What
It is not for you to ask questions, Chavez. You seem to forget that more and more lately. I give the orders. You take them. That is all you have to know.
See, of course, Jefe, but I
You
only...
stupid ox. Did it ever occur to you that banks are not open at night? That we might need fresh horses for an escape?
See, that is right.
You have no brain, Chavez. That is why you'll never be anything more than you are. Now tell the Cedars to have the horses riding behind the barn at dawn tomorrow. Then you shall see the action you want.
There they are, eating their breakfast. Repetto and his helpers.
Quiet, hombres. Remember, you are still sheep herders for a few minutes more. Come quietly.
See? Oh, it is you.
Si, senor. We have come to thank you for letting us stay.
That is all right. You have no strewn hay, have you?
Oh, but no, senor. We have taken good care that everything shall be orderly.
Very well. You'll be on your way.
What, senor? You would send us away without food? Oh, that is not true California hospitality.
Huh? You confounded scoundrel. You expect me to invite you to eat with me?
See?
Get out of here. You filthy sheep herder.
But we are not sheep herders, senor.
What?
You get the idea, eh? Put up your hands. This little pistol has spoken before. And it is so hard to keep under control. I would not tempt it too much. All right, hombre. Inside, get the others. No. After you, senor.
But you can't do this.
Senor, I not only can, I am doing. You do not seem to realize who I am.
I don't know.
Tiburcio Vasquez can do anything, senor.
Vasquez?
Vasquez. No, you have heard of me, eh? I'm getting to be famous, eh? Well, not half so famous as I will be, senor. All California will know me well, senor, and you are going to help.
All right, line up against the wall, all of you. Hey, keep them covered.
But, Senor Vasquez, I have no money here. I can give you nothing.
Oh.
I see. What I say is true. I never keep money here. I have nothing to give you. I would gladly give you all I have, but I cannot.
Oh, senor, your generosity overwhelms me, but I do not want all you have. I want only $800.
$800? But I tell you, I haven't that much here. I have nothing, a few pesos.
But you have money in the Pueblo Bank, see?
See.
Very well. That will do as well. In fact, I had expected this. Here is a check. You will sign it.
But
Go ahead, senor.
How can you get it from the bank?
You shall see, senor. You shall see. Boy, muchacho, come here.
You mean me, senor?
See, you, muchacho. You can ride a horse fast, see?
Si,
you know the way to the bank in Los Angeles, eh?
I have gone there often with Senor Repeto.
See, with Senor Repeto, but this time you will go without Senor Repeto. Here is the check for the money I want. You will take it to the bank and cash it. You will bring the money back here muy pronto. And muchacho, if you do not...
Senor, he is just a boy. You would not harm him.
Harm him? Have I said anything about harming him? I like him. See, he's a nice muchacho. Hey, muchacho, come here. What is your name, eh?
Pedro, senor.
Pedro. You like Senor Repeto, Pedro?
Si, of course.
Si, of course. You would not like to see him dead, eh?
Oh, no, senor, no.
No, then you will return with the money pronto, and you shall speak to no one. No one, you understand? No one in the Pueblo. You just tell the banker, the senor wants you to get the money, then no more, huh?
Si.
Very well, then. Go, hurry.
Si, I will hurry. Jefe, you cannot mean... You trust the
Quiet,
boy to...
Chavez. Hold your tongue. I have told you it's not for you to question what I do.
Si, Jefe, but I do not like
You
it.
will never get away with this, Vasquez.
No?
No.
We shall see, senor. I think we will. It will not be well for you if we do not, senor. And I should hate to have to harm you.
A lot you care about me, Vasquez. You'd as soon kill me as look at me.
Oh, but that is not true, senor. Why, you are to be big help to me.
You mean my $800?
See, you should feel honored. You are contributing to California, not to me, senor.
That's a novel excuse for your banditry.
The next time you use such words, it shall not be a slap in the face, senor. Tiburcio Vasquez is no bandit. You and your kind cannot understand that.
Then what you call yourself?
I am a Californiano, senor, a real Californiano. My weak-kneed countrymen may bow and scrape to you foreigners, but I do not. I will drive all Americanos and people like you out of California. See, and that is what your money will do, senor.
So, you think you are a one-man revolution?
One day soon you shall not laugh, senor, for when I come back from Mexico with my army, you, all of you, will find the laughs choking in your throats.
You're mad, Vasquez. You cannot stop progress.
Huh?
No, you can't beat the Americanos.
You shall see, senor. You shall see.
Well, son, you're here bright and early. What can I do for you?
Senor Repeto, the man wishes me to get this money for him.
The man?
Si.
Oh, you have a check. Well, let's see it, son.
Si, senor.
Oh, yes, Senor Repeto's check for $800. Oh, son, this is a mighty big check for a young fella to be cashing. Where'd you get it?
He just tell me to get the money and bring it back.
Yeah, this is kind of irregular. Is Senor Repeto ill? Oh, come, boy. I can't give you all this money without knowing a little more about this. Oh, you needn't be so frightened, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you. But I must know why Senor Repeto sent you to get this much money. Why, he didn't come himself.
Please, senor, don't ask me. Please. I must not tell. I must not.
You must not. Sam, call the sheriff.
Vasquez, the boy should be back by now.
Stop worrying, Chavez. He will come. He had better come where the little pistol is getting nervous, senor.
Stop pointing that thing at me, will you, please? I don't like it.
You don't like it, eh? Well, now it's not too bad. So inconsiderate of me, eh? Well, perhaps you will not have to look at it so long, senor.
Hey, Hey, the signal. Isidro has seen someone coming.
Go to the window, look.
See.
Well, who is it?
Caramba, it is the boy. He is riding up now.
Well, that is good. You will no doubt be happy to hear that, senor. Now, if he has the money, all right, you shall not have to worry.
Please, turn that pistol away. The boys will come. You get what you want.
Well, when I do, the pistol goes by.
All right, Jose, bring the boy in.
A neat trick, eh, Savage? Now, perhaps you will stop worrying about the orders I give you, eh?
But I still do not like it. We shall get the money and go, quickly.
Si, but there's no hurry. Ah, muchacho, you are a fine boy. Come, you got the money, eh?
Si, senor. Here it is.
Gracias, mi amigo. Let me look first. See, this heavy with gold. Well, what are you looking so frightened for? Your master is quite safe now.
Hey, senor, he has been up to something. I can tell. Hey, listen, it is trouble. The boy has brought the sheriff.
Hurry, to the horses.
Come here, you boy.
No, senor, no.
Savage, stop that. Leave the boy alone. There's no time for that. Go. Muchacho, good work. You are a boy after my own heart. Hasta la vista. Hola, diablo. It is San Lopez. Here they come. But they will never catch us. Away,
Listen to that crowd yelling for his head.
Yeah.
Sheriff, we gotta produce Vasquez, and quick.
Yeah, he's got him scared with his talk of revolution.
Nah, he's getting more audacious every day. He's gotta be stopped.
And don't forget, he's wanted for murder up north. There's a reward of $8,000 for
I
him.
know all that, men. What can I do? I have to have time. What nobody realizes is that half of them people out there are California.
That's right, Sheriff.
Many of them really sympathize with this Vasquez. He'll know every word that was said about him out there in an hour. I can't make a move that isn't reported to him. It's almost impossible to organize a defense against him when half the population's against me.
But you've got to do something.
All right, I know it. Sooner or later, his own men will betray him. I can only hope that it's soon.
$500 people, you say, huh? I'm getting to be quite a drawer of crowd, eh?
But, Tefi, they mean business. Things are getting too hot. Perhaps you had better take to the hills for a while.
Run from them? No, not Vasquez. Why should I sneak off as though I were afraid of them? I am not afraid of them. I will go when I am ready and feel like it. And before I go, we shall have a great fiesta. See, at the barn at the mouth of the Canyon of the Laurels. We shall have a fandango and dance the whole night through.
But, Vasquez...
Travis, I have warned you. Those are my orders.
Very well, Hefe, but I do not like it. I have a feeling that you should go now. You are playing with danger once too often.
In the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are 1,600 large volumes called lot books. These are, in effect, an index of every deed, mortgage, decree, or other important proceeding shown by public records to affect any one of the 1.5 million separate parcels of real estate in Los Angeles County. But matters affecting land ownership consist of more than these recordings relating to particular properties. For example, while a deed may convey a lot, the legal bankruptcy of its owner would be just as effectual in transferring its ownership. Many other matters that relate to persons rather than to individual pieces of property also affect land ownership. Among them are judgments, powers of attorney, insanity commitments, guardianships and probate proceedings, divorce actions, and property settlements. And so, in a different set of books called the General Index, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles lists these personal matters. They are indexed by names of people rather than by particular properties. I will tell you why the General Index is probably the most interesting part of the company's title plant later in the program. But now, back to Frank Graham and the rest of our story.
As the sheriff and his men continued a vain search for Tiburcio Vasquez, the bandit was spending his last night before leaving for Mexico in a wild fiesta at the barn near the mouth of Laurel Canyon. All of the gang were there with their sweethearts. Long into the night, the merrymaking went on.
Hey, come, it is getting late. It's time to go.
Chavez, you old long-faced, the party has just begun. Come, stop looking so sour and join in the fun.
But Vasquez, we must leave before dawn. And we need rest. We have a hard trip.
We will have a rest. When the fiesta is over, we'll go to the house of Greek George, and there we shall sleep until dawn. But not until the fiesta is over.
But hey...
Chavez, those are my orders. If you do not wish to obey them, you do not have to. Lately, you are becoming less useful to me anyway. You frighten too easily.
But Hefe, I did not mean anything.
All right, then stop sniveling about leaving. Come on, join the party. Pick yourself a pretty girl. Get a bottle. Take a lesson from me, amigo, Greek George. You see how he dances? Hola, George. Where did you learn to dance like that? Driving the camels?
Yeah, what do you mean, Vasquez? You make joke about my dancing? I'm a good dancer, no?
No, you look like great donkey trying to dance.
Senor, I do not like for you to make a joke.
Huh? Such a hulking brute as you does not deserve to hold such beauty in his arms. Senorita, why have we not met before?
I do not know, senor. Perhaps because you have no eyes in your head.
So, I like Senorita with sharp tongue. It makes the game of taming them much more interesting.
You think you can tame me, senor?
You think I cannot, my little dog?
Perhaps.
There, you, Vasquez. She's my girl. You keep your hands off her.
To imagine that such beauty should look a second time at that hideous face of yours, mi amigo. You can forget such thoughts now that she has met me.
Stop it. You stay away from her. She's my girl.
Oh, wait, donkey. Stop braying. The senorita and I are going to dance, eh?
I have not said yes yet.
But you will. Because nobody says no to Vasquez.
Vasquez, I warn you. Leave her alone.
Get out, you swine. Hombre, tell him away.
Why, you... Oh, stop. Let go of me.
Away with the donkey.
Let go. I kill him. I tell you, I kill him.
Well, you certainly have a way with you.
I get what I want. Always. Now, senorita, shall we dance?
Well, senor, you always get what you want, huh?
Let go of me, Sharpus. Let go of me.
See, there now. Just calm down, mi amigo. You're wasting your anger on him.
I kill him, so help me, Allah. I kill him.
I know you won't, George. You'll be dead before you draw a gun.
It would be a pleasure for to die if I could get him too.
There's no chance of that. You'd better forget it.
Forget it? You don't know me. Sooner or later. I have a better idea. Perhaps I wouldn't have to kill him.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Nothing. Never mind.
Senor, where are you going?
I'll be right back, senor. You mean you really know where Vasquez is?
Sure. I told his own men to give him up sooner or later. I was right. Greek George told us the whole thing. We're having a fandango at Laurel Canyon tonight. He'll come down to sleep at Greek George's house. We'll get him there.
Good. Nothing less. When do we start?
You'll start right away. I'm not going.
Huh? Why not?
You know why not. I'd give my right arm to go. But every move I make is watched. He'd be warned in no time. So you'll take charge of the party. There'll be 8 of you. You're to assemble one by one at the livery stable. Guns and ammunition are there ready for you. Take a winding route, but get to Greek George's by dawn. Good luck.
Mitchell, Smith, Rogers, Beers. All right, men. This time we're going to get him. Let's go. Whoa. Whoa. That's Greek George's down there. From here on, we'll have to go carefully, men.
We're none too early. It's getting light.
What's that?
It looks like a wagon coming down the trail.
Back in the shadows, men. We'll stop them. Stop them. All right. Just a couple of Mexicans from the rancho down there. Let them alone. But we'll come into the wagon. It's just the thing we need.
What do you mean, Elmo?
I'll drive her. You and the others get in the back and lie down at the sight. We can drive right up the Greek George's without them suspecting a thing. Come on, let's go.
Jefe! Vasquez!
There, what do you want?
Hey, you must hurry. Already it is light. We should have been gone long ago.
In a minute. First, I must have my breakfast.
Ah, your breakfast. I tell you, we must hurry. I do not like this. We should never have come here.
Why not, sour face?
Hey, where is Greek George? Why is he not here?
How should I know?
But he hasn't come back after he left last night, and he was very angry at you. He talked about killing you, and then he said very funny things. I couldn't make him out. But he is not back, and I am worried.
I probably got drunk because I took his girl. Oh, he can have her. I do not care much for her.
See, but Jefe, this might be serious. He is loco. We should be gone.
After I eat my breakfast.
What, Jefe?
Chavez, after I eat my breakfast, Chavez.
See, I go fix the horse.
Very well.
What is that?
Sound like wagon approaching. Look through the window, you can see.
See, maybe it is. But...
Don't be such a fool, Chavez. Anyone can see it's just a man driving an old wagon. Maybe from neighborhood rancho, huh? Stop worrying, go fix the horses.
See, but hurry, Jefe. All right, Jose, ready with the horses. We leave in a minute. Hey, you sent the others on ahead?
See, Chavez.
Wait. Hey, what is that?
Look, men are surrounding the house.
See, look, there's Vasquez coming out the window.
Jefe!
Run!
Run, Jefe! Run, ándale! Ah, they shot him. Vasquez has fallen. They have him.
See, it is too late. Right, Jose, right.
Ándale! Come on, right.
Senor Vasquez.
Senor Roberto, you have come to see me.
See, I have come to tell you that as for our little account, you can settle it with God.
Oh, no, senor. I intend to repay you. Now that my plans have gone astray.
I do not expect that. But I beg of you, if you ever resume operations, never visit me again.
Senor, I am caballero, with a caballero's heart.
One sorry caballero you are not, senor. Here behind bars.
See? I am in quite a fix, senor?
Oh, why did you do it?
Well, nobody seems to understand that. Maybe I am hot-blooded, no lose my temper too much, but I am a Californiano, senor. I love my California. I see the Americanos come and take what is ours, change it to something that is not ours. Well, maybe that is for the best, I cannot say, but I cannot like it. I cannot stand by and see it without putting up a fight.
I'm sorry you've made a mistake, Vasquez. If you had to work with the Americanos, you could have done much for California.
See, perhaps that I cannot say. But perhaps if people remember that I love California, they will not think so badly of me. Eh?
Maybe not, senor. For the sake of your memory, I hope not. No?
Oh, you must go?
Si.
Oh, but wait, come here, senor. Senor Repeto, here is gold watch. See, I take it from Americano engineer. You find his name on the back. Please, senor, please, you give it back to him. Maybe he can make it work. I cannot. And besides, senor, where I will be, I do not think I will need a watch, eh?
Do not like to hear you say that.
Oh, well.
Si, senor, I will give to you.
Gracias, senor.
Now, hasta la vista.
No, senor, not hasta la vista. Adios. You know, senor, I think this is one time when Vasquez will not have his own way.
And Tiburcio Vasquez was right. At last his career of crime was finished. He was taken to San Jose, tried for murder, and hanged. Thus ended a vivid, stormy chapter in the story of early California, a chapter rich in the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will have a great story for you next week. He'll tell you a little about it in just a moment. A few minutes ago, I told you how Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a general index in which are listed matters which may affect land ownership, but relating to persons rather than to individual pieces of property. In that index at present are the names of more than 1.5 million persons. Many of these people do not own any real estate and perhaps never will. But in case they ever do, certain things that have happened to them may affect the title to land acquired by them, and so the company must keep this mass of information posted in its general index. Much of the personal history of people is reflected in the entries under the names in the index. Hence, there is a fascination in the tracing of land titles through the past if the examiner visualizes the human stories behind the facts. For example, the life of Pio Pico, last Mexican governor of California, is reflected in 25 entries in the general index since 1850. The earlier ones show him actively conveying and mortgaging valuable lands and giving powers of attorney. Later, the fading of his fortunes is seen in an action to restrain a foreclosure of sale of property he had borrowed money on. The last posting in 1895 reveals his death and the probate of his estate. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll tell you the story of Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica and the Boca de Santa Monica, and of the lifelong fight that a gallant California put up for his land. You won't want to miss it. And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special arrangements by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Monica, 1840.
Rancheros quarrel over pasture land.
Santa Monica, 1896.
Harbor fight carried to United States Senate.
Santa Monica, 1941.
Santa Monica, resort paradise of the Southland. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, recreating for you the vividly colorful yesterdays in the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, reveals another fascinating story from the days of the dawn. Land is a wonderful possession in many ways. It is tangible and indestructible. Fire can't burn land. Thieves can't carry it away. It can be used for centuries, yet never be used up. Yes, land is a fine thing to own when you really own it. The simple way to know that you really own land, to have evidence of ownership that is readily accepted by buyers, banks, or loan companies, is through title insurance. For example, a deed to land may be forged, but your policy of title insurance protects you against such deficiency. That is why title insurance makes land readily marketable or instantly accepted security for loans. That is why, in providing title insurance service promptly and at low cost, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles renders a real and worthwhile service to the community. And here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story for tonight is concerned with a beautiful section of Southern California, from princely Bel Air to the blue Pacific at Santa Monica, land which was once the ranchos San Vicente y Santa Monica and the Boca de Santa Monica, a great estate of the old Spanish dones, a land filled with the romance of the ranchos. Our story takes us back to the coming of the first white men ever to travel the Southland. In 1769, Captain Gaspar de Portola and his company of leather jackets marched north from San Diego to explore the possibilities of colonizing the wilderness of Alta California. Camping at a spring at the mouth of the Sepulveda Canyon, near the present site of Sepulveda and Sunset Boulevards, the captain sent scouts to the west to explore the coastline for a passage north. Toward evening, they returned to camp.
Hola! What did you find?
Tell me, Capitan. I have been forward to the sea. It is about 2 leagues away.
And what about the passage?
There is none. The cliffs rise straight up from the sea. The sharp rocks offer no foothold for our pack train.
Ah, that is bad. We shall have to find some other way. Some path through these mountains.
It looks like it. Perhaps that gap to the north is a pass. Perhaps we should explore that tomorrow, huh?
Maybe so. The mountains of Santa Monica may offer us the way we seek.
Eh? The mountains of Santa Monica?
Si, for so we have named this section Santa Monica.
But why that name?
You have but to look at the sparkling spring over there, the bright drops of water, and you will see in them the tears of the saint, Santa Monica, weeping for her wayward son, Augustine.
Oh, I see.
And what could be more fitting for the sad, brooding mountain shrouded in mist? See, we have named them well. This is the land of Santa Monica.
The mists of time have joined with the mists of the mountains to obscure the facts. Only this legend remains to explain the manner in which the region of Santa Monica received its name. Many years were to pass before Santa Monica was to know the white man's civilization. They were years in which the Indians who had greeted Portola were the only inhabitants of the region. Then, in 1828, news came to the Pueblo de Los Angeles, to the home of Don Francisco Sepulveda.
Ramona, who is that at the door?
I go to see now, Francisco, un momento.
Buenos dias, senora.
Oh, Don Jose, welcome to our home. Eso es su casa.
Gracias. Is Don Francisco at home?
See, come in.
Ramona, who is it?
It is the alcalde, Don Jose Antonio Carrillo. He has come to see you.
Oh, Don Jose. Come in. I'm honored by your visit.
Gracias. And how are you, mi amigo?
Oh, as well as can be expected for an old soldier. I should be much better when I get my rancho.
You're mighty anxious to get that rancho.
Why should I not be? I own 150 head of cattle. I am an old soldier of the country. I worked the most painful period, wandering amidst nomadic tribes, suffering untold privations and in constant danger of my life.
Si, mi amigo, I know.
You ask why I'm anxious to get a little place of my own to settle down, live comfortably for my remaining years.
Ah, mi amigo, do not be so angry. I know you deserve the land of the Santa Monicas, but I could not resist the opportunity to tease you. For you can afford to be teased a little now.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that the news you awaited has come.
What?
I bring it to you today.
You mean?
See, I mean the governor has decided, and he has sent me word to give you formal possession of the Rancho San Vicente right away.
Beside the springs where today stands the University High School of Santa Monica, Don Francisco Sepulveda built an adobe house. There he brought his wife Ramona and her family, and his cattle roamed the vast acreage of San Vicente. For 10 years their life there was a happy one, but a crisis was developing. For, as often happened in those days, the governor had been careless in defining the boundaries of his grants of land. And one day, in 1839, Don Francisco came home with bad news.
Querido mío, what is it? What is the trouble?
Oh, I do not know exactly what is wrong, my little dove, but you know our neighbors to the north?
The Alvarados?
See, they have left their houses. They have abandoned the land in the canyon of Santa Monica.
So? But that is as it should be. For that is our land.
That is just it. They have claimed it. And now they have moved away, only to give the land to 2 others.
2 others?
See, you see the Reyes and Francisco Marquez. They're living there now. Reyes is building a house on the high hills overlooking the ocean.
But they cannot do that.
Well, that is what I told them. But they claim it is theirs. They claim that the governor granted the land to the Alvarados, that they have taken it over.
But the governor granted it to you.
I have always thought so.
Francisco, what are we to do?
I do not know. But this I do know. I must have that land,
For it is the best pasture land near here. Without it, I have no place for my cattle. And if it means a fight, then I shall fight for it. To the end.
And so began the lengthy dispute over the land north of Rancho San Vicente, which was later called the Boca de Santa Monica, stretching from Santa Monica Canyon to Topanga Canyon. For years, Don Francisco Sepulveda fought to save the land he thought to be his. He appealed to the authorities. The leading citizens of Los Angeles took sides in the dispute. Petitions were addressed to the governor and messages sent. But the years rolled on, and still there was no decision.
Francisco, my husband, my loved one, you must stop this fighting. It is no use. It will go on forever, and we need you here at home.
I cannot give up, Ramona. While there is the blood of the Sepulvedas in my veins, I must fight for the Santa Monicas. I'm going to Monterrey to see the governor. I will meet him face to face and ask for justice.
No, Francisco, no, do not leave us. Our little son, he cries for his father, as I do.
I must go, Ramona. I must. I cannot rest until I have settled this matter. I must go.
Sepulveda journeyed to far-off Monterrey to lay his case before Governor Pio Pico, but still without success. Finally, after many months of weary argument in the capital and in Los Angeles, Don Francisco came home, beaten and discouraged, back to the little adobe house at San Vicente, where he was met by the faithful Ramona.
Ramona, we have lost. We can never own the Boca de Santa Monica. They've ruled that it rightfully belongs to Reyes and Marquez.
Oh, does it matter, Francisco?
No.
Oh, we have waited so long for your return. I've sent messengers to the city, to Santa Barbara, to all the ranchos, searching for you, Francisco. And our little son, Juan, he lies ill. Near death, he cries for you.
What? My son dying? No, that cannot be. Ramona, take me to him. Hurry. Take me to my son.
For days, Don Francisco and Ramona kept vigil together at the side of their dying son. The doctor had long since given up hope, but not Francisco. Forgotten was the pasture land of the Boca de Santa Monica. Forgotten the battle with Reyes and Marquez. Only one thing mattered, the tiny, silent form on the bed before him. Don Francisco prayed.
Please, spare him.
Francisco, querido mío, you must rest. You have not slept for 2 whole days.
How can I sleep, Ramona? When he was strong enough to cry out for me, I was not here. Now that I have come back, given up the useless, foolish fight, he does not even know I am beside him. Ramona, he needed me. You needed me, querida, and I was not here. Ah, what a fool I was.
No, Francisco, you must not blame yourself. You only did what you thought was right.
But now I know how wrong I was. Ramona, what does it matter? Land or gold or earthly possessions, they mean nothing compared to the warmth of the heart that comes with love. The happy love of a good woman like you, Ramona. Or the open, unselfish love of a little child. Madre de Dios, if I could be spared my son, I should never want for anything again.
Francisco, look. The Padre has answered your prayers. Your little son, he reaches out his arms to you.
Juan, my little son.
Listen to you, Francisco.
See, and never again shall I leave you two. Not for all the world, my love. No, for all my world is here. Here with my beloved family. In the name of God, beginning and ending of all things, know all persons who may see this will, that I, Francisco Sepulveda, a native of town of Sinaloa, Republic de Mexico, the son of Francisco Xavier Sepulveda and of Maria Candelaria Arredondo, residents of the same place.
Don Francisco Sepulveda lost his fight for the land of the Boca de Santa Monica, but he gained in understanding and the fullness of life.
Of the city of Los Angeles, after having performed the requisite.
He died with more possessions than the richest man on earth, for he held the warm love and respect of those nearest to him. Perhaps that is why his will was such a simple one, reflecting a calm serenity toward life and
I have
death.
about 500 head of neat cattle, about 50 head of sheep.
Even in defeat, Don Francisco triumphed, for his name has lived down to this day, and the name of Santa Monica, even though he lost it, became forever associated with his rancho and with the city which was to grow up there.
My eldest son Jose
With
and my
his
son
death in
Dolores,
1853, passed the first great era in its development.
that the bulk of my estate I leave to my wife Ramona Serrano as my sole and general heiress, without any person having any reason to trouble or molest her in any manner, and leaving her without any obligation from me other than to deliver to my son Dolores $150.
Title insurance is different from almost all other types of insurance in one very important respect. On a policy of title insurance, the premium is paid only once. In other words, when you purchase land and obtain an owner's policy of title insurance from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, the protection afforded by the policy continues during the entire period of your ownership without the payment of any further premiums. Another thing to remember is that in Southern California, the cost of title insurance is customarily borne by the seller. When you buy a piece of property, you should require, as part of the transaction, a policy of title insurance protecting you against defects in the title. When you sell property or borrow money on it, the purchaser or lender will require title insurance, which you will be expected to pay for. So you'll be glad to know that Title Insurance and Trust Company's rates are very considerably lower than the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States.
Already, the land ruled over by the families of the Sepulvedas, the Reyes, and the Marquez was becoming a resort. Californians from the Pueblo came to the broad, pleasant beach for a picnic under the sycamores and a swim in the surf. Overlooking it all was the broad, fertile mesa of the Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica, vast and empty. This was what met the eye of Colonel R.S. Baker the day in 1872 that he visited the land for the first time. Immediately he saw the possibilities and looked up the heirs of Don Francisco Sepulveda.
You're Jose Sepulveda, senor?
Si, I am. And you?
I'm Colonel Baker, Robert S. Baker.
Oh, si, you're the gentleman who wants to buy the rancho.
That's right. That is, I'm in the market if the price is not too high.
Well, it is good land, senor. We cannot give it away.
Nobody's asking you to do that, Don Jose. I'm willing to come to the right terms.
That is good. You want it right away?
You bet. I've got a sheep ranch up in Cajon County. That's my business, sheep. This looks like good country for them.
Sheep? You wish to make San Vicente into a sheep ranch, senor?
Sure, why not?
San Vicente is a cattle ranch, senor. It has always been since my father first got it.
Oh, come now, Don Jose. I realize how you cattlemen feel about us sheep men, but you wouldn't let a little thing like that stand between you and a good price, would you?
Senor, if it were just for myself, I would say to the devil with you and your sheep. But since others of my family have an interest too, mi madre, brothers and sisters, I will not. They are anxious to sell the land so that my father's estate may be divided, so...
Good. We may as well discuss the price then.
Very well. But we will not take any cheap price. We have discussed the matter. We feel that the value of the land has reached its peak. Therefore, we shall ask a high price.
Well, you have about 30,000 acres. How about $55,000?
What was that? $55,000? Say that again, senor.
Why, sure. $55,000. That's a fair price, isn't it?
Senor, do you mean that?
Of course.
Your hand, senor. There, it's settled, then. We shall have the papers drawn up immediately, eh?
Well, the sooner the better.
See, before you... Yeah, I mean, see, of course. Tomorrow, perhaps.
All right, tomorrow then.
See. Madre de Dios. 55,000 pesos.
the great Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica came into the hands of Colonel Baker, and shortly afterward, he united it with part of the land of the Boca de Santa Monica, as Don Francisco Sepulveda had unsuccessfully tried to do for so many years. From the Reyes and Marquez families, he added the acreage, and soon he was the master of a vast and thriving sheep ranch. But the life of the ranchero was not all work. Colonel Baker had time for the social life of the nearby city of Los Angeles. It was there.
What a superb party, Dona Arcadia. I'm enjoying it very much.
I'm glad, Senor Baker. I'm always happy to have you here. You should try to make it more often.
You really miss me?
But of course.
Dona Arcadia. I have something I want to ask you.
See?
Aren't you tired of dancing?
Perhaps. Is that what you wanted to ask me?
No, of course not. Can't we go outside on the balcony?
See, of course, Senor. Come this way. Here we are, outside.
Yes. It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
See, lovely.
But then most nights in California are nice, aren't they? I don't know what's wrong with me.
You said there was something you wanted to ask me.
See, I don't know whether I should or not,
Perhaps I can't decide that. You may.
But you don't know what I'm going to ask.
Don't I? Senor, don't underestimate a woman's intuition.
You know, then? You have known all along?
See, Senor Baker, I have.
And here I've been afraid, acting like a schoolboy. You must have thought me a fool.
Oh, but no, Senor Baker, of course not. But I know why you were afraid.
Yes, it's your late husband, Senor Stearns. I didn't know how you felt.
He is gone, Senor. He was a fine man, and I loved him, but he is gone. He would not have wanted me to be alone. Of that I am sure.
Well, that relieves me a great deal, Dona Arcadia.
And now, aren't you going to ask me?
But you already know.
See, but every woman has a right to this moment, Robert. It's just a little thing, but such a tender memory.
Will you be my wife?
That, querido mío, I can ask no more than to be your wife.
Beautiful Arcadia Bandini de Stearns became the wife of Colonel Baker and continued her long reign as the social leader of the growing city. Then, in 1875, Colonel Baker's domain was touched by a new era. Senator John P. Jones of Nevada appeared on the scene and bought a 3/4 interest in Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica. Together, the two owners mapped elaborate plans.
Senator, do you think it can be done?
Of course it can be done. Everything is all set, the plans are laid. We're ready to start building. Why not, Colonel? For this country's only started to grow. We can ride the crest of the wave. Yes, we can even make the wave. And we can put this town of ours on the map.
Yes, but what about San Pedro? Southern Pacific's already built a railroad down there. They're using that as the harbor for Los Angeles.
We'll put them out of business in no time. We've got just as good a harbor right here. And with a little money, why, we can make it a better one.
But they've got the railroad.
We'll build our own railroad. I've got the plans all laid out. Here it is, the name and everything. The Los Angeles and Independence Railroad. Straight from the mines up in Inyo County down to Los Angeles, then out to here and onto our wharf. From there, our ships will sail to every country in the world.
But the Southern Pacific will connect with the East.
And so will we. We'll extend our road on east to make connections. Why, Colonel, this is a big thing we've gotten a hold of. We've started a new town, Santa Monica. In a few days, we're selling the first lots. And in a few years, we'll be running the port of Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Yes, sir, you're about to get your first chance to buy a lot in paradise. Just look at it. Against the backdrop of the Pacific Ocean draped with the western sky of scarlet and gold. And just imagine this beautiful emerald bay filled with white-winged ships. Just draw in a breath of that frostless, bracing, warm yet unlanguid air, odored with the breath of flowers. The title to this land, ladies and gentlemen, is guaranteed by the owners. And the title to the ocean, the sunset, and the air by the Creator himself. All right, who'll give me a bid? Who'll make the first
The
bid?
flowery oratory of auctioneer Tom Fitch brought in the first bid of $300 from Harris Newmark. Others went like hotcakes. Within 9 months, the new city of Santa Monica had a population of 1,000 people with 160 houses. But the ambitious plans were never to be realized. The railroad was stopped at Los Angeles. The long wharf, built 1,800 feet into the Pacific, failed to bring much shipping to the new port. And San Pedro and Wilmington forged ahead. Forgotten for a time were the dreams of a great harbor, as the little town, instead, busily forged ahead as a site for homes. Then, in 1891, another railroad entered into competition with the Southern Pacific at San Pedro, and Collis P. Huntington of the Southern Pacific determined on a bold policy.
Yes, gentlemen, I do mean it. I'm going to take the Southern Pacific to Santa Monica. If the Terminal Railroad can bring their tracks right out onto Rattlesnake Island, we're going to be licked. That brings them right into the center of the harbor. We have to do something, and this is what I propose to do. I'm going to make Santa Monica the harbor of Los Angeles.
Thus began an argument which eventually was carried to the United States Senate, where Senator Stephen M. White was an outstanding supporter of San Pedro.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, before you vote away $3 million of the taxpayers' money on the worthless harbor of Santa Monica and give the true harbor of San Pedro only $390,000, I want to propose an amendment to this bill, that a board of Army engineers, chosen for their neutrality and for their confirmed judgment on such matters, shall be appointed to determine the desirability of each of these harbors, and I propose that the money we appropriate here shall go to whichever harbor the majority of them decide shall be the best. I am confident that if you shall adopt this fair and unbiased manner of determining, the harbor of Los Angeles shall be at San Pedro. It is the verdict of this Board of Engineers by a vote of 4-1 that the harbor of San Pedro offers more advantages as a free port, and that the money appropriated shall be used in its development.
Santa Monica lost the fight, and Collis P. Huntington took his Southern Pacific Railroad back to San Pedro. This beautiful city of Santa Monica, on the sprawling mesa, with its precipitous cliffs falling away to a golden beach and a foaming surf, was not to become a bustling harbor for the ships of the world. Instead, it has become one of the world's loveliest cities of homes, a world-famous pleasure resort, a healthful, pleasant place in which to live. Today, it is the home of almost 80,000 people in the residential communities of Santa Monica, Brentwood, Brentwood Park, Sawtell, Pacific Palisades, Westgate, and a part of the United States Soldiers' Home, and also furnishes the home site for the great Douglas aircraft plant. And so is written another chapter in the romance of the ranchos.
A few moments ago, in the course of our story, you heard a reference to titles in the speech of auctioneer Tom Fitch. The title to this land, said Mr. Fitch, is guaranteed by the owners, and the title to the ocean, the sunset, and the air by the Creator himself. Even in those days, purchasers of land required something more than the guarantee of the owners. Deals were usually concluded only after some competent person had made a search of all available public records, and after the report, or abstract, of such search had been passed on by an attorney. But even then, the purchaser had no insurance to protect him against loss in the event that some document might have been accidentally overlooked. Today, such insurance is available from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And because of the completeness of its records and the efficiency of its hundreds of expert employees in making title examinations, both the search of the records and the insurance of the accuracy of the search cost you less than the partial protection did in the early days. Now, Frank, what's on the calendar for next week?
Our story for next week deals with the first discovery of gold in California. Yes, and it did take place in Southern California, on the Rancho San Francisco near Newhall. Tune in next week and hear all about it. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Newhall, 1842.
First gold discovered in California.
Newhall, 1876.
Railroad gives Los Angeles first link with East.
Newhall, 1924.
Old Rancho finally passes from hands of illustrious California family. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a program dramatizing the wealth of exciting and fascinating incidents that color the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, unfolds another authentic story of the days of the dawn. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles wishes to thank the many officials and teachers of the city and county schools who have expressed so much interest in this series of programs. Every precaution is taken to ensure the historical accuracy of these dramatizations. When you hear the thrilling story of your own community reenacted here, you may be sure that the historical facts given are correct, even though the adventure and romance portrayed may seem stranger and more exciting than fiction. We are fortunate indeed to live in a land with such a colorful background, and one that at the same time presents so many advantages and opportunities for present-day living. And here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story deals with an interesting section of the Southland adjoining San Fernando, the region of Newhall and Saugus and the upper Santa Clara Valley. Not the least interesting part of this story is the fact that only recently has part of this land passed from the Del Valle family to whom it was originally granted. This is a tale rich in the romance of the ranchos. In 1839, Don Antonio, the founder of the Del Valle family in California, received 48,611 acres from the governor, and thus began the great Rancho San Francisco. But Don Antonio died in 1841, leaving his great estate to his widow and children, who later turned their interests over to the eldest son, Don Ignacio Del Valle, lieutenant of the Mexican Army. It was about the year 1842 that Don Ignacio brought his bride, the beautiful Isabel Varela, to live in his new rancho home.
Ignacio, it is beautiful, so beautiful.
You like it, Isabel?
See, how could I help it? Such a fine hacienda.
Ah, see. And the corrals and vineyards. And look out there, across the valley. Such fine pasture land. Why, before long, Camulos will be one of the greatest cattle ranchos in all California.
Camulos?
See, that is the name by which this part of the Rancho San Francisco is known.
But what does it mean?
It is Indian for juniper tree or shelter.
Shelter. See, it is our shelter, is it not, Ignacio?
Oh, see, and it always will be. Oh, but wait, you have not seen it all.
There is more?
See, right this way, to the little room of the house.
But what more could we ask than all of this?
Now you shall see. There, you see?
Ignacio, oh, Ignacio, it is a little chapel.
See, I built it especially for you.
Look, a small altar, everything. Oh, it is so beautiful.
Here you may lead us all in prayer each sundown.
See, in prayers of thanksgiving that such a wonderful home should be ours, for here is everything we could wish. It is indeed our shelter. Ignacio, my husband, let us kneel down and thank God for this home, our Rancho Camulos. May it be a haven for us always, and for our children, and our children's children, forever.
The life of Rancho San Francisco, and the section of it called Camulos, was a pastoral idyll, serene and filled with sunshine. A first warning of the great events to come took place one day when a cattleman by the name of Francisco Lopez was riding through the canyons with a companion.
Francisco, perhaps they're up this canyon, huh?
Bah, I am sick of looking for stray horses. Let us rest a while, eh?
Oh, but Francisco, they are valuable animals. We must find them.
The way I feel now, I don't care if I never find them again. Let them run up one canyon and down another. Let them hide behind the rocks and stand in the shade so we cannot see them. I do not care. I am sick of being led all over these hills by a roguish pair of horses. Is this why I spent years at the School of Mines in the city of Mexico? Is this why I spent weeks and months of study? To be playing niñera to a herd of four-footed vagabonds?
Oh, and a fine nursemaid you are, too. Niñera to a bunch of horses. That is really...
Here I stop. I am hot and I am sticky and I am tired. Those decrepit antecedents of Rosinante may kick up their heels all they like. I'm going to turn mine up in the shade of that tree. Oh, I need to rest.
Very well, mi amigo. We shall take siesta in the shade, but only for a while. Soon we must be on our way after the four-footed diablos.
See, but right now I want to just lie here. Let the horses graze in command. At last, I may rest my creaking joints. Wow!
You had better pick your spot more carefully, mi amigo. The cactus leaf does not make the best of resting places. Try the wild onion patch over there and be much softer, I assure you. And I did not have to go to university to learn that.
Why am I plagued with such a loco? Wild onions, eh? Now, that reminds me I must bring home some greens for Maria. For tonight we are to share a meal with guests. Oh, well, I may as well get them now. Lend me your hunting knife, Juan.
See, but do not dull it. Be sure you use it on the onions, not on any cactus.
Be quiet, or I shall use it on you, you loco. I hope these are not as tough in the eating as in the cutting.
Dig them out by the roots. I did not have to go to university to learn about that
But
either.
before I lose my temper, I know how to dig wild onions. I need none of your advice. Oh! There it is. And a huge one it is, too. Look at it, a meal in itself.
See, if you care for such a meal. As for me, give me a great, big, tasty...
Juan, look at this. Clinging to the roots. A sparkling pebble.
See, so it is. How it shines in the sun. Oh, it would make a pretty trinket for my little Juanita. She likes shiny pebbles. I shall take it home to her.
Wait. You shall not take this one home to Juanita. Do you realize what this is, Juan? This is not a pebble. It is gold. A nugget of gold.
What are you talking about, Francisco? Gold? Why, there is no gold around
You
here.
can tell me about horses. You can tell me about digging wild onions. But you can't tell me anything about gold. For that I studied in the university. This is gold. I know it.
You are sure?
See, Juan, take the knife. Dig more plants. Look for more of these little pebbles. Perhaps we have found a placer of gold.
And Francisco Lopez had found a placer of gold. More than 6 years before Marshall's discovery at Sutter's Creek electrified the world and changed the whole course of California's destiny, the yellow metal was found on Rancho San Francisco. Prospectors from Los Angeles flocked to the canyons of the Santa Clara. But the small quantity of water hindered any large-scale operations, and it remained for Northern California to become the mecca of the gold-hungry crowds. Life on Rancho San Francisco was largely untouched by the turn of affairs, but once again its pastoral solitude was broken by an incident which formed a part of great events to come. It was one day in March of 1850 that Don Ignacio was startled with the news.
Don Ignacio, come quick!
See, Juan, what is it?
Don Ignacio, in the pasture by the arroyo, the dead have risen from the grave.
What?
See?
Juan, what are you talking about?
I saw it with my own eyes. Men and women come back from the dead, their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunk, like walking skeletons.
Juan, what is this?
The dead have arisen.
to murder us as they are killing our cattle right now.
What? Killing our cattle?
See, and eating the meat raw.
Then they are not ghosts, but people. And they cannot do that. It is against the law.
Law? What do the dead care for the law?
Come quickly and show me. We must stop them.
Senor, so I would rather stay here.
Come and hurry.
Senor, what are the blues? Juan, look. They are people. They were people. They are starved, exhausted. See, they are almost dead.
Senores!
Stand back. Stand back. I have a gun. I'll use it.
But, senor,
Don't try to stop us, mister. We need food, and we'll kill to get it.
But, senor, of course. This is my rancho, my cattle. I do not intend to stop you. Only, senor, won't you? All of you come to my house and rest. Let me give you food, cooked food.
Oh, mister, I don't know who you are, but you look like God to me. We've been lost in the desert for weeks. How many, I don't know. Well, you can see for yourself.
See, but come, let us not waste time in talk. Come with me. You shall have food and water.
Water. Kirk. Steady. Steady.
Catch the boy. He's fainted. Here you are, amigos. Our fattest beef, eggs, corn, tortillas, frijoles, anything you wish.
And water. Gallons of water.
Mister, I don't know how we can ever thank you enough for this.
Don't thank me, senor. I have thanks enough in seeing you eat, as much as you can hold.
Well, you're certainly going to see that. Mister, I don't know what's wrong with my stomach. I can't stand the pain much longer. And the others.
See, it is the same. Oh, mi amigo, I am so sorry. I should have known. You cannot eat so much after having eaten nothing for weeks. It is not good.
Can't you do something?
I have sent for the doctor. He will be here soon.
He'd better hurry. We'll all die a worse death than the one we left behind on the desert.
The doctor arrived in time to save the agonized remnants of the ill-fated party, whose terrible sufferings gave Death Valley its name. But they were but one of the parties of valiant American pioneers who started one of the greatest mass movements the world has ever known, but one of the first ripples of that great wave of progress which was to transform the whole life and character of California. A few years later, as the value of most California ranchos was declining, Don Ignacio found an unusual interest centered on Rancho San Francisco.
Tell me, Senor Boss, why are you so interested in buying the Rancho San Francisco?
Well, now, Don Ignacio, I haven't said that I was interested in buying. I just wanted to know how much you'd ask, in case.
It is the same thing, and you know it, Senor. Don't try to, fool me, Senor. You did not even blink an eye when I said $50,000. You must want this land very badly, Senor.
No. Well, that is, I might be interested in it.
And why? That is what I want to know. It could not have anything to do with your Philadelphia and California oil company, could it?
Well, now,
just as I thought. You have heard the stories about oil which seeps up on my land, eh?
Stories, you say? You mean they're not true?
Oh, see, they are true, all right. When they were first discovered, I had visions of great riches, too, but now I don't know.
Well, my men have looked over this land, and I'm willing to take a chance on what they say. Now, as long as we have our cards on the table, Don Ignacio, I may as well admit it. I'll buy your land if you'll sell it.
But, senor, I do not want to sell. I have no reason to. That is why I named such a high price.
I'll pay your price and more if you'll sell.
Senor, you mean you pay that much money?
Now, look, I'll put all my cards on the table. I'm willing to pay $1.25 an acre. That comes to about $58,000. If you take that figure, I'll buy Rancho San Francisco.
Ignacio, my husband, is that you?
See, little doll, how are you?
Ignacio, you have sold the rancho?
See, I have sold the San Francisco. But how did you know?
A man was here. He said that we must get out of here, out of this house, off the land.
Out of here? No, Isabel, I sold Rancho San Francisco, but not our home. Not this part we call Camulos. This is ours, and it shall remain ours.
Oh, Ignacio, I am happy to hear you say that. I did not believe that ever you would sell our shelter, our Camulos.
Never, little dove. And I shall go to Senor Bar right away and find out what he means by this.
Jesús y María, háganme el favor de protestar nuestra casa.
Isabel.
Oh, my husband. Come, kneel beside me here before the altar. Here is such peace and love.
See, mi querida, you are burning a lamp?
See, it is burning in prayer that our shelter may not be taken from us.
And that is the news that I have for you. It shall not be. Camulos is ours and always shall be. A mistake was made. I had to buy back this land, but it is finished now. And no one can take it from us.
Oh, my husband, I knew God would grant my prayers. This shall be a perpetual lamp to burn for Camulos, as long as our children and grandchildren shall love it as we do.
Several times in these programs, we have referred to various causes of defective land titles against which a policy of title insurance provides protection. One of these risks is that of forgery. I'm going to tell you of an actual example of how this protection works. Several years ago, a highly respected citizen of a community near Los Angeles, the operator of a real estate and loan business, was found to be a forger. He had issued forged notes and trust deeds covering a large number of properties in Los Angeles County. He had forged the names of the owners of these properties and had sold the notes and trust deeds to investors, keeping for his own use the money thus realized. The men and women purchasing these forged notes and trust deeds had paid the forger for them amounts totaling more than $248,000. But some of these people had been wise enough to ask for policies of title insurance. Their investments amounted to more than $85,000. The title insurance companies reimbursed these insured investors both as to principal and accrued interest promptly after the forgeries were established. The investors of the other $163,000 who had not obtained title insurance were less fortunate. After 3 years of court proceedings, they obtained less than $9,000, or almost $154,000 less than they had put in. Forgery is but one of the several risks to land titles against which you can be protected by a policy of title insurance issued by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. When you buy land or make a loan secured by land, insist on this protection.
The Philadelphia and California Oil Company failed. But years later, about 1875, two other men brought in one of Southern California's first oil wells in Pico Canyon. But the field was small compared to other Southern California fields, and although it created quite a stir then, its significance was soon past. Life on Don Ignacio's acres remained peaceful and quiet, except for an occasional visit from the notorious bandit Tiburcio Vasquez, whose hideout of Vasquez Rocks was near the rancho. On one such occasion...
Ignacio.
See, Isabel, what is it?
You must do something. This must not go on.
But, mi querida, what are you talking about?
Here, Juan, tell him.
See, tell me, Juan, what is it?
Nothing, senor. Just El Senor Vasquez.
Is that all you have to say? Aye. This man, this bandit, this murderer steals your horse and you say, aye. With you I am disgusted.
But, Isabel, he has not stolen my horse. He has just borrowed it. He leaves me his in return, and presently, some night, he will return and bring back my horse.
to exchange for his own.
See, Don Elizabeth, he always does. He may be a bandit, but he's a man of honor. About horses, that is.
But don't you see he is using your horse for his unholy business? Robbing, killing.
See, perhaps. But what am I to do?
What are you to do? Are you not a man? Are you afraid of him?
Afraid of him? Well, why should I be? He likes me, trusts me. Otherwise, he should not steal my horse.
That is just it. He trusts you. As a good citizen, you should not be trusted by him. You should turn him over to the authorities.
Turn him over to the police. Eh?
Juan!
My dear, I could as easily turn over a mountain lion to the lands. What am I to do?
He will come back. You say so yourself. He will return your horse. Very well. Have men stationed and wait for him. Then when he comes...
See, then when he comes...
When he comes, you are probably a widow. You like that?
You are cowards, both of you. Letting a stupid bandit frighten you. I shall be most angry if you do nothing to stop his treachery.
Very well, my dear. We shall watch for him. Juan, you are to stay by the corral every night, watching for him.
See, but what do I do?
When he shows up?
See.
You,
run like El Diablo.
After the failure of the company to find oil, Rancho San Francisco came into the possession of H.M. Newhall of the Newhall Farming and Milling Company, and on it he plotted the town of Newhall and later Saugus. And in 1876, the Southern Pacific Railroad holed through the Newhall Tunnel and completed the first transcontinental rail link between Los Angeles and the East. Americans flocked to the new paradise of the Pacific, crowding out the old families of Californians and the fast-dying Indians. In the early 1880s, the government sent 2 experts to California to study the unenviable position of the native Indians in the frontier society. One of them was a guest at the home of aging Don Ignacio del Valle.
Don Ignacio, your Rancho Camulos is heavenly. I couldn't dream of a lovelier place to live.
I am happy, Senora. Make it your home as long as you will.
I only wish that it could be longer, but I shall always remember it. The hacienda, the chapel, that quaint rawhide couch on the porch, and... Oh, perhaps I shall put them all into my book.
Your book, Senora? You are writing a book?
Yes. I've learned so much about the Indians on my trip that my heart bleeds for them.
See, I know what you mean.
But their story can't be told in stuffy reports. I intend to tell it in a way that will touch people's hearts. So I'm writing a book.
It is an excellent idea. And what will you call your book, Senora?
I'm going to name it after my heroine, Ramona.
Ramona. I shall await its printing eagerly.
Helen Hunt Jackson wrote the immortal story of Ramona, and in it she used much of the scene of Don Ignacio's home at Rancho Camulos. And now the march of progress engulfed even the outlying Rancho San Francisco. The growing metropolis of Los Angeles quickly became an American city of industry and commerce, where once had stood the sleepy Spanish village. But there is disaster in every story of progress, and one of the Southland's greatest disasters took place on Rancho San Francisco. Towering high in the air within the bastion walls of San Francisquito Canyon, a great man-made barrier pinioned the waters of the vast mountainous acres, the St. Francis Dam. Like a great shadow, it loomed silent, menacing. And on that fateful night in 1928, without warning, it brought crushing horror to the valley of the Santa Clara.
What was that? That noise?
I don't.
Good Lord! George, look! The dam! The dam! It's cracked! A huge crack all the way down. Look at it! It's crumbling! It's breaking up! In a minute, she's got to let loose! But the whole valley will be flooded! In Santa Paula! It'll wipe the whole town out! Yeah, and our families are there! Oh, good Lord, what can we do? It's too late to warn! Look at it! It's breaking! Come on, then! We gotta get out of here fast! Run! Run for your life!
A great 20-foot wall of water rushed down the valley of the Santa Clara to the sea. With it, it carried the wreckage of farms and homes and towns and scores of human lives. Millions of dollars of damage was done in one of the Southland's greatest disasters. But to the Rancho San Francisco, or that part of it called Camulos, A more personal tragedy had already taken place. It was one day in the year 1924, only a few years ago, when...
They're still in there.
Yeah. Almost an hour now.
Funny how people like to stay in that little chapel.
Well, it ain't so funny. If you've been here at Camulos as long as I have, maybe you'd understand. You see, the boss, Don Lupiano del Valle, he was born here. This land has belonged to his family for 85 years. His father, old Don Ignacio, built this house and that chapel.
Sure, I know all that. Oh, it's just an old ranch house, just a little chapel. It isn't used very much anymore.
Slim, you just don't get it. Now, look. You see that flickering light at the window?
Sure, you can always see that.
That's what I mean. That there's a lamp. It's been burning there for 60 years. It ain't never gone out. You understand?
Well, now, I don't rightly believe that.
But it's true. 60 years, and it's the same fire. Old Dona Isabel lit it way back in 1865. Yeah, and they've kept it going all these years.
What for Pete's sake? They can put electric lights in there now.
But don't you see? It's a tradition. It's part of the rancho, part of the Del Valle family. It's... Oh, what's the use trying to tell a dumb ranch hand like you anything?
I ain't so dumb. Maybe I can understand them going in that there chapel, staying so long. But what I can't figure out is, what are we doing standing here in the shadows, waiting for them?
Because, Slim, this is the last time. When they come out tonight, they won't go back in again.
You mean, 'cause they sold the ranch?
Yeah, they sold the ranch. Camulos. For 85 years, Camulos has belonged to the Del Valles. And now...
Look. Lights are going out.
Yeah. 85 years, and the lamp's out.
Well, I guess that's the end of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Slim, lend me your handkerchief. I got something in my eye.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you about next week's program. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles suggests that during the coming week you take advantage of the pleasurable opportunities afforded by the All-Winter Sun Festival, sponsored by the All-Year Club of Southern California. The All-Year Club has assembled information on all the scores of interesting and colorful events scheduled throughout Southern California during the winter months. This information is available for the convenience and pleasure of Southland residents, as well as of visitors from other states. By familiarizing ourselves with these events, we can all be better hosts to our eastern visitors, and we can have more fun ourselves. Tell your neighbors, friends, and business correspondents about the All-Winter Sun Festival. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll tell you the story of one of the great patriarchs of early California, Don Antonio Maria Lugo, head of one of its most illustrious families. There's romance and adventure, so be sure to hear it. And so until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1850.
College founded at Lugo Townhouse.
Bell, 1856.
Cattle boom brings sudden wealth to rancheros.
Bell, 1927.
Firestone Tire and Rubber Company builds huge plant. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the historic events which formed the colorful background for our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, narrates another fascinating chapter of romance and adventure. And tonight's story is indeed a fascinating one because of the fact that it deals with the land on which are now located the communities of Bell, Huntington Park, Vernon, Walnut Park, Southgate, Linwood, and East Los Angeles. We extend a special greeting to the residents of those communities. But the story is so exciting and romantic, and it had such an important bearing on the development of the entire Southland, that it will be of equal interest to all of you listening wherever you live. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is happy to present it for your enjoyment. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to spin the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, our magic carpet of radio takes us back through the years to visit one of the greatest of the ranchos, one of the most aristocratic of the Dones, the Rancho San Antonio of Don Antonio Maria Lugo. It is a story steeped in the romance of the ranchos. The story of the illustrious family of the Lugos starts in 1769, when, among the first Spanish settlers to come to California, Jose Maria Lugo landed and settled at Santa Barbara. A few years later, in 1775, a son was born, a son who was to become one of the patriarchs of California, Don Antonio Maria Lugo. Like most other Spanish gentlemen of his generation, he served as a soldier in the armies of the King of Spain, and in that capacity, he came to Los Angeles in 1803. There one day, he made a chance encounter.
So you have decided to stay here, Don Antonio?
See, I think so. It is more pleasant to live.
See, the climate is nice,
And
but...
some of these soldados have received grants of land around here. That is fine. Perhaps I, too, can manage one.
Not for me. I would rather be at San Diego. There is more to do, more life. Look at this sleepy little pueblo. Just look at it. Here we are in the main plaza, and what do you see? A few houses, a church, a merchant or two. Not for me.
Is that all you see?
Of course.
Then you are blind, senor. Look, crossing the street, on their way to church, no doubt.
Just the senorita, like any other senoritas?
Oh, now I know you're blind. She's beautiful.
She beautiful, perhaps, but not very resourceful. She seems to be stranded in the middle of the street.
Oh, see. There is a great puddle of mud for her to cross.
See, you are right. Perhaps we should...
We, senor? But to you, she's just like any other senorita. Oh, no, senor. You shall wait here. This is my honor. Hasta la vista.
Good luck, mi amigo. Adios.
Pardon, senorita. May I assist you?
Certainly not, senor. I can manage quite well myself.
But I protest. Allow me to take your hand.
Senor, I do not know you.
Oh, senorita, that is my bad fortune. One that I shall try to remedy at the earliest opportunity. And why not now?
Senor, please, go away. I do not speak to senors to whom I have not been formally introduced.
Go away and leave you hopping about in the mud?
I can manage quite well. Oh!
Be careful, senorita.
Senor, how dare you? Take your hands away.
But you would have fallen in the mud if I had not caught you.
Never mind,
Here, stop this quibbling. I shall take you up like this.
Senor, stop!
Carry you across the puddle like this.
Oh, senor, no!
And deposit you safely on the other side like this.
Oh. Senor, you are bold.
A soldado must be bold, senorita. In love as in war.
Love, senor. You are more than bold.
Oh, a figure of speech only. But I could not stand idly by and see a beautiful young lady in such distress.
Oh, you must not say such things, senor.
But you are beautiful.
I will not listen to you.
Am I so unattractive as that?
No, you are not unattractive, senor. But it is not proper. I do not even know you.
Then you shall, right now. Senorita,
Lovely flower of the desert. Allow me to introduce El Senor Don Antonio Maria Lugo, your admiring servant.
Buenos dias, Senor Don Antonio Maria Lugo.
And you, senorita?
You shall have to find that out elsewhere, my hero of the mud puddle. Hasta la vista.
But, senorita, wait.
If you find out, you may ask my father if you may call. Hasta la vista, senor.
But, senorita, you may be sure I will. Oh, very sure.
And Don Antonio did call on Margarita Ruiz. In fact, he called up, and they were married within the year. Soon after, the young husband built his first home at a place called Sao Qual, or the Elders, which is the present site of Bell Station. But he didn't give up the dream of owning a great rancho. And 7 years later, he was successful in his petition to the governor for a grant of land. Over 29,000 acres were provisionally given him, and the Rancho San Antonio was started. On this great domain, life progressed peacefully and quietly. Rancho San Antonio became one of the great haciendas of Spanish and Mexican days, noted for its great herds, its fast horses, its magnificent hospitality. And Don Antonio attained the eminence of a patriarch as the years went on. Among other honors, he served as juez de campo, or judge of the plains, which was the ultimate authority for all disputes in that simple and peaceful era. The judge of the plains was a justice of the peace on horseback, the on-the-spot arbiter of every quarrel. Often, Don Antonio was called to an outlying rancho.
Don Antonio, I'm glad you've come. There's several matters for you to settle.
See? Well, let us hear it first, then, and we shall see what can be done.
Very well. First, there is the question of Don Ramon's calves, already the calves Don Ramon found on his land.
See, that is better. They are not his calves, but mine.
And how do you know that, senor? If they were found on Don Ramon's land, then the Orejanos belong to him.
But, senor, those Orejanos were following the madres. See, it was plain to see. I have witnesses that they were the calves of cows which carried my brand.
Oh, so. Is this true, senor?
Si, it is, Don Antonio.
Very well, that makes a great difference. Even in dumb animals, the tie of blood must be respected, senores. We can suppose that these calves should not have strayed onto the land of Don Ramon had not their madres done so. Therefore, I rule that the calves do not belong to Don Ramon, but to this senor here.
Gracias, Your Honor.
Now, what else is there?
The question of the cattle thieves who have stolen 200 head of cattle from the rancheros in the valley. We have found out that the leader of the band is the Indian Joaquin.
See, I have heard of him. You have proof of this, senor?
Si, one of my vaqueros, Pedro, saw and recognized him.
Very well. I order the capture of this Joaquin on the charge of cattle stealing. I shall instruct a posse to attempt his capture at once.
Si, that is fine. And now, Your Honor.
See, what else?
A dispute over one cow, senor. It is an unbranded Orejano, which Senor Ortega and I discovered. He was standing on the line between our two ranchos, half in his, half in mine.
And you both claim the creature?
Si, but my claim is the more worthy, Your Honor, for the cow stood with its head over my land.
And what does Senor Ortega claim?
That since the head is useless for hide, the part which was the greater value was on his land.
Perhaps you should cut the cow in half, senor?
What are we to do?
Where is the cow now?
I do not know. While we were arguing about it, the Orejano wandered away and became lost in the brush. But we shall find it, Your Honor. We marked its flank with a great cross of white.
Hey, a great cross of white, you say?
See, on the flank.
But, senores, that is the cow which wandered into my garden and began trampling my corn.
It is?
See.
Then it is found. You shall return it, senor?
Oh, I fear that will be impossible, senor.
Eh? Why impossible?
Pardon, I am sorry. But you see, I ate it.
The pleasant, peaceful life of the ranchos went its even course for years. Then suddenly, California found itself the object of covetous glances from several different nations, including the United States. And presently, before many of the sleepy inhabitants were well aware of the situation, the American occupation was underway. And great events touched the Lugo domain, as the last battle of the war was fought on Rancho San Antonio on January 9th, 1847, the Battle of La Mesa. The spot, at the present site of the Union Stockyards in Los Angeles, is marked with a monument of stones. Now, the life of the sleepy pueblo began to undergo a gradual change as the American settlers came pouring in. But with them came another and less desirable element. The gold rush in Northern California had brought every kind of roughneck and desperado into the state. And presently, Los Angeles was overrun by a wave of extreme lawlessness. Respectable citizens of the little town were becoming alarmed. Strong measures were needed. Things came to a head one night.
Whoa! Whoa! Well, Betsy, old gal, here we are, back home. Just a minute and you'll have...
All right, senor. Put up your hands.
What is this?
All right, Temple. Hand over your money.
I don't understand. Temple? My name's
I said hand over that money. If you don't...
But you're making a mistake. My name's... Oh! Clifford.
Dead by the hand of a notorious desperado and gambler, the citizen Pinckney Clifford. Quickly, the irate people of Los Angeles gathered around the tiny jailhouse where the captured culprit was held.
This is the last straw.
These things must stop.
Let's
get him. Let's put a stop to this business.
Hey, bring him out. We'll fix him.
We'll show him. Bring him out. Give him up. We got a necktie party already. Come on, everybody. What are we waiting for? Let's go in and get him.
Hold on.
Mayor Forster.
What's he yelling
All right,
for?
now just hold your horses, everybody. This isn't benefiting the citizens of a city like ours.
All right,
now wait a minute. Here we are trying to clean up Los Angeles, making it a city of law and order. What do you fellas do? Throw over everything we've tried to do. All right. We ever expect to have order here, we got to establish it from the ground up. We got to let the courts take care of the criminals, not disregard their laws. And you talk about lynching. You're just as bad as the men you're trying to get.
Look who's talking.
Yeah, what's the matter with you, Steve? Hey, getting soft. You used to ride with the vigilantes.
All right. Yes, I know. I used to ride with the vigilantes. Now, we have courts and authorities to handle these things. It's their duty. And it's ours as good citizens to give them a chance. Oh, go on home now.
Yeah, let that murderer get away scot-free.
He won't get away. I promise you that. He'll get what he deserves.
How do we know that?
I give you my word. Mayor of Los Angeles and a citizen like you, I promise you that justice will be done. If this man isn't hanged for his murder, I promise you I'll resign my office and march at your head to see that he is.
Stephen C. Foster, one of the first mayors of Los Angeles under the Americanos, who was also Don Antonio Maria Lugo's son-in-law, risked his office to stop the lynching. But a month later...
Out of my way. I'm going in to see the mayor.
Come in. Come in.
So, Foster, you promised that Brown would be hanged for murdering Clifford, eh?
Yes, I gave you my word.
Well, what are you going to do now?
What do you mean? Brown was sentenced to be hanged?
Yeah, he was supposed to get strung up tomorrow morning.
Huh?
But he isn't. I just found out the Supreme Court has granted him a stay of execution. He's going to get out of it.
Oh?
Is that all you can say? You gave your word, Foster.
I know I did.
And now let's see you make it good.
Well, how can we respect the law if we... No matter. I did give you my word.
Is that all you're going to do? Sit there writing?
I'm writing my resignation. Be with you.
Because a policy of title insurance is so readily procurable, you might think it must be simple and inexpensive to produce. But the fact is that the issuance of even the simplest title policy, no matter how recently the title may have been searched, requires no less than 21 separate operations, each of which requires the services of highly trained personnel. Furthermore, the operations I've just referred to do not include the routine work of maintaining the system of records or title plant, which of course must be maintained whether or not any title policies are issued. In other words, the Title Insurance and Trust Company must maintain an up-to-the-minute record on every parcel of land in the county in order to be able to issue a policy of title insurance on any parcel of land. It is only because of the size and completeness of its great title plant and the trained efficiency of its record searchers and examiners that the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can issue title insurance policies so promptly. Remember these facts the next time you have need for title insurance. Remember, too, that the rates of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are substantially lower than the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States.
Fighting the lawlessness of early Los Angeles demanded strong measures, such as Stephen C. Foster was forced to use. And although conditions gradually improved, the little city was never to revert to the peaceful and quiet village of the Dons. And so it was that many of the rancheros abandoned their townhouses to retire to their more peaceful ranchos outside the city. Such was the case with Don Vicente Lugo, Don Antonio's son, who owned the Lugo townhouse.
Don Vicente? I don't know what to say. This is indeed a generous gift.
Not at all. I would rather that this house were to be used for some good purpose rather than another gambling den.
Well, I'm happy that you feel this way.
I am only sorry that I cannot change the location to a more desirable spot for a school.
Well, that's not important, senor. I believe the St. Vincent's College will prosper in spite of any unfortunate surroundings.
Senor, I hope so. It is a bitter thing for me to see this lovely plaza, once the center of the finest residences, the front yards of our finest citizens, turned into a thoroughfare of drunken, obscene, brawling gamblers.
Yes, it is unfortunate, but that, senor, is life. And life has changed, and we must accept it. I can only hope that this beautiful house, which you have so generously donated to our college, shall not change, but shall remain an inspiring memory of the great days of Los Angeles for all to see.
The townhouse of the Lugos still remains standing on the East Los Angeles Street, on the south side of the Los Angeles Plaza. Historic as the first two-story house in the Pueblo, it served as the home of St. Vincent's College, until in later years it was taken over by Chinese merchants and is now a curio shop. But the rancheros were still the leading citizens of Los Angeles, even though the Americans' progressive spirit was slowly forcing them out. They had a few more years of prosperity. In fact, the greatest they had ever known. For in the early 50s, wealth came to Los Angeles.
Here, girl, catch it, mis amigos. Whoever catches it can have it. There.
Stop this.
Oh, Don Vicente, mi amigo. Come, get in on the game. Catch the pesos.
Jose, stop it. You are mad. Come with me, come.
Oh, no, mi amigo. We are playing games. I cannot leave.
You are coming with me. Hurry.
We were having such fun, mi amigo. Why do you take me away?
Jose, I could not believe my eyes. You have suddenly gone mad. I never could have believed that you should be so foolish.
Foolish, mi amigo?
See, foolish. Do you realize what you were doing?
Tell me, what was I doing?
You were throwing money away, gold pieces, throwing them to the crowd. Have you gone mad?
No, mi amigo. It was great sport.
But gold pieces.
Oh, fool, what are they to me? Nothing. Spare change.
Gold pieces?
See, you do not seem to realize, mi amigo. I'm a rich man now, a very rich man, and so are you.
You are mad. What do you mean?
I have just returned from San Francisco. I took a herd of cattle there, and I came back with thousands of pesos of gold. Now I'm rolling in gold.
You have been gambling.
Oh, no, senor. It was not necessary. I sold my cattle, see, for $75 a head.
Senor, you are loco. $75 for a cow hide.
Oh, no, senor. Not for the hide, for the cow, for the meat.
What, for the meat? But the meat of a cow is not worth $75. It only makes them carne seca.
Oh, no, senor. Always it was the hide which was worth more, but not now. The Americanos, thousands of them in San Francisco, they want food, meat. And now the beef is far more valuable than the hide. 10, 20 times as valuable. And we're all rich. You, with your thousands of heads, you can sell them for a princely fortune.
Is this true?
See. Hurry, mi amigo. Drive your herds to San Francisco. There a fortune is awaiting you.
The soaring cattle prices of those times brought undreamed-of prosperity to the rancheros of the Southland. And, not knowing that it could not last forever, they took advantage of their new riches to indulge in an orgy of extravagance.
Hey, look. Look, here comes Don Felipe Lugo. See his splendor outfit. See? Look at his saddle on his horse. Inlaid with solid gold and silver mounted. Must have cost a fortune. Oh, no, not at all. Only 2,000 pesos.
Lavish expenditures on clothes, lavish display and hospitality. The good-hearted Californians welcomed the chance to pass their prosperity on in happiness and good cheer with their neighbors. Great fandangos were held. Guests thronged the haciendas, and gaiety ran high.
Welcome, welcome, mis amigos. My house is yours. Come in, come in.
Gracias, Don Vicente. I took the liberty of extending your invitation to a few friends of mine.
Wonderful. Welcome, all of you.
And the friends, they invited some friends of theirs.
Bueno, the more the better. I am most happy to have you all. Come in, please. See, mi
Don
amigo.
Vicente,
See? What is
I
it?
just want to tell you I must be leaving.
Leaving? But, senor, you are not enjoying yourself?
I see, but I must go. I've been here 2 days already.
What? Only you have been here only 2 days? Oh, mi amigo. Then I shall not hear of you leaving.
but Don
Oh,
Vicente.
no. You must not leave until you have been here 2 weeks.
No, but really, I must go. I cannot waste any more time.
Time, senor. Have you ever heard what time is? Who it was made for? Time was made for slaves. Of course you have time. Come now, no nonsense. Enjoy yourself. We shall try our hand at the gaming tables. Eh?
Oh, no, Don Vicente. I'm almost out of money.
Oh, then borrow some. See, that is what I do whenever I run short of gold. Borrow. It is very easy.
Oh, but the interest they charge you, senor. 6% a month.
Oh, it is not much, senor, 6%. Besides, you shall pay it back, no? Yes, you will pay it back when you drive the next third to San Francisco.
Oh.
So why not? Oh, come, you are timid.
Maybe, senor, but this cannot go on forever. Money does not grow on trees.
Oh, no, senor, you are right. No, money does not grow on trees. But it does grow on 4 legs. On who? We do not have to worry as long as we can raise our cattle. Until that time, we have money to burn.
See, but have you thought perhaps that time might come soon?
Senor, Don Vicente.
See, Juan, what is it?
Senor, there is still no rain.
See, I know. How long has it been?
We have had no rain for over a year. Senor, it is serious. The earth is parched. The grass is dried up. There is nothing for our cattle to eat.
How many have we lost so far?
Oh, it is hard to say. They fall down and die out on the hills. We do not find them, but I have counted 100 carcasses on one little hill. It must be thousands.
Juan, I don't know what to do. I have borrowed money, expecting to pay from the cattle money.
I know. There has been no cattle money. For a year,
No. It is as you say, serious.
You mean the rancho must be sold?
I hope not. Juan, how many cattle have we left? How many could you round up?
Perhaps 500, perhaps 1,000. Can't say.
This is our last hope. Round them up. We shall try to drive them to San Francisco.
But, senor, they are half starved. They'll never get there.
We'll try. It's our only chance.
But, senor, from here on, we should be all right. With fresh grass and water, our cattle will be able to make the rest of the trip.
See, on the farther north we go, the more grazing land we will find. The worst is over.
See, and we still have almost 700 head.
Ah, that much will help. What is that?
Senor, look. Coming out of the canyon up ahead.
Men on horseback.
They are bandits. Cattle rustlers. Senor, we're after our cattle.
No, there are too many of them. We cannot hope to stand them off.
What shall we do?
We shall fight. Come on, hold on, men, the cattle. Hold them up. Hold them up. Juan,
you see, dead. See, 3 killed. We were lucky it wasn't more.
See, and the herd?
They got away with over half of it. What? We still have about 300 head.
See? But that is not enough, Juan. Not enough.
Misfortune came to the aristocratic Lugos, as it did to most of the old families of California. Bit by bit, they lost their vast rancho San Antonio, until today, all that remains is a small tract upon which stands the home of Don Vicente Lugo, one of the first wooden houses ever to be built in Los Angeles County. In the years that followed, part of the land which once had been the Rancho San Antonio came under the ownership of Jonathan S. Slauson, for whom Slauson Avenue was named. And on this part, a few years ago, the great Firestone Tire and Rubber Company factory was built. On other parts of the rancho, the towns of Huntington Park, Vernon, Walnut Park, Bell, Southgate, Linwood, and East Los Angeles were built. And today, the land of Don Antonio Maria Lugo is the heart of a great industrial area. Over this land echoes the hum of factories. Its houses the greatest concentration of industry and commerce in western North America. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you the subject of next week's true story. He has already told me that it's going to be one of the most interesting thus far. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles hopes, however, that these stories are providing you with more than just a half hour's entertainment each week. More than a series of history lessons sugar-coated with drama and music. The real hope of the company is that these broadcasts will increase your interest and pleasure in living in Southern California. For all of us can enjoy our Southland more when we're familiar with its rich and adventurous background, when we know the romantic origins of its colorful names and landmarks, when we can picture our individual communities as they look to the strong men and brave women who pioneered them for us. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to react the adventurous life story of one of the early American pioneers in Southern California, Don Benito Wilson. It's a thrilling and exciting chapter in the romance of the ranchos. And so, until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as your wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Fe, 1841.
Americans flee revolution in New Mexico.
Los Angeles, 1841.
First American party arrives in Southern California.
Los Angeles, 1845.
Bandit Joaquin killed by posse. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the great events and famous people responsible for the growth of our Southern California from the days of the dawns to the present. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, recreates another fascinating chapter in The Romance of the Ranchos. Some years ago, a writer in a national magazine made this amazing statement. Los Angeles, he wrote, is a city without a past. It has no memories because it has nothing to remember. And he further said that life without a past, without a sense of permanence, lacks fullness and reality, which is, of course, very true. But to call Los Angeles, and by implication Southern California, a community without a past could hardly be more incorrect. Few areas have histories as long and rich and colorful as has Southern California. The contribution of such a history to our living today can be realized to the full only when it is known and fully appreciated by the majority of citizens, particularly those of the younger generations. So it is that Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes that these broadcasts will help Southern Californians to get more out of life in this Southland by being familiar with its golden past. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we're going to tell you the first half of a truly remarkable life story. It's the story of a man who stands out as one of the greatest of the early American pioneers who helped to make California a part of the United States. And his life is typical of many other men like him. I speak of Benjamin David Wilson, first American mayor of Los Angeles and a civic leader for many years. He helped to found Pasadena, owned the land which became Riverside and Westwood Hills, had streets and boulevards named after him, and furnished Mount Wilson with its name. There is so much to tell, we've decided to devote 2 programs to the task. And tonight, we present the first. It's a truly thrilling chapter in the romance of the ranchos. The adventurous life of Benjamin David Wilson began 130 years ago on December the 1st, 1811, in Nashville, Tennessee. 8 years later, his father died, leaving the family poor. A few years after that, at Yazoo City, near Vicksburg, a doctor paid a call on Benjamin D. Wilson.
Oh, that's awful stuff.
It ain't exactly supposed to taste good.
I hope I don't have to take much of that.
Yeah, son, you might have to.
You mean that...
You're pretty sick, son. In fact, your health has broken down generally.
What do you mean broken down? Well, I just get a little sick and then you
You're
said...
more than a little sick, son. You've had too much on your shoulders. A boy like you.
Well, that's silly. I've been taking care of myself for some time now.
Maybe that's it. How old are you, son?
Me? Well, I'm almost 16.
Here you are working from dawn till dusk, running a trading business with the Indians, wearing yourself to the bone. You ought to be out in the air, playing, growing up.
What do you mean I am grown up?
You ain't had a chance to grow up, son.
Oh, I have so. I'm a man. I can take care of myself. My health's all right, but...
Yeah. Just listen to me. All right, son. It ain't the work, then. Maybe it's the climate. This river damp getting in you, clear to the bones. Whatever it is, you ain't got much to look forward to around here.
You mean I might die?
I ain't saying yes, and I ain't saying no. If I was you, I'd settle up things here and get away. It ain't right for a fine, strapping youngster like you to ruin yourself like you're doing.
Get away, but where'd I go?
You don't rightly know. Somewhere with this clean, dry air to breathe. Lots of sunshine and light.
Out west, maybe?
Lord, do you mean the Indian country? I didn't suggest nothing like that. You'd better stay here and die in your bed as to get killed by them red devils.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. Heck, I've been hearing a lot about that country from the folks on the Missouri packets. It ain't as bad as some folks think.
Now, listen here, son. I'm advising you to leave this country here. But I didn't say nothing about the Indian country. I'm a doctor. I'm advising you to go somewhere where it's healthy.
Well, if I'm going anywhere, I'm going where I can do something, where there's adventure and excitement. Yep, Doc. If I'm going to go anywhere, I'm going out west. And I am going.
Young Benjamin Wilson settled up his business and headed west. Joining the Rocky Mountain Fur Company in Missouri, he made the hazardous journey across the plains and arrived in the little Mexican town of Santa Fe in 1833. There he joined a party of trappers on an expedition to the Gila Valley. On his return to Santa Fe, he talked one day to another young man.
You see, Maxwell, with my knowledge of the country down there in the Gila Valley, there's no reason why we can't trade for ourselves instead of riding other people's coattails.
In other words, you want to form your own company.
That's it. There's a fortune to be made in beaver skins. There's no reason why we can't do it as well as the next fellow.
Well, I don't know, Ben. I never thought much about leaving Santa Fe. I think I'd just stay right here.
Why? With the whole wide West beckoning to a man with some gumption? Why do you want to stay cooped up in this little town?
Well, I'm getting along comfortable.
Oh, man, don't you want to get anywhere and make something more of yourself than this?
I'm doing all right. I ain't risking my neck on the trail.
Risking your neck? Why, man, what's there to be afraid of?
Maybe nothing, maybe plenty. For one thing, the Mexican government ain't particularly fond of us Americans, you know. It's against their laws for us to be trapping here in New Mexico.
There's no real reason why we shouldn't be allowed to carry on a legitimate business. And as long as it is legitimate, I stand on my rights as a free American citizen to carry on my business.
Yeah, well, just so the Mexican governor doesn't hear you say that.
The Mexican governor has his hands full with the Apaches without worrying about us.
Yeah, and what about the Apaches?
Well, what about them? They're our friends. They like Americans. Their war's with the Mexicans.
Yeah, that's now. Well, they might change their minds any time, and then it'd be all white men, Americans as well as Mexicans.
And not as long as Juan Jose is alive and leading them. You know, I've met him. He's a fine man. He's educated by whites, and he's friendly to us. Now, if the Mexicans hadn't murdered his father, well, he'd be friendly to them, too.
Well, maybe.
Now, look, Maxwell, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're crossing your bridges before you come to them. I'm going to take an expedition out on the plains with or without you. Now, if you want in on the profits, well, then you're welcome. So what do you say? Are you with me?
Well, I guess so. I'll go, but I got a feeling that we're not going to have easy sailing.
Maxwell's foreboding was prophetic, but the young merchant's expedition was ill-timed. It was on the return journey toward Santa Fe that the men first noticed something strange.
Yeah, I can't make it out.
There's another on the hill ahead. Must be 2 miles.
Yeah. They're Apache signal fires, all right. And look at them. A whole line stretching away at regular intervals. They're beyond the horizon to the north.
But what could it be? What are they up to?
I don't know. Must be important news. There's a village up ahead there. We'll find out there.
I don't like this. I'm glad we sent the others on ahead with our goods.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Hi there, Tucker. Kick up those mules.
Yes, sir. Here we are, just the 3 of us. How could we defend ourselves?
What in blaze are you talking about? Defend ourselves from what?
Oh, I don't know, but listen, what's that?
Listen.
The drums. Apache drums.
Yeah. It's from the village.
I don't like this.
Neither do I. That's a war dance.
Ben, you don't suppose...
Yeah, I don't know.
Look at him coming from out of the canyon. Apaches painted.
Holy smokes. They're out for trouble.
Ben, what'll we do?
What can we do? 3 against 100? Stand still and surrender to them. Let's see what all this is about. Oh, friend. Hello. See, what is this? Hey, stop. Let me go.
Stop.
You fellas are mistaking us for somebody else. We're Americans, you understand?
No
Americans.
mistake. No. We hunt Americans.
Well, what's the trouble? We're your friends. Wait.
Americans, no friends.
Well, listen, I'm a friend of your chief, Juan Jose.
Juan Jose, dead.
Hey, but Chief Mangus, you surely understand that if Juan Jose was murdered by a treacherous American, I feel as badly about as you do. That's no reason for the Apaches to declare war on all Americans.
Me know. The braves no care. They cry for scalp. They want kill all white men.
Yeah, but we've been your friends. We've helped you.
Me know. Me sorry. Me try tell them. They no listen.
Oh, but you're their chief.
Me tell them no. Me not be chief anymore.
There's no use. We're doomed. We're doomed.
Quiet, Maxwell. Pull yourself together. We're not finished yet.
Already. Other tribes kill whole camps Americans. My braves not be without scalps too. No can stop them.
Well, this is something you must stop, or your whole tribe is doomed. You can't make war on the white man and win.
No can stop them.
Yeah, but you could help us to get away.
Me like to, but
if the braves found out, eh? Yeah, I know. Well,
no matter. They not find out. Me help.
You will? Oh, Chief, God bless you.
Wait. Me see how much time left.
Look, what are they doing to that wood?
They're building a fire.
Big fire.
Lord, then they're going to burn us alive.
Calm down, man. Now stop it. They're not going to burn us. We're going to get away. I got an idea. Now, Chief, could you get these 2 men away safely if all the warriors were drawn outside the camp?
We'll give them ponies. Get away down canyon.
All right, then. You give me 10 minutes and the camp will be empty.
But, Ben, what are you going to do?
I'm going to make a break for them. Draw them off into the hills up there.
Oh, man, what are you saying? You'll be killed. They'll get you
I
sure.
don't think so. Anyway, it'll be better than roasting to death out there. And maybe we'll all have a chance.
I won't let you do it. If anybody's going to do it, I will.
On that sprained ankle of yours? Oh, forget it, man. You just tend your own getaway and I'll manage, all right? I got you into this. Now I'm going to get you out of it.
Take buffalo skin. Keep warm.
Well, thank you, Chief. And now remember this. If you ever need anything, you can find me at Santa Fe.
Ben, you can't do this.
Good luck, men. Bye.
Ben, wait. Ben, come back. Tucker, look, he's going. Ben! Ben!
Quiet. No noise yet. They no see him.
Oh, they do now. Look at them. They're starting after him. Run, Ben, run!
If him get to hill,
Run,
find
Ben!
hiding place.
Run!
Look, there he goes. Into the rocks. He's there.
And be safe now. Find hiding place.
Oh, but they're going in after him. They might...
Come. No time to talk now. Tony's in back teepee. Run fast. Make safe. Go. Go now.
Oh, but Ben...
He'll do this for you. Make safe. Go now or trick no good. Go.
Yes, you're right. Come on, Tucker. Let's go. And may God protect him.
Lying motionless in a crevasse of the canyon, Wilson waited for the Apaches to give up the search. 1, 2, 3 hours he lay, listening to the ominous tread of nearby feet. Finally, as night wrapped the plains in blessed darkness, he left his sanctuary and started on foot for Santa Fe, 100 miles away. 4 days later, he wearily stumbled into the town to find that the Apache War was on in earnest, a war which was to last almost half a century. He heard no word of Maxwell and Tucker until, late one night, he received a visitor in his quarters at Santa Fe.
Yeah? Who is it?
Me.
What, Chief, what are you doing here?
Come see you, Wilson.
Well, of course. Come on in. What are you doing in Santa Fe?
Come see you.
Well, I don't understand it. Aren't you with your tribe?
No more. No more, Chief.
You mean because of what you did for us?
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No matter. You, other men, got way. Not killed. Best that way.
Well, then they did get away safely. Huh?
They hit for Chihuahua.
Oh, I'm glad for that, but you all right?
All right, but I'm hurt.
Well, they hurt you, huh? Oh, that's bad. Well, that arm's broken. You'll have to get it fixed up right away.
Not bad hurt.
It doesn't matter. We'll have it fixed up. And, Chief, you saved my life. And from now on, I'm taking care of you.
Big job.
Wilson never saw Maxwell again. For a few years, Wilson carried on his business in Santa Fe, but a revolution took place and Armijo took over the Mexican governorship of New Mexico. His special hatred was for Americans, and in the summer of 1841, matters were fast coming to a head.
All right, come on, men. Barricade the doors and the windows. Get the guns from the shelf. There's no telling what they'll do.
What chance have we? Only 20 of us against that mob. These riots are getting worse, Ben. Mijo is working them up into a fury against them.
What's he telling them?
He's telling that the Americans in Texas are organizing an expedition to march into New Mexico and take it over.
But it's true, too.
Sure it's true. How he found out, I don't know. A lot of good it'll do us for them to come. Before they can get here, we'll be goners.
From the sound of that mob out there, we may be goners before very long at all.
We gotta get out of here, Ben. We've been talking about going to California. Well, now's the time to do it. We may not get another chance.
It looks like you may be right, Ben.
Ben, Bill, they're coming this way. Get your guns. We may have to fight for it. They're out for
Well, we're ready for them.
All the Americans here?
Yep, about 20 of us.
We might have a chance of standing them off.
From the sound of that mob, I doubt it. Well, wait a minute. My ears going bad. They sound like they're getting farther away.
Wait a minute. I believe you're right. They are getting fainter.
But only a minute ago, they were headed this way. Looked like nothing could stop them. I don't understand.
Who is it?
Me.
Wait, it's my old friend, Chief Mangus. Just a minute. Come on in here, Chief. What's going on out there?
No trouble now. People go away. No bother you now.
But how? Why?
Mostly Pueblo Indians. Chief, your friend. Me make sign. Him tell him you're not here. They go somewhere else.
But then, this is the second time you saved our lives. And I thank you.
No, easy again. You better go.
Sure right. Gentlemen, we better go.
We'll get our things together as fast as possible and head for California.
I'm with you, gentlemen. Workmen, you make the arrangements. We'll leave right away.
Right. Come on, then, now.
Me say goodbye.
Why not come with us, Chief?
Me stay here. But maybe you take Indian boy, Lorenzo. Him want to go.
Why, sure. I'll take Lorenzo. And you, too, if you want.
No, me stay. Lorenzo go California. He watch over white friends, like me. You good man, Wilson. Indian like.
Well, thank you. Someday I hope to do something for your people. To repay what you've done for me.
Across the plains, the first party of Americans came. William Workman, John Rowland, Lemuel Carpenter, Wilson, and the others. Across parched deserts and lofty mountains. And then one day, November 1841, they came in sight of the fertile valleys of Southern California.
Look at that. Why, that's as green as I've ever seen.
That looks like paradise to me.
Paradise on earth.
Yeah.
Man, I can hardly wait to buy a patch of that emerald green and settle down for the rest of my life. How about you, Ben?
Oh, it's pretty all right, but I don't aim to settle just yet. There's lots more places to go, lots more adventure. I'm going places where I can do things.
Well, Ben, from all I've been told about this place, I'll be willing to lay you a little bet. I'll bet before you're through, you'll settle down here, live, die, and be buried here.
I'll have to wait a long time. But by golly, I'll collect that bet.
Most of the titles to land in Southern California are based originally on the early day grants issued by the King of Spain and later by the Mexican government a century or more ago. Records of those original grants and of every subsequent transfer of ownership of every square foot of land in Los Angeles County are the implements by means of which Title Insurance and Trust Company carries on its work. Abstracts of literally millions of documents and legal instruments are contained in the company's vast system of records, or title plant, in the main office at 433 South Spring Street in Los Angeles. Every day there is gathered information from some 50 public offices, including abstracts of approximately 1,500 newly recorded instruments in the county recorder's office. This information is daily added to the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. The purpose of all this record keeping is to enable the Title Insurance and Trust Company to provide you with prompt and accurate service whenever it is necessary to establish the true ownership of any piece of land. The service includes, in addition to the searching of all records, the issuance of a policy of title insurance which ensures the completeness and accuracy of the work.
Benjamin D. Wilson did not intend to settle in California. He planned to go on to China. But as time passed and he was unable to get berth on a ship, the sleepy land of the Dones began to grow on him. One day he met his friend, John Rowland.
Ben Wilson, wait a minute.
Where's this, John? I thought you were on your rancho.
Came in today on business. Say, I got news for you.
Oh, yeah? What news?
An American frigate's in the bay at San Pedro. You can get a berth aboard her, and she's bound for China.
That's so?
Yep. It was a long wait, but now you finally found it.
Well,
Hey, what's the matter with you? You aren't even interested.
Well, I tell you, John, I'm not so sure I want to go to China.
What? After all this time, and now you have your chance to change your mind? Well, where do you want to go?
I'm not so sure I want to go anyplace.
You mean? That's right. Ben Wilson, the Rolling Stone. Out for adventure. And now you're satisfied to stay in this sleepy little town.
Yeah, I know. You got the laugh on me, all right, but I don't care much. I sort of like it here. You know, it's the first place I ever lived where there weren't any courts. No lawyers, no laws. They don't need 'em. And the people, they're honest and peaceful. Their word's as good as gold, and they're friendly. I don't know, it's sort of homey here.
What'd I tell you? You'll be settling down, asking for a ranch next.
Yeah, I've already been talking to Don Juan Bandini about buying his Jurupa rancho out beyond your land there.
Buying? Why, man, all you got to do is ask for one. They'll give it to you, just like they did me. You know, you were with me at Monterey.
I know, but you had to apply for Mexican citizenship, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay an American citizen. I got ideas about that.
Well, anyway, you are going to settle down and get some land, eh?
Yep.
That's fine. And now that you are, you can pay up that little bet I made you.
Oh, no, now. You said live, die, and be buried here. And I'm not dead yet. Not by a long shot. You'll have to wait a while, mi amigo.
In 1843, Wilson bought the Jurupa Rancho, of which the present city of Riverside is a part, and settled down and married Ramona, the lovely daughter of Don Bernardo Yorba. In the years that followed, he became a respected ranchero, a friend of all, an American always, but a man the Californians regarded as a brother. They affectionately called him Don Benito, and that is the name by which he's been known ever since. Respect for his abilities as a man and a leader made the Californians turn to him for help in many a situation which called for responsible leadership. One such time was when he was put in charge of an expedition against the marauding Mojave Indians, whose leader, Joaquin, the terror of the outlying ranchos, was once a neophyte in a California mission. Late one afternoon, when Don Benito was riding far ahead of his party, accompanied only by his lieutenant.
Don Benito, look.
Yeah? What is it?
Look, the Indians, 4 of them, riding along the arroyo.
They haven't seen us yet. Come on, down into the arroyo.
Hey, but what do you intend to do?
We'll hide here until they're close enough, and we'll talk to them.
But hadn't we better wait for the others?
No, we'll be all right. Now, just be quiet. They're coming closer. All right, come on, out we go. Hola!
You travel far in desert, senor.
Si, we do.
And you have no water, provision, nothing.
Oh, we left them over in the Arroyo.
There is something strange here.
Senor, you are Joaquin, are you not?
How did you know?
By the markings on your face.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Joaquin, horsemen, many of them coming.
Senor, you are after me.
Don Benito, look out. He's got a bow and arrow. Oh, Don Benito.
Don Benito, are you all right?
I guess so. Take his hat.
Who hit you?
In the shoulder. Not bad. Easy. Oh. Yeah, thanks, Amici. What about Joaquin?
You got him, Don Benito. He still lives, but not for long. California is rid of one outlaw.
And the others?
They're riding away, but our men are in pursuit. They will be caught.
Senor, are you all right?
See, Lorenzo, I can always depend on you to turn up when I need you.
See, but Chief Mangas told me to look after white friend. You feel good?
Not very. Some kind of thing.
Senor, your shoulder is beginning to swell. I don't like the looks.
Here, let me see.
No need to look, Lorenzo. I can tell. You won't have to look after the white friend much longer.
No.
That was a poisoned arrow he shot me with. Avila?
Yeah?
Avila?
Si, senor. You are awake?
Well, what's happened? Where am I?
You are safe in camp.
Yes, but the poisoned arrow.
Oh, you have nothing to fear, Don Benito. You will recover.
But how? How can that be?
Lorenzo saved your life, senor. He took every last drop of the poison from the wound. The swelling has gone down, and the wound is healing fast. All is well.
Lorenzo, for the third time, I owe my life to a faithful friend, an Indian. Somehow, sometime, I'll repay their race for their friendship.
And Don Benito Wilson did repay his debt to the Indians. All through his later life, the citizens of Los Angeles called him the stepfather of all Indians. He always had a smile, a kind word, or a helpful hand for them. And finally, he was appointed Indian agent for the United States government, and he used his post to help the plight of the forgotten red men. The Indians of Southern California had no greater friend than Don Benito Wilson. But then, he was a friend to every man. And so it was not strange that his friends approached him one day in the early 40s with a request.
But, Ben, we need you. We need somebody to look out after our interests. You need somebody who'll look out after yours, too. So why not yourself?
Oh, gentlemen, I tell you, I don't want to assume any office. In the first place, I have no rights. I'm not even a Mexican citizen.
That is no matter, senor. We have no better man than you in all of California. We Californians want you to do it, too.
There you are, Ben. You can't refuse now. As long as you stay here, we'll keep after you to be alcalde of Los Angeles. Now, will you take it, or shall we run you out?
Well, you'll never run me out of this country. Not till I'm carried out feet first.
Ah, that's perfect, Ben. Do you realize what you said? You not only agreed to be alcalde, but you settled up a little bet that you and I had. As long as you decide that you are going to live, die, and be buried here, you might as well pay up, mi amigo.
See, I will. I'm glad to do it. Because all I hope is that I still have many more years to live and enjoy this wonderful land.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment. The lives of Southland pioneers like Benjamin D. Wilson are a real inspiration to all of us. It is impossible in a half-hour program, or even in two of them, to present all of the many accomplishments and constructive activities of Don Benito. In the area that now is centered by the communities of Pasadena, Alhambra, South Pasadena, and San Marino, Don Benito Wilson is particularly well remembered. At one time, there was a mountain, a canyon, a school, an avenue, a lake, and a mountain trail in that area, all named for him. Wilson laid out the original town of Alhambra in 1871. On his Lake Vineyard tract, the second large subdivision in Pasadena, the largest orange orchards in the world up to that time were planted. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles considers it a privilege, as well as a service, to portray the lives of such men in these programs. And now, Frank, what about next week?
Well, Don Benito Wilson did live many years more to take a great part in the history of California. I'm sure we're going to continue his dramatic life story next week. It's a thrilling adventure you won't want to miss. And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Cahuenga, 1845. Americans aid in defeat of Micheltorena. Chino, 1846. Americans captured by revolting Californians. Los Angeles, 1849. First mayor of Los Angeles elected. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the men and events which make up the fascinating history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to the microphone to narrate another exciting chapter in the story of our Southland. For 48 years, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles has served the citizens of Los Angeles County. During that nearly half a century, the company has searched out, transcribed, and segregated information about every change of ownership of every parcel of land in the entire county, from the original grant down to the present day. Also, during that time, the company has built up an organization of trained title experts who keep the voluminous files up to date by making hundreds of new entries every day, and who use these records to examine titles and issue policies of title insurance. The net result of all this activity through the years is that Title Insurance and Trust Company, which issues more policies of title insurance than any other company in the world, is able to provide this service promptly and accurately, and to do so at rates well below the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States. Now, here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we present the second half of a life story of the great American pioneer of California, Benjamin David Wilson, whom the Californians called Don Benito, and who is closely connected with the history of Pasadena, Alhambra, and the surrounding area, as well as Riverside, Westwood Hills, and Los Angeles. For those of you who missed the story, interrupted last week, and the rebroadcast arranged for last Sunday, we traced the adventurous Wilson life as an Indian trader in New Mexico, his coming to California, and his ultimate decision to stay here after he was elected alcalde of the Mexican pueblo of Los Angeles. Tonight we are to hear of the large part he played in the momentous events of 1845 to 1849, which left California a part of the United States. Here is another vivid adventure in the romance of the Ranchos. Early in the year 1845, Don Benito Wilson was living at his rancho Jurupa, near the present site of Riverside. He was acting as alcalde of the district, and it was in this capacity that he received an order from high-ranking citizens
directed
of Los
to
Angeles.
summon every man in your district capable of bearing arms. Bring them to Los Angeles and pick up any others you may find along the way. We need every man to help us stop the rabble of Micheltorena.
Micheltorena, the name spelt villainy to all respectable citizens of the Southland. For Micheltorena was the governor of California, who had brought with him from Mexico a ragged army, most of which had been recruited from the jails of Mexico City. For months, they had made themselves obnoxious to the citizens of California, and now revolt had flared up. Wilson learned the particulars on his arrival with a band of volunteers in Los Angeles.
Well, the town is certainly in an uproar. Why not? With Michoacena's army at the very gates of the city. They're camped at Encino and San Fernando Valley, not one day's march. Why hasn't Castro stopped them before? Oh, they've tried, but Michoacana has too many men. Castro had to retreat before him, hoping to pick up enough men here. If he can't stop them here, he'll have to fall back to San Diego.
Hey, don't worry, we'll stop them here. The whole town's behind Castro.
Of course. Department Assembly's meeting right now to proclaim a new governor, Don Pio Pico.
Good, and we'll make it stick too. Just imagine me, Bill, taking part in an organized revolution against constituted authority. I never would have believed it.
I know, Ben, but this time every respectable citizen is on that side. With your 20 men, we have almost 50 American volunteers.
Ben Wilson.
Oh, well, say, there's John Rowland. Here, John.
I'm glad you're here, Ben. The provisions and ammunition are ready, so you'd better get your men outfitted right